Chapter 1. Rebirth. Boss. Don't you think the girl's touch is just different? After you're done, can I? What nonsense are you spouting? We're all brothers in this line of workwomen are like clothing. He'll go first, and then all the brothers here can have a taste. Ha ha ha. We share both fortune and misfortune. Little girl, why are you keeping your head down? Look at me. A pair of large hands seized Jiang Yu's hair, forcefully lifting her head, compelling her into a posture of humiliation. In that fleeting moment of raising her gaze, the terror in the girl's eyes morphed into a confused daze. This little black girl, her skin might be dark, but her looks are decent. The yellow-haired man licked his lips, a lewd grin spreading across his face. The hot breath that hit her was suffused with a nauseating stench. Jiang You stared in disbelief at the horrifying scene before her. The yellow-haired leader and the few unscrupulous youths behind him were the nightmares of her life. In the abandoned chemical factory, the girl lay on the cement floor, her body covered in footprints and various deep and shallow wounds. What is happening? Didn't she die? She clearly remembered uniting with the other test subjects to destroy the Forbidden Island, then bloodily slaughtering the entire base, ultimately self-destructing after exhausting her powers. Yet, how could she be here? She had been dragged to this forsaken factory by thugs just half a month before the apocalypse. The yellow-haired man tugged at her hair, the sharp pain at her roots incessantly reminding her that this was neither a dream nor an illusion, but reality. She had been reborn, back to half a month before the apocalypse, back to when everything had yet to commence. She was alive again, ha ha ha. Jiang Yu's lips involuntarily curled into a smile, a grin that she could not suppress. The yellow-haired man furrowed his brows, having just caressed her delicate cheek. He suddenly noticed the unusual excitement filling the girl's eyes, devoid of fear. A jolt of apprehension surged within him. Could it be that this girl was a masochist? But then he dismissed the thought regardless of her preferences. As long as it felt good, it was fine. He pinched Jiang Yu's cheek, pouting as he leaned closer. The thugs behind him began to cheer. Boss, a moment of passion is worth 1,000 gold. Don't waste time. Go for the home run. Boss is mighty. As he leaned in, his lips approaching like a grotesque caricature, she felt a surge of nausea. If this were the apocalypse, she could have taken down 3 such characters alone, but now was before the end. She had been reborn, but only her soul, not her body. She remained that emaciated girl on the brink of malnutrition. Jiang Yu subtly grasped a handful of dirt from the ground and flashed the man a brilliant smile, momentarily catching him off guard. In the blink of an eye, she hurled the dirt into his eyes with lightning speed. My eyes. As he released his grip on her hair, Jiang Yu seized the moment, lunging forward and tackling him to the ground. Newly reborn, her body was still too frail from long-term malnutrition to overpower a grown man. She could only leverage his own strength against him. The man, initially careless, quickly regained his senses and tightened his grip around Jiang Yu's neck. The other thugs rushed to join him. You little brat. The man prepared to slap her, but at that moment, Jiang Yu caught sight of something glinting in her peripheral vision. In her struggle, she snatched the key from his waist, swiftly flipping it open to reveal a nail clipper, thrusting it towards his neck. The entire sequence was executed with fluid precision. You dare! Thud. The edge of the nail clipper may not have been sharp, but Jiang Yu exerted all her strength, driving it mercilessly into the man's neck. In one swift motion, she yanked back the clipper. His neck instantly gushed with blood, and he clutched at the wound in disbelief, collapsing to the ground in convulsions. For someone accustomed to killing, any ordinary object could become a lethal weapon. Jiang Yu possessed a keen sense of awareness thus. Upon her return, she had already noted the nail clipper at the yellow-haired man's waist. Scalding blood splattered across her face, instantly staining her eyes crimson. The remaining thugs were stunned. What the hell? What's happened to this girl? Why is she so ruthless? Should we call the police? Someone's dead. Are you out of your mind? Calling the police is like throwing ourselves into a trap. Let's go. Avenge June. Kill this little brat. 3 of them surged forward. Jiang Yu assessed the disparity in their strengths given her current condition. Taking on 3 was precarious. However, she knew that sometimes murder does not require immense strength. What mattered more than brute force was skill. Taking a life required breaking through psychological barriers. Once she had killed the first person, The rest would be devoid of mental burden, especially since her hands had already been stained with countless lives. As the three lunged at her, she turned and fled without a moment's hesitation. Catch her! Don't let this brat escape. The three thugs hurried after her, but Jiang You dashed into a dark warehouse, finding herself cornered. Ha ha, little brat. You can't run anymore. There's no exit ahead. Armed with sticks and makeshift weapons, the trio entered the warehouse, but it was filled with heaps of discarded metal cans, obscuring her hiding place. Let's split up and find her. We must flush this girl out. Damn it. When we find her, we'll strip her and hang her for the rafters, the ungrateful brat. Just as the words left his mouth, the warehouse doors slammed shut behind them. The sole source of light vanished, plunging the space into darkness. The group began to panic. Damn it. Why did you close the door? I can't see. It wasn't me who closed it. Bullshit. You were at the back. Who else could it be? Unless Thud. Damn it. Who touched my back? Third brother. Why are you silent? The last thug, referred to as Xiao Air, was overwhelmed, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground, his hands inadvertently landing in a pool of warm liquid. What is this? What is this? He shrieked, attempting to rise but slipping on the slick surface. After 2 failed attempts, he finally managed to stand, only to sense something looming near him. Bang! A blunt object struck his knee, bending his legs backward as he fell heavily to the ground. A piercing scream erupted from his throat. At that moment, the warehouse door swung open. Backlit by the light, the slender girl advanced, wielding a square iron rod she had found, her gaze icy. She approached with deliberate steps, the sound of the rod scraping against the ground sending shivers down their spines. Her eyes radiated contempt, as if she were gazing upon a rat in a gutter. The man panicked, instinctively glancing around, only to realize that the wetness he had touched was a pool of blood. 2 of his companions lay incapacitated. One had a gaping wound in his neck, blood gushing forth, gasping for breath. The other lay face down in a pool of blood, eyes wide open in death, filled with resentment as they stared at him. He finally comprehended that this woman meant business. In a state of sheer terror, his body trembled uncontrollably, and he lost control of his bladder, urine streaming down his legs. Jiang You furrowed her brows and questioned him. Who prompted you to do this? The man was familiar to her, although they had little interaction. She knew he associated with local delinquents, flaunting his supposed authority in class. However, there was no animosity between them. You can't kill me. I'm not yet 19. Chun Rin stammered, shaking his head in panic, but he watched as Jiang You raised a club, aiming it at his head. Chun Rin quickly interjected. It was Li Wei. She ordered me to do this. Li Wei offered me 20,000 yuan to summon some tough guys to ruin you and film it to send her. She wants to destroy you. Honestly, it was her. If you don't believe me, I can show you our transaction records. She said that once she has the video, you'll be her dog, forced to obey her every command. She threatened that with the video, you would have to apply to the same university as her, continuing to be her slave. Chun Rin fervently betrayed Li Wei. Li Wei. Indeed, that seemed like something she would do. She had a notorious penchant for employing such despicable tactics against other girls, which was utterly revolting. I've said everything. Please let me go. I realize my mistakes. I won't do anything bad again. We know each other. Just spare me this once. I swear to keep my mouth shut about this. Not a word will escape my lips. This vile creature, once I find the opportunity, I will ensure her demise. But a wise person knows when to endure, so I shall bide my time. Yet, Jiang You did not release him after finishing her words. She struck him hard on the back of his head. She seized his phone and opened the social media app, discovering indeed the chat records and transaction logs with Li Wei. Furthermore, she stumbled upon a group on his phone filled with all manner of disturbing videos. Chun Rin and his delinquent companions frequently appeared in those videos. In her previous life, Jiang You had sought to escape the humiliation inflicted by these men. When the blonde one attempted to pull her pants down, she retaliated with a kick that broke his nose and fled desperately, only to realize she could not escape. With a resolve to face her demise, she plunged into a chemical pool. She could swim and held her breath, remaining submerged until they presumed her dead and departed. When she emerged from the pool, her skin was scorched red by the corrosive chemicals. Although her face remained intact, her body suffered from fever due to inhaling some of the toxic substances. By the time she reported the incident, the delinquents had long vacated the city, leaving no trace. Chen Ren, being underage, received merely a verbal reprimand and a minor fine, with no further consequences. Yet in the police station, he wept bitterly, claiming he was coerced by the local thugs, only to turn around and boast before her, I'm not even 19, the law can't touch me. What can you do? Vile wretch, if you have the guts, don't walk alone in the future. If I find another chance, I will still get you. This scoundrel was the epitome of trash. Contemplating this, she struck him a few more times, then dragged the bodies of the others, disposing of them in the abandoned chemical pool. She overturned the hazardous materials to conceal the bloodstains on the ground and ignited a fire, incinerating the derelict factory. An abandoned chemical plant ablaze would render the ground's chemical solutions and blood indistinguishable by the time the police arrived. No one would be foolish enough to investigate the depths of the chemical pool. That pool was profoundly deep, known only to those who had fallen into it. With merely half a month until the apocalypse, she had to ensure today's events were thoroughly resolved. After all, society had not yet crumbled. She could not allow anyone to exploit her vulnerabilities. This half-month was crucial. There was much to accomplish, and she could not afford to waste any time. Secrets must remain known only to oneself. Therefore, none of those four wretches could leave alive. Confined within the forbidden tower, she lay day and night on the operating table, subjected to the grotesque dissection by others, transforming her into a malevolent spirit in that hellish place. Chapter 2. Persuading her to marry Jiang You meticulously tidied everything up and hastily departed from the abandoned chemical factory. Upon returning home, she changed into a fresh outfit and discreetly incinerated her blood-stained clothes. That evening, as she sat at home, the local news reported a fire outbreak at the dilapidated chemical plant, yet failed to mention any other details. However, who would bother to fish out anything from that deep chemical pool? After dinner, her uncle and aunt began to engage her in earnest discussion, not about which university to apply to, but rather about the prospect of marriage. What are you doing? Are you not listening? I am your uncle. Would I ever wish you harm? Her uncle chastised. Jiang You, your uncle is speaking to you, and you're lost in thought. Have you forgotten your manners? Have you poured all your education into a dog-ass belly? Jiang You held a chipped enamel cup in her hands, the ceiling fan in the aging living room buzzing ominously, as if it might fall at any moment. She gazed at her emaciated hands, resembling mere sticks, and felt an uncontrollable surge of emotions. Before her stood her uncle and aunt, a simple, earnest middle-aged man and a shrewd, plump woman. It struck her as somewhat ludicrous. Her parents perished in a factory explosion when she was merely 5 years old. Following their untimely demise, the factory signed a contract to provide a monthly compensation of 30,000 yuan for her upbringing until she turned 18. This sum was substantial, especially since both her parents had met with tragedy at the factory, rendering her an orphan. The factory manager utilized her case as a public relations strategy, inviting reporters to cover it and thereby securing a generous compensation that served to restore the factory's tarnished image. It was during this time that her uncle and aunt became her guardians, collecting her parents' compensation and moving into her family home. At that tender age, Jiang You was blissfully unaware of these circumstances, even oblivious to the existence of the compensation. Her uncle and aunt incessantly proclaimed that they had raised her, portraying her as a parasite within their household, emphasizing that their kindness was a monumental favor. Trusting them completely, a child of less than 5 years old found solace in the care of her uncle. In the blink of an eye, the family photographs of her parents in the living room were replaced by those of her uncle and aunt. Her parents' bedroom was now occupied by them. Her own room transformed into her cousin's space, while the study had become her older cousin's domain. Clutching her blanket, she stood at the doorway of the storage room, resigned to the notion that it was only right for her uncle and aunt to take the larger rooms, as they were her guardians. Adults often insisted that she should be grateful and not act like an ungrateful wretch. Consequently, she began to assist her aunt with household chores, fearful of being unwanted. Eventually, the responsibilities of cooking, cleaning, and laundry fell squarely upon her shoulders, while her aunt's hands grew soft and plump from a life of leisure. During her solitary moments of sorrow, her uncle would return with small cakes, offering gentle comfort. You must learn to be grateful. Though your aunt and siblings may have their flaws, their hearts are not wicked. We are family. It is only natural for your uncle to support you. So you must obey, all right? At that time, Jiang You remained blissfully unaware that the notion of her uncle supporting her was a farce, as his entire family was living off her parents' compensation. They were the true parasites. The scene before her now echoed the moment after she had been accepted into a prestigious university, where her uncle and aunt urged her to marry the son of a wealthy businessman. However, their plans ultimately went awry, as a mere fortnight later, the apocalypse would unfold, rendering thoughts of marriage irrelevant. July 3rd, 2021, would mark a cataclysmic upheaval of the world. A droplet of spittle landed on her eyelid, jolting Jiang You from a reverie. Jiang You, your parents passed away early. As your uncle, I consider you as my own daughter, and I must plan for your future. Tell me, do you possess any skills? Besides, there are countless university graduates nowadays. Do you truly believe that merely attending university will secure you a good job? Think carefully. Jiang You, even if you graduate, you may find yourself trapped in a 996 or 007 work schedule. What future lies in that? It will be far better to marry the son of Mr. Wang, whose family is worth billions. By marrying into their family, you would become a lady of luxury. Her aunt, her plump figure animated, glowed with excitement. Jiang You sipped from her cup, raising an eyebrow. Aunt, you seem quite envious of Mr. Wang's wealth. Perhaps you should marry him yourself? You may be a bit older for his son, but marrying his father should still be feasible. Her aunt's face flushed with anger, the flesh trembling. You insolent girl, do you speak to your elders in such a manner? Is it customary to urge your own niece to wed a fool? Jiang You regarded her with a cold stare, a surge of murderous intent flickering in her eyes, though it was quickly suppressed. Having eliminated those ruffians for the moment, the blame could not be traced back to her. Yet, if her uncle and aunt were to vanish, suspicion would undoubtedly fall upon her, prompting scrutiny of her every action, a most inconvenient predicament. Furthermore, if her uncle and aunt perished now, who would negotiate her bride price? She returned with empty hands. It was unacceptable to commence anew in such a state. While the house could be sold for profit, stockpiling resources was insufficient. She recalled the exorbitant bride price offered. No, more accurately, the price of her life, which was substantial. Jiang You lowered her gaze, fixating on the oscillating shadow of the ceiling fan reflected in her cup. A subtle smile creeping into her eyes. Her aunt exclaimed, as a girl, what is the purpose of pursuing so much education? Ultimately, you are destined to marry. So why not do so sooner? Jiang You retorted, since you will eventually grow old and die, why don't you hasten that process? If education is of no value for girls, then why not prevent my cousin from attending school? She can marry early and bear a multitude of children. Her aunt glared at her, indignant. Your cousin is not like you. Indeed, she is not. A beast cannot be compared to a human. Whom do you dare to call a beast? Whoever feels guilty shall be deemed so. Enough. Li Qianming's thunderous voice interrupted Gu Chuanhua's tirade. This wretched girl insults me. Did you not hear? Gu Chuanhua's face turned crimson with fury. Li Qianming's chest heaved, his nostrils flaring with indignation, wishing to strike Jiang You. Yet, he maintained a facade of gentleness, glaring at Gu Chuanhua. I said enough. Do not pressure Xiao Yu. If she wishes to study, let her study. As her uncle, I may lack means, but I will sacrifice everything to ensure she receives an education. Jiang You is my sister's daughter, my own niece. If it comes to it, let Ingwe forego university and work in the factory instead. Regardless, I cannot betray my sister's memory. As he spoke, his eyes glistened with emotion, gazing at Jiang You with tenderness and resolve, embodying the image of a devoted uncle willing to do anything for his sister's child. Xiao Yu, rest assured, your uncle will find a way to support your education. I will manage the funds for your university. With that, he grasped Gu Chuanhua's hand with a hint of remorse. Chunhua, I acknowledge my shortcomings towards you. However, Xiao Yu is the daughter of my sister, and I cannot betray my sister. I also feel remorse towards Ingwe and Haochen. It is all my fault. If it weren't for my inadequacies, the 3 children would not have to endure such hardships. They say that a man seldom sheds tears. Yet at this moment he suppresses his sobs, his entire being trembling. Aunt held Li Tianming close, her face etched with concern, and shouted angrily at Jiang You. Jiang You, do you still possess a conscience? Look at what you have driven your uncle to become. Do you wish to push him to the brink of despair? He is merely your uncle, not your parents. Raising you to this point is already a testament to his dedication. Initially, we feared you would struggle to adapt to the countryside, so our entire family relocated to the city to support you, to nurture you. But what about you? Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? Chapter 3. This is clearly a curse. The two individuals before her played their roles flawlessly, one taking on the part of the villain and the other the hero, their performances worthy of an Oscar. In the past, the naive Jiang You would have felt a pang of guilt, perhaps expressing to Li Tianming her decision to abandon her studies. Yet now, she watched the couple with a bemused detachment, recognizing their innate talent for theatrics. It struck her as tragically ironic that she had spent over a decade of her life being manipulated by their countless similar schemes. Had they not eagerly urged her to move from the countryside to the city? Why did it now sound as if they were the ones at a disadvantage? There were many relatives vying to be her guardians, all of whom wished to escape to the city, yet it was they who had shamelessly monopolized the opportunity. Aunt, are you truly so shameless as to exploit your own gains while pretending to be virtuous? Do you think of me as a mere child? Seeing that Jiang You remained unmoved, even dismissive of their past transgressions, Gu Chunhua realized that her niece had matured, perhaps influenced by the words of others. She had always relied on the fact that Jiang You was soft-hearted and had been indoctrinated since childhood to value their so-called kindness, making her obedient. Yet now, Jiang You seemed to have awakened to the truth, rendering their usual tactics ineffective. Thus, Gu Chunhua softened her tone. Little you, your uncle has raised you. Can't you consider helping him just this once? It's also your cousin's fault for accumulating debts, and we truly have no choice. Though Boss Wang's son may be a bit simple-minded, he is self-sufficient. You won't need to attend to him, and there will be ample funds. Aunt begs you, please assist your uncle. If you refuse, your cousin will surely be harmed by loan sharks, and his demise would leave your uncle in despair. Surely, you wouldn't want to witness your uncle suffer, would you? I don't wish to burden you, but your cousin is quite foolish and has been rejected. Given your excellent scores in this year's college entrance examination, he specifically desires a clever daughter-in-law like you. Li Tianming remained silent, tears brimming in his eyes as he cast a remorseful glance at Jiang You. Gu Chunhua knelt before her, pleading as if the blame for their predicament rested solely on Jiang Yu's shoulders. In the past, she would never have dared to bring herself to such a lowly position, fearing the guilt would consume her. However, now, the notion of an elder kneeling to a junior seemed a curse upon her, revealing the venom that Gu Chunhua harbored towards her. Gu Chunhua waved her hands frantically, realizing that Jiang You, though still young and soft-hearted, was not as easily manipulated. She was about to utter something sweet, but Jiang You interrupted. How much has Boss Wang offered you as a bride price that you were so desperate in your pleas? It was evident that Li Haoqin's debts were substantial. Throughout her life, Gu Chunhua had never humbled herself so before Jiang You. She had always wielded the notion of her nurturing as a weapon against her. After so many lies, she had convinced even herself of her supposed benevolence. Jiang You scrutinized Gu Chunhua's rigid smile, intrigued. In her previous life, after she had rejected the proposal to marry Boss Wang's son, Li Tianming and his wife had initially pleaded for a few days before retreating in disappointment. She had thought that was the end of the matter. Yet, just days later, they had secretly drugged her dinner, attempting to force her into a union with the simpleton's son. Though they had ultimately failed, the act was repugnant. In the hospital, her uncle had knelt before her, expressing regret, claiming that it was unexpected for Boss Wang's son to enter through a window. He had shifted the blame entirely onto the foolish boy, conveniently omitting the drugging from their narrative. To clear his name, he had even resorted to self-harm. Faced with her uncle, who had raised her, Jiang You had chosen to trust him once more. Gu Chunhua hesitated 1 million. Jiang You, you must swear. If you lie, tomorrow you and your husband shall be met with a fatal accident, and Li Yingyue will marry an abusive man, unable to escape her fate. Li Haoqin will suffer grievously at the hands of loan sharks, and your family will face dire consequences. Gu Chunhua gasped in shock, her anger mingled with disbelief. Was this truly a vow? This wretched girl was clearly cursing her. Some individuals are so peculiar. After committing numerous wrongs, they become superstitious. Gu Chunhua was precisely that kind of person. Through gritted teeth, she responded, 6 million. Li Tianming cast a sharp glance at his wife before returning his gaze to Jiang You. Trembling as he spoke, "Little you, it is your uncle who has wronged you. He is helpless." Gu Chunhua's eyes sparkled with greed. Jiang Yu's inquiry indicated her willingness to negotiate. How amusing, a mere child, utterly under her control. If you agree to marry Boss Wang's son, all terms are negotiable. I swear, it is truly only 6 million. I am not deceiving you. If you help your cousin this one time, your aunt will owe you a lifelong debt. I will treat you like my own daughter. Jiang Yu nodded, seemingly conceding. How surprising that I possess such worth, valued at 6 million. I am willing to marry, but I have conditions. I want the heirlooms left by my father, particularly that jade bracelet. Though it may not hold great value, it is a token of my parents' love, imbued with special significance. I demand the relocation from my home by nightfall and a bride price of 4 million. The remaining 2 million should be used to settle debts. If you agree to these terms, I shall consent to a wedding in a month. Upon mentioning her father's belongings, Jiang Yu's expression darkened. You demand 4 million? For someone of your age, your appetite is rather large. Gu Chunhua scoffed. You're but a young girl. Why would you need such an amount? Better to entrust it to your uncle. He dotes on you and would never harm you. She exchanged knowing glances with Li Tianming, recalling that her eldest cousin had likely already been captured by debt collectors, explaining their urgency. They had even considered marrying off her cousin. But Boss Wang had made it clear that he desired a bride of beauty, intellect, and wit. While her cousin was decent-looking, her focus on vanity had led to dismal academic performance, barely scraping into a third-rate university. After conducting some inquiries, Boss Wang had rejected her. His son was a simpleton with a violent streak, having already caused the demise of 2 wives. Thus, the price offered by Boss Wang was exceptionally high. He sought an intelligent girl, not overly beautiful, as he wished to enhance his grandson's genetics. He hoped for a future generation free from folly. Moreover, he desired a girl who was pure and untainted by romantic entanglements, equating scholarly achievement with intelligence. Jiang Yu had always been aware of her own shortcomings. Otherwise, she would not have failed to recognize the wolves in sheep's clothing lurking around her for so many years. Then I shall not marry. You cannot force me. This is a new society. Should anything unfortunate befall me, and I am compelled to marry the son of Boss Wang, I shall devise means to torment him, to bring about his demise. After all, as a couple, it would be rather convenient for me to act upon him. Jiang Yu cast a fleeting glance at Li Tianming. Uncle, you are marrying, not forging enmity, correct? Can you fathom what might transpire with Boss Wang's son under my influence? Would he spare you? Li Tianming was about to soothe her with reassurances of not going through with the marriage. However, Jiang Yu interjected with a pointed look. If you utter a single word about not marrying, I shall indeed not marry. So do not feign sincerity. Li Tianming feigned a contrite expression, lowering his head with a sigh. You dare. Gu Chunhua retorted instantly. What would become of her son without money? The loan sharks had threatened that if debts went unpaid, they would harvest her son's organs for sale. Jiang Yu stared intently at her. Whether I dare or not, you will find out if you test me. Gu Chunhua, confronted by her niece's unwavering gaze, faltered. With her son's life at stake, she could not afford to gamble. The depth of Jiang Yu's ink-black pupils sent a chill through Li Tianming. For reasons unknown, he felt as though Jiang Yu had transformed into an entirely different person, exuding an inexplicable aura. The former Jiang Yu, regardless of circumstances, remained serene, retreating to weep quietly in solitude, never daring to retort. Yet now, she resembled a porcupine, bristling with defensiveness. With that thought, he steeled himself and raised his palm, delivering a resounding slap to Gu Chunhua's face. Enough! Little Yu has already extended her utmost benevolence towards our family. What more do you wish to compel her to do? That 600,000 was meant for her. And as her uncle, I lack the means to provide her with a proper dowry, Yet I must use a portion of her betrothal gifts to settle debts. That is already a profound disservice to her. If you continue to pressure little you, I shall divorce you." He bellowed, his face flushed with rage. Had Jiang You not been reborn, she might have believed him to be genuinely remorseful and constrained by circumstances. Such remarkable acting, yet alas, the audience had awakened. Chapter 4. Relics at Present. The most pressing matter was to placate Jiang You, coax her into compliance, and then have Boss Wang deliver the betrothal gifts to settle debts. Li Haochen was still in the clutches of loan sharks, a ruthless band he dared not gamble against. Li Tianming, a towering figure, delivered a forceful slap, leaving Gu Chunhua's face swollen on one side. With her eyes brimming with tears, Gu Chunhua lunged at Li Tianming, furious that he dared to lay hands on her after their agreement to sweet-talk Jiang You into marrying that simpleton. How could he be so heartless? "You dare strike me!" she exclaimed, but before she could utter more, Li Tianming dragged her back to her room. He gazed at Jiang You with guilt. "Xiao Yu, I owe you this condition. It is your uncle who has wronged you." Li Haochen, a gambler at heart, had accrued debts exceeding 2 million. This sum, combined with their years of savings, should suffice for repayment. Furthermore, the worthless bracelet left by Jiang Yu's father was appraised long ago. It was merely a trinket worth 100 or 2. Why not give her something no one wanted? The priority was to redeem his son. As for the remaining 4 million, he would charm her back when the opportunity arose. Jiang Yu was raised by him. He understood her well. This child was soft-hearted and easily soothed. Had the property not been in Jiang Yu's name, he would have sold it long ago. Yet, this stubborn girl, while appearing dutiful to her uncle, refused to part with the notion of her home, claiming that without it, she would have nothing. Her obstinacy reminded him of her ill-fated father. Thinking of his son, Li Qianming's lips twitched with agitation, the guilt threatening to overwhelm him. "You truly agree to marry him? No regrets?" Jiang Yu nodded, affirming her intent. "If Boss Wang is as you say, marrying him could lead to a good life. There would be wealth and leisure, and a husband who is simple-minded and unlikely to stray. What's not to like? Besides, with my parents gone, I must maintain a good relationship with you, my uncle. You're my family now. I will certainly help my cousin whenever I can." Endless promises flowed forth, just as Li Tianming had painted for her over the years, filling her mind with grand illusions. Now, back in a world before the apocalypse, her first task was undoubtedly to stockpile supplies. The betrothal gifts from Boss Wang, once in her possession, would never be returned. That old man was not virtuous. Had it not been for his nod, could Li Tianming have led that simpleton into his room? Would he dare slip a drug into her food? Fortunately, she had always been cautious with her meals, fearing her aunt's reprimands. The time she was drugged was no different. She had only nibbled at her food before retreating to her room, which diluted the effects of the drug. When the simpleton entered, she startled awake to find a disheveled man pawing at her. Realizing her weakened state and connecting to recent events, she understood the peril she faced. Thankfully, she kept a small pair of scissors under her pillow, and she swiftly pricked her thigh, using the pain to clear her mind. The simpleton, exhibiting violent tendencies, clenched his fists as she regained consciousness, but Jiang Yu retaliated with the scissors. Thus ensued a bizarre exchange of blows, each inflicting wounds upon the other. Boss Wang, deeming his future daughter-in-law a threat to his son, ceased any discussion of marriage. Li Tianming's plans fell to ruin, but somehow Li Haochen returned. Jiang Yu felt no remorse for tricking him out of 4 million. As for the 2 million given to Li Tianming, she was indifferent. One must sacrifice to gain. She was preparing for the impending apocalypse. Wasting time in negotiations with Li Tianming was the least beneficial course of action. Upon receiving the news, Li Tianming cheerfully packed his belongings that very night and vacated her home, returning her father's relics, including the low-quality jade bracelet marred by cracks. Sighing with relief, Jiang Yu quickly locked the door behind him, then pricked her finger with a knife, allowing her blood to drip onto the bracelet. In her previous life, post-apocalypse, she had seen this item on her cousin Li Yingyue's wrist. She believed it held special significance for her cousin, for its poor quality seemed unworthy of someone so vain. Yet, her cousin wore it daily, cherishing it until she was captured on the isolated island. Only before her captivity did Li Yingyue boast that the bracelet was her father's relic and a spatial treasure. At the onset of the apocalypse, she and her uncle's family struggled for survival. Li Yingyue claimed to have awakened spatial abilities, allowing her to store items and becoming one of the first supernatural beings. Her space could hold numerous supplies, free from the fear of theft. As the first to awaken such powers, Li Yingyue held herself above everyone else. Jiang You, initially devoid of abilities, awakened wind-based powers during a chance encounter in battle. Following this awakening, perilous situations gravitated toward her. Li Yingyue, with her spatial powers, was defenseless and could only serve as a mobile warehouse. Li Haochen, though a grown man, quaked at the sight of zombies. Li Haochuan was merely an 8-year-old child. Gu Chunhua and Li Tianming, both over 50, constantly lamented their health. Unaware of any compensation issues and lacking the full truth, Jiang You remained grateful for her uncle's care. Despite her aunt's harsh words, she acknowledged their nurturing. Thus, she fought valiantly to protect her uncle's family, always placing herself in danger first and ensuring the best food went to her elders and the youngest, Li Haochuan. Chapter 5. Space in the midst of countless life and death crises. She transformed from a reticent little girl into a formidable high-level ability wielder, unafraid to fight and kill. Each daily upgrade was a gamble with her life. She ascended from an ordinary member of the guard team to a group leader and eventually a captain, fiercely protecting the base and her kin as if they were her own family. In those moments, she felt grand, believing she was safeguarding the very embers of humanity alongside others. Reflecting on her past, Jiang You considered herself a fool for having been deceived for so long. Ultimately, she was betrayed and sent to the Forbidden Island as a test subject. Only her family knew of her extraordinary self-healing ability. The only ones capable of drugging her when she was completely defenseless were her family members. What of nurturing grace? What of blood ties? What of mutual support among kin? All mere nonsense. The thought of her past made her wish she could slap herself twice. The priority was to reclaim the bracelet. However, she had no idea where Li Tianming had hidden it. Confronting him directly would only stir trouble and waste time. It was better to play along. Thus, after her rebirth, when faced once more with her uncle's insistence that she marry the son of Boss Wong, she refrained from firmly rejecting the proposal, all in the pursuit of retrieving the bracelet. As for the 4 million in betrothal gifts, that was merely a bonus. Yet, Jiang Yu stared at the blood on the bracelet for a long time, but no response came. Could it be that only her cousin could utilize this bracelet? Her expression turned icy at this realization. If the Jiang family's possession could not be used by her, she would rather shatter it. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she felt the bracelet in her hand grow unbearably hot. A piece of skin fell from the spot where she had dripped blood, revealing a lustrous, translucent jade hue. However, that was all. After pondering, Jiang Yu squeezed her finger to smear more blood over the bracelet. Soon, the bracelet began to shed its gray-white exterior like a molting creature. Within seconds, it had transformed dramatically. No longer pale and gray, the bracelet now gleamed a deep crimson, resembling exquisite blood jade. Jiang Yu felt a flicker of confusion. The bracelet she had seen in Li Yingyue's possession in her previous life had clearly appeared in its unblemished form prior to shedding its outer shell. How could it have transformed into exquisite blood jade merely by absorbing her blood? Was it due to the Jiang bloodline? She scrutinized the bracelet, pondering the whereabouts of its promised spatial abilities. Where had the space gone? She felt nothing at all. In an instant, her surroundings darkened, and upon reopening her eyes, she found herself standing on barren, blackened soil. Jiang Yu surveyed her surroundings. Behind her was a dilapidated courtyard with 3 small rooms. The house was evidently abandoned, and the fence leaned precariously. Upon entering the yard, she discovered a dry well. Where was this? A space? Could it be that this bracelet was not merely a simple storage vessel, but a portal to another realm? Glancing down, she realized the bracelet had vanished, replaced by a red mole on the inner side of her right wrist, vivid as cinnabar. She had never possessed such a mole before. Leaving only one explanation. This mole was the bracelet itself. However, if the bracelet could disguise itself as a mole, why had it previously hung conspicuously from her wrist in her past life? Moreover, if this space could accommodate living beings, Why Li Yingyue never placed any living creature within it. Li Yingyue possessed only spatial abilities and was timid, which is why she had always brought Jiang You along to gather supplies. Jiang Yu was certain of this limitation. Testing her newfound discovery, Jiang Yu silently commanded the space to open. Indeed, the next moment, she found herself back in her room. Surprised and elated, she realized the bracelet's capabilities exceeded her expectations. With land at her disposal, she could cultivate. She hurried back into the space, entering the small house to investigate. The 3 rooms comprise a main room, a bedroom, and a kitchen. The furnishings in both the bedroom and main room were mostly decayed. A mere touch reduced them to dust. In the kitchen stood a stark earthen stove, accompanied by a rusty iron pot that crumbled into fragments at her touch. As she prepared to open a wooden cupboard, the moment she pulled the door, it collapsed with a loud crash, sending dust swirling around her. Cough, cough. Jiang Yu waved away the dust and stepped back. She then discovered an entrance to a cellar at the back of the kitchen. The cellar was engulfed in darkness, revealing only a staircase vanishing into the void. Grabbing a flashlight, she illuminated the winding staircase as she descended. However, upon entering, she realized it could not merely be described as a cellar. The underground space resembled a vast warehouse. It was extraordinarily spacious, matching the area of the surface above. For safety's sake, Jiang Yu first tested the storage capabilities of the space. After several attempts to retrieve and place items, she mastered the technique. She placed 2 ice creams in the surface and underground warehouse respectively. After several hours, she returned to the space and discovered the ice cream on the surface had completely melted into a puddle. In contrast, the ice cream in the underground warehouse remained unchanged, just as it had been when she first placed it there. This proved that the time flow above ground and in the underground warehouse was vastly different. Time flowed normally above, while it was nearly suspended below. What did this mean? As this realization struck her, Jiang Yu felt her breath quicken. This meant she could hoard supplies without worrying about expiration. She could even store prepared meals in the cellar, taking them out to eat whenever she wished. The space encompassed several hundred acres, with a transparent barrier at the edges resembling glass. She reached out and gently touched it. The barrier felt soft like jelly, yet was impenetrable. After spending about half an hour in the space, she began to feel dizzy and quickly exited. Through repeated experiments, Jiang Yu discovered that prolonged stays in the space were not advisable. However, the goldfish in the aquarium she had placed there continued to thrive. It seemed humans, as intelligent beings, could not remain in the space for long, while ordinary small animals could live there. With the realization that her aspiration of hoarding supplies for leisurely living in the space was dashed, Jiang Yu pondered her next steps. Now that she possessed the means, it was evident what she must do next: stockpile supplies. She took out a small notebook, jotting down all the items she needed to gather. Then, she opened her phone, researching and supplementing her list. Chapter 6. The proper use of recording what is of utmost importance in an apocalyptic scenario? Certainly, it is resources. However, beyond mere supplies, weaponry is also essential. In the early days of the apocalypse, humanity's greatest foe is not the undead, but rather its own kind. A person devoid of means of defense cannot hope to survive. Stockpile food first, then weapons. Both are equally vital. Jiang Yu meticulously records her inventory line by line in her notebook. First and foremost is food, various types of rice, flour, corn, starch, instant noodles, bread, and buns. Seasonings, oils, salt, sauces, and a plethora of bean pastes, soy sauces, sweet bean sauces, rice mix sauces, and lao gan ma. Chicken essence, monosodium glutamate, spices, chilies, and canned side dishes. High-calorie foods are indispensable for rapid recovery of stamina. Therefore, an assortment of chocolates, candies, and Snickers. Given the circumstances, snacks cannot be overlooked, including snail noodles, duck feet hot pot, spicy strips, pickled chicken feet, pig trotters, crispy noodles, cookies, cakes, and various carbonated beverages. Dieting? Forget it. High calories equate to high energy. Medicines are also a necessity. Post-apocalypse, pharmaceuticals will be in short supply, including various antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, hemostatics, and cold medications. Clothing for all seasons: shirts, socks, trousers, and footwear. especially winter clothing. While one can wear less in the heat, insufficient clothing in the cold can be fatal. Daily necessities such as toothbrushes, toothpaste, shampoo, body wash, soap, toilet paper, sanitary pads, and tampons. In the apocalypse, women face greater hardships than men, especially during their monthly cycle. The scent of blood could easily attract the undead, leaving little chance for escape. Thus, tampons are more practical than pads. During frantic escapes or vigorous movements, they are less prone to leakage with minimal scent. However, pads can serve as makeshift bandages, being waterproof and antibacterial. So a few should be kept as well. As for weapons, acquiring some potent melee arms is crucial, such as knives or bows and arrows. As for firearms, her current budget is limited and she lacks channels. That will have to wait. Now, with her uncle's family having moved out, she is left alone in the house. Jiang You retrieves a slice of unfinished cake from the refrigerator, devouring it while continuing to compile her list of necessary supplies. Occasionally, she browses the internet to refine her shopping list. The night passed without a hint of fatigue. By noon the next day, her uncle eagerly delivered 4 million in betrothal gifts along with a promissory note. The note stipulated that she had accepted the dowry from the Wang family and would need to return double the amount if she were to renege. Jiang You signed without a flicker of hesitation. Seeing her decisiveness, Li Tianming breathed a sigh of relief and promptly departed, his guilt nearly spilling over. Once Li Tianming was gone, Jiang You immediately contacted a real estate agent to sell her house. On a sweltering summer afternoon, when the sun was at its zenith, the streets were nearly deserted. Inside a real estate agency, several individuals clad in matching uniforms were comfortably chatting in the air-conditioned space. Jiang Yu pushed the door open, and the others, noticing a young girl had entered, showed little interest, continuing their conversations. One young man in his 20s quickly approached her. "Little girl, what sort of property are you looking for? Are you interested in buying or renting? We have a new apartment just 500 meters from the subway station. Perfect for young professionals." The agent assumed she was there to purchase a property. As a newcomer, he had been advised never to underestimate any customer, regardless of their attire or age. In this city, one might think a seemingly unassuming elderly gentleman is merely sweeping the streets, only to discover moments later he possesses a set of keys to collect rent. Conversely, someone dressed impeccably could be living paycheck to paycheck. "I am here to sell," Jiang Yu stated, presenting her pre-prepared property information. The agent's demeanor shifted immediately, flashing a smile. "Of course, I will ensure you receive a satisfactory price. Jean Garden, 3rd floor, 140 square meters with 4 rooms and 2 halls. Here are some photos and the layout. I am eager to sell and require full payment. The price can be set $30,000 below market value. If it involved a loan, the various procedures and bank approvals would take over a month, and by then, it would be too late." She preferred to sell for less. The agent cheerfully brought her a cup of chrysanthemum tea. "Please sit and enjoy your tea while I check the information database. I happen to have a few clients interested in properties nearby." Jean Garden is located in the city center. Although it is an older complex, it boasts ample space. The selling price for properties in this area typically ranges from $7 to $7.5 million. Just days ago, a similar property was successfully sold for $7,300,000, though it had superior renovations. To be frank, the condition of your property has aged considerably, and potential buyers would likely need to invest in renovations. Therefore, if you're in a hurry to sell and require full payment, the final price may indeed decrease by $100,000 or $200,000. However, selling a house is a significant matter. Would you not want to discuss it with your family? The agent inquired, eyeing the clearly under 20 girl with concern. Jiang Yu nodded. "I can make decisions. The property deed is in my name." The agent quickly contacted several clients to arrange viewings. That afternoon, the house was sold for $7 million, with full payment received. They agreed on a date for her to vacate the premises. Later that evening, as Li Yue concluded her class reunion and prepared to return home, she received a phone call. Her mother provided her with a new address, informing her that they had moved. Other details were not discussed over the phone. Li Yue assumed her family had purchased a new house, a radiant smile spreading across her face. Her boyfriend, Chun Lu, inquired curiously, "Yeah, why are you so happy? What's the occasion? Also, how about the marriage proposal I mentioned last time? Have you discussed it with your mom?" Li Yingyue smiled gently. My mom just called to say we moved. They must have bought a new house. This means convincing Jiang You to marry will likely succeed. Boss Wang is indeed wealthy. Turning to Chen Lu, she reassured him, do not worry. I am aware of your family situation. I am with you because of the kindness you show me. I am not materialistic. I know your family is not well off, and I will discuss this with my mom. They have at least several $100,000 in savings. I can contribute for the down payment and then take out a loan for renovations. Your mother's health issues are no concern. My mom is in good health. In the future, let us buy a house closer to my family. So my mom can help take care of your aunt since she has free time. My mom is an excellent cook. You will see. Chen Lu's eyes brightened, and he immediately expressed his remorse. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's all due to my family's poverty. But rest assured, I will work hard to buy you a villa, purchase you bags, and ensure you live a good life. However, I feel uneasy about your family buying the house. I wouldn't want my name on it. But if my name isn't on it, my mom will surely feel like a burden. What are you thinking? Since it's our house, of course. Both our names should be on it. Am I such a petty person? Yeah. You are truly wonderful. After parting with her boyfriend, Li Yingyue remained enveloped in the bliss of happiness. However, upon arriving at the address of their new home, she was utterly bewildered. She could hardly believe that this community, which appeared to be older than herself, was to be their new residence. Upon entering the house, her disappointment deepened. Although the home of Jiang You was somewhat outdated in terms of decor, it boasted ample space. In stark contrast, this diminutive and more dilapidated abode barely totaled 60 square meters. The despair intensified upon learning that her brother was in debt due to gambling, leaving the family finances entirely consumed by repayment, and that this place was merely a rental. Li Yingyue was pushed to the brink of despair. What on earth is happening? This tiny place is so cramped that a mere whisper could be heard by all. How am I supposed to live here? Moreover, I had promised Chen Lu that we would contribute to the down payment for our wedding house, and you've squandered all the money. How can we possibly get married now? What gives you the right to spend all the money on Li Haochen when I, as one of 3 children in this family, am entitled to 1/3 of the assets? Why should he be allowed to spend my money? Li Yingyue, shedding her previously gentle demeanor, erupted into a furious tirade. She flung open the door to the room that Gu Chunhua had designated for her and pointed inside. Mother, look at this room. There's barely space for a bed, let alone a wardrobe. How am I supposed to sleep here? She then gestured towards Li Haochen, who was huddled in the corner of the living room, battered and bandaged. Brother, if you can't repay your debts, why don't you just disappear? Why should I have to pay for your mistakes? With a sudden surge of anger, Li Tianming raised his hand and struck Li Yingyue sharply across the face. Look at yourself. How can you wish death upon your own brother? Li Yingyue sobbed uncontrollably, while Li Haochuan clamored for his own room, refusing to share with his brother. Li Tianming could only offer words of comfort. Rest assured, this is merely temporary. We are moving out. It's just a placater. Since Jiang Yu has already accepted the money, there is no turning back. She signed the agreement herself. It's a done deal. If she regrets it, Boss Wang will not let her off lightly. Tomorrow we can move back. That night, as Li Yingyue lay in bed, the musty odor of the room seeped into her consciousness, fueling her anger. Why was Jiang Yu forcing them out? She had lived in that house for over a decade. What justified their expulsion? Meanwhile, Gu Chunhua and Li Tianming engaged in a lengthy discussion throughout the night. They had already received the money and rescued their son. The relocation was merely a tactic to gain Jiang Yu's consent. They had only paid a month's rent. Now that Jiang Yu had accepted the betrothal gifts, there was no turning back. They were accustomed to living there. Why should they leave? It was utterly absurd to think that a mere girl believed they would not return. Later that evening, while organizing her vanity, Li Yingyue discovered that her bracelet was missing. Though it was unattractive and of poor quality, she had felt an inexplicable connection to it from the moment she first laid eyes on it. Desperate to possess it, she had asked her father for it. Although she had seldom worn it, she remembered placing it in its box prior to its sudden disappearance. Upon inquiring, she learned from Li Tianming that, in an effort to persuade Jiang Yu to agree to marriage, they had returned the bracelet to her, promising to buy Li Yingyue a gold bracelet in the future. Logically, Li Yingyue should have felt pleased, as a gold bracelet was far more valuable than that trinket. Yet, A sense of inexplicable loss filled her heart, as if she had forfeited something profoundly significant. The following morning, the entire family gathered at the doorstep, ready for a confrontation. Even before Jiang Yu's eyes had fully opened, she was greeted by the clamor outside. "Jiang You, I know you're in there. If you have the audacity to change the locks, then you can open the door too. Don't hide away. Come out if you dare. What have I done to deserve this?" I raised my niece with great effort, and now that she has grown wings, she immediately casts us out. "Oh, woe is me. Chunhua, stop it. Xiao Yu is not so heartless. She must have her reasons. What she said yesterday was surely in the heat of the moment. Father, even now, you still defend that ungrateful Jiang You." As soon as Jiang Yu opened the door, she was met with a chorus of lamentation and accusation. Just like before, Li Tianming played the role of the villain while the others took on the part of the victims. Neighbors gathered around, whispering to one another while some offered their condolences to good Chunhua. With arms crossed against the doorframe, Jiang Yu regarded Li Tianming with a questioning gaze. What is the meaning of this? Did you not take the money and move out? Is this some sort of trick? Li Haochen, bandaged and limping, glared at her with wrath. "You ungrateful wretch. You were only 4 or 5 when your parents died. It was my family that raised you with great hardship. Yet you dare to throw us out upon entering university. Do you have no conscience?" The neighbors began to murmur their disapproval of Jiang Yu's actions. "Jiang Yu, you are in the wrong here. While this house may belong to you, your uncle has raised you for over a decade. You cannot simply turn your back on them." "Exactly. You should never take in someone else's child. No matter how well you treat them, it's futile. As the saying goes, you can't expect a dog to guard your sheep." Li Tianming gazed at Jiang Yu with a bittersweet expression. "Xiao Yu, I'm truly sorry. It is your uncle's fault for failing to stop your aunt." He then sank to the ground, holding his head in despair. Li Tianming had always been a peacemaker, forever attempting to preserve goodwill. Jiang Yu surveyed the crowd, noting the judgmental glances cast her way by the neighbors. She had no time to deal with them. Yet this family had delivered themselves to her doorstep. While she had no desire to eliminate them so swiftly, which would undeniably complicate her life in these more peaceful times, venting her frustrations was certainly permissible. For years, Good Chunhua had boasted that they were the ones who raised Jiang Yu, and though Li Tianming had never explicitly acknowledged this, he always wore a pained expression when a matter arose. Over time, many had come to believe this narrative. She had refrained from confronting Li Tianming the previous day to secure the bracelet. Now, unburdened by those concerns, Jiang Yu was no longer willing to be a punching bag. "They raised me? What a laugh. They only took me in for 13 years. Does anyone even remember how they lived when they first moved in? They were so impoverished they barely had a few rags to their names. The younger ones were malnourished and frail, while the older ones toiled like refugees. And now look at them. 3 children, all well-fed, and a couple that exudes a sense of urban superiority. They probably don't even recall how they looked back then. If it weren't for me, would they be living so well?" Li Yingwei raised her hand, ready to strike. "What nonsense are you spouting, you ungrateful wretch?" Jiang Yu, quick to react, sidestepped her strike and retaliated with a flurry of slaps, delivering a series of well-placed blows to both sides of Li Yingwei's face, leaving her stunned and reeling. "Silence. You have no right to speak." Jiang Yu's voice was icy. "For all these years, this couple has never held a job, living off the fruits of my labor. Do you think the money they've been using came from thin air?" The neighbors cast puzzled glances at Li Tianming and Good Chunhua, who were both filled with dread. What did Jiang Yu mean by that? Did she somehow discover the truth about the compensation? Just as they prepared to intervene, it was too late. "I utilized my parents' compensation funds. My parents perished in a factory explosion, and the employer signed a compensation agreement. At that time, I was still young, and to prevent the potential calamity of receiving a substantial sum all at once, it was arranged that I would receive 30,000 yuan monthly until I turned 18. Over the years, they have lived off my parents' compensation, occupied my family's residence, and squandered our resources, all while deceitfully claiming to have raised me. This family is the true embodiment of parasites. Shameless scum. Jiang Yu, you are spouting nonsense." Good Chunhua, with reddened eyes, rushed forward, ready to tear her apart. Jiang Yu raised her hand and delivered 2 resounding slaps, asserting, "You know very well whether you're speaking the truth." Li Haochen also lunged forward, intending to retaliate. But Jiang You swiftly kicked and shattered his cast. Cracka! My hand! The cast on Li Haochen's arm shattered, revealing a grotesquely bent bone, clearly indicating another fracture. Li Haochuan spat at her. You wicked person, a ingrate, living off others. My mother was right. You are nothing but a beggar. Jiang Yu had yet to lower her hand when Li Tianming immediately pulled Li Haochuan back, hastily covering his mouth. The neighbors, engrossed in the spectacle, showed no signs of leaving, with one elderly woman even returning from her home with a bag of sunflower seeds. It's rather hot. Perhaps everyone should return indoors to enjoy the air conditioning, Jiang Yu suggested, swiftly seizing the disoriented Li Yingyue, who had endured numerous slaps, and flinging her inside the house. She then turned to the others. What? Do you still wish for me to continue speaking at the doorway? The remaining witnesses, each wearing varied expressions, entered the house. Li Tianming and Gu Chunhua exchanged knowing glances, silently comprehending one another's intentions. With so many onlookers, they hesitated to act, but since Jiang Yu had invited them in, they would not hold back any longer. They numbered 5, excluding the injured Li Haochen and the younger Li Haochuan. There were still 3 adults. And Jiang Yu was merely a young girl. 3 against 1. Since she had invited her own demise, once the door was shut, they had myriad methods to deal with her. It seemed they had previously treated her too well, leading her to believe she could change anything on her own. Such navet. At this juncture, Li Tianming ceased his pretenses, his face cold as he walked last, and tenderly closed the door, locking it. The family of 5 then cast ominous gazes at Jiang Yu, preparing to use force to compel her to let them reside with her. In these times, it was far too easy to deal with a young girl. Li Tianming, shedding his earlier amiability, spoke with a frigid demeanor. Jiang Yu, even if we use your parents' compensation funds, we have, to some extent, cared for you over the years. Otherwise, as a young girl living alone, you would know how perilous life could be. At this juncture, as your uncle, I do not wish to hold past grievances against you. What has transpired has passed. You merely need to apologize for your wrongdoings, and we can remain a family. At that moment, Li Yingyue had regained her composure, her cheeks swollen, blood dripping from beneath her nose, rendering her appearance somewhat disheveled. She glared viciously at Jiang Yu. That bracelet has belonged to me for many years. It is mine. Return it to me. You wretched thief. How dare you take my belongings? Why didn't you perish alongside your parents in that explosion? Jiang Yu swiftly retaliated with a kick that sent her crashing to the ground. I have tread upon this earth for over a decade and dare not claim it as my own. How can you declare a bracelet yours simply because you've worn it for a few years? How shameless. Do you believe that just because it clings to you, it belongs to you? Before Li Yingyue could retort, Jiang Yu struck her with a precise chop to the back of her neck. Li Tianming charged at her, but Jiang Yu countered with several swift slaps, seizing a nearby vase and swinging it toward his head, smashing it down upon him. Blood gushed from Li Tianming's head as darkness engulfed him, and he collapsed. Ah, I will kill you. Gu Chunhua screamed, but Jiang Yu, her expression impassive, grabbed another bottle and raised it to strike. Clatter! Gu Chunhua fell to the ground. As the 3 lay unconscious, Li Haochen stared at Jiang Yu in terror. You, don't come any closer. He turned to flee, abandoning his brother. Yet upon reaching the door, he discovered it had been locked unbeknownst to him. Jiang Yu, that treacherous fiend, had indeed locked the door. Was this her intent, to keep him confined? Jiang Yu seized a frying pan and struck it down forcefully. Clatter! Now, it's just you left. Jiang Yu grinned, revealing her white teeth, her smile somewhat deranged as she gazed at the lone, remaining Li Haochuan. You heartless wretch, you cannot strike me. My mother will kill you. Indeed, being heartless is precisely the reason I should indulge in some fresh heart and lungs. I have heard that a child's heart is the tenderest. Ah! Li Haochuan's eyes rolled back as he wet himself, a pungent odor filling the air, and he fainted from fear. Jiang Yu approached the window and glanced down. A pristine white car was parked neatly beneath the streetlight. She bound the others with rope, stuffing several light bulbs into their mouths, then filled a snakeskin bag with their forms, adding clothing and various ceramic dishes and utensils to obscure any semblance of human shape, making the bag bulge. Next, She found the car keys on Li Tianming's person. Subsequently, she dialed a number for 2 local movers. Hello, I require assistance in moving some items to the car. Yes, fragile items. The vehicle is downstairs. I need 2 people, all right. The address is... Jiang You utilized a mop from the restroom to clean the floor. A few minutes later, the moving helpers arrived, a young man and woman. They glanced at the large snakeskin bags on the floor, each seizing one end to lift. The sound of ceramic clattering echoed from within. The man, initially wearing a relaxed expression, grimaced as he gritted his teeth to hoist the bag. Hey, little sister, your bag is quite heavy. By the sound, it seems you've packed pots and dishes inside. The woman rolled her eyes at him. What do you know? This is called living. If we don't move it now, we'll have to spend money to buy new ones at the new place. I regretted not taking a few clay pots during our last move. Jiang You chuckled. One must save where one can and spend where necessary. As they carried the items downstairs, a neighborly aunt opened her door, munching on sunflower seeds. Jiang You, what are you doing? Jiang You lowered her head, her voice laced with feigned despondency. My uncle and the others said my cousin is getting married, and I must move out. The ant spat out a seed shell onto the ground. I told you, you can't compete with them. It's truly pitiful. While she spoke words of sympathy, her eyes glimmered with schadenfreude. Jiang You did not engage her in debate. Disheartened, she led the movers away. She opened the trunk of the car, folding down the back seat, and instructed the 2 to load all the bags inside. A total of 5 bags, 4 large and 1 small, filled the car to the brim. She then drove to a desolate, half-finished building site nestled in the mountains. This location was remote, situated in the far outskirts. It had once been intended for a high-end villa community, but construction had ceased years prior, leaving it abandoned. Jiang You navigated through overgrown grass taller than herself, driving her car deep into the site. The ground of the unfinished building was uneven, and amidst the jolting of the vehicle, several individuals in the bags stirred awake. The snakeskin bags contorted constantly as the occupants struggled within. Jiang You glanced at the rearview mirror, maintaining her composure as she continued to drive deeper inside. Upon awakening, Li Tianming was horrified to discover that he was bound. Something was stuffed in his mouth, rendering him utterly voiceless. Surrounding him was an impenetrable darkness. Was he truly confined within a bag? As the vehicle swayed, countless bizarre murder cases from legal dramas flooded his mind. He struggled incessantly, emitting muffled cries for help. Ugh, ugh. It was evident that there were others similarly bound nearby, their whimpers resonating in the gloom. How had he ended up here? Jiang You. Yes, she was the last person he had seen before losing consciousness. This wretched girl, what was she planning? Was it to commit murder to eliminate witnesses? Surely, she intended to sell them abroad for their organs. At his age, with no computer skills and of no value, he could only be reduced to a mere organ donor. Frantic, Li Tianming fought against his restraints until suddenly, the jostling came to an abrupt halt. Bang! The sound of a car door slamming shut echoed. Almost immediately, another door opened, followed by the sound of footsteps. Jiang You began unfastening the seals of the snakeskin bags one by one. Still not coming out? I know you're all awake, so do make your exit. The bag containing Li Tianming was the first to be unsealed. Soon after, the others followed suit. The contents of the bags spilling out, with some bowls and dishes shattering into fragments. Stumbling out of the vehicle, they found their arms bound behind them and their mouths stuffed, severely hampering their movements. Upon seeing Jiang You, the facade of gentle simplicity that Li Tianming usually wore vanished, replaced by a terrifying scowl. Li Yue glared at Jiang You with venom, her cheeks bulging, unable to articulate a single word. The group exchanged glances, each mouth stuffed with a bulb, their lips stretched to the extreme. Before they could regain their balance, Jiang You gleefully produced a stick from behind her. Dear uncle and aunt, weren't you quite the talkative ones? Why the silence now? She approached, and in the horror-stricken gaze of the others, struck Li Tianming squarely on the mouth with the stick. The bulb in his mouth shattered, leaving him with shards of glass, nearly choking him to death. The sharp fragments lodged painfully in his mouth, and Li Tianming, unable to move his tongue, could only scream in agony. Witnessing the brutal scene before them, the others instinctively recoiled. But before they could escape, Jiang You swung her stick, delivering a blow to each of them, demonstrating a sense of twisted fairness. Bloodied and terrified, they looked at Jiang You, desperate to flee, yet their bound hands rendered them immobile, for even the slightest movement would invite another strike. The youngest of them, Li Haoshuan, had just regained consciousness. Struggling to crawl out of the vehicle, he fainted again upon witnessing the horrifying spectacle. Jiang Yu squatted before Li Tianming. "Dear uncle, do you know, I once truly believed in you. We are family. After all, you are the best uncle in the world to me. But now, I feel we are more like true kin, sharing a lineage of ruthlessness. Wouldn't you agree? Do not tremble, do not fear. I have no intention of killing you. I merely seek to vent my frustrations. After all, if you were to die, the first suspect would be me." Li Tianming glared at her, blood streaming from the corners of his mouth, his tongue pierced by the glass, unable to utter a single word. The pain was excruciating with every move. The shards of the bulb were thin and sharp, embedding painfully into his flesh. How could this wretched girl conceive such a malicious plan? He looked at Jiang Yu in terror, feeling a sudden warmth spreading down his legs as his pants became soiled. "Uncle, why don't you all just wake up and think clearly? As for the car, I shall simply drive away. You can take a taxi back. It's a quick descent. If that fails, you still have your phones. Oh, and should you wish to report me, I will fully cooperate. However, if I find myself imprisoned, it will be you who suffers first." Wang's money is not easily obtained. The choice lay before them. Either they would perish together, or she would be allowed her reprieve, ensuring everyone's safety. After all, should she marry into the Wang family, there would inevitably be times when assistance is required. At that juncture, perhaps her uncle and the others might soar to new heights as well. Li Qianming's eyelids twitched, his expression growing more sinister. Jiang Yu, seeing through him, reached into his pocket and produced a phone, opening it to reveal a recording. "Uncle, you are ever the cautious one. No matter, keep the recording. You may use it to blackmail me later. After all, I shall soon be the daughter-in-law of the Wang family, and while I may lack in many areas, money will not be one of them. Ha ha ha. Uncle, I await your blackmail. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. You are a wise man. You know how to maximize this recording's value, don't you?" As she triumphantly held the car keys, striding away with an air of superiority, the others could only glare at her with a rage that wished for her to suffer 1,000 tortures. In the hospital, the group finally managed to expel the glass shards from their mouths and emerged. "Father, that wretched girl has truly lost her mind. We must report her," Li Haoyan exclaimed indignantly. "What she did to us is a crime. Yes, let us not let her go unpunished. If she has a criminal record, how will she ever attend university?" Li Yingyue and Gu Chunwan nodded in agreement. "To hell with the police," Li Tianming bellowed. But his agitation only made the taste of blood return to his mouth. He glared at his children, exasperated. "Fools! If we report her, how will Wang's son marry in a month? Not to mention the dowry of 2 million we accepted. How will we repay that? The Wang family is not to be trifled with. If we owe them, it's not just our limbs that will be at stake, but our very lives." The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. That vile girl had seen this weakness and dared to treat them so. Damn it, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. But she has a point. If we jeopardize Wang's affairs, none of us will have it easy. Li Tianming's eyes reddened with fury. He had been careless. He shouldn't have given Jiang Yu the money and promised to move out. She must have plotted this from the beginning. Yet, despite her arrogance, she was clearly afraid of imprisonment. As she hadn't even deleted the recording, she feared he would report her. She was right. Once she married into the Wang family, he could leverage that recording to secure a comfortable life for their family. Thus, he would endure the beating, his lips split and bleeding. Li Yingyue, her eyes red, felt a sense of injustice. Li Tianming shot her a glare. "Do you want to report her now to vent your anger? Or would you prefer to keep her around and perhaps use the recording to demand a wedding house from her? The Wang family has plenty of money." Li Yingyue thought of how she and her boyfriend had no home to call their own and, in the name of love, had to endure the pain in her mouth. "Then I want a large apartment. It must be no less than 180 square meters." The others fell silent, choosing to endure in the face of greater interests. Jiang Yu had seen through Li Tianming, allowing him to record their conversations. letting him believe he held evidence that could control her for a lifetime. These individuals cannot perish just yet. Should Li Tianming's entire family meet their demise, she, as the sole survivor, would undoubtedly become the focal point of scrutiny, which would severely hinder her forthcoming stockpiling plans. Meanwhile, Li Tianming, covering his mouth, experienced for the first time the bitter truth of being a mute suffering in silence. He had even devised a strategy to leverage this recording for his own advancement. However, unbeknownst to them, they would never reach the day when they could extort wealth using this audio. In that eventuality, this recording would serve no purpose other than to entertain the ears of the undead. Chapter 7. Stockpiling supplies. By the time Jiang You returned to the neighborhood, the news of her eviction had already spread throughout the community. A group of elderly men and women lounging under the trees observed her entrance with a mixture of sympathy and schadenfreude, their whispers growing louder as she walked past. Ignoring their scrutinizing gazes, Jiang You ascended the stairs, packed her personal belongings into her storage space, and prepared to relocate. The onset of the apocalypse was heralded by torrential downpour. An unprecedented deluge raged across the nation for 3 days and nights, submerging many areas of a city below the 5th or 6th floor. While she remained unaware of the conditions in other cities, her knowledge was limited to the news and online reports during that time. The low-lying rural villages surrounding a city were also inundated. However, residing at a higher elevation did not guarantee safety. Landslides and mudslides became rampant within days. Thus, when seeking accommodation, she avoided lower floors, mindful that zombies could easily ascend, as could other individuals. She rented a modest one-bedroom apartment on the 23rd floor of an elevator building. With the power grid incapacitated in the post-apocalyptic world, the higher the floor, the fewer inhabitants, and, consequently, fewer zombies. She harbored no aversion to height or climbing stairs, having lived in tall buildings before. In those desolate urban landscapes, one could never predict where danger lurked, whether from treacherous humans or the undead. Therefore, during her nightly excursions for supplies, she consistently chose upper levels, ascending to heights that most would find daunting, ensuring her safety. Having resolved her housing situation, her next task was procurement. The $4 million generously sponsored by Boss Wong, combined with the $7 million from selling her house, totaled $11 million. Although there was a large supermarket downstairs, stockpiling necessitated purchasing the most goods for the least money. Prioritizing practicality. Supermarket prices exceeded those at wholesale markets, and attracting attention was unwise. Only a fool would stockpile in such a place. Jiang You proceeded directly to a city's largest wholesale market. Being a local, she was familiar with most routes, and, en route to the market, she rented a warehouse to serve as her supply transfer hub. The minimum rental period for a warehouse was 3 months, so she secured a 3-month lease. The wholesale market was vast, offering grains, oils, daily condiments, and a plethora of fresh produce. The oppressive heat distorted the air under the scorching sun. Within the market, a grain shop owner in a sleeveless shirt relaxed in the air conditioning while sipping oolong tea. He glanced up to see a young girl parting the air conditioning curtain and entering. "What can I help you with, young lady?" he asked lazily, noting her unfamiliarity. Her attire suggested she did not come from wealth, making her an unlikely customer. "If you're only buying a little, our prices are the same as retail outside." Having encountered numerous customers seeking wholesale prices for a mere bag of rice, the owner preemptively warned her. "I understand," Jiang You nodded, scrutinizing the various rice types. She selected neither the most expensive nor the cheapest options, ultimately settling on several varieties priced between $2.80 and $3.50 per kilogram. "I'll take 50,000 kilograms of each of these rice types, 5,000 kilograms of corn, and 5,000 kilograms of assorted grains." She indicated the items in the store. With each item she pointed out, the owner's smile grew warmer. Yet he remained skeptical that this young girl was not a distraction sent by someone else. "Young lady, ordering such a large quantity is no trifling matter. We require a 50% deposit for bulk purchases. Are you prepared to pay the deposit?" After settling half the deposit, she instructed the owner to deliver the goods to the warehouse address. Next, she ordered 500 barrels of peanut oil, 500 barrels of rapeseed oil, 100 barrels of sesame oil, and various other cooking oils. She also purchased seeds for grains like wheat, rice, corn, sorghum, barley, and millet, along with fruit saplings, vegetable seeds, and seasoning seeds. Meat was not overlooked either. She ordered pork, chicken, duck, beef, and lamb, along with prepared delicacies such as chicken feet, duck feet, pig trotters, beef, pig head meat, duck necks, and marinated chicken. Additionally, she acquired 1,000 boxes of toilet paper, 100 boxes of tampons, and 100 boxes of sanitary pads. Every essential daily item was procured in bulk, 100 boxes each of shampoo, body wash, and soap. Noodles of various types, eggs, sweet potato flour, pea flour, and different kinds of vermicelli were added to her cart. She stocked up on milk, compressed biscuits, nuts, snacks, instant noodles, and high-proof liquor. Furthermore, she acquired livestock, including various breeds of chicks, ducklings, goslings, small fish, shrimp, calves, and lambs. In total, Jiang You spent over $5 million at the wholesale market, amassing an extensive collection of food, even purchasing over 1,000 barrels of bottled water. With the food secured, her stockpiling efforts continued, this time focusing on energy supplies, lighters, magnifying glasses, batteries, solar panels, natural gas canisters, candles, kerosene, charcoal, generators, and power banks. Next came protective gear, utility knives, Nepalese army knives, saws, military shovels, hammocks, sleeping bags, goggles, breathing masks, diving masks, watches, and compasses. After completing these purchases, she visited a pharmacy to stock up on cold medicine, masks, anti-inflammatory drugs, bandages, painkillers, various vitamins, antibiotics, Huishang Zhengqi liquid, and mosquito repellent. Finally, clothing and footwear were the last items on her list, prioritized for quality over brand, focusing solely on practicality. She purchased cotton jackets, down coats, windbreakers, rain boots, and gloves. Additionally, she acquired a significant quantity of nitrate for ice making, as the oppressive heat of the apocalypse was equally daunting. During these days of hoarding supplies, she discovered delightful local eateries with excellent reputations and promptly reserved hundreds of tables. These small establishments offered great taste at a low cost, emphasizing economic value. With limited funds, she refrained from considering larger restaurants, ultimately making over 1,000 reservations, ensuring she could indulge to her heart's content. She also gathered various street foods, purchasing hundreds of portions of each delicacy daily, cognizant that such treats would soon be scarce. One early morning, Jiang You navigated the bustling snack street, savoring the food in hand. Balancing a bowl of 3-flavor tofu skin in her left hand, her fingers held stinky tofu, spicy potato sticks, candied fruit, grilled sweet potato skins, grilled gluten, and bubble tea. Her right hand wielded chopsticks to deliver morsels to her mouth. The locals were accustomed to this way of life. Unlike in other places where breakfast required sitting down, residents here could effortlessly eat a bowl of soup noodles while walking, all without spilling a drop. Such a skill could only be honed through years of practice. After finishing her breakfast, she entered a chicken restaurant. Upon seeing her, the staff greeted her with familiarity. "You're back to place another order for the company? You've been ordering for several days now. Don't your employees ever tire of it?" Jiang You waved her hand dismissively. "Our company has many employees. One department's order takes at least half a month. Today, just send me 500 family buckets, along with 500 servings of various fried chicken and drinks, to the previous address." It was only after diving into these purchases that Jiang You realized the enormity of her preparations. The cash in her hands flowed like water, swiftly diminishing. 10 million in just 4 days, and over 9 million has already been spent. For anything purchased in bulk, she had it delivered to the warehouse. She employed a few individuals to assist with receiving goods during the day, while she continued her shopping spree. 3 warehouses could be filled to capacity in a single day. When evening fell and the workers departed, Jiang Yu would arrive at the warehouse, close the door, and begin to transfer the goods into her spatial storage. Anything she touched would vanish instantaneously, stacking itself neatly within her spatial warehouse. Each night, after securing the doors, she would conduct a routine inspection for any concealed cameras before proceeding to store her items. After all, with so many people moving goods in and out during the day, one had to remain vigilant against potential tampering. Reflecting on her past life, when hunger drove her to gnaw on tree bark, she could hardly suppress her delight at the sight of her spatial warehouse overflowing with provisions. One abundance of resources, far more than she could possibly consume. With her collection nearly complete, and with just over 1 million remaining, Jiang You decided to invest the majority of her remaining funds in weaponry, aside from a few snacks. At Qingyang Street, in a curated antique shop, Jiang You found herself caressing a hideously rusty machete, completely blackened and marked with unsightly bumps. This weapon had been her salvation in her previous life. Without it, she would have perished countless times. The price was fixed at 150,000, not a penny less. A young man in a white t-shirt adjusted his glasses and began to extol the virtues of the weapon, claiming it had been passed down through generations in his family. Despite its unappealing appearance, he insisted it was a genuine antique, and, if not for its dismal look, it would have surely been snatched up long ago. The machete had languished in the shop for many years without a buyer, as his father had always maintained that antiques should never be sold for a pittance. Jiang You smiled gently, assuring him she had no intention of negotiating the price, as she was determined to acquire the machete. However, she inquired if he could recommend a store that customizes weapons, not mere decorative pieces, but those with real lethality. The young man eyed her skeptically, questioning why a young girl would be interested in such things. He lamented the current climate, where few dared to craft lethal weapons for fear of dire consequences. He dismissively waved her off, stating he had no knowledge in that area. After completing her purchase, Jiang Yu discreetly slipped him an additional 1,000 yuan. The funds were promptly received, and the young man's demeanor softened significantly upon seeing her warm smile. He quickly changed his tone, exclaiming that she had an excellent eye and had indeed come to the right person. He mentioned a friend who specialized in such business and offered to provide her with his contact information. With a friendly demeanor, he shared his WeChat details and the address, ensuring her that her money was well spent, given the challenges of operating in such a tightly regulated environment. Jiang Yu understood the nuances of this niche business, where sellers struggled to find buyers and vice versa. Thus, intermediaries like him were essential. With a grateful smile, she thanked him and proceeded to locate the weapons shop as per the address provided. This particular shop was also on Qingyang Street, situated at an inconspicuous corner, masquerading as a store of handcrafted art. The proprietor was a burly middle-aged man with a thick beard and a rugged appearance. He scrutinized Jiang Yu from head to toe and asked, "Are you the young lady that Hua mentioned?" Hua. Chapter 8. The Silent Weapons. Bows and crossbows. Jiang Yu's lips twitched slightly. That man in the white shirt had the audacity to be called Hua. However, it was evidently not the time to dwell on such matters. She nodded and readily stated, "Yes, it's me. I've heard from Brother Hua that you can customize some special weapons here." Li Chong raised an eyebrow slightly. "Do you have the funds?" "The goods are available, but they do not come cheaply. I would like to see some samples first. Surely you have made some for others?" "Ah, the little girl is quite prudent." Li Chong chuckled, gesturing for Jiang Yu to follow him. He then turned and entered the shop, leading her into a small room. The room was adorned with various weapons, including swords, spears, and modernized armaments. Li Chong laughed. "These are merely for show, pretty to look at, but not practical. They might suffice for slicing fruits and vegetables, but in genuine combat, they are utterly useless." He activated a switch on a display case, revealing a hidden entrance. "Please, come in," Li Chong said with a smirk. "Young lady, have you ever watched a crime movie? This secret chamber looks like a cage, doesn't it? Standing in the dim light." His smile took on a rather sinister quality. Jiang Yu glanced around before finding the switch to turn all lights. As illumination flooded the room, the eerie feeling dissipated, and Li Chong's beard-stubbled face broke into an awkward smile. "Heh, I was just making a little joke. Don't you find it amusing?" "Unexpectedly. You possess quite the sense of humor," Jiang Yu replied politely with a nod. "Indeed, I do have a touch of humor in me," he said proudly, laughing as he stepped into the secret chamber. Jiang Yu followed closely behind, and upon entering, her eyes fell upon meticulously arranged crossbows and a variety of swords, both long and short. It was evident that these were unlike the decorative items outside, gleaming with a menacing allure. The outside showcased artistry, while the inside held true weaponry. Jiang Yu's focus was on the crossbows, as they offered distinct advantages for stealth and ambush, unlike the noise of firearms. Moreover, these cold weapons were easier to replicate. Among the diverse array of crossbows, she ultimately selected a modified version of the Great Yellow Crossbow. Noticing her interest in the Great Yellow Crossbow, Li Chong explained this crossbow, also known as the yellow shoulder crossbow, dates back to the Han Dynasty. It possesses formidable lethality and an impressive range. Only those with considerable strength can wield it effectively. Originally, its range was around 400 meters, but I have combined the advantages of the Great Yellow Crossbow and the Divine Arm Crossbow, refining its design. After modification, this version is smaller and lighter, boasting a range of approximately 600 meters. It can also load 10 bolts for rapid fire. Tell me, isn't that impressive? Although this modified Great Yellow Crossbow is bulkier compared to a handgun, its power is nothing to scoff at. Li Chong excitedly showcased his creation. However, as he observed the slender Jiang You, disappointment flickered across his face. Nonetheless, the Great Yellow Crossbow is quite demanding in terms of strength. Young lady, I believe you should consider a more lightweight option. He picked up a smaller, elegantly designed wrist crossbow. This one is much more suitable for a girl. Look, it's petite, and I've even painted it pink. Isn't it lovely? Jiang You frowned, disdainfully eyeing the pink wrist crossbow and pointedly indicating the Great Yellow Crossbow. I want this one. Seeing her persistence, Li Chong retrieved a thick wooden stump from the corner, raising an eyebrow. If you doubt its suitability, why not give it a try and see if you can handle it? He did not mean to belittle her. Even he found the Great Yellow Crossbow challenging to use. After all, she was a thin girl. These young ladies nowadays probably eat nothing but vegetables to stay slim, looking as if they suffer from malnutrition. Once she tries the Great Yellow Crossbow, she will surely give up. It is meant for real men. Li Chong secretly anticipated watching this overconfident girl falter. However, before he could enjoy the spectacle, Jiang You swiftly grasped a nearby small crossbow, aimed at a target, and released a bolt. Whoosh! The bolt penetrated the wooden stump, firmly embedding itself in the wall behind, buzzing ominously. As Li Chong's astonished expression began to form, she swiftly fired 2 more bolts in quick succession. Thud! The subsequent bolts also struck the wall with precision. Li Chong approached, his pupils narrowing in disbelief. Each of these bolts had impaled a cockroach, and if he recalled correctly, the girl had aimed and shot without even a moment's hesitation, as if it were second nature. Though she was not using the Great Yellow Crossbow, her accuracy was simply unparalleled. Such precision and skill were rare, even in his experience with elite members of Special Forces. Yet here was a girl, no older than 18 or 19. Had she been practicing archery since birth? After witnessing Jiang Yu's prowess, Li Chong quickly suppressed his earlier disdain, staring in shock at the seemingly adolescent girl. At this age, she must have just finished her college entrance exams, right? Are today's youths really this formidable? Jiang Yu replied nonchalantly, skills can be trained and strength can be developed. Just because I cannot wield the Great Yellow Crossbow now doesn't mean I won't be able to in the future. Simply put, if I pay, will you sell it? If not, I will seek elsewhere. I refuse to believe that with money in hand, I cannot find a willing seller. Though she appeared somewhat frail and her strength had yet to be cultivated, with consistent training, she could undoubtedly master the Great Yellow Crossbow. Li Chong quickly masked his astonishment, shaking his head and feigning regret. I never expected my little Zhongxiang, whom I've raised for 8 years, would meet his end at your hands. Alas, but a swift demise is better than suffering. He exaggerated a sigh. Of course, I will sell it. The customer is always my priority. Jiang Yu's lips curled into a satisfied smile at the performance of the crossbow, and she ordered 2 of the smaller models as well. Her gaze then fell upon the arrows. After testing several bows, she finally selected one that suited her perfectly. What are the prices for the crossbows and arrows I just tried? The crossbow is 20,000, and each arrow is 25, Li Chong responded. Jiang Yu's brow furrowed slightly. I'm not the type to purchase merely 1 or 2. I require 50 crossbows and 50 arrows, along with some additional bolts. Therefore, I believe you could adjust your pricing. She had over 1 million in her possession, but based on Li Chong's quoted prices, it was evidently insufficient. However, she had previously explored online stores and other shops. Though those places offered lower prices, the quality paled in comparison to the weapons in Li Chong's possession. Both crossbows and bows possess a finite lifespan. Incessant repairs yield little significance. Thus, one cannot merely purchase a handful. Naturally, acquiring excessive quantity serves no purpose either. As the mutated flora and fauna evolve in the aftermath of the apocalypse, weapons forged from these advanced materials will undoubtedly exhibit enhanced strength and range, rendering them superior within a mere 2 years. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's request for 50 crossbows and 50 arrows, Li Chang's demeanor instantly shifted to one of solemnity. "Are you serious? This is no jest." Jiang Yu shook her head, responding, "I lack the humor bacteria. I do not jest." Li Chang promptly retrieved his calculator, his fingers dancing across the keys. A few moments later, his expression morphed into one of dismay. 15,000 for the crossbows and 20 for each arrow. Upon hearing such prices, Jiang Yu feigned to depart. Li Chang intercepted her, insisting, "In business, one often sets exorbitant prices only to negotiate down. If you simply turn to leave, where's your sincerity? State a price, and who knows, I might just agree." In an era dominated by firearms, the market for finely crafted melee weapons is severely constrained, particularly with stringent regulations in place. Who would purchase such items for their home? Aside from a select few enthusiasts, Li Chang's business could be described as desolate. Unlike Xiaohua, who could afford to let her antique dealings lie dormant for half a year, Li Chang relied on his craftsmanship for sustenance. Were it not for his passion for such creations, he would have long abandoned his trade. Currently, he was burdened with several months' worth of overdue rent, and the arrival of a significant client left him somewhat disoriented. He acknowledged that perhaps his pricing was a tad excessive. Yet, Jiang Yu's propensity to walk away was disconcerting. At least offer counter. While her request was substantial, he had numerous competitors capable of fulfilling the order. As long as the payment was secured, additional goods could be produced without delay. Jiang Yu recalled Gu Chanhua haggling for clothes at the market. Remembering the golden rule of negotiation, have the price or cut it in two. After a moment's hesitation, she proposed 10,000 for the crossbows and 10 for each arrow. Would this be too harsh a bargain? In this day and age, skilled artisans capable of crafting exquisite melee weapons were scarce, and she sought alternative avenues. Before she could raise her offer, Li Chang nodded without hesitation. No problem. His prompt acceptance left Jiang Yu with an inexplicable sense of frustration. Had he hesitated for even a few seconds, her regret would have been less profound. Jiang Yu thought to herself, "Darn it, I offered too high a price." To which Li Chang responded, "Fortunately, I still have some profit to make." Chapter 9. Heat warning at last. 50 powerful crossbows and 50 bows were custom-made, along with 20,000 arrows. A deposit of half was paid, with the remaining balance due a week later. Zombies are creatures with acute hearing, and sound serves as their natural navigation. Thus, the quieter the weapon, the better. These crossbows are not mere decorative toys with good accuracy. One arrow can easily fell a foe. The key advantage is their lack of the loud commotion typically associated with firearms, making them accessible for purchase, a true necessity for home and travel. However, after paying the deposit, Jiang Yu found herself in deep contemplation, staring at the few tens of thousands of yuan remaining in her hands. Bullets were in short supply. That evening, Jiang Yu slaughtered several chickens and soaked the rusty black machete in their blood. In her previous life, she had fled from zombies into an abandoned antique shop, where all usable weapons had been taken. Not even a kitchen knife remained. Only this gnarled machete, resembling a stick encrusted with barnacles, was left behind. With no other options, she took it, and later, as it tasted blood, it underwent a metamorphosis, shedding its barnacle-like protrusions to reveal a gleaming silver blade capable of slicing through iron like mud. Before her powers awakened, she had survived solely by wielding this weapon. That night, Jiang Yu scoured various online lending platforms: Happy Loan, Casual Loan, Daily Loan. Even the unscrupulous ones that offered loans of 10,000 with actual amounts received under 5,000 after fees were not overlooked. In short, she borrowed from any source available. Ultimately, she contacted several local usury companies and secured a hefty sum of over 700,000 yuan. A week later, Jiang Yu met Li Chang once more. After inspecting the quality of her custom crossbows and arrows, she promptly settled the remaining balance. With only 2 days left until the apocalypse, she had spent every available yuan and collected all her goods. Jiang Yu now had a mere 200 yuan left in her pocket and decided to visit a supermarket. At 4 in the afternoon, The sun blazed fiercely in the sky. As soon as Jiang You stepped out of the air-conditioned room, she was met with a wave of heat, akin to entering a steamer. Within 5 minutes of stepping outside, her clothes were drenched in sweat. A large shopping mall was located just a few hundred meters away, with a supermarket on the lower floor. Jiang You hurriedly made her way there, shielding herself under an umbrella. Along the way, the greenery lining the roads had turned yellow from the scorching sun, and the once lush trees drooped lifelessly on either side. The grass lawns were no better, a sea of desiccation. Some flower beds had even succumbed to the relentless heat, their blooms now withered. Upon entering the supermarket, she heard a group of women lamenting. This dreadful weather is unbearable. Indeed, the daytime temperature had soared to 45 degrees. Last night, we lost power in our neighborhood. The air conditioning was out, and it was so hot, I felt like I was melting. Another chimed in, my nephew in the countryside planted dozens of acres of cabbage. But the heat in the greenhouse ruined them all. Yet another added, my cousin who raises fish has several large ponds, and all the fish are floating belly up. It's heartbreaking. This summer had been dubbed the hottest on record by experts, with heat warnings issued nationwide. Construction on all ongoing buildings had come to a halt. After all, working in such extreme temperatures could be lethal. The streets were nearly deserted, with only a few pedestrians hurrying along, heads bowed, or fully equipped with sun hats, sunglasses, and protective clothing. Such was their attire that even couples meeting on the street might fail to recognize one another. Jiang You meandered aimlessly through the supermarket, not with the intent to purchase anything, but rather to relish the bustling atmosphere one last time. The prices of meat had surged dramatically, as many farms faced outbreaks of infectious diseases due to the heat, leading to widespread losses. Pork, which was usually 9 yuan per gene, had skyrocketed to 38. Beef had soared to over 80. Vegetable prices were equally alarming. Cabbage that typically cost 50 cents per gene was now 8 yuan, and watermelons were 7 yuan per gene. Tomatoes 8, garlic shoots 35, and bananas 10 yuan per gene. Complaints echoed throughout the aisles, with shoppers grumbling about the rising costs and stagnant wages. The women buying vegetables wished they could peel the greens down to the core before weighing them, and those purchasing bananas lamented the thickness of their skins. Jiang You placed snacks in her shopping cart while furrowing her brow. In her previous life, the sudden onset of the apocalypse, coupled with her immersion in studies and work, meant she had scarcely noticed the world's peculiarities. However, in this second chance at life, she observed closely and recognized that the signs of impending doom had long been evident. The widespread death of crops and livestock, alongside the relentless heat, hinted at something ominous. Did those in power truly remain oblivious to the signs? Ah, Jiang You, what a coincidence to see you here. A bright voice interrupted her thoughts. She looked up to see a short-haired girl speaking, accompanied by 2 boys and another girl, students, by their appearance. Jiang You recognized her. Li Wei had been a nightmare from her school days. Even the incident at the chemical plant involving Chun Run had been orchestrated by her. Come quick. You must see this. This person achieved the highest score in our class for the college entrance examination. But what good is it? Li Yingyue mocked. I heard you're going to marry a fool, right? Ha ha ha. Though the girl put an affectionate arm around Jiang Yu's shoulder, her words were anything but warm. Jiang Yu, will you still sleep with that fool? Does he drool in his sleep? Do you have to teach him how to sleep? Oh, and I suppose you'll have a few little fools of your own, right? Ha ha ha. The 2 girls before her were her former classmates, Li Wei and Ji Susu. In school, those most vulnerable to bullying were typically those without support. Here, support did not refer to influential parents, but to the presence of someone willing to stand by you unconditionally when you were wronged. Clearly, Jiang Yu lacked such safety. Though she excelled academically, she spoke little and always wore faded clothes. She abstained from any school activities that required payment. A girl like her, if beautiful, would face disaster. If not, her plight was equally dire. Jiang Yu was slender, with slightly darker skin, and without parents, she appeared an easy target for bullying. Li Wei despised her because she was forced into tutoring every summer and winter break, while her parents constantly compared her to Jiang Yu, who thrived without financial support or parental guidance. How can someone who has never attended tutoring classes still excel? They would say, fueling Li Wei's resentment. especially after she falsely accused Jiang You of stealing her wallet. Even when teachers later confirmed that Jiang You was innocent and had been framed, her parents came to school and, rather than chastising Li Wei, scolded Jiang You, claiming that it takes two to tango. If Jiang You had been innocent, why would she have been wrongfully accused? This incident revealed to Li Wei that Jiang You was utterly isolated and defenseless. From this point onward, she became even more audacious in her bullying. Li Wei placed dead mice in her drawer, snipped her hair while she napped, and poured a bucket of water over her head while she was in the restroom. She forced her to endure being submerged in the toilet, coercing her to swallow chewed gum picked up from the floor. Jiang You had attempted to resist, yet each act of defiance was met with suffocating retaliation, escalating into more terrifying acts of bullying. She even paid Chen Ren to bring in delinquents from outside the school to humiliate her, intending to film the ordeal to threaten Jiang You into applying to the same university, solely to continue her tyranny throughout their college years, reducing Jiang You to a mere servant. As for Ji Su, she never assumed the role of the villain. Rather, everyone at school perceived her as a good person. After each of Li Wei's cruel antics, Ji Su consoled her, urging her to forgive Li Wei. Yet, in truth, she only poured oil on the flames. Jiang You, while what Li Wei did was wrong, do not blame her. She is not like you. You grew up without parents, intelligent and mature, while Wei Wei is merely an ignorant child. Sometimes, you must alter your own demeanor to better integrate into the class. Otherwise, why does Wei Wei only bully you and not others? You must acknowledge your own issues. Often, all you need to do is yield a little. Yet your stubbornness incites Wei Wei's anger. Jiang You had lost count of how many times she had heard such words. Just after Li Wei had made a sarcastic remark, Ji Su approached with a smile, her white dress rippling as she moved, resembling a pure white lotus untouched by mud. Wei Wei, enough with the teasing. Don't provoke Jiang You like that. She first addressed Li Wei with a smile, then turned to Jiang You. Do you truly intend to marry a fool simply because he has some wealth? How can you stoop so low? The knowledge you acquire in school, the principles you understand, have they only taught you to sell yourself for material gain? With a pained expression, she gazed at Jiang You, who returned her look, of course. I would never sell myself. After all, in this regard, I cannot compare to your mother, who married a man over 60 when she was in her 30s. Presumably for true love, right? Ji Su's face drained of color. Jiang You, you are being excessive. Li Wei, angered, raised her hand to slap her. Jiang You, do you think that just because it's a holiday, I cannot do anything to you? You possess quite the audacity. It seems I must teach you a lesson today. Just as her hand was about to descend, Jiang You grasped it firmly. You are mistaken. I am not audacious, not in the way Ji Su's mother is. Li Wei, do you still believe you are truly friends? You are merely a fool being manipulated without realizing it. She coldly regarded Li Wei. Your father is the police chief, right? The comatose old man your mother married was introduced by her father. He is Ji Su's stepfather. But who is her biological father? Li Wei, why should I care who her biological father is? Jiang You, have you lost your mind? Upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, Ji Su lunged at her. Jiang You, cease this. Do not be so malicious. Get away. Jiang Yu kicked her aside. Then, smiling at Li Wei, she remarked, of course it matters. The one with the twisted mind is you. Have you ever considered why your father would help her mother marry a wealthy man who is bedridden? Grasping Li Wei's head with both hands, she turned it to face Ji Su. Li Wei, you foolish girl, think of your father and then look at Ji Su. Observe closely. Jiang Yu's heated breath brushed against Li Wei's ear, as if she had detonated a bomb in her mind. Uncertain if Jiang Yu's words had struck a chord, Li Wei's face grew paler the more she scrutinized Ji Su. Previously, she had never given it much thought, but now, the more she looked at Ji Su, the more she felt a resemblance to her father. While there had been whispers of their similar appearances, Ji Su had dismissed it as merely a case of best friends' faces. But now, as she studied Ji Su's features, the unmistakable shadow of her father loomed large. Li Wei gaped at Jiang Yu in disbelief. What do you mean? Do you not understand? You have a half-sister, masquerading as a best friend, treating you like a fool. Li Wei, you are nothing short of a jester. You lie. You wretched girl, you lie. Li Wei, in a frenzy, broke free from Jiang Yu's grasp. Ji Su hurried over to console her. Wei Wei, do not believe her slander. We are best friends, are we not? Li Wei retaliated with 2 slaps, then mounted Ji Susu, tearing into her. You filthy wretch. Did you plot to be my best friend from the start? Are you trying to harm me? Let go of me, Li Wei. If anything happens to me, my father will not spare you. To hell with that. My father is the real deal, you bastard. No, you are the bastard. Your father never loved your mother. My mother is true love. Jiang Yu's high school life was marred by pain for half of its duration, all thanks to these two. Watching them brawl in the supermarket brought her a sense of satisfaction. Ji Susu, despite her delicate appearance, fought fiercely, targeting sensitive areas. Though Li Wei was strong, she lacked Ji Susu's cunning, resulting in her suffering numerous injuries. The 2 boys behind them stood in a daze, initially intending to assist their girlfriends. However, they were left stunned by the explosive revelation Jiang You had just divulged. They waited for her to finish before contemplating stepping in to mediate. As they took a couple of steps forward, Jiang You intercepted them. I advise you not to meddle. Li Wei's father is the chief. Regardless of who gets hurt, he'll be concerned. If you intervene, any resulting resentment will fall upon you, and you shall bear the consequences. The 2 boys exchanged glances and, surprisingly, chose not to engage, but instead shouted from the sidelines. Stop fighting, or someone might get hurt. Now that the masks were off, Ji Susu, equally ruthless, capitalized on Li Wei's recent nose job, targeting her freshly altered nose. The newly sculpted feature was immediately disfigured, blood gushing forth. The sight of her crooked nose caused many onlookers to gasp in shock. The 2 girls were undeniably vicious. Li Wei, in a frenzy, yanked at Ji Susu's long black hair, raining punches down on her chest. It is worth noting that the female body is far less resilient in that area compared to a man's. Their piercing screams and vicious insults drew a significant crowd, with some even documenting the scene on social media. Jiang Yu's objective of driving a wedge between the foe sisters was successfully achieved. Having accomplished her goal, she leisurely purchased her desired items before departing. In her previous life, she had stumbled upon a conversation between Li Wei's father and Ji Susu, overhearing him address her as father, leading her to unravel the truth. Now, as the 2 engaged in a dogfight, Jiang You awaited them in a vehicle along Li Wei's route home. Given Li Wei's character, she would undoubtedly drag Ji Susu to confront her father. Li Wei's family was well off, residing in a villa community on the mountainside. Sure enough, after a little over half an hour, Jiang You spotted Li Wei and Ji Susu disembarking from a car. Li Wei's villa boasted a garden of at least several hundred square meters. To reach the villa, one must traverse the garden. However, after taking only a few steps, Li Wei suddenly sensed a presence behind her. Just as she turned around, darkness enveloped her as a sack was thrown over her head. A sharp pain followed, and then her memory faded into oblivion. Ji Susu, on the verge of screaming, was met with a blunt force to her head, rendering her unconscious as well. Jiang You, wielding a club, efficiently incapacitated them both before skillfully prying open the sewer cover a few steps away with a steel rod. She first disposed of the 2 women into the depths below, then leaped in after them. The sewer was dark and damp, constricted in space, forcing them to stoop as they moved. Jiang You, adorned with a whistle, a duck-billed cap, and sunglasses, clutched the club in one hand while carrying 2 snakeskin bags in the other. After traversing the sewer for over half an hour, she emerged at the entrance. Now outside the villa, nestled against the mountains, was surrounded by sparse habitation, which facilitated Jiang Yu's plan to capture her targets. Having spotted Li Wei and Ji Susu at the supermarket over an hour ago, she had resolved not to let them escape. Did they think their little dog-eat-dog lesson was concluded? Far from it. If there was anyone Jiang You despised more than the family of Li Tianming, who had caused her demise, it was Li Wei and Ji Susu. These 2 had obliterated her most cherished possessions. She would never forget the time she had gone hungry only to find a dead rat in her meal. The memories of being cornered in the restroom after school, stripped of her clothing, haunted her relentlessly. The rusty nails in her shoes and the bloodied soles remained etched in her mind. She could not erase the recollections of used sanitary pads stuffed in her drinking cup, or the relentless beatings and humiliation she suffered. In those moments, Jiang You had contemplated death countless times, yet fear held her back. How would she face her parents if she took her own life? Yet every bath revealed the bloodstains from compass punctures, the scars from burnt cigarette ends, and the bare patches where hair had been violently torn from her scalp. Although obscured by her hair, she was acutely aware of the countless wounds on her body, leading her to occasionally believe that this world was indeed a hellish nightmare. The years spent in the laboratory, fraught with suffering, had evidently taken a toll on Jiang Yu's mental state, rendering her actions somewhat extreme. Though she had been reborn, the memories lingered. She was not the pristine Jiang Yu. She was the one who crawled back from hell, stained with blood and anguish. In her current state, her hatred for anyone warranted their demise. Everyone deserved to die. With an impending storm on the horizon, she knew that within such a brief span, no investigation could trace back to her. When Li Wei and Ji Susu awakened, they discovered themselves in a dilapidated building not far from the villa. Originally intended for a new villa community, construction had halted midway due to the developer's financial collapse. They found themselves confined within a large iron cage, with Jiang Yu standing ominously outside. "You vile creature, what do you intend to do?" Li Wei glared at Jiang Yu. "My father is the director. If I go missing, people will come looking for me. He will not let you go unpunished." Amidst her frantic protests, Ji Susu stirred and quickly comprehended their dire situation. Tears streaming down her face, she pleaded, "Jiang Yu, I know our past actions have wronged you, but you're fine now, aren't you? Please let me go. I swear I won't speak of this to anyone. Do you want money? I can offer you 100,000. Just spare me." Despite her tears, Ji Susu's heart seethed with a desire to see Jiang Yu suffer. If she survived this ordeal, she would ensure that Jiang Yu faced a horrific fate. Jiang Yu remained unfazed by their curses or pleas, her expression unchanged as she sat calmly on a small stool. After they had exhausted their outcries and tears, she tossed 2 daggers into the cage. "Today, only one of you will walk out alive." Li Wei's disbelief morphed into terror as she frantically retreated, shaking her head in denial. "You lunatic! Are you out of your mind? This is illegal. Let's go. Help! Help!" In stark contrast to Li Wei's panic, Ji Susu appeared more composed. She locked eyes with Jiang Yu, realizing the deadly intent behind her gaze. Is this woman truly deranged? Does she not fear imprisonment? With survival in mind, Ji Susu seized a knife, but this action incited Li Wei's fury. The betrayal of a best friend turned sister was still fresh, and now Ji Susu was raising a blade against her. "Ji Susu, you traitorous wretch. You wish to kill me. After all I've done for you, you dare betray me?" Li Wei's demeanor spiraled into madness as she lunged at Ji Susu with her knife. Ji Susu, having sustained a wound herself, began to fear for her life and retaliated. Minutes turned into a bloody encounter. Li Wei collapsed, her body riddled with countless stab wounds. Ji Susu, covered in injuries and bleeding profusely, grasped the iron bars weakly, looking at Jiang Yu with desperation. "Please, save me. You promised that only one of us could leave. Let me go, and I swear I won't say a word." Blood continued to pour from her abdomen, and her complexion grew increasingly pallid, her white dress soaked crimson. Jiang Yu studied her for several moments before speaking. "Ji Susu, I did not misjudge you. You are indeed ruthless. Years of friendship, and you would kill without hesitation. Did you think I was unaware? Li Wei is a fool, and her targeting of me was instigated by you. You are the true serpent. I did say only one could leave, but that person is me." Jiang Yu smiled faintly, retreating as despair filled Ji Susu's gaze. "Let me go. You've already avenged yourself on Li Wei." Jiang Yu raised her pristine hands, asserting from the beginning, "You were the one who killed her. What connection do I have? Look at the knife in your hand. Ji Susu, you are the one responsible." As Jiang Yu spoke, it became evident that Li Wei was not yet finished. With her last ounce of strength, she plunged a dagger into Ji Susu's neck. "Wretch, you will not escape." With that, she cast a venomous glare at Ji Susu before taking her final breath. Ji Susu, clutching her blood-soaked neck, fell to the ground, her eyes wide open in death. Jiang Yu gazed at her bloodied hands, her eyes gleaming with an unusual light before she turned and exited the derelict building. After exhausting her last penny at the supermarket, Jiang You returned to her rented apartment on the 23rd floor, burdened with several large shopping bags. The incident concerning the abandoned building was swiftly cast aside, as if it had never occurred. The first thing she did upon arriving home was to turn on the air conditioning and the television. She then reclined on the sofa, endlessly flicking through channels, absorbing local news and central broadcasts from various regions. Yet, amidst the multitude of reports, the major news outlets merely offered reassurances to the public, urging them not to propagate unfounded rumors. Jiang You opened her phone and accessed an online forum. Numerous threads were engaged in discussions regarding the recent sweltering heat, with many speculating that it heralded the end of the world. She meticulously perused these posts until she stumbled upon one authored by an individual named Know My Heart. This particular thread had become the most fervently debated topic. Listen to me, this is no jest. The apocalypse is truly upon us. This is a life-saving message, and I implore those who read it to heed my words. The end of the world is genuinely imminent. Should you encounter zombies, do not be afraid. In their initial stages, zombies move sluggishly. With courage, an adult can easily dispatch one. To defeat a zombie, one must destroy its brainstem. Otherwise, even if you cleave it in two, it will not perish. Furthermore, remember to stockpile supplies. The recent abnormal weather is evident to all. Ensure you amass ample provisions at home, for it is better to be prepared than to suffer want. Lastly, during the apocalypse, be wary of your own kind, especially friends nearby. Trust no one. Jiang You scrutinized each word of the post, noting the alarming accuracy of the information presented. She could not help but wonder if this individual, like herself, had been reborn. However, upon reaching the final sentence, her serious demeanor nearly shattered. In this apocalypse, I become invincible. It turned out to be an advertisement. The sensation was akin to a person solemnly proposing marriage, only to reveal, just as you were about to accept the ring, that it was April Fool's Day. Many likely shared Jiang Yu's sentiments, as the comment section was rife with complaints. Shutting off her phone, she retrieved from her space a dish of braised pork, a serving of minced meat and eggplant, and a bowl of winter melon meatball soup. With 2 dishes, 1 soup, and a bowl of rice, coupled with the refreshing breeze of the air conditioner, Jiang You felt her taut nerves ease considerably. She aimlessly watched television while enjoying her dinner, relishing the delectable flavors of her meal. As the saying goes, only those who have truly experienced hunger can appreciate the value of food. At this moment, not a single grain of rice would fall to the floor. Chapter 10. The storm approaches. In order to ensure her future entertainment, she procured 10 second-hand tablets from a resale platform, along with numerous memory cards. After all, once the apocalypse erupts, indulging in television shows would be an impossibility. Hence, she dedicated an entire day to downloading every available television series, films, various variety shows, and an array of single-player games onto the memory cards and tablets. After dinner, Jiang You ventured into her space. Engaging in moderate postprandial activity is beneficial for nutrient absorption. Therefore, today's activity involved planting the final 100 orange trees. In recent days, aside from downloading films, she had been occupied with tree planting. With so much land available in her space, it felt rather wasteful not to cultivate something. She had ample grain stock, so she decided to postpone planting crops, as the process of sowing and harvesting grain was rather tedious. However, she had planted numerous saplings of various fruit trees, and it intrigued her to wonder how much fruit this vast expanse of fertile black soil could yield. Jiang You acquired all the saplings and seeds she could find: apple trees, orange trees, dragon fruit, plum trees, chestnut trees, peach trees, cherry trees, jackfruit, durian, wax apple, Buddha's hand, and grapes. Jiang Yu's method of planting was simple. She grouped similar types of trees together. Using a hoe, she dug holes, planted the saplings, and then watered them with a mixture infused with rooting powder. It was uncertain whether it was the nourishment of the rich black soil or the effectiveness of a rooting powder, but normally, saplings would experience a transitional period during which their leaves would yellow as their roots adjusted to the new soil. However, these saplings exhibited no such phase. Their leaves were lush and vibrant, almost enticing enough for her to take a bite. In her yard, Jiang You had cultivated a small vegetable garden. Though it contained little more than a dozen tomato plants and some strawberries. She was a devoted strawberry enthusiast, having loved them since childhood. Yet, each time her family purchased strawberries, Good Shanhua would select the most pristine ones for her 3 children, leaving the lesser quality for herself and Li Tianming, while the few remaining unappetizing ones were all that Jiang You received. Even so, Good Shanhua would endlessly lament, "These strawberries are so expensive. It's already challenging enough to feed another mouth in our household." The audacity of someone who only consumes free food thus. Even those few unappealing strawberries became unappetizing to Jiang You. In her youth, she had secretly indulged in the strawberry remnants left by Li Yingwei. Yet, as she matured, she began to grasp the impropriety of such actions, and thereafter, she resolutely abstained from consuming leftovers, no matter how tempting. Nearby, Jiang Yu constructed several wooden fences to enclose livestock. Although the animals were still young, their potential for destruction should not be underestimated. In the open space beyond the enclosure, she planted many young fruit trees, which were only a few dozen centimeters tall and vulnerable to the livestock's nibbling. If released, the lambs, calves, and piglets would likely devour the saplings entirely. Thus, she needed to wait for the saplings to grow taller before allowing the animals to roam free. However, it wouldn't take long, as the growth rate of the plants in her space was significantly faster than that of those outside. Just 2 days after planting, the saplings had already grown about 10 centimeters, and at this rate, within 2 to 3 months, they would all flourish, eliminating the need for restrictions on the livestock. Jiang Yu cradled a little yellow chick in her palm. As a chick, it was fluffy and golden, an adorable little creature. However, it would grow up nicely as well. She equally adored both the chicks and the mature chickens, with the only distinction being that the former were cute while the latter were delicious. Thinking of the delectable ginseng chicken soup made her swallow hard. Casting a softer gaze upon the little yellow chick, she scattered a generous handful of yellow millet in the coop, encouraging them to eat heartily and grow strong. The expanse of her space was not infinite. It covered a few hundred acres, and having planted all the saplings, it was nearly full. Far from the livestock enclosure, Jiang Yu excavated a large pond, populating it with fish and shrimp to create an aquatic habitat. The water in the pond was sourced from the river, collected while she pretended to wash her hands, along with a fair number of fish and shrimp. The natural river water brought with it a well-preserved ecosystem, making it an ideal environment for aquaculture. That night, shortly after Jiang Yu had fallen asleep, a thunderous crash echoed, shaking the entire building as if it were quaking. A flash of lightning illuminated the room, only to plunge it back into darkness moments later. Startled awake, she hurried to the bedside. The once dark city flickered between light and shadow, illuminated by the explosive lightning and thunderclaps. At that moment, City A resembled a colossal beast awakening from slumber, roaring in fury and consuming all in its path. The usual neon lights paled in significance before its might. Accompanied by the rumbling thunder, rain began to pour down in torrents, as if the sky had split open. Seizing the opportunity of the downpour, Jiang Yu donned a raincoat and rode her electric scooter out into the storm. The primary reason she chose to reside here was due to a chance encounter in her previous life when she learned of a significant detail. Less than a kilometer from this shopping plaza lay a large warehouse, the largest storage facility for the Wuhan region of the Wuyi supermarket. Unfortunately, following the torrential rain, millions of tons of goods within the warehouse were rendered unsalvageable. The man who relayed this information claimed to have been a manager at the warehouse and provided the specific address. He lamented the waste of such a vast quantity of resources, and Jiang Yu shared in his sentiment, marking the information in her memory. During her prior procurement excursions, she had taken the initiative to visit the site and confirm the presence of a warehouse. She needed to gather as much as possible from inside before the deluge inundated it. With such a massive structure, 1 floor above ground and 3 below, completing the task would not be swift. After 20 minutes, Jiang Yu arrived at the warehouse and parked her scooter beneath a canopy. The security booth at the entrance still glowed with light, where a guard sat, sipping alcohol and complaining, his face flushed with intoxication. He staggered to his feet, only to lose his balance and collapse onto the table, clearly inebriated and asleep. However, the security booth was locked from the inside, rendering it inaccessible. Jiang You surveyed her surroundings. 3 cameras were monitoring the area. She adjusted her raincoat's hood and donned sunglasses and a mask, concealing her identity thoroughly. Then, retrieving a brick from her backpack, she smashed the security booth's window and climbed inside. The sound of shattering glass startled the drunken guard awake. As he opened his eyes, Jiang You, clutching the brick, prepared to strike him unconscious. However, the guard mumbled in confusion. Even in dreams, one should have a beautiful vision. Lacking a beauty is one thing, but encountering a dark figure is unacceptable. No, I don't want that. Chapter 11. The final zero-cost purchase. Once again, he fell into a deep slumber. Jiang You cast a glance at him. He was drooling in his sleep, seemingly lost in a dream that elicited an incessant chuckle, his saliva pooling. In the security guard's bag, Jiang You discovered several keys. Testing them one by one, she eventually found one that unlocked the warehouse. Upon entering, she was confronted with towering shelves that seemed to stretch into infinity, leaving her utterly bewildered. While she comprehended the vast quantity contained within, the concept of 1,000,000 tons was utterly foreign to her, particularly as she was not born into affluence. Yet, upon witnessing the sheer scale of the inventory, she grasped the magnitude of 1,000,000 tons, truly a daunting figure. No wonder the individual had referred to this colossal storage center as the regional hub for the brand supermarket chain. This immense warehouse likely served the entire urban area of City A and all its surrounding towns that housed the brand supermarkets. Even smaller storage transit stations in neighboring cities were likely reliant on this central hub. The goods here could sustain a medium-sized base for several years. Within the warehouse, as she looked around, the endless rows of shelves and stacks of supplies resembled a labyrinth. However, there was no time for awe. Outside, the rain poured torrentially, and Jiang You hurriedly navigated through the aisles. Wherever she touched, the shelves and their contents vanished into thin air, absorbed into her spatial storage. The first floor was laden with a diverse array of food: grains, cooking oils, instant noodles, self-heating rice, and various quick meals such as rice noodles and pasta. There were also semi-prepared meats like ham and bacon, an assortment of snacks, breads, cakes, and frozen goods. In summary, everything one could find in a supermarket was stacked here by the ton. It took her half an hour to clear just this level. The second floor was filled with clothing, shoes, socks, bedding, and daily necessities. The third floor housed an array of unopened appliances: refrigerators, televisions, air conditioners, microwaves, ovens, fans, batteries, outdoor sports equipment, and even unassembled furniture. Halfway through clearing the third floor, water began to seep in from the stairwell. Jiang You quickly intensified her pace, hastily collecting the remaining items into her storage. At this point, the elevator was no longer an option. Becoming trapped in it would spell disaster. She opened the emergency exit and prepared to ascend the stairs. As soon as the large iron door swung open, murky rainwater surged in, flooding the stairwell from above. Without hesitation, Jiang You waded through the rising water, grasping the handrail as she climbed. By the time she reached the first floor, the water had already inundated much of the basement. She swiftly exited through the main door, where the water on the ground was knee-deep. The door to the security room opened outward, but with the water level so high, it was impossible to push it open. The tempest raged outside, accompanied by flashes of lightning and booming thunder, leaving the security guard thoroughly startled and sobering up. He hurriedly crawled out through the window, the shattered glass forgotten in the chaos. As Jiang You emerged, she spotted the guard stumbling through the water, the flood now reaching his waist. Her small electric scooter was rendered useless. Instead, she retrieved a jet ski from her storage and mounted it. Moments later, the jet ski left a long trail on the water's surface as it sped away. The downpour was so intense that it drowned out all other sounds. Invisibility was severely limited, compelling Jiang You to maintain a cautious speed. Nevertheless, the jet ski was still faster than her previous mode of transport. Along the way, she encountered numerous individuals braving the storm, some burdened with bags, while others sported swimming rings, seemingly unfazed by the deluge. Jiang You took the opportunity to visit a large shopping center near her neighborhood. The basement level housed a supermarket, while the second basement was a car exhibition center. The 3 floors above were filled with an array of clothing, jewelry, handbags, and other luxury items. Amidst the rumbling thunder, the buildings of the city trembled as if heralding the apocalypse. Everyone else had retreated indoors, and the few staff members remaining in the mall had already fled, knowing that a monthly salary of $3,500 was hardly worth risking their lives. As she descended to the basement, the water had risen to her knees. She hurriedly collected supplies from the supermarket before proceeding to the first, second, and third floors, ensuring that everything edible and usable was safely stored. She chose not to venture to the fourth and fifth floors, which were primarily entertainment venues and restaurants. Just as she exited the shopping center, the sound of shattering glass reached her ears. She ducked into a corner and peered toward the noise, witnessing a van crashing through the glass, directly into a jewelry store. A group of masked individuals swiftly exited the van and stormed into the store, beginning to ransack it for valuables. Even from a distance, Jiang You could hear their frenzied, triumphant laughter. After robbing the jewelry store, they proceeded to a luxury watch shop. The blaring alarms were rendered meaningless amidst the storm. Yet, what purpose did such theft serve? In a post-apocalyptic world, luxury goods and jewelry held no value. Aside from gold's unique properties, which might be useful in weapon manufacturing, everything else was rendered worthless. Even if gold were to be widely utilized in weaponry, that would be a concern for at least 6 months hence. Who could afford to live with such non-perishable wealth when survival was uncertain? Jiang Yu slipped into the shadows, changing direction to leave the shopping center. Though she encountered numerous items along the way, she selectively cleared 2 pharmacies. The underground storage area of her spatial inventory matched the surface area, and it was now nearly brimming with various supplies. While there was still room for more, it was unnecessary. The items in the underground storage could sustain her for a lifetime. There was no need for further greed. Upon reaching her neighborhood, Jiang Yu drove the jet ski into the underground garage and began her ascent up the stairs. The garage had only 2 surveillance cameras at the entrance, both of which had long been broken and unrepaired. The elevator, however, posed a risk. The security room still had personnel on duty, and the elevator's cameras were operational. Even if she disabled the camera, the security room's back end could still track which floors the elevator accessed. For safety's sake, she opted for the stairs. Though Jiang You was reborn and possessed conditioned reflexes honed for combat, her current physical state remained a limitation. Prolonged malnutrition had rendered her frail, a condition that could not be remedied in just half a month. By the time she reached her apartment on the 23rd floor, she was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. Though exhausted, this also meant that fewer individuals would venture up high to seek trouble in the future. Chapter 12. The city submerged upon returning home. She shed her raincoat, indulged in a refreshing shower, and changed into dry clothes. In this moment, as the apocalypse loomed closer, she found herself surprisingly unperturbed by her own rebirth. Jiang Yu settled onto the sofa, retrieving a piece of fruit candy from her belongings, lost in thought as she gazed at the torrential rain outside the balcony. The downpour intensified, yet the thunder had ceased. As the night deepened, notifications chimed in the homeowners group chat. While renting, the security office had added her to the group for future announcements. Thus, she found herself amidst a mix of homeowners and numerous tenants. For instance, she was aware that all 4 apartments on the 8th floor had been converted into shared rentals by the sublessor, accommodating 20 to 30 individuals in a single unit. She had learned this through others' complaints in the group. The building featured a layout of 4 units per floor, yet on her level, aside from her own residence, 1 unit remained unfinished, while 2 others were reportedly purchased by a single individual and were currently under renovation. The interiors had been merged, and the developer's windows and doors had all been removed, with no new installations as of yet. Thus, she was the sole occupant on her floor. Jiang Yu's attention was fixed on the messages in the homeowners group. A message from Chun Daming read, "What a downpour. The community is flooded. The drains in my kitchen and bathroom are spewing sewage like fountains. Property management, come quickly." Peng Yin from building 3 chimed in. "Our place is flooded too. I just renovated with solid wood flooring, and now it's all soaked. It smells terrible. Where's the property management when you need them? They're quick to collect fees, but absent in critical moments." Another user, Happy Pistachio, lamented, You're lucky. We live in Building 1, which is situated lower. Our home is uninhabitable. We've taken refuge at a friend's place on the second floor. It's all water. Don't mess with me, express frustration. Damn it. The underground garage is flooded. I just retrieved my car, and now it's a waterlogged wreck, and I haven't even finished paying off the loan. Happy family added. The design of this community is flawed. The underground garage should just be renamed a reservoir. I have several Ferraris. Dog Egg remarked. I truly feel for those of you who park in the underground garage. Unlike me, my car is parked on the first floor, totally safe. Don't mess with me, retorted. Dog Egg, with that little electric furnace of yours, you can only park at the entrance. A user named Twinkling Light commented. I had heard that toilets on the first floor would spray, but I didn't believe it and still bought a first floor unit. If given another chance, I'd rather live under a bridge than buy on the first floor. Chun Dachui from Building 3 exclaimed, It's over. The water level is still rising. The first floor will be completely submerged. The community comprised 4 buildings and a dozen small independent houses. And the group chat was in chaos. Jiang You turned on the television, where a weather anchor clad in a raincoat stood amidst the storm. Her frail form swaying in the wind, yet her tone remained resolute. The Meteorological Bureau predicted that the torrential rain would persist for over 36 hours. With emergency flood control measures being initiated in the city, residents in low-lying areas, please rest assured, we have arranged for personnel to assist with evacuations. Natural disasters are ruthless, but humanity prevails. United, we will overcome all adversities. Jiang You switched channels incessantly, each local station broadcasting urgent updates about the deluge. Reports emerged of landslides obliterating towns below and cities transforming into vast puddles, with netizens humorously dubbing it Ocean View mode. This was the reason Jiang You had not sought refuge in a remote mountain or rural area after stockpiling supplies. For beneath the torrential rain, even a seemingly safe mountain could succumb to a landslide, sweeping away homes in a torrent of mud and debris. While urban flooding posed its challenges, as long as one remained elevated, the risks were manageable. Inland cities experienced a steady rise in water levels, unlike coastal regions. Jiang You vaguely recalled that in her previous life, many coastal cities had been ravaged by tsunamis. After this relentless 3-day storm, the body submerged in water and the fever-ridden patients would inevitably transform into zombies. She had contemplated anonymously warning others online about the impending doom, but who would believe such claims? Furthermore, if a predicted flood did materialize, she would be subjected to scrutiny and interrogation. Never underestimate the power of the state. Leaving even the slightest trace online, even anonymously, could lead them to you with ease. One may think they are well concealed, yet such tactics are mere illusions in the face of true authority. Hence, the most prudent course was to avoid attracting any attention. Jiang You was selfish, unwilling to gamble her life on whether others might show her kindness. She was merely an ordinary individual, her sole desire being to survive. She possessed no noble aspirations to place herself in peril for the sake of others. In her previous life, her kindness had cost her dearly, and thus, this time, she chose not to believe in humanity. Whether labeled selfish or cold-hearted, this time, she lived solely for herself. As the water levels continued to rise, the community chat erupted with chaos. Online forums were filled with furious comments and cries for help. Video platforms brimmed with information regarding the flood. One video depicted individuals stranded atop a large rock in the water, pleading, "Help. We were camping by the river, and the water level suddenly surged, trapping us on this island. Please come rescue us. Our phone number is." Another video showcased a middle-aged man, freshly escaped from danger, angrily berating the rescue team. "I have over a dozen pigs in my pen. If you can evacuate people, why not save my pigs? This rescue team is utterly ineffective. Aren't you supposed to protect the citizens' property?" As Jiang You scrolled through the videos, the brilliance of human kindness shone brightly in the face of danger, while the darker facets of humanity were laid bare. Some individuals shoved exhausted rescue workers, demanding they plunge into perilous waters to retrieve belongings or beloved pets. Others bravely extended a helping hand to strangers in jeopardy. Yet, Some would push their friends toward the brink of death for a fleeting chance at survival. The trivial acts of kindness were utterly insufficient to mend the vast, ugly chasms of this broken world. As the night wore on, the relentless rain continued, but several lights danced in the darkness. Rescue personnel navigating small boats. As dawn approached, the water level had submerged the second floor, prompting residents below to evacuate upwards. The streets, once familiar, had transformed into a vast ocean, with rescue boats traversing the waters. Cries echoed everywhere, some lamenting their losses, others mourning injured or deceased loved ones. At this juncture, the water rose gradually. With timely evacuation, the chances of death remained minimal, unless one was an elderly or infirm individual unable to move. Chapter 13. The countdown to doom. The day after the torrential rain, the water level in City A has risen to over 10 meters in some areas. In a relatively elevated neighborhood, the water has reached the fourth floor, causing many to realize that this is no ordinary downpour. Concurrently, power outages have begun to sweep across the city, rendering elevators in high-rise buildings unusable, and the subways are completely out of operation. Double-decker buses that could still be seen peeking out from the streets yesterday have vanished without a trace today. In the floodwaters, various packaging materials float by, some containing food and beverages, others holding medicines and essential supplies. Those with a sense of danger have started to devise ways to salvage what they can. Despite the news continuously reassuring the public, anxiety is beginning to mount. This morning, there have been numerous reports of individuals fainting inexplicably and experiencing high fevers. Hospitals have become overcrowded overnight, with patients even filling the corridors. The sounds of rescue boats darting through the inundated streets, transporting the injured to hospitals, resonate throughout the city. Amidst the chaos yesterday, some individuals took advantage of the disorder to loot jewelry stores and even attempt bank heists. However, today, unless one would dive, locating these shops is nearly impossible. On the third day of the deluge, in lower-lying neighborhoods, the tops of 6- and 7-story buildings have disappeared beneath the rising waters. Landslides and mudslides follow closely in the wake of the flooding. In coastal areas, the sea level rises rapidly, and tsunamis roar, engulfing skyscrapers and towering waves. While higher altitude regions remain relatively unscathed, entire cities in lower altitudes have been submerged. Some low-lying basins have transformed into vast oceans, necessitating rescue efforts everywhere. Yet everyone is preoccupied with their own survival, rendering the entire world a scene of apocalyptic despair. Many recall the panic-inducing disaster films of yesteryears. In City A, hospitals can no longer accommodate patients, with many being inundated and forced to relocate. The city has descended into chaos, with rescue boats scuttling about and individuals piloting their own motorboats or small vessels to loot amidst the turmoil. The authorities are overwhelmed. Occasionally, helicopters can be seen flying overhead, as the wealthy and influential have evacuated to higher ground, leaving ordinary citizens behind. Some affluent individuals boast on social media about their escape to elevated areas, often accompanying their posts with images of lavish gatherings, toasting with glasses of wine while gazing at distant sunsets. This picturesque scene is starkly disconnected from the plight of struggling ordinary citizens. The government urges everyone to take medications if available, and for those without, to manage their fevers physically while waiting for assistance at home. On the water's surface, rescue teams continuously traverse back and forth, while many households face food shortages. Community committees have begun organizing the distribution of relief supplies. Currently, there are no signs of zombies, and most believe this to be a mere natural disaster. Though terrifying, such calamities are known to pass, and order is expected to be restored after the storm. Consequently, despite the chaos, there is a semblance of order amidst the disorder. Community chat groups have activated silent modes to prevent the spread of panic-inducing rumors. As the water level rises, residents below the 7th floor have all moved up, seeking refuge with friends or relatives, while those without kin resort to monetary persuasion. Many have temporarily taken shelter in the higher floors of others' homes, though some refuse to accommodate outsiders. With elevators out of service, few are willing to climb over 20 flights of stairs to reach the upper levels. In Jiang Yu's building, there were previously a few vacant units, either unoccupied by owners or not rented out. However, these empty rooms have been forcibly entered as people seek refuge. On the fourth day, the rain ceased. With the first rays of morning sunshine breaking through, the downpour finally came to a halt. A collective sigh of relief was heard. For had the rain continued, no one could foresee the consequences. Perhaps the continent would succumb to an ocean, leaving no land behind. Yet, before the relief could settle, the city plunged into greater panic. Wang Liar, residing on the 13th floor, cast a discontented glance at her little nephew, who was noisily devouring her potato chips on the living room sofa. This mischievous child had already ruined her cherished figurines and broken her lipsticks. Though his parents insisted he was unwell and had a fever, Wang Liar observed that he seemed perfectly fine and was enjoying his snack. Just then, the little boy suddenly froze, moments later convulsing violently. Wang Liar initially thought he was choking and rushed to his side, recalling the Heimlich maneuver she had seen before. While she performed the procedure, she shouted for her parents, and Uncle Bing Bing is choking. But before she could finish, a sharp pain pierced her wrist, and her cries turned into screams. "Let go! Why are you biting me?" She assumed it was a prank from her nephew. Tossing him onto the sofa, she glanced at her bleeding wrist, feeling both anger and pain coursing through her. "What are you doing?" Even pranks have their limits. As she turned back, her words caught in her throat, unable to escape. The child, now on the sofa, had turned a ghastly shade of blue-black, his skin rapidly deteriorating before her eyes, exuding an indescribable stench. His once bright eyes had lost their luster, turning gray and bulging grotesquely, while his neatly trimmed nails morphed into sharp, claw-like appendages. He resembled a creature straight out of a horror series. With a guttural roar, the child lunged at Wang Liar, contorted in an aggressive posture, his mouth agape, ready to attack. "Ah, a zombie! Dad! Mom! Help me! Monster! Help!" Similar scenes unfolded across every corner of the city, as screams echoed throughout the building. Meanwhile, Jiang You was engaged in strength training. Ever since her stockpiling concluded, she had dedicated herself to rigorous exercise. 500 push-ups, 500 sit-ups, 1,000 frog jumps. Her diet was meticulously chosen for optimal nutrition, pushing her physical limits while ensuring her body received adequate nourishment. She maintained an intense training regimen. The living room was eerily quiet, save for the sound of her heavy breathing. On the television, chaotic footage played, a trembling male news anchor, disheveled and frantic, reported from a helicopter. Below, a hospital was partially submerged, the floodwaters claiming half of its floors. With so many sick individuals seeking care, the hospital had already been overwhelmed, and now, following the outbreak, it had become ground zero for the calamity. The air was filled with screams as patients in hospital gowns chased after others, ravenous for flesh. Helicopters incessantly land on the rooftop of the hospital, from which emerge armed troops wielding firearms, poised for rescue. The cacophony of screams, cries for help, and the tumult of gunfire intertwine, sending shivers down one's spine. Drones capture footage as they depart the hospital, revealing various locales of the city, while the host continually urges viewers to take measures for self-rescue. The cataclysmic outbreak arrived with startling abruptness, leading to a widespread emergence of zombies even within the ranks of the military. The soldiers, with their extensive training and superior physical prowess, surpassed the average person. However, once transformed into zombies, they become formidable adversaries. In this moment of total collapse, the well-being of individuals is of little concern. Large-scale rescue operations are unfeasible, leaving self-rescue as the only viable option. Amidst the myriad video feeds, Jiang You observes individuals leaping in panic from heights into the water, desperately swimming for survival. Many others cry out for help, their wails echoing in the air. Yet, within the water, there are not only those seeking escape, but also zombies relentlessly pursuing their prey. These undead creatures, upon plunging into the water, exhibit sluggish movements. Devoid of reasoning, they're driven solely by primal hunger. Thus, most float aimlessly, carried by the currents. However, should a living person inadvertently disturb them, The zombies instinctively thrash, attempting to bite and grasp. In the absence of the living, they resemble lifeless figures adrift on the surface or submerged beneath. As for the question of whether zombies can drown, the answer is unequivocally no. They are, after all, already deceased. How could they perish again? Those that sink to the depths merely enter a state of dormancy. Zombies do not require respiration. And now, the waters of this city are likely teeming with countless dormant undead. Chapter 14. In times of great distress. Each flies to their own fate after completing her final set of sit-ups. Jiang You took a brief respite to relax her muscles before resuming her frog jumps. Suddenly, a frantic series of knocks echoed at the door. "Help! Please let us in. There's zombies chasing us." Jiang You, gripping a long knife in her right hand and peering through the peephole with her left, caught sight of a young man and woman at the threshold. The woman was panic-stricken, while the man was smeared in blood, brandishing a kitchen knife. "I'm a resident from downstairs. I'm not a bad person. Please, just open the door," the woman pleaded, her voice quivering as she pounded on the door, tears streaming down her face. Jiang You replied through the door, "I will not open the door. Rather than waste time here, you should flee to another place." In an apocalyptic world, the most terrifying threat was not the zombies, but humanity itself. Who could guarantee that if she opened the door, they wouldn't turn violent upon realizing she was a woman? She had learned this lesson the hard way. The man, hearing a woman's voice, grew angrier and kicked the door, shouting, "Are you just going to stand there and watch as we get devoured by monsters?" Opening the door is a simple act. You are utterly cold-hearted. We are all compatriots, and in the face of disaster, we should unite and help one another. Yet you stand by, indifferent while we perish. Jiang You replied, "I will close my eyes and not look." At this, the sound of kicking intensified, accompanied by a torrent of profanities from both the man and woman. Jiang You felt no concern for her sturdy anti-theft door. The first thing she had done upon renting the apartment was to install the most robust security door available, far superior to the flimsy, cardboard-like products commonly found. "Scoundrel! Wretch! People like you deserve nothing but a terrible fate," the man yelled. "How go? We must run. The zombies are closing in." Though furious, the man understood that lingering here was tantamount to courting death, and he hurriedly ascended the stairs with the woman. No sooner had the man and woman departed than Jiang Yu spotted two zombies contorting their bodies as they crawled up from below. They paused at her door, sniffing, before letting out low growls and pursuing the scent of blood in the direction the couple had fled. The man and woman scrambled up the stairs, desperate to evade the zombies behind, while also wary of any that might appear ahead. Yet, often, the very fears we harbor manifest into reality. Just as they rounded a corner, two zombies suddenly appeared before them. The woman's face drained of color. "How go? What do we do?" she cried helplessly, retreating to the man's side, realizing they were trapped with zombies in front and behind. With a kitchen knife in hand, the man trembled in fear. There's no way out. His voice quivered as he suddenly turned his gaze upon the woman. No, perhaps there was a way after all. The woman looked at him with hope. "How go? I knew you would think of something." But before she could finish, he struck her neck with a knife. The man's expression twisted into a snarl. If he had bait, it might be possible to escape. The woman stared at him in disbelief. "How go? Wrong. Don't blame me. Blame this world. Even couples facing disaster abandon one another, let alone we who are merely dating." As the zombies drew nearer, he struck her again and again, leaving her unrecognizable, before pushing her towards the approaching horde. With a throng of zombies behind and only two ahead, he realized that using Rong's body as a distraction could afford him a chance to escape. Indeed, the zombies, sensing fresh flesh, clamored to tear into her. The once beautiful girlfriend was swiftly devoured, her organs fought over by the ravenous horde. The man smirked coldly. If one does not act for oneself, they face annihilation. Gripping the stainless steel railing of the staircase, he leapt down, skillfully bypassing the ravenous crowd. The zombies, preoccupied with their meal, were unable to pursue him, their growls echoing in frustration. Finally safe, he retraced his steps to the door he had just abandoned, a sinister smile creeping across his face. If he had heard correctly, there was a woman inside, and from her voice, she sounded young. If there had been a man or a stronger presence in the house, a girl would not have dared to respond. Thus, The only conclusion was that inside was merely a young girl. After having slain his beautiful girlfriend at the onset of the apocalypse, he felt an inexplicable swell of power surging within him. He believed all women should be under his control. Those who defied him were expendable. He knocked on the door again, putting on a facade of desperation. "Please, we need help. My girlfriend was killed by zombies. Please save me. I'll do anything if you just let me in." Yet behind him, the kitchen knife was poised, ready to strike. In this new world, who cared about ethics? A true man fears no poison. At last, the door creaked open. The man's heart leaped with delight. Indeed, these foolish women were enamored with his looks. Many female students at the university had admired his face, even calling him a cold prince. His current girlfriend had only been interested in him due to his family background. But now what good were riches? Savings paled in comparison to the power of a knife. He fixated on the anti-theft door, ready to burst in at the moment it opened and enact his revenge on the girl. However, as the door swung open, his cruel smile was abruptly cleaved in two before he could draw his knife. If you're willing to do anything, then meet your demise. Chapter 15. The power outage and the zombies in the water. A sharp machete cleaved the man in half, slicing through his forehead with brutal precision, the line of blood rapidly spreading. The machete, as sharp as a razor, rendered the man's body as though it had been severed by a laser, exposing his innards. The two halves of the corpse collapsed at the entrance. Jiang You gazed at the pool of blood with a slight furrow of her brow. How vexing. She would have to clean up again. She closed the door behind her, reasoning that the horde of zombies would surely consume the food at the threshold. Once they had finished, she could tend to the mess. She made no effort to clear the zombies from the corridor. After all, their presence would deter intruders. Turning back, she returned to the television, wiping the bloodied machete with a towel before resuming her frog jumps around the living room sofa. It was as if she had merely crushed an ant at the door. Her training regimen remained undisturbed. As she performed the frog jumps, she had 5-pound sandbags strapped to each ankle. First the sandbags, then stones and iron weights. She had devised her own exercise routine, incrementally increasing the burden on her legs according to her training results. In her previous life, she had awakened her wind-based powers a month later, which had appeared rather formidable in the early days of the apocalypse. Not just the wind powers. In the initial stages, any mention of abilities was met with awe. However, as time progressed, certain abilities began to pale in comparison to others, like the might of lightning abilities, the rarity of water powers, and the healing capabilities of plant abilities. Some powers, like wind, seemed rather ordinary. Although the elementary wind blade possessed lethality, it was challenging to kill with a single strike. The wind blade resembled a weapon devoid of significant force. It could inflict wounds and appear impressive, yet it struggled to deliver fatal blows or cause substantial damage. Among the elemental abilities, the wind-based powers had the weakest offensive capability when their levels were low. This was an undeniable truth. Yet, once evolved into higher-tier abilities, a remarkable transformation occurred. When wind powers reach a certain intensity, they could accomplish numerous feats, and their offensive capabilities became exceedingly ferocious. It was not just the wind. All elemental abilities could theoretically unleash devastating forces once they evolved to a certain level, provided their level was sufficiently high and they could manipulate an ample foundational quantity. Otherwise, it was mere rhetoric. Regrettably, natural abilities were among the most challenging to evolve. Analysts later discerned that the more potent the ability, the greater the energy required for advancement, akin to an insatiable bottomless pit. This was nature's way of maintaining balance among all living beings. When a particular organism became excessively dominant, surpassing others, the equilibrium among species would swiftly unravel. Just as humanity's overdevelopment has continually encroached upon the living spaces of other creatures on the planet, leading to a profound imbalance in the ecological system. Many speculate that this may be the reason for the impending apocalypse. Nature was reshuffling, establishing a new equilibrium, one that would not permit further disruption. Since her physical prowess was insufficient, Jiang You opted for an alternative approach, primarily focusing on training her speed. She practiced relentlessly, employing her wind abilities to assist in her escape, achieving acceleration. Thus, when faced with life-threatening crises she could not overcome, she would flee without hesitation. In matters of survival, she had garnered some insights. Had she not been distracted by her uncle's family in her previous life, her swiftness would have made her less susceptible to injury. In this life, she resolved to intensify her training, not only to run faster, but also to cultivate greater strength. Jiang You sighed and continued her regimen, dedicating her evenings after dinner to training, only watching television and browsing the internet in between. Whenever someone knocked, she resolutely remained silent, feigning ignorance to the chaos outside. For the time being, no one dared to force their way in, fearing that noise would attract zombies. Thus, those who knocked in desperation would only curse and kick the door before hastily retreating, unwilling to linger. However, as the days progressed, such civility would likely dissipate. After completing her frog jumps, Jiang You turned her attention to the standing punching bag in the living room, delivering blow after blow. The resounding thuds echoed throughout the room, her forehead slick with sweat as it trickled down her neck. As twilight descended, painting the sky with fiery clouds, her day's training came to a close. After a refreshing shower, she reclined on the sofa, the television still flickering with poor reception. While using a massage gun to alleviate her muscles, she pulled out her phone and noticed that the original homeowners group had been renamed to Wild Boar Group. The group admin had changed from the former property director to an unfamiliar ID. The chat had been unmuted, and an announcement was made. Director Zhao had perished, and I would now manage the group. Everyone was instructed to change their nicknames to their building numbers for ease of management and assistance. Once the mute mode was lifted, the group erupted like boiling water, with members eagerly posting, "I live in building 901, and I'm out of food. Is there anyone with extra provisions? I'll pay double. Double price? You think you're special? Monsters are everywhere, and the water is so deep. Who dares to venture out for food? I have 2 children and an elderly parent at home. Is anyone willing to sell us some food? I'm open to any price. Please private message me. Thank you. I have zombies banging at my door. It's terrifying. Can anyone help me? Where is the government rescue? Monsters are everywhere. Are we meant to die? I saw someone outside being devoured by zombies. It's horrifying. The official organizations are likely in disarray. Everyone must figure out how to save themselves. My parents have turned into zombies, and I'm hiding in my room, terrified to go out. What should I do? Someone save me. The water level has risen to my doorstep. I have a fishing net and have caught plenty of food. If anyone needs it, message me, but you must come to collect it. I'm too afraid to go out. We're all from the same community. We must help each other. You're a good person. Brother, the world needs more like you." In the group, most were actively seeking help and food or attempting to be good Samaritans. Yet, only a handful had changed their names to their apartment numbers. It was evident that wariness had set in. No one wished to reveal their location. Unless they were familiar with each other, who could know the identities of the others? Exposing one's position only heightened the risk. Before long, the group admin issued several more announcements, urging everyone to change their nicknames to their unit and door numbers. Jiang You shut her phone and retrieved a large bottle of chilled juice and a bucket of fried chicken, settling down on the sofa for dinner. While enjoying her watermelon and perusing the news, darkness suddenly enveloped her. The television screen went black, and the hum of the air conditioning ceased. The power had gone out. Almost instantaneously, the temperature in the room began to rise noticeably as the air conditioning stopped cooling. However, her phone still had signal, and the community group erupted once more, everyone reporting their power outages. Shortly thereafter, she heard the sounds of an argument and a child crying, only for those sounds to vanish just as quickly. The heat is unbearable. In such weather, the absence of air conditioning could indeed prove fatal. Jiang You browses the internet on her mobile device, where she encounters countless advertisements for exorbitantly priced food. There are also reports of wealthy individuals trapped in various locations, offering millions or even tens of millions for their rescue. After a day of rain, the water levels in the city begin to recede. That night, Jiang You descends the staircase, dons her diving suit, and plunges into the water. In these early days of apocalypse, if one is cautious and avoids disturbing the undead lurking beneath the surface, the dangers are relatively minimal. If her assumptions hold true, the police station should typically be stocked with firearms. Although she possesses a crossbow and arrows, who would ever disdain the acquisition of free firearms. With an oxygen tank strapped to her back, she glides through the depths like a nimble fish, deftly evading the floating corpses. These zombies, eyes shut, drift aimlessly, resembling strands of severed kelp. She moves with utmost caution, carefully steering clear of areas where the undead congregate. After more than half an hour, she successfully arrives at the police station. The door has been forcefully breached, and a chaotic assortment of items floats in the water: clothing, bedding, and even bodies. Jiang You meticulously searches the vicinity and discovers 2 firearms among several corpses, along with a substantial cache of ammunition in one of the rooms. After thoroughly scouring the interior and exterior of the police station to ensure no potential threats remain, she proceeds to a nearby precinct. Throughout the night, she remains submerged, and when exhaustion sets in, she surfaces to rest upon a platform. After replacing her oxygen tank, she resumes her underwater exploration. Chapter 16. The perfect stem cell carrier. Throughout the night, Jiang You meticulously scoured several police stations in the vicinity. With ample oxygen in her tank, she dedicated herself to the search. By dawn, she had amassed a collection of more than a dozen firearms and estimated several thousand rounds of ammunition. She refrained from venturing further into more perilous areas, as her current haul was already sufficient. There was no need to tread into greater danger. As she cautiously dove beneath the water, the first light of day heralded her return to the community. She seamlessly entered the underground garage and ascended the staircase. With a splash, a head broke the surface of the murky hallway. Nearby, 2 floating zombies, startled, began to thrash in her direction. Hiss! Roar! Jiang You swiftly climbed the stairs, shedding her diving suit and retrieving her gear. Drawing her crossbow, she loosed 2 arrows at the approaching undead, each piercing through their skulls, causing them to sink slowly beneath the water surface. Having dispatched the aquatic zombies, Jiang You wiped her face, stowed her crossbow, and grasped her machete as she continued her ascent. In the narrow confines of the stairwell, both firearms and her blade were far more effective than the crossbow, which was best suited for open terrain. Though she had previously cleared the hallway of zombies, the passage of a night left the possibility of others wandering in from different areas. Sure enough, as she turned a corner, she spotted a familiar figure, a zombie clad in floral shorts and a black tank top. Recognition struck her. It was the garrulous old man from the first floor. When she first moved in, he could be seen daily, sitting at the entrance, often criticizing the youth for their late awakenings or the short skirts of young girls. The zombie, previously meandering at the end of the hall, sensed the presence of a living being and lunged toward Jiang You with a low growl. Hiss! Even from a distance, she caught the putrid stench of decay. Ah, old Wong, out for a stroll, are we? She greeted with a smile, her grip tightening on the long knife as she advanced with a swift step, raising her wrist to deliver a decisive strike to his neck. Thud! In an instant, a glimmer of cold steel severed the head from the body, which continued its forward momentum, tumbling down the stairwell. Jiang You glanced down at the decapitated head at her feet. Off you go for a refreshing dip, old Wong. She aimed for the window at the end of the hall, delivering a powerful kick. Away with you. The head soared through the air, akin to a soccer ball finding its target, and with a splash, it plunged into the water below, sending ripples across the surface. A smirk graced Jiang Yu's lips. Her aim was commendable. Such talent should not go to waste on the national team. Continuing her ascent, she noticed several survivors peering at her from behind windows. Given the current climate, it was only natural. Jiang Yu was unperturbed by their gaze. Showcasing her prowess would deter potential trouble. After all, a solitary girl could easily attract the attention of predators, especially in an apocalyptic world devoid of legal boundaries, where the darker instincts of humanity were magnified. In such times, vulnerability became a liability. The first day of the outbreak found many cowering in their homes, still reliant on supplies distributed by the community. While food was scarce, starvation was not imminent. Nonetheless, some could not resist the urge to venture outside. As she continued her journey, Jiang Yu encountered several zombies, 2 of whom bore a striking resemblance to residents of her building. Yet at this juncture, they were no longer human. With swift precision, she dispatched them, her blade gliding effortlessly through flesh. By the time she returned home, her attire was stained with the dark, foul blood of the undead. Yet, She had grown accustomed to such sights. In her previous life, she had once resorted to smearing the putrid flesh of zombies upon herself to mask her scent from the living. Such minor soiling was trivial in comparison. The first order of business upon returning home was to activate the air conditioning. In the sweltering summer heat, it was unbearable without it. However, with the power out, she shook her head and made her way to the bathroom for a shower and a change of clothes. She then retrieved her tablet, selecting a light-hearted comedy to watch while sipping on a chilled cup of bubble tea, savoring the chewy pearls that brought her a sense of relaxation. On the coffee table, she laid out a dish of oyster sauce bok choy, a generous serving of braised pork, and a steaming bowl of rice. The bok choy was crisp and refreshing, while the pork was tender and aromatic, especially when paired with the rice. Having spent the night in toil, she found herself capable of devouring 3 bowls of rice in one sitting. After her meal, a wave of rejuvenation washed over her, prompting her to address the rising temperatures in her home. Initially too famished to consider anything else, she now set to work. From her storage, she procured 2 large plastic bathtubs and filled them with ice blocks she had stockpiled. These were not the small ice cubes from a typical freezer, but rather large ice bricks meant for cold storage, frozen from regular tap water. Unsuitable for consumption, but perfect for cooling and sanitation purposes. Once the ice blocks were in place, Jiang You hung solar panels on her balcony, connecting them to a few light fixtures and fans. Although she possessed a backup generator, its noise would attract unwarranted attention, especially the hum of the air conditioning unit. Thus, the solar panels proved to be the most practical solution, providing adequate lighting and cooling without drawing suspicion. With the high temperatures following a torrential downpour, her apartment felt like a sauna, even in the early morning, as the fans circulated the cool air from the ice. Jiang You shut all the doors and drew the curtains. In a matter of minutes, she could distinctly feel the temperature within her home begin to drop. Finally, she reclined comfortably on the sofa, ready to succumb to sleep. After a night devoid of rest, slumber was her most coveted desire. The fans swayed gently, maintaining a pleasant atmosphere as she drifted into a peaceful nap. In the haze of sleep, she caught a glimpse of blinding surgical lights and the silhouettes of indistinct figures bustling nearby. Even the chilling sensation of the surgical scalpel gliding across the skin feels strikingly real. Doctor, the regenerative capacity of Subject 9 is truly formidable. Previously, it took over a month for a severed limb to regenerate. Now, it requires merely 3 days. Regardless of the species, in the embryonic state, stem cells can facilitate bodily growth, determining the number of limbs, eyes, and other features long before birth. For instance, in humans, stem cells are highly active before birth, yet their potency diminishes rapidly once born, failing to proliferate as swiftly as during gestation. However, certain organisms, such as the axolotl, defy this trend. Although its stem cells also weaken post-birth, they remain significantly more active than their human counterparts. The axolotl can regenerate lost limbs or even a heart within a mere 1 to 3 months. Initially, Subject 9 was designated as axolotl, but I believe a name change is in order. As we persist in our experiments, integrating genes from various organisms, she has transcended her original identity. Subject 9's regenerative abilities have become even more grotesque and accelerated. Doctor, she is already remarkably perfected. The elixir derived from her flesh possesses extraordinary healing properties and has garnered approval from the higher authorities. We can begin our preparations. No, it is insufficient. It is far from perfection. I desire her to be as flawless as a planarian. I wish for her to possess the most exquisite pluripotent stem cells, like the planarian, impervious to death, endlessly resurrecting. Even when reduced to a mere pulp, she could regenerate into infinite entities. The primary organs influencing lifespan are the heart, liver, kidneys, lungs, and digestive system. If I can transform Subject 9 into a flawless multifunctional stem cell carrier, subsequently extracting her stem cells to graft onto aging or damaged human organs, employing the perfect stem cells' multifunctional regenerative capabilities for repair or organ regeneration, then humanity's lifespan limitations will be shattered. Everyone will remember my name. I shall be the father of humanity. Ha ha ha. Those advanced evolutionary beings will have their lifespans extended, living longer. Thus, she is still not perfect. Her recovery is far too slow, far too slow. Chapter 17. The fugitive awakening from a nightmarish slumber, Jiang You was drenched in perspiration. To calm her frayed nerves, she sipped a glass of icy water, her gaze fixed vacantly on the ceiling, her brows knitting together in a tight braid of worry. How could she have dreamt such a thing? Since her rebirth, she had never revisited the memories of the laboratory. Yet tonight's haunting vision seemed to drag her back into that infernal abyss. As dusk approached, she stepped onto the balcony, peering downwards. The water, having risen swiftly, was now receding just as rapidly. Currently, the water level lingered between the second and third floors. It was likely that by tomorrow, it would vanish entirely. Floating atop the murky depths were motionless corpses, an array of cooking pots, bowls, and various beverage containers, alongside bags of snack foods. She noticed a figure across the way, wielding a long bamboo pole with a fishing net attached, laboring on the third-floor balcony to salvage food from the water. A few others stood nearby, assisting in the collection. Opening her phone, she found videos circulating in the group chat featuring the very individuals from the opposite building. Remarkably, despite a night of power outages, their phones still had battery life. I've managed to retrieve quite a bit of food and drink. Anyone in our building in need can come by my place. Thanks, big brother. You're truly a good person. Good person, my foot. If you're so generous, why not deliver it to my door? With zombies roaming outside, stepping out feels like a death sentence. What are you thinking? Exactly. Who would dare venture out? The streets are crawling with flesh-eating monsters. Does anyone have a power bank? My phone is nearly dead. Damn Apple, it drains so quickly. Same here. Mine's about to die too. I dare not even speak. Huh. My domestic phone is a champion. A single charge lasts several days. I saw a madwoman today. She actually killed someone. She took down the neighbor who had turned into a zombie, wandering the corridor. That woman seems to be from our building. Even if she is a zombie now, she was still our neighbor. Just like that, she killed her. Everyone, be cautious. Today she is slaying zombies. Tomorrow, who knows? Right, I witnessed it too. Is the one above mentally ill? They all turn into zombies. What neighbor are you talking about? If you think they're still your neighbor, why are you hiding in your home? Go out and greet them, you fool. By the way, could the zombie slayer take me along? I'm obedient and strong. The chat buzzed with fervent discussion, and Jiang You merely glanced at it before tossing her phone aside. Today marked the second day, following the torrential downpour. If her recollection served her correctly, after yesterday's blackout, the entire network would be in shambles today. By tomorrow, everyone would discover the foul stench emanating from their faucets. As the reservoir brimmed with corpses, once the floodwaters receded, those bodies would bloat under the scorching sun, decomposing and releasing a putrid odor. All water sources would be contaminated. Jiang You inspected the gas supply in the kitchen, and as expected, it had been cut off. Just then, her phone buzzed incessantly with new messages. She opened one to find the group leader tagging everyone, once again urging them to modify the group name and unit numbers. At that moment, someone retaliated. With so many people in this group, who doesn't he know what is going on? Why should we disclose our unit numbers? Are you out of your mind? Forget it. I'm leaving the group. I thought this was a place for mutual aid in the apocalypse. But I must have been overly naive. I'm out. Yet, she felt the group leader's point had merit. Marking their unit numbers might facilitate mutual assistance in times of need. I support the group leader. My wife has a fever. What should I do? I'm terrified she'll turn into a zombie. I've locked her in the room, too scared to let her out. Some are cursing the group leader, while others opted to leave the chat. Just then, the group leader, who had merely requested nickname changes, began a lengthy tirade. Jiang You, feeling idle, clicked on a voice message. To her dismay, a man's voice erupted with vitriol. Do you think this is a joke? Just change your nicknames. Follow orders, or you'll regret it. You're not owners anymore. You're just a bunch of wild boars. For those who insulted me, just wait. I want to let you off lightly. I, Wang Jinbao, used to be a security guard. You've looked down on me for too long. Now, no amount of money will save you. For those who insulted me, prepare yourselves. I've had a crush on Dong Lingling from the 6th floor for 3 years. But she never accepted my flowers. You think you're too good for me? Huh? You're just waiting for a rich man. Dong Lingling, I know you're alive. Just wait and see what a real man is. Wang Jinbao's threats echoed in the chat. Jiang You frowned, then shut off her phone. In the early days of the apocalypse, humanity's greatest adversary was, in fact, itself. The threat of zombies was at least tangible and could be prepared for. But the dangers posed by one's own kind were far more insidious. Jiang You had encountered Wang Jinbao several times during her stay. A man with dark skin and shifty eyes, exuding an aura of untrustworthiness. His tall, robust figure was often seen lounging at the security booth, engrossed in his phone, chewing betel nut. Though he offered a cheerful smile, his discolored teeth were unsettling. Before the apocalypse, such individuals were considered the dregs of society. Yet, with the collapse of order, wealth and status no longer dictated one's position, allowing these lowly figures to feel a sense of empowerment. The chat erupted once more, the individuals branded as wild boars retaliating vehemently. Jiang You, plagued by her compulsion to eliminate the ever-present red notification dots, felt increasingly agitated and decided to exit the group. In a 7th-floor apartment, 5 men gathered around a bubbling hot pot. 2 of them, clad in security uniforms, sat obediently, watching as the others indulged in their meal. The remaining 3, sporting crew cuts and prison garb, were evidently escaped convicts. The security guards, Wang Jinbao and Li Yang, watched as the 3 felons devoured their food, their faces glistening with grease, while they themselves dared not touch their chopsticks until the others had finished. Wang Jinbao had vented his frustrations on the group chat, finally feeling a sense of relief. He spat contemptuously on the floor. These arrogant fools. Just because they lived in luxury before doesn't mean they won't go hungry now. With that, he turned his gaze flatteringly towards one of the men, Scarface. About that Dong Lingling I mentioned earlier, don't be fooled by her having given birth. When she walks, her hips sway enticingly. If you're interested, I can show you where she lives. I've been a security guard here for nearly 5 years and know exactly who lives in every unit. He desperately sought to prove his worth. Beside him, Liang nodded in agreement. Yes, yes. Scarface, true to his name, bore a ghastly scar running from his brow down to his lip, twisting grotesquely whenever he smiled. His eyes were already sunken, and the cunning, cruel glint within them instilled an unsettling chill when he smiled at others. Coupled with the scar that marred his visage, he evoked a sense of dread and unease. With a jovial demeanor, he lifted a piece of meat and generously placed it into Wang Jinbao's bowl, as if bestowing a favor. It was evident that Jinbao was quite astute, aware of their prolonged abstinence from meat. This arrangement was indeed commendable. He then turned his gaze to the other 2 brothers. Huangxi, Ma Zi, after we finish our meal, let us go hunt a couple of zombies to stretch our limbs and ensure a restful night, he suggested. At the mention of rest, an unspoken understanding passed among the 3, prompting a ripple of laughter. Hearing them speak so nonchalantly about slaying zombies only intensified Wang Jinbao's fear, causing his smile to become even more ingratiating. Liang quickly joined in the laughter, anxious to keep pace, reminiscent of his former colleagues. Chapter 18. Frenzied exercise. Wang Jinbao and his companions encountered Scarface the day after the zombies emerged. At that time, he and several other security personnel were cautiously scavenging for food in the water when several heads suddenly popped up from the depths. Startled, they dropped their retrieval poles and fled, only to find themselves confronted by firearms and unable to move. The figures emerging from the water were none other than Scarface and his 2 companions, drenched in blood and clad in prison garb. The blood had evidently stirred the dormant zombies in the water, as a horde began to struggle to the surface behind them. Fortunately, the zombies were sluggish swimmers. Otherwise, the 3 men might not have escaped. Yet, their slow pace was no match for their sheer numbers. Upon spotting Wang Jinbao and his group, Scarface's eyes lit up, and he demanded they lead the way to a safe location. Originally, there were 4 security guards, but after a moment of hesitation, 2 were shot dead and discarded into the water. With 2 more corpses added to the water, the zombies grew increasingly restless. Wang Jinbao and Liang quickly changed their tune and guided Scarface and his companions to a house previously occupied by a few others, narrowly avoiding a fatal encounter. This house was once home to an elderly woman and her family, a son, daughter-in-law, and granddaughter. However, just before the heavy rain, the young couple had taken their child to an amusement park and had yet to return. The elderly woman, known to Wang Jinbao and his companions, had mobility issues and often hoarded supplies, having experienced hunger in her younger days. Unlike the current generation, who have grown accustomed to takeout and dining out, many older individuals prefer to keep a well-stocked pantry for peace of mind. After the zombie outbreak, they felt emboldened to trespass into the elderly woman's home, realizing that patrolling officers had ceased to appear. Initially, the woman resisted their entry, but as property management personnel, they possessed a spare key and entered unceremoniously. After a few blows from the security captain, the elderly woman succumbed. Wang Jinbao, initially frightened by the criminals, gradually came to see the encounter with Scarface as an opportunity rather than a misfortune. In this apocalyptic world, strength dictated survival, and Scarface was undeniably formidable. Wang Jinbao recognized the distance to the nearest prison was several kilometers, and the very fact that Scarface and his companions had made it here demonstrated their capabilities. He understood his own limitations as an ordinary person, lacking in speed and skill. Rather than struggle alone, he decided it would be wiser to align himself with a powerful ally, believing that sheltering beneath a mighty tree would provide safety. After making this resolution, he willingly offered his longtime crush, Dong Lingling, to Scarface. Once Scarface and his companions finished their meal and retreated to rest, Wang Jinbao and Li Yang dared to partake in the food. The elderly woman had stockpiled a considerable amount of provisions, and with recent distributions of supplies from the neighborhood committee, they had managed to gather quite a bit of food from the water, avoiding starvation. The ingredients for the hot pot, including the alcohol blocks and the base, were already in the house, while the vegetables came from the refrigerator. Although the power had gone out the previous day, rendering the meat slightly off, it remained edible when sliced thinly and boiled in the pot, with a rich flavor of beef fat concealing any unpleasantness. Li Yang, extending his chopsticks into the pot, whispered, "Jinbao, you've liked Dong Lingling for years. Didn't you say you would help her in times of danger to win her heart? Why have you suddenly given her to Scarface?" Wang Jinbao fished around the pot for food, only to find that Scarface and his companions had devoured everything, leaving only scraps. "Damn it, I did all the cooking, even fished out the hot pot ingredients myself, and all I'm left with is broth." He huffed, scooping the broth over his leftover rice while muttering, "What do you know? Compared to our future, women are trivial. If we rise alongside Scarface, what kind of women won't we encounter?" Li Yang nodded, grinning. "You're clever, but there are plenty of young women in our community. Why not inform Scarface about them?" Wang Jinbao shot him a glare. "What do you think? You can't reveal everything at once. If we do, we'll lose our leverage. And those Na'vi girls can't compare to married women. Once you've tasted the difference, you'll understand." Wang Jinbao begrudgingly scooped rice, determined to eat as much as possible, knowing the rice supply in the kitchen was dwindling. Meanwhile, Jiang You replenished her sleep and resumed her rigorous training. Hearing screams, she ignored them and continued. When someone knocked at the door, she remained undeterred. Even when zombies battered the door, she persisted in her exercise. Before meals, she practiced boxing. After meals, she lifted weights, fully immersed in the exhilaration of sweat and muscle strain. The following morning, still groggy, she suddenly heard a buzzing sound, as if something were resting on her eyelid, causing an itch. Upon opening her eyes, she spotted a thumb-sized insect hovering above her head. Wait, it wasn't just any insect. It was a green fly. Damn fly. Was it coming back for more? Frowning, she was about to swat it away when a sudden breeze swept through the room, causing the sheer curtains to flutter. Something felt amiss. All the windows were sealed, and the ice blocks in the room kept it cool, leaving the fan off. Where is this wind coming from? A realization struck Jiang You as she glanced at her hand. No, in her previous life, her powers hadn't manifested for over a month. Yet, she had been reborn, indicating that many trajectories could change, possibly even this one. Her heart raced, pounding in her chest as if it were about to leap out. She took several deep breaths, spending a few moments calming herself. Closing her eyes, she focused on her body. Minutes later, joy filled her face as she sensed that familiar energy coursing within her. With another wave of her hand and a surge of energy, a gentle breeze swept through the room, causing her fringe to dance. It's my power. My abilities have awakened ahead of time. Jiang You stared incredulously at her hands, and upon closer inspection, she was utterly bewildered. Moments ago, she had been engulfed in astonishment at the premature awakening of her extraordinary abilities. But now, as she took a moment to calm herself and reflect, she uncovered something quite peculiar. The hands before her, with their delicate skin unmarred by frostbite, devoid of calluses, and lacking even the faintest scar, belonged to her. In her childhood photographs, her complexion had indeed been fair. Yet after the tragic demise of her parents, coupled with malnutrition and her aunt's insistence on laboring at relative stalls, she had spent countless days under the sun, resulting in her skin becoming increasingly sallow and dark. When the apocalypse erupted, merely surviving became the priority, and concerns about her appearance faded into oblivion. Thus, she had traversed through storms and sunlight, her skin darkening to an almost charcoal hue, so much so that it reflected light under the sun. Yet now, these hands appeared remarkably pale, a whiteness reminiscent of one who had been deceased for 3 days. It was as if they had transformed into this sickly shade of white after the doctor on the Forbidden Island had merged her with the genes of various unknown organisms. A tempest of emotions surged within Jiang You. In a state of urgency, she rushed to the bathroom mirror, eager to gaze upon her reflection. Chapter 19. The perfect stem cell. The girl in the mirror appeared no older than 17 or 18, her features strikingly beautiful, with a flawless, palm-sized oval face. While her features were inherently attractive, her excessively dark and thin appearance resembled that of a malnourished waif. Jiang You tilted her head slightly, and the girl in the mirror mirrored her action. Her sleek, jet-black hair fell to her shoulders, flowing like exquisite silk. Suddenly inspired, Jiang You retrieved a fruit knife from her space and made a small incision in her palm, blood gushing forth almost immediately. Yet, within less than a minute, the freshly drawn wound began to heal at an astonishingly visible rate. A manic smile spread across Jiang Yu's face, her eyes gleaming with a somewhat morbid light as she repeatedly murmured, "It actually succeeded. That old man, it worked." With a swift motion, she brought the knife down again, severing a portion of her pinky finger, which tumbled into the sink amidst a pool of blood. The sight of the pale bone amidst the crimson flesh was unsettling. Patiently, Jiang You waited, the seconds ticking by as blood dripped steadily, gradually slowing to a trickle. After more than an hour, a pulsating mass of red flesh began to grow where her finger had been, akin to a gecko regrowing its tail. After a prolonged silence, Jiang You whispered, "Is this, the Dr.'s genetic modification, a success?" What was happening? Had she truly been reborn? Wasn't she supposed to return to a time before everything began? Why was it like this? Moments later, a triumphant laughter erupted in the bathroom. "Ha, it worked. That old fool killed thousands of ability users. Yet this thing he never completed has actually succeeded. Ha." She covered her face, torn between laughter and tears, appearing almost deranged. It was a success. Although uncertain, Jiang You speculated that her rebirth might have disrupted some so-called genetic sequence, leading to the success of the Dr.'s experiment. Thus, with tears mingled with blood staining her face, she gazed at her blood-soaked hand. The newly formed pinky was flawless, its skin as delicate and smooth as that of an infant. She should have felt joy. After all, she possessed a remarkable gift for survival. As long as she didn't act recklessly, she was virtually indestructible. Yet, inexplicably, alongside her exhilaration, there lingered a desire to obliterate everything. This perverse regenerative ability stemmed from countless nights spent strapped to an experimental table, her blood drained repeatedly, flesh sliced away piece by piece, suffering through a hellish existence for the sake of research. Some high-ranking officials were even aware of her unique constitution, personally visiting the Forbidden Island to witness the researchers carve away her flesh, placing it on plates. They dined with elegant cutlery, savoring the freshest delicacies, all the while oblivious to the vengeful gaze of the very ingredients they consumed. Every part of her body had been compromised, limbs, skin, flesh, and even organs. The doctor's research had yielded results, but not entirely. It still fell short of his ideal of a planarian-like constitution, which could regenerate multiple bodies from numerous fragments. She looked at the severed pinky in the sink, which within an hour had dissolved into a pool of blood, washed away by the water. Bone and flesh, once detached from the main body, rapidly decayed, unable to regenerate into independent entities like planarians. Thus, she was not yet the perfect gene the doctor had longed for. Jiang You laughed and cried simultaneously. Finally, she cleaned her face and gazed at her reflection in the mirror. Her previously dull hair was now lustrous and smooth, and her once sallow skin had transformed into a fair and tender complexion. She appeared strikingly beautiful. However, the sight of the pulsating blood at her wound made her feel a wave of nausea. Rebirth, it seemed, did not allow her to return to a time before everything began. Ultimately, she remained the monster within the Forbidden Tower. "Hello, Monster Jiang You." The girl in the mirror tilted her head, breaking into a radiant smile. With a resounding crash, her fist struck the mirror, shattering it into countless shards that fell to the floor. Upon waking the next morning, Jiang You instinctively approached the balcony and peered down. The waters had completely receded, leaving behind a landscape of parched mud, littered with wandering zombies. The buildings, soaked by the flood, bore a distinct line marking the water's height. Silence reigned. There were no screams or the sound of traffic. This city felt eerily lifeless, save for the distant growls of the undead. She opened the window, allowing a few oversized flies to enter her abode. These flies had mutated, each the size of a thumb and flying with an impressive speed. The incessant buzzing filled the air. Jiang You munched on a popsicle while practicing her abilities with the flies. Having prior experience, she quickly advanced from creating gusts of wind to forming compact wind blades within 2 days, adeptly severing the heads of erratic green-headed flies. One by one, the round heads tumbled to the ground, their emerald eyes inexplicably giving Jiang You a sense of peculiar beauty. Although she had mastered precision, her abilities were limited by her level, allowing only a few uses, and her range did not exceed 10 meters, restricting her attacks to close quarters. Yet, for a novice evolved being, this was already a remarkable achievement. Despite the apocalypse, humanity's extinction was not a foregone conclusion. Life would seek its own path to survival. As zombies proliferated, even small creatures like flies and rats mutated, let alone humans. Among humanity, many awakened to extraordinary abilities known as ability users. These abilities could be categorized into 4 main types. The first type is the enhancement ability, which includes enhancements in strength, speed, and the 5 senses, as well as overall physical enhancement. Enhancement abilities are the most common. The second type consists of elemental abilities, encompassing metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The third type includes natural abilities such as wind, thunder, electricity, and ice. The fourth type is the unordered abilities, which lack structure and awaken randomly, being exceedingly rare. Known unordered abilities from her previous life included mental abilities, healing abilities, invisibility, and spatial manipulation. These abilities are further divided into 6 realms and 3 levels, with F being the lowest and A being the highest. There may exist ability users beyond A level, but she had never encountered one. When Jiang You died, she was classified as an A3 level ability user. In a small base, having one A3 level ability user was already sufficient. While she practiced her abilities, numerous events unfolded outside. Some survivors, braver than others, ventured out after the waters receded, armed with weapons, and engaged in fierce battles with the zombies. They soon discovered that these monsters were not as terrifying as initially perceived. With courage and carefulness, they could be managed. Consequently, this group took the lead in searching for supplies, gaining an advantage as the early risers. Some individuals remain hidden within their homes until they are utterly deprived of resources, mustering the courage to confront the monsters only when it is too late. By then, the easily accessible provisions have long been claimed by others. An increasing number of people have transcended their initial fears, seeking ways to survive. Following the previous flooding from torrential rains, many supplies have been rendered useless. Exposed grains have mostly been ruined, leaving only well-packaged foods or canned beverages unscathed. At this juncture, any food, even if moldy or spoiled, can be consumed when hunger reaches its zenith. The population of city numbers in the millions. Even if half have succumbed to zombification, the remaining populace represents a daunting figure. With wolves in abundance and prey scarce, conflict becomes all the more brutal. Every corner of the city is a stage for the drama of killing or being killed, involving kin, friends, or strangers. Regardless of whether these individuals were once white-collar workers, tycoons, laborers, or entrepreneurs, their prior assets hold no significance now. The only currency that matters is the weapon in hand. Those with the mightiest fists hold the power to speak. In the face of life and death, spouses turn against one another, brothers slay brothers, and sisters become foes. Such tragedies unfold incessantly. Trust among people has plummeted to an all-time low. Jiang You is unhurried in her ventures outside. She has stockpiled supplies and, having previously acquired the largest foreign supermarket's warehouse in the city, her resources are sufficient for her to sustain herself for several lifetimes. As for the zombies, they are likely still devoid of the crystalline cores in their brains and are not yet inclined to act. The crystalline core is a form of energy within the zombie's brain. This phenomenon is not exclusive to zombies. Mutated beasts, altered plants, and even those with special abilities possess such energy crystallizations after evolution. The absorption of crystalline cores benefits all evolved beings. For those with abilities, consuming a core aids in advancement. For mutated flora and fauna or zombies, it accelerates their evolution. Even ordinary individuals might awaken special powers through the consumption of crystalline cores, though their bodies are ill-equipped to handle such power, leading to 3 potential outcomes. 1. A breakthrough between life and death, awakening abilities and becoming an evolved being. 2. A fatal explosion of the body. 3. Infection, leading to zombification or transformation into other monstrosities. Compared to the latter outcomes, the likelihood of becoming an evolved being is less than 5%. Yet, even this meager chance is enough to drive people to madness. After all, in the apocalypse, strength is paramount. Chapter 20. Human Nature. A gunshot rang out with a resounding bang. On the ground lay Li Yang's lifeless body, his head obliterated by a bullet, and his left eye reduced to a grotesque mass of blood and flesh. Blood erupted from the back of his skull, dispersing like a mist. Though life had departed, his right eye remained eerily fixed on Wang Jinbao. Wang Jinbao was paralyzed with fear mere moments before. The 3 men had been joking and seeking women to relieve their frustrations, only to return without uttering a word before Li Yang was shot dead. His pupils dilated, and his trembling legs buckled beneath him as he knelt on the ground, beads of sweat rolling down his face. He stared in terror at Scarface. "Brother Scarface, what has happened? Why are you so enraged?" Just moments ago, he had been standing close to Li Yang, now splattered with blood. Yet, he dared not raise his hand to wipe it away. "Brother Scarface, what is going on? Did Li Yang do something wrong?" Seeing Wang Jinbao as cowardly demeanor, Scarface sneered. "Wang Jinbao, it seems you, like your brother, have overstayed your welcome. How dare you harbor ill intentions towards us? That Li Jia has firearms at home. Why did you not inform us? Huang Si is dead, and I see you wish to join him." Wang Jinbao trembled violently, bowing his head in submission. "What? That woman Li Jia has guns hidden at home? She is a drug dealer? I swear, I truly did not know. Brother Scarface, I promise I had no intention of keeping this from you. I've seen her come and go. She appeared to be an ordinary woman. Who could have guessed she had such audacity, harboring weapons and even drugs? Had I known, I would have dared to hide it from you, Brother Scarface. Truly, I am your loyal dog. You point east, and I wouldn't dare go west. If you ask me to catch a dog, I wouldn't chase a chicken. I swear, I am your most devoted servant. Please spare me just this once. I beg you, I do not wish to die, Brother Scarface. I do not wish to die." In recent days, Scarface and his men had roamed during the day, slaying zombies and scavenging for supplies. In times of peace, they were mere outlaws, but amidst chaos, they quickly adapted to their new reality. After taking their first life, they had become emboldened, feeling as though their time had finally come. By day, They scoured the vicinity for resources and dispatched zombies. By night, they indulged in the company of women, courtesy of Wang Jinbao's tips. In this apocalyptic world, most women, especially those living alone, were inherently timid. Aside from the undead, the majority remained hidden in their homes. Wang Jinbao, as the community's security guard, was well acquainted with the residences of the previously attractive women, despite some having perished or transformed into zombies. His knowledge remained more reliable than their random searches. Scarface and his crew, bolstered by their physical prowess and ruthless tactics, quickly became formidable figures within the community, instilling fear in the hearts of others. Many began to follow them, comprising both outside survivors and those from within the neighborhood, men and women alike, forming a small faction with Scarface at the helm. Each night, they sought out women for pleasure. Scarface himself would indulge, while his subordinates took turns subjecting others to humiliation. Even handsome men found themselves ensnared by Scarface's whims. His appetite knew no bounds. Many attractive women and men fell victim to his lustful desires, while those deemed less appealing unexpectedly escaped his clutches. Their methods were brutal and perverse, and few survived a night in their company. However, yesterday unfolded like the days before, as they ventured to the home of a young woman identified by Wang Jinbao. Unbeknownst to them, she was a drug dealer and had firearms hidden within. Upon entering, Huang Si, leading the charge, was shot dead. Several others were also struck down. Liang, initially intending to take advantage of the situation, panicked when faced with danger and shoved Scarface aside, fleeing for his life. This act of desperation nearly cost him dearly, and upon returning, Scarface executed Liang without hesitation, despite his immediate pleas for mercy. As for the woman, she ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming odds against her, meeting a tragic end. Motzi whispered to Scarface, "Boss, I believe Wang Jinbao has outlived his usefulness. We kept him around because he was familiar with the former residents of the community, but now chaos reigns. Many have perished, and numerous outsiders have arrived. His information is no longer reliable. Keeping him serves no purpose. Indeed, Wang Jinbao is no longer of any use." Another minion, wearing glasses, flattered Scarface. "If we eliminate him, we could save a meal. Please no. Brother Scarface, I am your most loyal dog. Spare me. I truly am obedient. Look, woof woof. I am genuinely devoted. Grant me my life, Brother Scarface." Hearing their brazen discussion about his impending demise, Wang Jinbao trembled uncontrollably, a yellowish liquid trickling down his pant leg, filling the room with a foul stench of urine. "Boss, there are plenty of others eager to be dogs. We need not keep this useless one," one of Scarface's subordinates remarked. Scarface nodded in agreement. "You are right. A useless dog deserves no mercy." With a gunshot, Wang Jinbao's head exploded, his lifeless form collapsing to the ground, eyes wide open in death. The others believed the ordeal had concluded and began to breathe a sigh of relief. However, in the next instant, Scarface turned his gun towards the man who had urged him to eliminate Wang Jinbao, his finger unfaltering on the trigger. With a resounding bang, the bullet pierced the man's forehead. The group froze, bewildered by Scarface's sudden betrayal of his own. Yet, no one dared to utter a word. A cruel smile crept across Scarface's lips as he addressed the corpse. "You were correct, but I despise it when others meddle in my decisions." He surveyed the remaining men with a fierce glare, declaring, "I will not tolerate dissent regarding my choices, even if they are flawed. I trust that next time, I shall not hear any similar objections." Scarface's brutality left an indelible mark on the others, who nodded vigorously in agreement. Satisfied, Scarface reclined on the sofa, reaching for a can of fruit, opening it to relish its contents. In this era of scarcity, such a delicacy was a privilege reserved for Scarface alone, symbolizing his status. As the can of yellow peaches was opened, the sweet aroma wafted through the room, tantalizing the others who could not help but swallow hard as they watched Scarface indulge in the fruit and its syrupy juice. The room fell silent, save for the sounds of Scarface savoring his meal and sipping the broth. Chapter 21. The green bottlefly Scar observed the others with a satisfied smile as he ate. Previously, he had languished in prison, unperturbed by the threat of zombies, and with a life sentence he felt no fear. In prison, no one dared to provoke him. Thus he lived quite comfortably. However, Scar relished the present moment even more. Now, he wielded the power of life and death over others, feeling as if he were the king of this world. Delicious food and beautiful women were his to choose from. Those he found displeasing could be eliminated without hesitation, while those he desired could be taken by force. No one could challenge him, and there was no law to judge him. This sensation was utterly exhilarating. After finishing a can of food, Scar selected a handsome young man and dragged him into a room. A session of intermittent exchanges commenced. Though Scar enjoyed his days, an insatiable feeling lingered. He glanced at a group of men and women huddled in the corner and spat in irritation. What a dismal sight! Were there no cleaner beauties around? One of his underlings understood the implication and said, "Boss, are you referring to untouched ones?" Scar smirked. When it comes to food, it must be clean. Taste is secondary. What matters most is that it is pure and harmless. The man leaned in flatteringly. "Boss, I know of two beautiful women. One is a survivor who came in the day before, residing on the 22nd floor of Building 1. I saw her when she arrived, accompanied by a man, likely her boyfriend. That woman is stunning, resembling a star. The way she walks suggests she might still be a virgin. There's another woman on the 24th floor whom I've seen. She is young and probably hasn't been in a relationship yet. Everything about her is fine, except she is rather dark-skinned. You probably wouldn't fancy her." Moments later, several naked corpses were tossed from the balcony, their remains splattered on the ground below. The scent of blood attracted a multitude of zombies, eagerly feasting on the fallen bodies. Scar sneered. He no longer regarded zombies as a threat. They moved sluggishly, and a swift blow to the head rendered them immobile, hardly a challenge. That night, Scar and a dozen underlings stealthily approached the 22nd floor of Building 1. The original layout was 4 households per staircase, but now 2 doors had been destroyed, leaving the interiors in disarray, with rotting, foul-smelling corpses strewn about. The remaining 2 doors were tightly shut. Scar signaled for his men to knock on the door. After the previous ambush by Li Jie, he had become more cautious. The world was chaotic now, and he was not the only one armed. Thus, in the face of danger, his underlings would lead the way. Their deaths were of no concern. In terms of benefits, he would take the first share, with his subordinates lining up in clear order. Given such a hierarchy, what good men could be found among those under his command? They were all ruthless survivors, oppressed by Scar. Yet when facing other survivors, their methods were just as cruel as Scar's. Scar had 2 lifelong passions, gambling and women. His life sentence was a result of losing his temper at a gambling table, killing the winner, and assaulting the man's wife. Now, in this apocalyptic world, the once unattainable, beautiful women were merely commodities within his grasp. On the 23rd floor, in Jiang Yu's living room, a swarm of green bottleflies buzzed about. Jiang You skillfully wielded her powers, sending wind blades slicing through the rapidly flying flies. One by one, they fell to the ground. Some were decapitated, some had their wings severed, and others were left with nothing but their abdomens. Each met their demise in various ways. These small flies, fast in flight, serve as excellent practice for honing precision in this dire world. In this apocalypse, the first to evolve were not humans, but small insects like flies and cockroaches. After their evolution, although they grew larger and became swifter and more destructive, their basic behaviors remained unchanged. Otherwise, if these insects were to attack humans, survival would be impossible. The number of insects in the city's sewers far surpassed that of humans. With each wind blade that struck down a fly, Jiang You counted 101, 122, 126. When the last green bottlefly fell, Jiang You exhausted her powers. She grabbed a broom and dustpan to sweep the remains into a pile, yet had not yet disposed of them when 2 gunshots rang out. Turning to look, she saw no visible disturbance on her security door, yet she was certain the bullets had struck it. How audacious! To disrespect my generosity. It's a blessing from your past life that my brother Scar has taken an interest in your girlfriend, and yet you don't know how to appreciate it. Little girl, don't follow this pretty boy. Surrender to my brother Scar, and you shall have everything you desire. Jiang You peered outside, witnessing a group of men cornering a man and a woman in the corridor. The couple had evidently been forced to flee from below. Those surrounding them held guns, and it was likely they were the ones who had fired. Jiang You was no saint. Witnessing someone in danger did not invoke a desire to help. She merely stood quietly behind her door, observing the world outside. At most, she would clean up the mess at her doorstep once the danger had passed. Feng Yunyun clutched a kitchen knife in terror, glaring at Scar with disdain. In your dreams, even if I die, I will never be with a disgusting creature like you. Han Jiang was riddled with wounds, a bullet lodged in his abdomen, blood oozing out and soaking his pants. Despite his injuries, he fiercely shielded Feng Yunyun. Yunyun, don't be afraid. If we must die, we die together. I promised you I would help you find your parents. We will always be together. With tears in her eyes, Yunyun nodded. Yes, we must be together in death. Scar watched the couple with contempt, spitting on the ground. How dare you flaunt your affection in front of me? It's infuriating. Boss, should we just kill this pretty boy? Scar chuckled. Why kill him outright? In these days, many have played with both men and women, yet I've never encountered a pair so devoted to each other. Those so-called couples always cower before bullets. I've never met anyone so spirited. I admire that. His gaze held a hint of appreciation for Han Jiang and Feng Yunyun. Chapter 22. The more you call, the more excited I get given their close relationship. It would be entertaining to have him watch as we indulge ourselves later. Scar's gaze fixated on Feng Yunyun's alluring figure. It would be rather dull if those women offered no resistance at all. Only a fiery little pepper like her would suffice. The thought of Han Jiang helplessly witnessing Feng Yunyun's degradation at their hands filled Scar with an impatient thrill. Matsi, upon hearing this, chuckled with a lewd grin. It was evident that Scar was quite the connoisseur of pleasure. Scar laughed, suggesting they conduct their business right here, taking advantage of the perfect timing and location. The others joined in laughter, and they swiftly advanced, separating Han Jiang and Feng Yunyun with brutal efficiency. Let her go, you beasts! Yunyun, let me go. You will face retribution for this. Scoundrels! No matter how formidable Han Jiang was, he was ultimately overpowered by sheer numbers and quickly subdued. Feng Yunyun was yanked by her hair to the side. Matsi brandished a baseball bat and ruthlessly struck Han Jiang's waist and abdomen several times before forcing him to kneel. Han Jiang felt as though his insides had been shattered, blood and flesh spewing from his mouth. Yet he fought desperately against his restraints. Release her. Beast, let her go. Spare her. I'll do anything you ask. Just spare her. Please, let her go. Yunyun. Scar pinned Feng Yunyun to the ground, tearing at her clothing while eagerly watching Han Jiang's struggle. Hey, shout louder. The louder you scream, the more excited I become. Ha ha ha. Matsi and the others were flushed with exhilaration at the spectacle before them. According to their usual practice, once the leader was finished, it would be their turn. These men had long ceased to be human. They were nothing but brutes. Even if they were to witness murder before their eyes, Jiang You would hardly spare them a glance. However, she would never allow these beasts to tarnish her doorstep. With a sudden rip, Scar tore Feng Yunyun's blouse apart, his yellowed teeth sinking into her delicate shoulder. That shoulder, so pale and smooth, now marred by angry bite marks, was utterly enticing. Just as he prepared to proceed further, a heavy door swung open with a resounding bang. Scar abruptly froze, a gaping wound in his forehead oozing blood. Before he could comprehend the situation, he collapsed on a Feng Yunyun, his blood dripping on her face, mingling warmth with a metallic scent. Feng Yunyun stood dumbfounded, unable to grasp that the man who had sought to humiliate her was suddenly lifeless. It took several moments for her to comprehend. Scar is dead? Just like that. As blood dripped into her eyes, staining her vision crimson, she screamed and struggled to escape from beneath Scar's body, horrified by the still warm corpse. The eager subordinates, realizing a threat had emerged, quickly turned, drawing their weapons. Brother Scar, Matsi roared, turning furiously to face the unexpected Jiang You. You killed Brother Scar, you wretched woman. Just watch me. Bang! Before Matsi could finish his threat, Jiang You fired her weapon without a blink, swiftly taking him down. The others rushed toward her, but Jiang You evaded while firing, each shot hitting its mark with unerring precision, sending the panicked assailants crashing to the ground. With a calm demeanor, she regarded Matsi's lifeless face, his mouth still agape in shock, and nonchalantly blew the smoke from her gun. Hadn't he heard? Villains often perish from their own verbosity. Foolish fool. Han Jiang had believed he and Feng Yunyun were doomed, yet they found unexpected salvation. Scar's previous dominance among survivors stemmed from the armed men at his side, wielding firearms and blades procured from unknown sources. Those who crossed them either faced execution or severe mutilation, instilling fear in all. In the early days of the apocalypse, possessing a gun rendered one nearly untouchable. After all, no matter how skilled one might be, no martial prowess could withstand a bullet. Yet, to Han Jiang's astonishment, the notorious Scar had fallen so easily. The precision of the shots suggested that the shooter was no novice. Han Jiang dared to gaze upon their savior. By the security door stood a serene young woman with black hair, impeccably clean, her large, round eyes and unusually pale skin contrasting with her vivid red lips. She surveyed the carnage around her, as if it were mere refuse, devoid of any hint of bloodlust. In moments of anger or violence, one typically exhibits intense emotions. Yet she remained eerily calm, as if she had merely dispatched a few fish. Han Jiang noted her cleanliness. Her hair was dry, her face and clothing immaculate. In this era of chaos, where many survivors struggled to find even a drop of water, he and Feng Yunyun were grimy and unkempt, focused solely on survival. But she appeared to possess an abundance of resources. As if sensing Han Jiang's gaze, Jiang You cast a fleeting, indifferent glance in his direction. Chapter 23. Han Jiang and Feng Yunyun. He quickly bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you for saving my life. Jiang You raised her hand to interrupt him. No need to thank me. I did not wish to save you. I simply wanted to avoid dirtying my doorstep. Han Jiang nodded. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that such a small girl could kill so many people in one breath. However, after speaking, Han Jiang watched as she strode directly towards Feng Yunyun. Han Jiang hurriedly scrambled to his feet, rushing to Feng Yunyun's side and positioning himself protectively in front of her, not daring to move. He understood that this person had just saved him, yet no one could guarantee that she wouldn't suddenly change her mind and turn on them. Han Jiang found it impossible to read the intentions of this suddenly appeared woman. Her indifference while killing was far more terrifying than the brutality of the scarred man. The latter at least demonstrated a semblance of rage, while her calmness suggested a disturbing familiarity with death. Feng Yunyun grasped Han Jiang's hand, her eyes wide with fear as she looked at the woman who had appeared so suddenly. When she raised her gun, Feng instinctively shut her eyes, despairing as she awaited death. To perish at the hands of this woman seemed more dignified than being humiliated by those wretches. As she squeezed her eyes shut, her body trembled, tears trailing down her cheeks. Feng Yunyun was beautiful, even in tears, yet at that moment, Jiang You was not the type to appreciate beauty. After waiting for what felt like an eternity without the sound of gunfire, she hesitantly opened her eyes, only to gasp in shock as she witnessed the scene before her. Jiang You had fiercely kicked over the corpse of the scarred man, then, without blinking, proceeded to stomp mercilessly on his groin with her foot, delivering several brutal blows. Accompanied by sickening sounds, the area was reduced to a gruesome mess. Feng Yunyun didn't need to look closely to know it had been obliterated into a mushy pulp. As she observed Jiang Yu's ruthless actions, the fear in her eyes dissipated, replaced by a burgeoning excitement. Yes, stomp. Crush them all. Soon, Jiang You, resembling a little sadist, began to pulverize the weapons of each of the deceased henchmen beneath her feet. Though they were already dead, their bodies trembled slightly under her relentless assault, with some even dying with their eyes wide open. Although this woman had saved them, Han Jiang instinctively clenched his legs, feeling a sharp pain in some part of him. This woman was terrifying. Not only did she kill, but she also desecrated the dead. Feng Yunyun snapped back to reality, her gaze falling on her boyfriend, who was battered and pale. She anxiously clutched his arm. Han Jiang, are you all right? I'm fine. Thank goodness you're safe. Han Jiang replied, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he stroked Feng Yunyun's face. I'm okay, I won't die. After saying this, he turned to Jiang You, intending to express his gratitude once more. Thank you for saving my life. Before he could finish, the dark muzzle of a gun pressed against his forehead. Han Jiang swallowed hard. This fierce woman seemed to have a rather volatile temperament. Feng Yunyun, who had just begun to relax, immediately tensed, gazing fearfully at Jiang You. What? What do you intend to do? Clean up the trash at the entrance and leave quickly, Jiang You replied coolly. I've saved your lives. Cleaning my doorstep isn't too much to ask, is it? Han Jiang, with the gun still aimed at him, nodded vigorously. Not at all, not at all. Feng Yinyin quickly agreed. We will clean it up. Thank you for saving us. We are utterly indebted to you. I will not offer myself in repayment. I am not needed as a servant. Just leave quickly once you finish tidying up. I do not like strangers lingering at my door. Jiang You, clearly not one for social interaction, turned to leave after her words. Before stepping inside, she tossed her bloodied slippers onto the ground. Also, throw those slippers away from me. They disgust me. The two nodded repeatedly. Sure, sure. Once the door closed behind Jiang You, Han Jiang and Feng Yinyin exchanged glances. Han Jiang remarked, "This woman is quite peculiar." Feng Yinyin responded, "What powerful person doesn't he have a temper? Those capable ought to be extraordinary, right?" She felt no sense of wrongdoing. Having narrowly escaped death, her savior merely asked her to tidy up. She was determined to fulfill this task well. Feng Yinyin stood up, supporting herself on her knees as she surveyed the multitude of corpses scattered around. A sense of unexplainable satisfaction welled within her. These beasts had finally been dealt with, and it was well-deserved. 13 lives extinguished in mere seconds. Several hadn't even had the chance to draw their weapons. When a powerful individual acted, it was swift and decisive. In a fit of rage, she slapped the corpse of the scarred man repeatedly, then proceeded to strip the bodies of their clothing. Yinyin, what are you doing stripping them? To make rags, of course. Didn't you hear? We need to clean the entrance. How can we do that without mopping the floor? Feng Yinyin retorted. Men just can't see the details. Unlike me, I'm meticulous. After resting for a few minutes, Han Jiang also stood up, gritting his teeth as he dragged the naked corpses to the stairwell, tossing them out of the window one by one. The bodies fell to the ground with a series of thuds, attracting the attention of nearby, wandering zombies. One unfortunate zombie below was struck by a falling body. Unable to rise again, by the flower bed, two female zombies swayed, looking up at the sky and then down at the sudden pile of fresh corpses. The two zombies exchanged a glance with their gray eyes. Roar! Dinner is served. They rushed towards the heap of bodies. The commotion stirred other zombies nearby, who soon joined in the frenzy. Before long, the pile of corpses was reduced to a mushy mass of bones and blood. Meanwhile, Feng Yinyin knelt on the ground, using the stripped clothing to wipe the floor clean. Let us make sure it's spotless, if we don't do it right. What will happen if that fierce woman is in a bad mood? After tidying up the area, Han Jiang hesitated as he gazed at the closed door, though he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Feng Yinyin, however, understood his intentions. Han Jiang believed that if they could establish a connection with this formidable woman, it would yield countless benefits. At the very least, if Yinyin encountered similar situations in the future, she wouldn't be left helpless. Feng Yinyin quickly covered his mouth. Han Jiang, don't think about foolish things. She has already saved us. That is a great kindness. Moreover, her attitude is quite clear. If we approach her shamelessly, it would be a betrayal of her goodwill. Her eyes were slightly red. I understand you're worried about me, but someone as capable as her. If we act ungratefully, she could just as easily turn on us. We've already been fortunate to escape with our lives. If we're not content with that, we might end up like the scarred man. Looking at Feng Yinyin's reddened eyes, Han Jiang gritted his teeth and nodded, I understand. People are often like this. Han Jiang had known of the scarred man's reputation, yet he had never considered allegiance with him, fully aware of his villainy. However, now that Jiang You had saved them, he found himself yearning for further protection. He even contemplated whether, should Jiang You refuse, they might resort to other means to morally coerce her. After all, he believed that since Jiang You had saved them, she must be a good person. For the malevolent, they dare not provoke, whereas the virtuous can be bargained with, even to the point of taking advantage. Feng Yinyin was well aware of his thoughts, having been together for 7 or 8 years. The moment Han Jiang's eyes shifted, she could discern his intentions. Thus, she pulled him along, both firmly and gently. That beautiful young lady, despite having rescued them, was certainly not the type to be easily manipulated by Han Jiang's designs. Her gaze towards both Feng Yinyin and Han Jiang was akin to that of one looking at a corpse. Had Han Jiang rashly provoked her earlier, Feng Yunyun was convinced that they would have found themselves among the ranks of the deceased. The most pressing matter at hand was to return with Han Jiang to tend to his wounds. Although Scar and his men were dead, they had previously terrorized others, seizing numerous possessions from fellow survivors. Thus, there would undoubtedly be food and supplies at their home. They needed to scavenge before the other survivors discovered their whereabouts. Feng Yunyun hastened her pace, dragging Han Jiang along. During their earlier scuffle, they had collected all of Scar's weapons, including several guns and various knives. Consequently, unless they encountered particularly bad luck, Feng Yunyun felt that their situation had significantly improved compared to their initial predicament. Chapter 24. Sounds after more than an hour. Jiang You completed her morning training regimen. When she glanced outside her door, she was astounded by the extraordinary cleanliness of her entrance. It was unfathomable how that couple managed to maintain such hygiene without a mop or water, leaving the tiles polished to the point of reflecting shadows. The outside heat was oppressive. After the soaking and sweltering temperatures, the cityscape appeared nearly devoid of greenery. The flower beds at the base of her apartment were reduced to mere desiccated twigs, rendering the scenery even more desolate than in winter. In recent nights, she had been haunted by indistinct sounds, akin to sharp claws scraping against the ground or the faint dragging of chains. The source of these noises was evidently from above. Although there were 2 more stories above her, 3 households had succumbed to the zombie apocalypse, leading to their demise. The remaining residents were either absent prior to the catastrophe or had fled. What would be causing the commotion? At that moment, Jiang You heard a few faint noises. She raised her gaze to the ceiling, and after a brief pause, armed with her gun, she stepped out of her apartment and ascended the stairs. The moment she opened the door, a wave of heat enveloped her. She meticulously inspected the 24th floor, discovering no anomalies. However, on the 25th floor, 2 zombies had staggered into the corridor, appearing somewhat familiar, likely the former occupants of the building. One zombie was even lugging a hiking backpack. These 2 creatures were meandering in the corridor of the 25th floor. One had a significant portion of its face gnawed away, exposing its gaping jawbone and throat. The other had a gaping hole in its abdomen, with a segment of darkened intestine hanging out, swaying with its movements. Suddenly, as if sensing the presence of the living, the 2 zombies perked up, their grayish eyes scanning the surroundings, nostrils flaring. They paused momentarily before lunging toward the source of the scent. Roar! With mouths agape, their sharp teeth emitted a putrid stench that rivaled any biochemical weapon. Their claws were still smeared with decaying flesh. In an instant, as the 2 zombies lunged forward, Jiang You swiftly aimed and pulled the trigger. 2 bullets pierced through the skulls of the advancing corpses, causing them to collapse violently at her feet. After confirming their demise, she thoroughly searched the 25th floor and ultimately concluded that the sounds might be emanating from the rooftop. The rooftop of this building was enclosed. The developer had constructed a separate unit there, a spacious 500 to 600 square meters that had naturally become a private garden for its inhabitants. While other floors housed 4 units per staircase, the rooftop had only 1. Typically, such properties were gifted or sold to individuals of influence. She ascended the stairs to the top level, where a security door greeted her. Jiang You aimed her weapon at the lock and shot a circle of holes, then kicked it forcefully, intending to create an entrance. To her surprise, the entire door fell from the frame with a loud crash. Stunned, she stared at the security door now dangling from her leg, revealing honeycomb cardboard through its shattered edges. It dawned on her that this was yet another ineffective security door. She extricated her leg from the door's grasp and stepped over it into the room. This top floor, although still shielded by an insulating layer, was notably warmer than the others. After several days without electricity, many items had begun to rot. Upon entering, she was immediately struck by a foul, putrid odor. The room, though disheveled, had not sustained significant damage. However, the stench was overwhelmingly pronounced, not the scent of fermenting fruits and vegetables, but rather the nauseating aroma of decaying meat. Initially suspecting the presence of a rotting corpse, she soon realized that the offensive odor emanated from the refrigerator. Holding her breath, she opened it, only to quickly slam it shut. Inside were countless black plastic bags filled with decaying meat and maggots, an unsettling sight. The fridge's upper and lower compartments were stuffed with these black bags, and while she couldn't ascertain the type of meat, she was certain it was flesh. The odor of rotting meat was unmistakably distinct from produce, and the bags were crawling with maggots. It was baffling that someone residing in such a fine home would resort to using garbage bags for storing food. What peculiar individuals existed in this world? Jiang You cautiously approached the floor-to-ceiling windows of the living room. Beyond them lay a vast terrace, at least 500 square meters in size. Along with the terrace, two zombies, a man and a woman, were listlessly banging against the door. Huff, huff, bang, bang, bang. Their decaying faces pressed against the glass, claws scratching incessantly, producing a grating sound that sent shivers down one's spine. These two zombies were likely the former owners of the residence. The scratching noises she had intermittently heard were probably their doing. The male zombie was clad in a tattered suit, while the female wore a once elegant red dress. It appeared they had been on a date before their transformation. Sensing the presence of the living, their movements intensified. Their decayed faces contorted against the glass, emitting low growls. Jiang You glanced behind them. On the terrace, a table was strewn with disheveled food, wine glasses, and toppled candlesticks, suggesting that the couple had been enjoying a candlelit dinner prior to their unfortunate fate. The glass door was conveniently situated nearby, yet the zombies continued to furiously batter against it in vain. Evidently, these two had not fed in some time, and under the relentless sun, their forms appeared emaciated, their strength waning. The interior of the home was exquisitely decorated, remaining intact amidst the chaos, showcasing a simple yet elegant wooden style infused with hints of exotic charm. Complemented by the breathtaking terrace she had glimpsed earlier, a sudden urge to relocate surged within her. No, why would she move? This was her home. Thus, instead of shattering the glass door to deal with the zombies, she spent time searching the room and eventually found a spare key. Unlocking the glass door from within, she delivered 2 swift kicks, sending the zombies tumbling backward before firing 2 shots. The splatter of brain matter and the foul black blood ensured her living space remained uncontaminated. Yet aside from the zombies, the unmistakable sound of dragging chains echoed in her mind. Where could that noise be originating? She slowly circled the terrace, feeling increasingly closer to the source of the faint clinking sound. The terrace was beautifully adorned with numerous plants, though all had withered, and the ground was laid with weather-resistant wooden decking and polished stone. Now devoid of the chain's clinks, Jiang You caught a whiff of a faint, unpleasant odor. She followed the scent, leading her to an inconspicuous corner of the terrace where she discovered a row of cages. Chapter 25. The mutant cat. The cages were nothing more than ordinary stainless steel enclosures, and within them lay a scattering of withered corpses. Under the oppressive heat, the bodies decayed rapidly, their flesh devoured by insects, leaving only desiccated pelts draped over skeletal remains. It was evident that these mummified bodies belonged to various animals. In the farthest cage, there lay the corpse of a medium-sized dog, its long black fur rendering its breed indiscernible, possibly a husky or a shepherd. Initially, she presumed that these creatures were cherished pets, cared for by loving owners. However, upon closer inspection of the bodies, she discovered that nearly all were mutilated. Although the corpses had undergone some deformation due to decay and desiccation, it was clear that they were not whole. The gaps in the cages were too narrow for a zombie's hand to reach through, and they had been locked from the outside, indicating that the bodies had not been ravaged by the undead. Some of the corpses bore gaping wounds, with steel rods piercing through skulls, while others were missing limbs. The most tragic sight was a body in the corner, its skin flayed. Outside the cage, a pile of fetid fur lay strewn about. Jiang You also discovered a tripod meant for filming, alongside a makeshift platform stained with darkened blood, suggesting that it had been there for quite some time. Unbeknownst to her, a morose thought crossed her mind as she recalled her own harrowing experiences in the laboratory. She could vividly envision those moments, akin to her time on the operating table, mere beasts at the mercy of others. Suddenly, she heard the sound of clanking chains. Turning towards the noise, she spotted a tabby cat emerging from the dark shadows beneath a concrete platform. Jiang You had encountered countless unsettling gazes before, but they were invariably from humans. particularly in the Forbidden Tower, where such looks were rampant. The eyes of beasts might be fierce, but they lacked the malevolence inherent to humanity. Yet now, for the first time, she beheld this sinister gaze emanating from an animal. It was as though a deranged killer were fixating upon her, its eyes reflecting not only savagery, but also an unsettling madness. This tabby was somewhat larger than the average, yet emaciated, its skeletal frame visible beneath its fur. It glared menacingly at the intruder of its territory, its eyes brimming with dark, swirling malice. It harbored an equal disdain for every human that approached. A chain, as thick as a thumb, was tethered around the cat's neck, and each movement elicited a clanking sound. Describing the creature as ferocious felt somewhat inadequate, for some inexplicable reason. The moment Jiang You laid eyes on it, that was the term that sprang to mind. Its body was riddled with various wounds, some deep enough to expose bone, evidently inflicted by zombie claws. Patches of fur were missing, and despite its emaciated form and fierce demeanor, it was clear that this was not a creature to be trifled with. With a fierce hiss, the tabby, fur bristling and body arched, lunged towards Jiang You, only to be halted by the iron chain, crashing back down with a thud. Yet, it continued to glare fiercely at her, as if to convey that any further advance would result in her being torn to shreds. Jiang You then noticed the bloodstains at its mouth, along with several pieces of dark, gnawed flesh lying nearby. Her pupils dilated, and her previously relaxed expression shifted to one of seriousness. She swiftly approached the corpses of two zombies, initially believing that the claw marks on their clothing were merely the result of their mutual scratching. However, upon closer examination, it became apparent that the wounds were delicate and closely spaced, unlike the typical scratches inflicted by zombies. Inspecting the bodies of the two zombies, she confirmed that they both bore wounds indicative of missing muscle, and considering the darkened, gnawed flesh near the tabby, the conclusion became evident. The missing flesh had been consumed. These two zombies had attempted to feast upon the tabby, only to repeatedly suffer losses themselves. The extent of the wounds suggested that this had not been a mere scuffle. Remarkably, this tabby had consumed zombie flesh and, despite being bound by chains, had managed to fend off two zombies, even biting off pieces of their flesh. Such combat prowess was extraordinary. Jiang You returned her gaze to the tabby, locking eyes with it. Despite its ragged appearance, its eyes sparkled with an emerald clarity, revealing that it had not succumbed to the undead state. It was likely a mutant. Even so, such fighting ability was formidable. It was known that early-stage mutant animals exhibited only marginal enhancements in strength and speed compared to their normal counterparts, without any fundamental transformation. Furthermore, mutant animals consuming zombie flesh were typically infected by the zombie virus, leading to their rapid zombification. Yet this tabby exhibited no such affliction. It was exceptional. Regardless of whether an animal or human was infected by the zombie virus, symptoms would manifest within 1 to 2 hours. However, this tabby clearly retained its faculties. Jiang You tentatively extended her hand, but the tabby immediately bared its teeth and lunged at her, displaying a fierce determination to resist any perceived threat. Ah, a little firecracker. Jiang You mused, intrigued by the fierce demeanor of this tabby. She had a penchant for feisty little creatures, for in the presence of sharp claws, cuteness was utterly inconsequential. Little one, would you care to join me? Meow. The tabby responded with ferocity. 10 meals a day. Meow meow. 3 cans a day. Meow. Chicken, duck, fish, whatever you desire. Meow. Foolish human, how dare you attempt to deceive me with such conditions? I shall not be fooled. The tabby erupted into a frenzy, charging forward as the chain rattled, fur flying everywhere. Its sharp claws danced in the sunlight, leaving the air shimmering with the remnants of its wrath. Chapter 26. Who stole my squid? Are you truly unwilling to consider my terms? The tabby cat tugged at the iron chain, producing a clattering sound, its sharp claws glimmering ominously in the sunlight. Meow. Well, it seemed that negotiation was futile. Thus, the following days were far from dull for Jiang You. She relocated, transferring everything movable from her abode into her spatial storage, and ascended to the top floor. After all, the expansive terrace up there was more suited for her exercises. She also repaired the security door. While tidying up, she discovered a hard drive. Upon connecting it to her tablet, she stumbled upon a plethora of deeply unsettling videos. Most of the content depicted abuse, particularly towards animals. Each creature had its own designated folder. Jiang You found a folder labeled number 353, dedicated to the tabby. Within this folder were 2 videos. The first captured their excursion to the countryside where they encountered this wild tabby, tethered by a chain, as per the local farmer's claim, which suggested it had taken several lives of dogs, hence the need for restraint. They had set their sights on this untamed feline, purchasing it with the intent to domesticate and subsequently torture. The second video showcased their domestic routine post-acquisition. Jiang You observed that this couple specialized in locating fiercely defensive dogs, bringing them home to lavish them with care, only to turn on them once trust was established. The entire process was documented, and they even customized content based on client requests. Furrowing her brow, Jiang You discarded all the furniture and personal belongings in her house. After a thorough cleaning, she replaced everything with new items from her spatial storage. As for the foul-smelling refrigerator, she peered downstairs to ensure no one was around. And with little regard for public decency, she hurled it from the top floor. She could not even bear the thought of placing it in her space. It was simply too revolting. A group of zombies, recently feasting on an airdropped meal, aimlessly wandered about. Hearing the commotion, they mistook the situation for another delivery and rushed towards the fallen debris. With eager roars, the zombies dashed to the drop zone, only to find no food, just a shattered refrigerator, its rotten contents exuding a putrid stench. In an instant, the nearby flies were drawn to the scene. The zombies gazed at the refrigerator in confusion. Wait, this isn't food. Before they could disperse, another barrage of items cascaded from above. Excitedly, the zombies craned their necks in anticipation of food, only to be bombarded by a multitude of shadows. Beds, cabinets, pillows, blankets, wardrobes, sofas, coffee tables, and even some zombie corpses. A cacophony of crashes ensued, followed by a cloud of dust. A dozen zombies were crushed before they could escape, while the remaining zombies emitted low growls of fury, realizing there was no food, and staggered off in search of sustenance elsewhere. Jiang You spent the entire day organizing the top floor. Now, her living space boasted a brand new, plush sofa, a grand bed, and a white wool carpet, with the terrace's cages all taken care of. The withered plants were uprooted, and she replanted them with strawberries and cherry tomatoes. After completing her training regimen, which included tidying up, she realized it was already evening. Jiang You retrieved a barbecue grill from her spatial storage and settled on the terrace, enjoying a barbecue in the evening breeze. Despite the night, the temperature remained stifling, registering at 46 degrees on the outdoor thermometer. The tabby cat, which she had been holding, was freed from its iron chain. She had grown fond of this stubborn little creature. However, since it showed no inclination to accompany her, Jiang You did not press the issue. The moment the chain fell away, the tabby emitted a high-pitched cry, leaping into the darkness. Jiang You arranged skewers of lamb, squid, grilled gluten, eggplant, pork belly, and fresh grapes on the table. As she barbecued and nibbled, the sweltering night air made the experience immensely pleasurable. Having grilled a piece of dried squid, she prepared to tear it into strips for dipping in mustard soy sauce, only to realize she had forgotten the mustard. Retrieving it from her spatial storage, she squeezed it onto a plate along with soy sauce and mixed them together. The dried squid, when grilled over charcoal, retained its dry, aromatic chewiness. She ripped it into strips, dipped them into the mustard-infused soy sauce, and savored each bite. Just as she finished blending the sauce, she turned to tear into the squid, only to discover it had vanished. Jiang You glanced beneath the table, confirming that it had not fallen to the ground. "Where's my squid?" She squinted, spotting a gray hair at the edge of the table. She had cleaned this table before using it, so there should be no hair left. Suddenly, she recalled the ferocious little thief. With her hands on her hips, she exclaimed, "How dare you steal my squid? I promised you 10 strips and 3 cans for a day, yet you refuse, and now you resort to pilfering my food." Meow. A shrill voice echoed from one side of the terrace. A small black shadow arched through the air, landing at Jiang Yu's feet. Thud! A mouse, its neck bitten through, lay at her feet, roughly the size of her palm and weighing about half a pound. Was it attempting to barter a mouse for her squid? Jiang You chuckled. You think a mouse can exchange for a piece of squid? Dream on. No sooner had she finished speaking than another shadow was flung from somewhere, landing beside her. Yet another dead mouse. She had not been wrong. This creature could indeed comprehend her words. Jiang You laughed. This little one, I'll let you go. And your return? You must be drawn by the aroma of food. However, with so many ingredients at her disposal, it only took the dried squid. Testing its preferences, Jiang You grilled several small yellow croakers, placing them on the table. Then, she feigned a complaint. Oh dear, what's this pain in my stomach? Before retreating indoors. Upon her return, she found the 3 yellow croakers had vanished, replaced by a few more mice on the ground. Jiang You observed the pair of mice, her lips twitching. She had no intention of consuming such vermin. While enjoying her meal, she continued to experiment. After several days of testing, she nearly confirmed the tabby's preferences. It relished various grilled fish, but showed no interest in raw fare. It savored cooked fish, whether crucian carp, yellow croaker, or squid. However, on one occasion, Jiang You unintentionally placed some strawberries and cherry tomatoes from her spatial storage next to the grilled crucian carp. When she returned, she found the carp untouched. Yet a handful of cherry tomatoes and strawberries had disappeared. Under the table lay a neat row of 7 or 8 dead mice. Jiang You frowned, muttering, So you eat fruit as well? She placed ordinary strawberries from her spatial storage on the table, but this time, the tabby made no move. It seemed particularly fond of the fruits grown in her spatial realm. The creature's speed was astonishing, and Jiang You had several near misses in her attempts to catch it. Recognizing this pattern, she decided to place a few strawberries and cherry tomatoes on the terrace during each of her 3 daily meals. The tabby consistently returned to snatch the fruits, leaving behind a few more mice in exchange. It appears to it that this is a transaction of equals rather than an act of charity. It exchanges its own food for that of the human. What a spirited and tenacious creature. However, after indulging in delectable fruits for several consecutive days, the tabby cat discovered that the human had abruptly ceased the exchanges. Could it be that the offerings were deemed insufficient? This human had the audacity to demand a higher price. Cunning indeed, the human. It seems they possess no integrity. Chapter 27. Dazhuang, although feeling angered, the tabby cat hesitated for a moment before continuing its pursuit of mice. Upon returning, its mouth was filled with rodents. After making 2 trips, it neatly arranged a dozen mice on the terrace. Looking at the empty table, it sighed and went out again to catch more. Once more, it returned with its mouth full of mice, which it laid on the ground before crouching in the shadows, waiting for a delectable morsel. After a lengthy wait in the sweltering heat, the mice began to emit a foul odor. The tabby confirmed that the human truly refused to provide it with food. In frustration, it scratched the ground, leaving deep claw marks. Finally, with an indignant meow, it stormed off. If you won't feed me, then so be it. I can still catch mice. However, in the days that followed, Jiang You resolutely guarded against any food being left outside. Regardless of what it was, once she finished eating, everything remaining was stored away. Thus, when she savored strawberries, the tabby gnawed on mice at the other end of the terrace. When she enjoyed fish soup, the tabby was still at its end munching on mice. Even while she relished grilled squid, the tabby continued its feast of rodents. At last, one day, as she indulged in a plate of strawberries, the tabby could no longer contain its ferocity. It discarded the mouse in its mouth, bared its claws and sharp fangs, and charged at Jiang You. Meow. Just as the claws were about to graze Jiang You, she miraculously produced a stick from seemingly nowhere and swung it in defense. The tabby's claws had become razor-sharp after its mutation. Had they made contact with Jiang You, they would have surely torn flesh. Therefore, she did not hold back. The tabby let out a fierce cry, its fur flying in disarray, while Jiang You wielded the stick with vigorous intent. You want to steal my food? If you come as a thief, be prepared to be beaten. The skirmish was swift, lasting merely a minute. Before the battered tabby retreated to the far end of the terrace, facing off against Jiang You. The tabby bared its teeth, meow. Jiang You rolled up her sleeves. Oh, still stubborn, are you? Come at me. If you wish to take my belongings, let's see if you have the capability. From that moment on, Whenever the tabby spotted Jiang You indulging in the fruits of her labor, it would ambush her in an attempt to snatch food. Yet each time, it left with a bruised head. After enduring 49 rounds of battle with Jiang You, the tabby finally despaired, realizing it could not best this human. Moreover, she fought mercilessly, showing no compassion. The crux of the matter was that the fruits she held were irresistibly enticing. The wretched, delectable aroma drove the tabby wild. It fixated on Jiang You as she popped a small tomato in her mouth, biting down to release an utterly delightful fragrance. It was maddeningly sweet. Jiang Yu had considerable experience with taming creatures. Deceit and emotional manipulation were futile. All fierce animals held an inherent pride, and constant flattery merely made them see you as a subordinate. Only by conquering them and establishing dominance could true obedience be achieved. Once they recognized the hierarchy of strength, compliance would follow naturally. Thus, the process became simple. In essence, it revolved around one core principle: assertive dominance. To run away was to be caught and subdued. To resist was to be pinned down and tamed. Eventually, the creature would grow accustomed to it. Jiang You had once successfully subdued a northeast golden-shaded cat, commonly known as a northeast tiger. Had that tiger not consumed so much, making it financially unfeasible to keep, she would have taken it with her. The tabby, drooling with desire, observed Jiang You grilling squid and devouring strawberries. It yearned to pounce and snatch a bite. Yet memories of the previous beating held it back, forcing it to scratch the ground in frustration. Its defiant and unattractive face betrayed a hint of urgency. Meow. I have already conceded. Why am I still denied food? I disdain canned food. I crave fish, meat, fruits. Hurry and give them to me. Jiang Yu regarded the agitated tabby. Sewa, unless you agree to take a bath, there will be no food for you. Follow me as a subordinate, and you must obey. I do not keep pets. I only keep sustenance. If you wish to consume my provisions while maintaining an air of superiority, you may as well dream on. Meow. I am male. I refuse to be called Suehua. After grilling the squid, Jiang Yu called Dazhuang, come eat grilled fish. Meow. Since moving, Jiang Yu felt her horizons had broadened significantly. Though the penthouse was hot, which floor isn't during summer. Each morning, she exercised on the terrace, napped for half an hour at noon, went out to slay zombies in the afternoon, and retired promptly at 10 in the evening. She relished this disciplined routine, finding comfort in it. Now, with longer days and shorter nights, darkness only descended after 8, yet by around 4 in the morning, light already broke outside. Ultimately, the tabby succumbed to the combination of fists and treats, shamefully accepting the name Dazhuang. With a mere glance from Jiang Yu, it knew a bath awaited it. Dazhuang was busy each day catching mice. As a farm cat, its preferred staple remained rodents, especially in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Mice had grown over twice their original size, possessing ample meat and chewiness, which delighted it further. Of course, the small fish and fruits Jiang Yu grilled were the most delectable. However, these delicacies were only available when it behaved well. Dazhuang did not fully grasp human preferences, but it understood that the basic tastes of creatures were largely similar. It resolved to share a portion of its favorite food with its newly recognized leader. Spending an entire night, it caught the plumpest mouse in the neighborhood. While Jiang Yu slept, it thoughtfully placed the prize beside her pillow. Surely, when the boss opened her eyes, she would be overjoyed to find such a sumptuous meal, right? The next morning, as Jiang Yu blinked awake, she was met with a pair of bright red eyes staring back at her. There lay a suffocated mouse, impressively hefty, likely weighing at least 2 pounds. She inhaled deeply, grabbing the gun beside her pillow and bolting out the door. Dazhuang, come here at once. Dazhuang, who had been waiting for fish treats, sensed something amiss. With a startled meow, it leapt from the terrace's edge, agilely disappearing from sight. Why was the boss so furious? Did she find the food unpalatable, or was the color displeasing? Enraged, it vanished into an unknown alley. Cursed humans, such a nuisance, just as bothersome as the old woman who had once kept it tethered, preventing it from chasing the village dogs. Reflecting on that old woman, who one day quietly lay in a box, her wrinkled face devoid of the warm expressions it once bore, Dazhuang felt a pang of melancholy. Alas, The fragility of human life seems all too apparent. One ought to treat her with kindness, for if she were to perish, the exquisite fruits of life would remain forever out of reach. It matters not if one is fond of this mouse. Let pursue other colorful varieties. As evening descended, Jiang You was partaking in her meal when de Zhuang leapt back from the terrace. His mouth was stuffed with at least 5 or 6 mice, their bare tails thrashing about, emitting a cacophony of squeaks. He cast the rodents into a large fish tank, standing over a meter tall, its waters long evaporated, leaving behind only a few fish bones. The mice, thrown into the tank, panicked and scurried in all directions, desperate to escape. De Zhuang regarded Jiang You with a certain pride. Meow. Poor human, the choice is yours. You may feast on whichever you desire. At that moment, several mice were frantically attempting to climb the tank's walls, yet their claws found no purchase on the smooth glass, resulting in a chorus of squeaks. Jiang You observed the mice, her resolve silent, as she once again reached for her weapon. She realized her error. How delightful it might be to be alone rather than to have an additional burden. Meow. Sensing the impending danger, de Zhuang swiftly leaped away, vanishing from sight. In this city, all were in flight, amidst a whirlwind of blades and shadows. Yet, Jiang Yu's existence appeared disconnected from the plight of other survivors. In her moments of leisure, she even took to cultivating a bit of mint on the terrace for a foolish feline companion. Chapter 28. Would you care to join us? Jiang Yu was savoring her meal of 3 dishes and a soup while de Zhuang nestled in his corner, enjoying his deserved dried fish. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the door, steady and patient, as though the knocker was aware that someone resided within. She slowly finished her last bite, cleared the table, and approached the door, peering through the peephole. Outside stood 2 men and a woman. The man in front appeared to be in his late 20s, his physique robust and imposing. Despite the sweltering heat, he wore a black tank top, his hair clipped short, and his muscles exuded a sense of explosive strength rather than the exaggerated lines forged in a gym. Beside him stood a young woman with short hair, likely around 25 or 26, wielding a large knife. The final man was lean and wiry, resembling a bamboo pole. Jiang Yu recognized them. They were among the nearby survivors. The man leading the group seemed to be the captain of a small team, commanding a number of followers. What would they possibly want from her? What brings you to my door? Jiang Yu inquired from behind the barrier. Her dwelling was comfortably cool, thanks to the ice she had stored, while the outside world was blisteringly hot. Nevertheless, survivors, regardless of their abilities, had become tougher than they were before the apocalypse. The zombie virus had filtered out the weak, leaving those who remained undeniably resilient. The 3 outsiders were drenched in sweat, yet Jiang Yu had no intention of inviting strangers in for a respite. Noticing her reluctance to open the door, the man took the initiative. Hello, I'm Hao Jun. We have formed a supply retrieval team and would like to know if you wish to join us. The current chaos outside is fraught with danger, and venturing alone increases the risk exponentially. Should anything happen, you would be isolated and helpless. However, if we band together, we can support one another. Who says that more people equate to unity? What if someone stabs you in the back? Jiang Yu retorted, pulling out an ice pop from her space and taking a bite. I'm accustomed to solitude. Thank you for your offer, but please leave. Hao Jun was momentarily taken aback by her response. Although she spoke the truth, betrayal from teammates could be fatal. Even he found it hard to fully trust anyone but his sister. Nevertheless, he was determined to persuade her. Beside him, the sweat-drenched Hao Hong shot her brother an incredulous glance. She couldn't fathom why he insisted on climbing 20 flights to invite a stranger into their team, especially when it sounded like a girl who was likely younger than them. It was common for others to beg to join their crew, yet here they were, seemingly rejected. The lean man heard a woman's voice emanating from within, wiped the sweat from his brow, and smirked. Brother Jun, I told you. How could you stumble upon this place? It seems you have a fondness for someone here. He chuckled. Hao Hong's expression soured upon hearing this. Resources were already scarce, and their team comprised only the most capable survivors. If her brother brought home a mere decoration, it would create an enormous burden, and the others in their group would certainly resent it. Tensions were already high, with some members eager to assert themselves. Bringing back a dead weight would undoubtedly cause chaos. What Hao Jun didn't mention was that he had recently escaped a horde of zombies, seeking refuge in a nearby high-rise, where he discovered that a woman occupied the rooftop. He had observed her through binoculars and noted her youth, likely not even 20, and her fair complexion. The thought of a young girl surviving alone in a world turned upside down lingered in his mind. Though not one to be swayed easily by appearances, he found himself unable to shake the memory of that fleeting glance. After deliberating for 2 days, he resolved to check on her. Hearing her voice now confirmed that she was still alive, eliciting a smile from him. However, this smile only deepened Hao Hong's frown. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, she had never witnessed her brother smile so gently at anyone. That smile, she sensed trouble was brewing. Hao Jun accepted her refusal without anger, having anticipated it. In these times, finding someone naive enough to trust others was indeed rare. If you have any reservations, that is perfectly fine. When you've made up your mind, feel free to seek me out. I reside at. He mentioned their current location, also in this building. Survivors tended to band together. The more people who occupied a building, the more it attracted others. Conversely, if a place lay vacant, it would likely remain uninhabited. Joining a team? In the post-apocalyptic world, the perils of solitary wandering were immense, which led many survivors to seek companionship. Forming groups with those nearby was common. Yet, Jiang You had no desire for such arrangements. She cherished her independence. The thought of joining another S-team held no allure for her. She preferred to act on her own whims. With a group, every action would require consensus, and plans would need collective approval. Most importantly, with her ample supplies, how could she hide her stash when others were hungry? It was inevitable that she would have to share, and she was unwilling to sustain a group with her carefully hoarded resources. Moreover, today's allies could easily become tomorrow's adversaries, emboldened by a sense of entitlement. While she might require subordinates, she had no need for companions. The distinction was profound. Partners implied bonds and constraints, leading to potential discord. Subordinates, however, were bound to an unequal relationship from the outset, allowing her absolute authority, control, and status. She would either remain a lone wolf in this desolate world or become the alpha wolf. For the alpha, betrayal from the pack would only yield one outcome: death. Joining another's team? That was an absurd notion. Enough of this. You can leave now, Jiang You asserted firmly. Hao Jun sighed, wishing to continue the discourse. But the lean man interjected with a mocking sneer. Ah, quite the lofty ideals you have, as if you're above it all. If it weren't for Brother Jun's interest in you, do you think we care for another mouth to feed? There are plenty of pretty women outside, and with a little food, they'd be more than compliant. In his eyes, Jiang Yu was merely trying to elevate her own status. Certainly, there must have been some clandestine dealings with Hao Jun. When others come to extend invitations, he retreats to advance, a tactic he has witnessed numerous times. What purpose does beauty serve in a woman if it is merely a fleeting illusion? I advise you to take the opportunity to withdraw gracefully. Otherwise, you may find yourself in a position from which you cannot extricate yourself, and it would be quite amusing to see you come crawling back to us. Women of your ilk are all too familiar to me. It is simply a desire for additional privileges, is it not? As long as you keep Brother Jun entertained, you shall not lack for sustenance. Hao Hong cast a discontented glance at the thin man, warning him to watch his tongue before tugging at Hao Jun's sleeve. Brother, since she is ungrateful, let's take our leave. However, just as she finished speaking, the door swung open briefly before slamming shut again. Hao Jun turned to see a young woman with long hair clad in a pink and white t-shirt and jeans standing before him. Hao Hong was equally taken aback, for this was no ordinary woman, but a girl who appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years old. Her fair face bore a pair of strikingly dark eyes that fixated intently on the monkey standing at the back. The moment Hao Hong laid eyes on her, an unsettling feeling washed over her. This woman was far too pristine, even though her hair was cut to the nape of her neck. It seemed as though it had not been cleaned in days, reeking of sweat and oil. Even her body bore a hint of greasiness. Yet, the girl before them seemed so immaculate, as if she existed in a different realm entirely. While they struggled to survive in a world gone awry, she appeared to thrive in a tranquil, peaceful existence. Were you just insulting me? She directed her gaze at the monkey. The moment the monkey met her eyes, he realized he had spoken too freely. No one who had survived to this point was a fool. This girl, with her clean appearance and shoulder-length hair that shimmered as if freshly washed, clearly led a life of comfort. Such individuals were either endowed with personal strength or were under the protection of someone formidable. Hao Jun instinctively wiped his unwashed hands on his trousers before extending a greeting. "Hello, I am Hao Jun Hao Hong." Observing her pristine visage, recalled how she barely had enough water to drink, let alone to wash her face or hair. She pursed her lips in silence, sensing that her brother's noble desire to rescue a damsel in distress might very well be in vain. Jiang You disregarded Hao Jun entirely, fixing her unwavering gaze on the thin man. "What were you just saying about me?" The thin man, taken aback, protested. "Who insulted you? Am I not merely stating facts? A woman like you, managing to survive this long, does it not rely on men? Do not think your connections make you superior. I, too, am not to be trifled with." Hao Jun frowned, admonishing, "Thin man, silence yourself." Hearing this, Jiang You affirmed, "That was indeed your voice." After confirming her suspicion, she raised her hand and fired a shot at the thin man. In that instant, Hao Jun recognized the impending danger and lunged to shove the thin man aside, narrowly avoiding her bullet. "What is wrong with you? Why do you resort to gunfire at the slightest provocation?" The thin man, while foul-mouthed, meant no harm. His words may have been harsh, but must you take a life so readily? At such a tender age, your heart is excessively cruel. Hao Hong, wielding a long knife, stood guard against Jiang You, while Hao Jun shook his head, earnestly declaring, "In this apocalypse, humanity ought to unite for warmth. He is in the wrong, but his crime does not warrant death. Young lady, please." Before he could finish, a tabby cat sprang from the shadows. Meow. With a sharp cry, it lunged at Hao Jun, its claws poised to strike. The sudden appearance of the feline disrupted Hao Jun's focus, momentarily drawing his attention away from the thin man. Hao Hong rushed forward to assist her brother. Between the thin man and her own sibling, her loyalty was unwavering. After all, one could never know if the thin man bore the infection. What if he were to scratch her brother and spread the virus? Seeing this, the thin man instinctively sought to flee downstairs. "Damn it, that crazy woman has a gun." Jiang You, using one hand to brace herself against the staircase, leaped behind the thin man. She swiftly delivered a kick to his face, sending him crashing to the ground. The thin man's nose was instantly broken, blood streaming down as he staggered back, cursing at the approaching woman. "You wretched creature, if you dare to lay a finger on me, no one else will spare you." He spat, brandishing a knife and swinging it wildly. He expected Jiang You to shoot him dead instantly, but instead, she holstered her weapon and approached him unarmed. "Who told you that a woman can only survive through men? Who are you calling a BTCH? Your mother raised you, and you look down upon her gender so disdainfully? If your mouth is so filthy, then perhaps it should be silenced." The thin man smirked, underestimating her. "You are seeking death." Chapter 29. Severing your lips in an instant, his half-formed smirk was seized by a slender hand. Jiang You forcefully pinned him to the ground, one hand grasping his mouth. "They say your crimes do not warrant death, and I am not unreasonable. So let us silence your lips, and we can turn the page on our affairs." With that, she curled her fingers into claws, her nails digging into his lip as she began to tear it away with ferocity. The thin man, still recovering from a broken nose, was abruptly engulfed by a wave of excruciating pain that felt as if his face were being ripped apart. This mad woman, wasn't he just engaging in a bit of banter? He often spoke in such a way, but who dared to lay a hand on him? This vile creature was not only breaking his nose, but now sought to tear his mouth apart. He felt as though his lips were about to be wrenched off entirely, his eyes wide with terror. Glancing toward Hao Jun, he saw that the siblings were ensnared themselves. What useless beings! They couldn't even handle one. The thin man struggled desperately, clutching a hammer and swinging it wildly at Jiang Yu's head, yet not a single blow landed. Jiang Yu swiftly retaliated, twisting his hand until the bone cracked, then delivered a punishing blow to his head. He wanted to curse, but words failed him. Only muffled whimpers escaped his lips. What was this madwoman planning? A blood-curdling scream pierced the air, shocking both Hao Jun and Hao Hong, who had been engaged in their own battle. Turning to look, their expressions darkened. Jiang You had descended the steps back to the entrance, her delicate right hand smeared with blood, casually discarding a bloody mass beside her. Meanwhile, the thin man was rolling on the ground, clutching his head and wailing. When he finally lowered his hands, his mouth, stripped of its lips, quivered, blood spraying forth, revealing stark white teeth and bright red gums, exposed to the air in a gruesome display. Beside him lay a chunk of flesh, bearing the remnants of a torn mouth. Though they had witnessed many brutal acts in the apocalypse, including encounters with various sadistic perversions, this was the first time they had seen someone literally tear off another's lips. In typical quarrels, one might say something like, "I'll tear your mouth off," but such words were mere hyperbole. Who would be twisted enough to actually do it? Jiang Yu stood at her door, meticulously wiping her fingers with a wet tissue. De Zhuang joined her, his gaze fiercely fixed on the two siblings. Meow. Hao Hong had never encountered such a ruthless woman before. She had torn off the thin man's lips, and in this world devoid of medical care, what difference was there between this and killing him? Although the thin man was known for his sharp tongue, Hao Hong could never have imagined that one day someone would actually tear his lips away. This woman must be mentally unstable. Not only was she deranged, but she was also formidable. Despite the thin man's penchant for provocation, he was no weakling. He had undergone combat training and, despite his small stature, could hold his own against larger opponents. Yet today, he had fallen to a seemingly ordinary woman. Hao Hong observed the blood seeping through the thin man's hands as he clutched his mouth. To tear off a mouth with just one hand's force was no trivial feat. The sight of Jiang Yu's hand, which had first appeared innocuous, now revealed an aura of menace. During their earlier scuffle, she had gone unnoticed. Now, confronted, Hao Hong felt a chill emanating from the vicious tabby cat at her side. This was her first encounter with such a fierce creature. Previously, she had owned a beautiful ragdoll cat, sweet and affectionate. She adored pets, but had never seen a cat that struck such terror at first glance. Both the woman and her feline companion were utterly deranged. She cast a glance at Hao Jun, as if to say, "Look, is this the kind of twisted individual you admire?" Hao Jun swallowed hard, his eyes reflecting wariness. The thin man had barely lasted half a minute against her, and she had emerged unscathed. The cat, too, showed no intent to kill. It merely sought to restrain them. Despite the lack of verbal communication, their synchronicity in the heat of the moment was enviable. If only he possessed such a fierce companion, he could achieve so much more. Blood streamed from the thin man's mouth, but in his enraged state, he disregarded the gun in Jiang Yu's hand and charged at her, furious. "You wretched creature! I will end you." Jiang Yu tilted her head. "Look, he is coming for me." Isn't it time he faced his fate? No sooner had she spoken than she raised her hand, and a gunshot rang out, the thin man's forehead exploding in an instant. His body tumbled down the stairs. This time, Hao Jun did not intervene. A wounded beast could not survive in the jungle. The thin man had long been a source of friction within their group, often making inappropriate jokes at the expense of female survivors. Each time, he had been reprimanded, but now, he had finally met his demise at the hands of his own reckless tongue. Jiang Yu turned to Hao Jun. "So, you wish for me to join your team? That could be arranged. However, if I hear a single insult directed at me, may I tear your lips off?" Her expression exuded genuine sincerity. In the past, Hao Jun would have eagerly nodded in agreement, but after witnessing the thin man's gruesome fate, he fell silent. Perhaps this girl did not require his protection, and he certainly did not wish to see more lipless members in his group. Quickly shaking his head, he added, "I was merely inquiring. If that is not your intention, let be." Hao Hong nodded vigorously. Who among them had the luxury to invite such a maniac into their ranks? She had encountered many bleeding hearts, but never a living demon. Moreover, possessing a firearm in this post-apocalyptic world undoubtedly granted one greater authority. Hao Hong considered the implications of inviting this formidable figure into their fold, fearing that her own words might provoke a similar fate. She instinctively touched her plump lips, glancing at the gruesome mass on the ground, shivering at the thought. Such beautiful lips were best left intact on a face. After bidding farewell to Jiang You, they turned to leave, only to hear a chilling remark behind them. Take your trash with you. Thus, Hao Jun hoisted the thin man's corpse away. Hao Hong hesitated, but ultimately suppressed her revulsion to retrieve the severed lips from the ground. Once they departed, Jiang You closed the door and resumed her idle existence. Thus far, she had encountered only a handful of awakened abilities outside. However, as time progressed, the number of those with extraordinary powers would inevitably increase. Peering through binoculars from the rooftop, Jiang Yu soon spotted the silhouettes of Hao Hong and Hao Jun. They were now devoid of the thin man's body, skillfully dispatching the approaching zombies and swiftly disappearing between the buildings. Recently, a new group had arrived in the neighborhood, numbering over 100, and it appeared that several possessed special abilities. A few days prior, this group had cleared out the wandering zombies and had even reinstalled the community gates. While they were clearing out the zombies, Jiang Yu observed a fire ability user, a lightning ability user, and a plant ability user. These were the three she had seen. Perhaps there were other latent ability users among them. This community was originally a gated one, and after the main gate had been damaged, no one had bothered to repair it, allowing numerous zombies to wander in from outside. However, ever since that group arrived, the number of wandering zombies in the open area had significantly diminished, with only 2 or 3 occasionally appearing. Just as Hao Jun and Hao Hong rushed over earlier, they encountered merely 2 zombies charging towards them. The group boldly eradicated the zombies within the community and subsequently took over the 3-story service center building. During these days, Jiang Yu often spent her time on the rooftop, observing through binoculars. Several survivors had already sought refuge with that team. The view from her rooftop was exceptionally clear. She could see the ground floor of the 3-story building adorned with the words Thunder Team spray-painted in red. Changing her focus, she turned her gaze beyond the community walls. The area was not extensive, consisting of only 3 elevator buildings and a row of small walk-up villas, thus offering a remarkably unobstructed view outside the community walls. The large iron gate had been securely closed again, with a few zombies from the road pressing against it, scratching with their claws. However, as long as they were not attracted by something unusual, these zombies typically remained calm. After observing for a while and finding it uninteresting, she donned her gloves and began striking a sandbag, engaging in combat training. Although she could relax on the sofa watching television, Jiang Yu preferred the invigorating sensation of sweating profusely. A person is like a sponge. Only through relentless self-challenge can one unleash greater strength. Following her training session, Jiang Yu proceeded to wash up. The water from the melting ice in the plastic bathtub in the living room provided a refreshing chill, perfect for her ablutions. She took her shower first, leaving the water for De Zhuang afterwards. De Zhuang detested bathing, and every time it was a struggle with Jiang Yu holding him down in the water. Yet, once finished, he found it immensely refreshing, almost reluctant to conclude the experience. The water used for De Zhuang's bath was not wasted. It was repurposed for watering plants, mopping the floor, and flushing the toilet. Nothing was discarded. Chapter 30. Second-tier zombie. The penthouse on the 25th floor loomed high above, obscuring the ground below, even from the keenest eyes without the aid of a telescope. Jiang Yu often sought amusement by either watching films or peering through her telescope. On the streets below, a zombie pursued a hapless victim, only for a furious survivor to retaliate with a bullet to its head. The sweltering heat and absence of electricity meant that windows remained wide open during the day, allowing the homes of the living to air out. Consequently, Jiang Yu was privy to sights that others could not see. She relished the warmth of the sun, a stark contrast to the years spent in the shadowy confines of the Forbidden Tower. Across the way, on the 6th floor, a couple had just finished their affectionate rendezvous. The man departed, only for another to seize the opportunity in a rather scandalous manner. Subsequently, after the woman left, the 2 men found themselves entangled once more. Jiang Yu scrutinized their dwelling, her mind racing in an attempt to untangle the complex web of relationships that bound these individuals. The intricacy of human connections was overwhelming. Solitude, it seemed, was a far simpler existence. With a blink, she redirected her gaze to another building, where a particular household frequently staged dramatic confrontations. Timing her observation, she anticipated yet another display. However, upon turning her telescope, disappointment washed over her. Oh no, The apartment was a gruesome tableau, splattered with blood, as several zombies aimlessly wandered about, one of which was a former survivor. It seemed yet another channel had vanished from her view. As she observed others, she was acutely aware that she, too, might be under scrutiny from unseen watchers. Jiang You glanced toward a nearby rooftop, where a blinding glint momentarily caught her attention. Bored, she pursed her lips and, after surveying her surroundings, moved the broken sandbag to a corner. She then retreated indoors, emerging with a fresh sandbag to commence her workout. On her mat, Jiang You engaged in plank exercises. Moments later, perspiration dripped from her, her arms trembling slightly. De Zhuang, her feline companion, approached with an air of disdain, his expression radiating contempt, as if to say, "Is that all you've got?" Jiang Yu shot him a sideways glance, then, seizing his tail, declared, "Since you're idle, join me for some training." Meow. De Zhuang protested, thrashing in his attempt to escape, but it was too late for retreat. Jiang Yu held fast, coaxing him to join her, her grin reminiscent of a street bully. In this post-apocalyptic world, while others withered away, she thrived in stark contrast. Upon her rebirth, she had been as frail as a sprout, dark and emaciated. Now, thanks to ample nourishment and daily exercise, her physique had blossomed, appearing far more robust and well-proportioned. The only aspect that felt unfamiliar was her complexion. The results of an extraordinary stem cell experiment had bestowed upon her remarkable regenerative and restorative capabilities. Even after hours under the sun, her skin remained unnaturally pale, resembling that of a corpse long unburied. This pallor, while striking, lacked beauty and instead evoked an unsettling aura. Despite sleepless nights, dark circles were absent upon waking, and old scars had vanished, leaving her skin so smooth that even a mosquito would struggle to land upon it. Such experimental outcomes, in times of peace, would have secured her fame. Even without regenerative abilities, the remarkable effects on her appearance could have propelled her to stardom. In the afternoon, after a refreshing shower, Jiang Yu, as was her custom, inspected her space. The sapling she had planted now towered at half her height, and she estimated that in another fortnight, her livestock would no longer need confinement. Plucking strawberries and cherry tomatoes, she munched as she wandered to check on her food sources. The little chicks had grown considerably, their legs sturdy and promising for a hearty stew. The lamb had also thickened, its wool resembling clouds, perfect for a sumptuous roast. The ducklings were plump, and Jiang You could almost envision a glistening Peking duck, having gathered the uneaten strawberries and tomatoes to feed her livestock. She retained only a few large, ripe strawberries to offer to Zhuang. This feline was indiscriminate in his diet, consuming everything from mutated mice and lizards to various protein-rich insects, even rice, yet he turned his nose up at grain. When Jiang Yu first presented him with it, he rolled his eyes skyward in disbelief. A glance at his nest revealed only a toy fish. The real De Zhuang was off chasing mice. Jiang Yu remained quietly within her home, her stockpiled resources dedicated solely to her nourishment, not squandered on men or inexplicable allies, ensuring none went to waste. As night fell, she and De Zhuang ventured into the streets. They first encountered a zombie, and with a decisive finger, she tapped its skull, producing a crisp sound. "Remember, De Zhuang," she instructed, "a clear sound often indicates an undercooked brain. Such a skull likely lacks core material." Meow. De Zhuang blinked in confusion at the shattered remains of the zombie. Seemingly questioning her wisdom, she proceeded to capture another zombie, detaching its head for further examination. After severing a dozen heads, each yielded the same resounding thud. As they navigated the narrow alleyway, any zombie they encountered met a similar fate. In the distance, a shadow had been trailing them silently. Just as Jiang Yu prepared to return home in disappointment, a figure suddenly lunged from a window, hurtling toward her. Meow. De Zhuang sensed the impending threat, instantly bristling. He sprang forth, colliding fiercely with the shadow. Amid the skirmish, Jiang Yu discerned the figure's true form. A gaunt zombie, its body shriveled, spine grotesquely curved, skin darkened and taut over protruding bones. The visage bore the unmistakable signs of age, a former elder, now grotesquely transformed. Its head, resembling that of a deformed infant, featured features grotesquely compressed, with a mouth stretched unnaturally wide, revealing sharp teeth still glistening with remnants of flesh. This was a second-tier zombie. Jiang managed to claw out tufts of its sparse white hair, but despite his valiant efforts, the creature soon inflicted a gash upon him. Unfazed, he fought back with renewed ferocity, seemingly unafraid of death. Jiang You was intrigued by Jiang's fighting spirit. Previously restrained, he had successfully kept 2 zombies at bay, indicating his formidable prowess. In this world of survival, sustaining minor injuries was trivial. She had no intention of treating Jiang as a delicate pet. Meow. Grr. Jiang's fierce demeanor was enough to send chills down anyone's spine, exuding an aura of menace. The second-tier zombie, equally resolute, would not allow a mere feline to obstruct its path. It had silently followed Jiang You for quite some time, observing as this human moved with a peculiar rhythm, halting intermittently. The zombies lunging towards her fell as effortlessly as ripe melons plucked from a field. It had not encountered such an intriguing human in a long while. In contrast to those who merely screamed in terror, this individual promised to be far more delectable. The second-tier zombie, filled with irritable fury, yearned to annihilate this wretched being immediately. However, despite its modest size, the stout figure exhibited remarkable speed. It deftly evaded and counterattacked with agility. Just when one perceived it charging forward, it would vanish in the blink of an eye. The second-tier zombie found itself unable to accurately anticipate its next move. Like a wraith, it appeared here one moment, and there the next, though it bore numerous wounds. It had also inflicted a fair share of claw marks upon the second-tier zombie. It was a battle of attrition, where one might sacrifice 1,000 to slay 800. These scratches, while not fatal, were a source of considerable irritation. Chapter 31. Is Lousy Really Fierce? The second-tier zombie and the tabby cat were engaged in a fierce exchange. However, the second-tier zombie undeniably held the upper hand in terms of strength. Jiang You observed as the creature received another claw strike to its leg, blood oozing forth. Just as she took a couple of steps forward, it abruptly turned its head and bared its teeth at her. Meow. You shall not approach. I am determined to vanquish it. Given that the creature had rejected her assistance, Jiang You had no choice but to wait patiently nearby, ready to lend a hand when the obstinate feline sought her help once more. The commotion from the battle attracted nearby zombies, and a growing horde began to surge down the narrow path. Upon witnessing this, Jiang You swiftly climbed onto a nearby wall, then ascended to a street lamp, executing the series of movements with fluid grace. Standing atop the street lamp, she retrieved her crossbow and began to shoot. The alleyway was already narrow, and with the zombies crowding in, her aim was remarkably effortless. This modified crossbow could accommodate 10 arrows at once, allowing for simultaneous volley or precise single shots. Jiang You preferred accuracy, striving to minimize the wastage of her arrows. Narrowing her eyes at the advancing horde, she loosed 10 arrows in quick succession, each one finding its mark and piercing through the skulls of the zombies. The sounds of thud, thud, thud mingled with the growls of the undead, echoing throughout the alley. While the second-tier zombie and the tabby cat continued their struggle, they climbed higher using the building's security grates and other structures. The ground was now littered with the relentless influx of zombies, while Jiang You remained atop the street lamp, harvesting her targets. Some zombies attempted to ascend the lamp, but its slick surface rendered them incapable of climbing. Instead, they battered against the base, shrieking in frustration, their lifeless gray eyes fixed on the living human above, drool trickling from their mouths. These zombies were in various states of disrepair. Some were missing limbs, while others were entirely unclothed. Some had gaping wounds in their abdomens, their innards clearly consumed by fellow zombies before they themselves had succumbed to the infection. The initial tier zombies were devoid of reason, driven solely by their instinct to feed. The only way to eliminate them was to destroy their brain stem. Otherwise, even if one were to cleave them in two, the severed parts would continue to crawl. Jiang You continued to draw arrows from her storage, firing with precision. The power of her crossbow was immense. With accurate aim, each arrow could penetrate a skull effortlessly. She was unperturbed by the arrows spent, knowing that after the battle, she could retrieve them for reuse. Moreover, as the zombies continued to pour into the alley. Collecting the arrows would be convenient. Regrettably, most of the zombies lacked crystallized cores in their brains. What a pity. Whether zombies or other mutated creatures, crystallized cores do not manifest at the outset of their existence. They are a tangible representation of amassed energy. The prerequisite for their formation is a sufficient energy supply. Initial tier zombies, lacking in speed and strength, could not possibly condense crystallized cores. Only through continuous evolution could they gradually develop cores within their bodies. The same principle applies to those with special abilities. Newly awakened individuals possess weak powers and cannot yet harbor crystallized cores. For any mutated being, the stronger they are, the more potent the power contained within their cores. Conversely, the same holds true. As Jiang You relentlessly fired, her arrows diminished like a flowing stream. The ground became increasingly strewn with zombie corpses, and as the front ranks piled high, the trailing zombies climbed over the bodies, effectively raising the ground level by several meters. At that moment, a piercing scream reached her ears. Turning her gaze, she saw a bloody tabby cat darting out from a fifth-floor window, fleeing towards her, closely pursued by a second-tier zombie. Initially, Jiang You felt sympathy for the tabby, but upon seeing the zombie, her thoughts shifted dramatically. What on earth happened to that zombie? Its skin, taut over its bones, was marred by claw marks, resembling a tattered sack, with dark blood seeping from the wounds. Sparse tufts of white fur fluttered in the wind, the majority of its scalp ripped away. One of its blood-red eyes was gouged out, while the other bore a long, narrow gash. In addition to claw marks, there were numerous bite wounds, exposing chunks of flesh. Goodness, the tabby cat was certainly not at a disadvantage. Yet, it seemed unable to endure any longer and dashed towards Jiang You, wailing in distress. Meow. Boss, hurry up. I'm about to be done for. Quick, let understand why Wang Matzi must bear the surname Zhang. The fearsome creature, now shrieking and racing toward her, might have led one to think it intended to devour Jiang You. She swiftly switched her crossbow for a firearm, yelling, "Get back!" Aimed at the tabby. With a swift flick of its tail, the cat veered off course. Bang, bang, bang. Jiang You fired, each bullet striking the second-tier zombie with precision. The creature was nimble, its long limbs adept at evading her shots, maneuvering like a monkey along the building's exterior. However, Jiang You seemed to anticipate its next move, her aim unerring. The intense pain incited a furious roar from the second-tier zombie, prompting it to abandon the tabby and charge at Jiang You instead. Seeing this, she grinned. She had been waiting for this moment. The second-tier zombie possessed a remarkably hard skull, making distant shots difficult. As it charged, Jiang Yu deliberately misfired a few bullets. Feigning panic, the zombie, convinced of its successful approach, increased its speed, roaring as it lunged at her, having developed a certain level of intelligence. The second-tier zombie relished the fear of its prey before consumption. It was the finest delicacy. Yet, as its claws approached to crush its target, the expression of fear vanished from Jiang Yu's face, replaced by a confident smile. She continued to pull the trigger, unleashing a rapid succession of shots. Bang, bang, bang. 2 bullets struck its eye, and the final shot pierced through its gaping maw. All 3 bullets exploded within its skull, and the momentum from its charge propelled the zombie forward. Jiang Yu sidestepped, and with a thud, the zombie's lifeless body collapsed to the ground, its face scraping against the pavement, shedding a layer of flesh. At that moment, due to her gunfire, the number of zombies in the alley not only failed to diminish, but increased substantially. Observing this, Jiang Yu swiftly returned to her crossbow and began firing furiously once more. She discerned clearly the utility of firearms for handling a small number of formidable foes and for intimidating others. The arrows from her crossbow were recoverable, making them ideal for dealing with large swathes of zombies without the burden of regret. As for her abilities, initial tier powers could not rival the efficiency of her crossbow. Jiang Yu was even unsure just how many arrows she had released. More than an hour later, she dispatched the last 2 zombies and stretched her sore neck. Then, she slid down from the street lamp. Dazhuang, are you still alive? Meow. I shall not perish. A tabby cat limped out from the shadows of the corner. Despite its battered body, the gaze it bore was akin to that of a victorious general. For this feline, Engaging in combat with a second-tier zombie was a formidable challenge, and to have emerged in such a state was a source of immense pride. Its face, marred by wounds, was also adorned with a fierce, triumphant grin. Meow. How was that? Was I fierce just now? Chapter 32. Crystal Core. Jiang You gazed at its woeful appearance, unable to bear the sight. Meow. Dazhuang, seemingly understanding Jiang Yu's expression, became indignant and bristled, then found the corpse of a second-tier zombie and leapt upon it with his sharp claws, as if attempting to reclaim his lost dignity. Although the second-tier zombie had tough skin and thick flesh, it could not withstand such relentless assault. Before long, its head was rendered unrecognizable. With no horde of zombies attacking at present, it was time for harvesting. Jiang Yu drew her machete and approached the second-tier zombie. Gesturing to Dazhuang, he stepped aside, grumbling defiantly yet obediently, creating space for her. This creature, despite its bravado, was all bark and no bite. A smile curled on Jiang Yu's lips as she swung her blade, cleaving the zombie's head open. After rummaging for a while, she indeed found a crystal core the size of a peanut. In her blood-stained hands, the transparent core gleamed with purity. Who would have imagined that such a grotesque zombie could harbor something so pristine within its brain? Li Hua, limping over, noticed Jiang Yu smiling at a glowing stone. She called out and sniffed at it, quickly realizing it emitted a delightful aroma, far more enticing than the zombie's brain matter. Remembering the zombie's brain, Li Hua glanced at the second-tier zombie and sighed in relief upon seeing that half of its brain remained intact. She eagerly approached and devoured the brain with remarkable speed. Subsequently, she began searching for other brains, as Dazhuang, a creature of discernment, only feasted on the most exquisite parts, the brain matter. Though the shimmering core smelled delectable, he decided to relinquish it to Jiang Yu since she was his protector. Proudly licking his claws, he began tapping on a zombie's head. The sound was crisp, a good brain. He tapped again, only to be met with a dull thud, clearly a bad one. Dazhuang busied himself, hopping from one head to another with great enthusiasm. Jiang Yu watched him munching away with a mix of disgust and an odd sense of normalcy. What else would a mutated beast eat if not these delicacies? Grain? While he was preoccupied with his tapping, Jiang Yu collected the crystal core from the second-tier zombie and began retrieving her arrows. Some had pierced through the zombies' heads, lodged in the ground or walls, easily removable. Others were stuck deep within the zombies' skulls, and Jiang Yu pressed down on their heads, forcefully extracting the arrows. All zombies had been dispatched in the alley, and the arrows lay conveniently gathered, sparing her the trouble of searching. She bundled the retrieved arrows and stored them away, planning to wash them simply with water upon returning home. Weapons were something to be conserved and utilized wisely. These could serve her multiple times. While collecting the arrows, she examined 2 zombie heads and found 2 minuscule crystal cores, each no larger than a grain of rice. Li Hua mimicked her, tapping on the zombie heads with her paws, as if selecting watermelons. During mealtime, she occasionally crunched on bone fragments without hesitation. However, just as she was enjoying her feast, Dazhuang suddenly bit down on something crunchy and, before he could spit it out to inspect, he had already chewed it up and swallowed. Shaking his head, Dazhuang felt a chill in his throat. By the time Jiang Yu had gathered and organized all the arrows, it was well past midnight when she returned home. At night, zombies were even more active than during the day. Jiang Yu took the back roads home and encountered a few survivors on the stairs. Although there had been minor evacuations in the city, most people lacked the courage to traverse through the hordes of zombies in search of uncertain possibilities, preferring to remain in their current situation. Those who saw her, drenched in blood and armed with a crossbow and a handgun, wisely refrained from causing trouble. The human population was immense. Even if half of humanity had turned into zombies, the number of survivors remained alarmingly high. Jiang Yu recalled the apocalyptic films and novels she had encountered during her school days. Most depicted a world overrun by zombies shortly after the outbreak, with scant survivors. Yet, experiencing the apocalypse firsthand revealed the truth. One must never underestimate humanity, for they adapt swiftly to new survival conditions. The scarcity of survivors only became evident in the later stages of an apocalypse. Take her current community, for instance. While many had succumbed to the zombies or were killed, a considerable number of survivors remained, especially in densely populated urban areas. Just in her building, with 25 stories and 4 households per floor, there had been at least 200 to 300 residents before the apocalypse. After the outbreak, some had become zombies. Others had perished by bites or at the hands of their peers, yet many had survived. Adding in newcomers from outside, the number of survivors now likely exceeded 100. With her crossbow slung across her back, Jiang You walked home, neither seeking conflict nor attracting it. Upon returning home, she expertly secured all doors and placed a tub filled with ice bricks in the living room. She switched on the solar fan and cleaned Dazhuang, applying some anti-inflammatory ointment. A creature capable of battling second-tier zombies was certainly not ordinary. Thus, as long as the injuries were not fatal, there was little concern about infection. However, Dazhuang was covered in various wounds, and after applying ointment, wrapping him up became a challenge. Jiang You mused that even in such dire circumstances, he managed to eat to his heart's content. Ultimately, she had no choice but to press him down and wrap him entirely, leaving only his head and rear exposed. Meow. Dazhuang looked at the bow on his head, protesting vehemently. He felt like a gift box, struggling against his predicament, while Jiang You tied the bow with ruthless precision. Eventually, Dazhuang succumbed to the allure of a few strawberries from her space, which was likely a significant reason for his unwavering loyalty. He adored the food that grew within her realm, whether fish, shrimp, or fruit. Yet, he showed little interest in supplies she had previously stored. Once she had bandaged him properly, Jiang You headed to the bathroom to cleanse herself. The faucet no longer yielded water, and whatever came out was contaminated and foul-smelling, utterly unusable. Anticipating the need for bathing, she had stocked up not only on drinking water, but also excavated a large pond within her space, teeming with fish, shrimp, and aquatic plants, forming a complete underwater ecosystem. The water from there was perfect for bathing. In her space, she managed to clean herself thoroughly. She had attempted to bring Li Hua into her space before, but after several failed attempts, she realized it was likely a realm accessible only to her. Jiang You, having changed her attire, stood by the fish pond within her space. The water, a result of her efforts, was sourced from the river, and inadvertently, a few koi had found their way in. At that moment, the koi swam gracefully, their scales glimmering like satin. She pondered whether such fish would make a delectable sweet and sour dish. Her throat involuntarily stirred. Glancing at the time, she realized she had been in this realm for half an hour. Unlike her initial experiences, where she could only remain for mere minutes, she now felt no dizziness or suffocation. As time progressed, her capacity to remain extended, and now, surpassing 30 minutes, she felt remarkably well. With this thought, she resolved to linger a while longer to test her limits. Recalling the second-tier zombie crystal core, she retrieved it and washed it in water. In the courtyard, a bamboo bed awaited, where she sat cross-legged, cradling the core in her palm to absorb its energy. A wave of pure energy coursed through her right hand, spreading along her meridians throughout her body, akin to recharging every muscle within her. The sensation was exquisite. When she opened her eyes again, the crystal core had transformed into a pile of white ash, dissipating softly into the air with a gentle breath. Jiang You examined her hand and, with a flick, severed a nearby bamboo pole. She moved her fingers slightly, feeling the breeze dance between them, and after a while, she compressed the wind into a small orb before flicking her fingers toward the cherry tomatoes in the garden. With a soft pop, one of the tomatoes burst as if struck by a bullet. Jiang You gazed at her handiwork and smiled. She had 2 remaining grain-sized, dull initial zombie crystal cores that she had no desire to use. Compared to the second-tier zombies, the initial cores contained excessive impurities, making it easy to absorb toxins along with the energy. Over time, these impurities would accumulate like a slow-acting poison, eroding her body. Certainly, higher-tier zombies or mutated beasts and plants could also possess murky cores, but such instances were rare. These impure cores were deemed pollution sources, generally unsuitable for absorption. Consuming a pollution source from a high-tier mutated organism was akin to ingesting arsenic, an act of self-destruction. Observing the 2 dull cores, Jiang You noted that the Zhuang showed no interest in them. When she offered, he coldly swatted her hand away. With no purpose in keeping them, She glanced at the dry well in the courtyard and discarded both grain-sized cores inside. From that moment on, any murky core she encountered would be cast into the well, which had become her receptacle for contaminated crystal cores. Chapter 33. A surge in appetite when Jiang You emerged from the spatial realm. The temperature in the living room had already cooled down. Dazhuang lay in his nest, adorned with a bow-tie bandage, gnawing on a strawberry. He had surprisingly bound himself up, yet he dared not untie it. Would this human become angered and refuse to associate with him if he did? However, those scars on his body were a testament to his prowess as a purebred tabby. It was peculiar to wear bandages for the first time. Should he remove them? He glanced at the human nearby. Ultimately, he decided against it. Removing the bandages would surely lead to a beating, not to mention being denied his treats. Dazhuang wrestled with his dignity and desires, ultimately persuading himself. He did not resist, not due to lack of strength, but out of consideration for the human. After all, she was his protector. Why quibble with her? Having resolved himself, he lowered his head and continued to munch on the strawberry. He prioritized his favorite foods, finishing those before contemplating other options. The same applied to strawberries. He first devoured the tips, then moved on to the strawberry bottoms and any unpicked leaves. Perhaps he should consider following this new human companion in the future? No, it was she who should be following him. After finishing the strawberries, Dazhuang began to gnaw on a large cabbage that Jiang You had given him. To his delight, the cabbage was incredibly crisp and sweet. Anything from the spatial realm was worth savoring, even the cabbage stalks. Jiang You observed as a tabby, wrapped in bandages, delightfully embraced the cabbage and munched away. Due to the bandages, Dazhuang found it difficult to move, so he sprawled over the cabbage as he feasted. Jiang You gently nudged his rear with her foot. Dazhuang turned, his fierce demeanor softening upon realizing it was her, and he squinted his eyes, letting out a sound that resembled a spoiled cat. Though his expression was somewhat endearing, the ferocious look diminished any cuteness, resembling a tattooed, muscular northern brute playfully threatening you. One might easily misinterpret his gestures as a desire to inflict harm. Jiang Yu settled onto the sofa and beckoned to Dazhuang. He quickly devoured the last piece of cabbage and limped over. Meow, what do you want? She presented him with a basket of fresh strawberries and cherry tomatoes, saying, "These are for you." Meow, for me. Upon spotting the treats in her hands, Dazhuang's tail shot up in excitement. They were all for him. He anxiously circled around her feet. Jiang Yu poured the fruits into his designated bowl, urging him to eat to his heart's content. Meow. As soon as she finished speaking, Dazhuang dove headfirst into the basket. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu prepared for her dinner. She retrieved a portion of sauerkraut stew, crispy fried pork, and spicy and sour cabbage from her space, accompanied by 10 fluffy buns. She also brought out 2 chilled drinks. With her increasing physical activity, her appetite had surged as well. The amount of food she laid out could easily satisfy 2 grown men. Yet she devoured it all with ease. In the end, she even polished off half a fried chicken before feeling somewhat satiated. After her meal, Jiang Yu nibbled on duck necks while sipping milk tea. After a few chews, she spat out a bone, and before it could touch the ground, Dazhuang leapt up, catching it in his mouth, chewing a few times before swallowing it whole. Jiang Yu offered him an untouched piece of duck neck, but Dazhuang turned his head away. "I refuse to eat handouts." Jiang Yu shrugged, replying, "Suit yourself," and continued with her duck neck. Just then, he lunged for the bone she had discarded, snatching it up with pride and defiantly dropping it to the ground. Chapter 34. The trash you brought back, ZZZZ. ZZZZ. Attention survivors in city. ZZZZ. The military has established a shelter. ZZZZ. Evacuate. After a burst of static, the radio in the living room began to repeatedly broadcast messages about evacuation and shelters. Due to the interference, Jiang Yu struggled to comprehend the repeated announcements for a considerable time before finally grasping the essence. A survival base had been set up near City A, and officials were urging everyone to evacuate to reach the nearest assembly point within 3 days, accompanied by military escorts. Entering the base would grant them refuge. There were 4 assembly points located in the east, west, south, and north of the city. At the appointed time, military personnel would be stationed at these points, and survivors would need to find their way there to proceed to the base together. However, this was the only escort opportunity. If they missed it, they would have to make their way to the base on their own. The safety of traveling with the military was undoubtedly greater than going alone. This announcement ignited a fervor within the hearts of the listeners, akin to a red-hot iron plunged into water. It is easy to imagine the astonishment of those who heard the news. It was as if a drowning person had found a piece of driftwood, something everyone would cling to desperately. Yet, Jiang You had no intention of heading to the base. Entering the base did not guarantee safety, and she preferred to remain among the dead rather than the living. After all, zombies were easily distinguishable, but the nature of people was far more ambiguous. Where there are people, there are conflicts and disputes. In her previous life, upon hearing the evacuation news, she had recklessly joined Li Tianming and others to catch the last chance for evacuation, departing with the military. The survivors gathered together naturally attracted a horde of zombies along the way. Coupled with the infighting among their kind, peace was elusive throughout the journey. They faced death numerous times, and it was during that period that Jiang You sustained continuous injuries while growing stronger. Later, she learned that even under military escort, fewer than half of the survivors at the evacuation points made it to the base alive. Moreover, life within the base was not as idyllic as one might imagine. The base lacked clothing and food, and survival necessitated proving one's worth. Those with abilities held a slightly higher status, able to undertake various tasks to at least sustain themselves. However, ordinary individuals fared poorly, with many succumbing to starvation or turning on one another. Li Yingyue possessed spatial abilities but dared not reveal them. Li Haochen had abilities yet feared facing zombies. Among their group of 6, it was laughable that the one consistently sent on missions was Jiang You, an ordinary survivor without awakened powers. Ge Chunhua treated her kindly, seemingly enlightened after a series of events, accepting her niece as if she were her own daughter. She would inquire about Jiang Yu's well-being, show concern for her injuries, and remind her to be cautious when venturing outside. Sometimes, people are amusing in their folly. They choose to numb themselves for the sake of a semblance of affection after acquiring power. Jiang Yu truly did not understand the superficiality of her uncle's family. Perhaps she did not need to. Were it not for their prior gathering of supplies stored in Li Yingyue's space, they might have starved. Eventually, Jiang Yu realized that every time she undertook a mission, fighting for survival to bring back a morsel of food, Li Yingyue's space was filled with many uneaten items that they secretly consumed. Each time she returned with supplies, Li Yingyue would discreetly hide a portion. After all, no one could see her space, nor could they count its contents. Later, a teammate mentioned casually that Li Yingyue was quite beautiful, and that they seemed to live in 2 different worlds. This sparked Jiang Yu's suspicion. Upon careful observation, she noted that the siblings indeed appeared healthier than her. Although they all consumed similar food, the best of what she brought back was given to the youngest, Li Haochuan, and to her uncle and aunt. She and Li Yingyue, along with Li Haochen, consumed the same fare. Why did those 2 appear to be gaining weight? Was it their abilities that granted them superior health? Nonsense. A horse cannot thrive without proper fodder. They must be sneaking food. Jiang Yu gazed down at the red birthmark on her wrist. Now that the space was in her possession, who knew if that family could continue to wait for food in the same manner as in her past life? Li Yingyue had spatial abilities? What a fraud. On the other side, Li Yingyue was irritable, scratching at her hair that had gone unwashed for many days. Her once sleek hair, now greasy and foul, had become a tangled mess. Ge Chunhua thrust a pair of scissors into her hands. Yeah, how many times have I told you to cut your hair? Look at the situation now. We barely have enough water to drink, let alone wash your hair. Ge Chunhua sighed helplessly, appearing considerably gaunter, her hair now streaked with gray, making her appear at least a decade older than before. Li Tianming and Li Haochen rushed back into the room, quickly slamming the door behind them. Li Haochen unstrapped his backpack, cursing while pulling out its contents. Damn it, that BTCH dared to rob us of supplies. She deserves to be bitten by a zombie. With the number of zombies increasing and food dwindling, it was rumored that Uncle Li, who had ventured out with them to gather supplies, had been betrayed by his own brother. He grimaced, producing a pack of biscuits, half a bottle of water, and 2 moldy buns from his bag. Li Tianming also unbuckled his backpack, revealing a mix of supplies. Among them were a small portion of food and a larger share of other household items, all grimy and covered in dried mud. Li Tianming explained. These buns were soaked in water and are blackened, but they should still be edible. I saw them eat moldy rice before, and it didn't seem to harm them. Gu Chunhua nodded. Previously, during a flood, many items had been submerged, and if they didn't die from poison, they would starve anyway. What was there to be choosy about? Li Yinghua looked at the supplies on the ground, wrinkling her nose in disdain. I want that unopened pack of biscuits. I won't eat anything else that's been soaked in water. Among the meager supplies, the unopened biscuits stood out as the only clean food. Yeah, don't be unreasonable. Your father and brother need to fight zombies every day. They need proper nutrition for strength. They should have the clean food. We can eat the other stuff. There are plenty of people out there who don't even have anything to eat, Gu Chunhua chided. Li Haochen sneered at Li Yinghua, don't go looking for trouble. If you want something good to eat, go find it yourself. There are plenty of edible things outside. It's easy to find. He mocked. Do you think I care about the trash you brought back? If it weren't for your incompetence, would I be starving like this? People come back loaded with supplies, while you and your father only bring back discarded junk. You have the audacity to seek assistance, yet I am eager to witness the extent of your capabilities. Surely, your abilities surpass mine, and you would not return with a heap of refuse. If that is the case, then do refrain from consuming garbage. Li Haochen was already seething with anger. He could not comprehend why his father insisted on dragging him along each time they ventured outside. The terrifying zombies lurking beyond were a source of dread. It was evident that it would be far more convenient for his father to go alone. Yet he insisted on bringing him along for every perilous escapade. If he chose to remain indoors, he would receive not even a morsel of food. In stark contrast, the others in the household could remain comfortably at home without a care. Why was this so? Li Haochen could not grasp Li Tianming's heartfelt intentions. His father cherished him deeply, and Li Haochuan was still too young. Being older and weary, he wished for his eldest son to survive in this harsh world. Thus he endeavored to acclimate him as swiftly as possible. However, these thoughts eluded Li Haochen, who was consumed by his anger at having narrowly escaped death. Had it not been for his quick reflexes today, pushing a woman who had previously attempted to rob them into the horde of zombies as a diversion, he would surely have been the one devoured. In a fit of frustration, he clutched the only intact package of biscuits, tearing it open and shoving the contents into his mouth with reckless abandon, all the while casting wary glances at Li Yinghua. The memory of the earlier incident filled him with trepidation. Yet, as he was still consuming the biscuits, he suddenly noticed something amiss with Li Tianming. After their prolonged argument, Li Tianming had remained silent, which was decidedly unusual. Dad, what is wrong? Li Tianming had somehow crouched in a corner, trembling uncontrollably. The other three immediately considered a grim possibility. Gu Chunhua's face turned pale as she inquired, Xiaocheng, has your father been caught by zombies outside? Chapter 35. Are you truly willing to sacrifice everything? Being scratched by a zombie? Those who had previously encountered individuals afflicted by zombie bites had, almost without exception, succumbed to the infection and transformed into the very monsters they once feared. Now, Li Tianming had been scratched. The thought of him becoming a zombie sent a shiver down Li Yinghua's spine, causing her to retract her steps as she cautiously inquired, Father, are you all right? Li Haochen, reacting instinctively, swiftly grasped the machete beside him, eyeing the trembling figure with palpable trepidation. Dad, what is wrong with you? With a chilling growl, Li Tianming abruptly raised his head, his once dark eyes now transformed into a ghastly grayish hue, his visage a mask of decay, skin visibly rotting at an alarming rate. He opened his mouth, emitting a low, guttural roar, his black and white pupils fixating on his can like a predator eyeing its prey, saliva stringing grotesquely from his lips. Despite having confronted such abominations before, fear gripped Li Haochen's heart. Gripping the knife tightly, he prepared to advance, only to catch a glimpse of Li Yinghua's pale countenance and the frantic expression of Gu Chunhua beside him. Xiaochen, hurry! Your father has turned into a zombie. Brother, why are you hesitating? Come protect me, Both placed their hopes upon him. In truth, during the initial outbreak of the apocalypse, their family had been remarkably fortunate, with none succumbing to the fate of the undead. The youngest, Li Haochuan, had not needed to perish, yet his incessant noise had provoked chaos. Their prior perceptions of his mischief had been benign. After all, children are often rambunctious. However, when his reckless antics began to endanger their lives, he became a source of deep resentment, especially after an incident where his foolishness nearly cost Li Haochen his life. A decision was made to eliminate the troublesome child. One fateful night, Li Haochen lured Li Haochuan outside under the pretense of enticing treats, only to thrust him into the lair of their neighbor, now a zombie. He returned home, locking the door behind him, leaving Li Haochuan to meet his grim fate. By the time the truth emerged, the family believed him to have ventured out on his own. Now, as Li Haochen observed his father transformed into a zombie, he envisioned his own potential future. These thoughts raced through his mind in an instant. Resolutely, he took a few discreet steps backward, reaching the door. Quietly, he grasped the doorknob. Li Haochen, what are you doing? Hurry up. Are you trying to doom us? Jiang Yu's terrified voice pierced through the air as she noticed his movements. Her eyes widened in realization. After years of sibling intimacy, she discerned his intentions immediately. Li Haochen, what do you intend to do? Her shrill cry alerted Gu Chunhua, who gazed at him in disbelief. Jiang You? Tears streamed down her aged face, a profound despair settling within her heart as she understood her son's intentions. Mother, I'm sorry. I never wished for this. But it's become exceedingly difficult to survive alone. I can no longer care for you. With those final words, he flung the door open and fled. At that moment, Li Tianming had completely lost his sanity, lunging towards the two. Yeah, run. I'll hold him off. In that critical instant, rather than retreating, Gu Chunhua, seemingly enlightened, resolutely lunged toward Li Tianming, clutching him tightly around the waist. Run. Quickly. Flee with your brother. The zombies, drawn by the scent of fresh prey, wasted no time in attacking. To Li Tianming, Gu Chunhua was no longer his longtime partner, but merely sustenance. The sounds of flesh tearing mingled with her screams, overwhelming Li Yu's senses. Overwhelmed by sheer terror, she stood frozen, her legs weak and unresponsive. She watched in horror as Li Tianming devoured Gu Chunhua, resembling a ravenous beast. Yeah, run. Run. Gu Chunhua's desperate voice echoed in Li Yu's mind. Suddenly, clarity returned, and she turned to flee, ascending the stairs with frantic urgency. She dared not venture outside, where the undead roamed freely. The stairwell, frequently traversed by survivors, was relatively safe due to regular clearing of zombies. She knocked desperately on every door. Open up. Please help me. I beg you, let me in. Save me. Help. My parents are dead. Please save me. One after another, she pleaded, yet no one answered. No one dared to open their doors to a stranger in such perilous times. As she fled, she had forgotten to secure the main door. Now, the zombified Gu Chunhua and Li Tianming pursued her relentlessly. Climbing frantically, she felt the chilling presence of the two zombies behind her, drooling hungrily. Gu Chunhua's face was grotesquely mangled, her exposed bones dripping dark blood as she staggered forward. In her despair, Li Yue collided with a tall, imposing figure. A rough hand grasped her chin, and the man examined her face with unsettling calmness. Little one, why are you running? His voice was deep and resonant, imbued with a magnetic allure. Please, save me. I'll do anything, Li Yue implored, her eyes wide with fear as she wiped her tear-streaked face and clutched his sleeve desperately. My parents have turned into zombies, and my brother has abandoned me and fled. Save me. I am willing to do anything for your help. Li Yue, though already possessing a commendable beauty, was now streaked with tears, despite her disheveled appearance. Her tear-filled eyes revealed the essence of a true beauty. Anything for your assistance? The man chuckled softly. I am willing. I will do anything. The man pulled Li Yue behind him, grasping a tang knife, and stepped forward. With a swift motion, he severed the heads of the two zombies behind him. Come with me, little girl. He turned and walked away. Li Yue closely followed the man back, when suddenly, a survivor opened a door. The door was opened by a girl who had lost her entire family to the infection during the apocalypse. She was left alone with her young brother, risking her life to scavenge for supplies, just like other survivors. To ensure their survival, she had even resorted to trading her body for food. Li Yue had mocked her a few times, calling her despicable, questioning if a mere trifle could persuade someone to sleep with her. Didn't she feel filthy at night with her eyes closed? Oh, how foul. Which public restroom is this coming from? If I were her, I would rather be bitten by a zombie than stoop so low. At that moment, seeing Li Yingyue leave with the man, the girl's eyes glimmered with schadenfreude. Aren't you the one who prides herself on being virtuous? Wouldn't you rather die than sell yourself? Yet, here you are, selling yourself quite readily. The woman smirked, fully aware of the man who had rescued Li Yingyue. She knew him to be a ruthless character with several brothers who shared his malevolent traits. She had previously engaged in a transaction with him and barely escaped with her life. Though he provided ample supplies and possessed an appealing appearance, he reveled in tormenting women, often sharing them with his brothers, a true perversion. If she hadn't misread the situation, Li Yingyue had gazed at the man with admiration. Surely, she must not believe he is a benevolent soul? Such a foolish woman. Indeed, it was not long before the woman heard the harrowing cries of Li Yingyue, cries that echoed her suffering and pleas for mercy. Not just her, but the entire building could likely hear her despair. However, she felt no concern, as the building's entrance had long been secured against the zombies. Hours later, the woman encountered Li Yingyue once more. She emerged barefoot from the man's room, clad in an oversized, filthy garment, moving with excruciating slowness. The woman observed Li Yingyue, her legs trembling, leaning against the wall like a fragile soul on the verge of collapse, her exposed skin marred with bruises and welts. She recalled Li Yingyue's earlier words, returning them as a bitter echo. Oh dear, some people are truly despicable. Does a mere trinket make you so willing? Don't you feel dirty at night with your eyes closed? Oh, how foul. Which public restroom is this coming from? If I were you, I would rather be bitten by a zombie than demean myself. After all, those were your parents. How ruthless. Li Yingyue glared at the woman with venomous hatred, her composure unraveling. Get away. You wretched being, just leave me alone. I am not like you. Never will I be like you. Get away. Chapter 36. Let's evacuate together. Since the news of evacuation had spread, Jiang You noticed a marked increase in the activity outside. She leaned over the balcony, peering through her binoculars at the scene below. Recently, De Zhuang seemed to have developed a rivalry with some outdoor creatures, engaging in nightly skirmishes and returning each morning battered and bruised. Jiang You would tend to its wounds, disinfecting and bandaging. Yet as night fell, De Zhuang would spring back to life, ready for another bout. At that moment, under the scorching sun, De Zhuang lay sprawled on a block of ice, swathed in bandages like a mummy, looking utterly lethargic. It cast a languid glance outside, where the heat distorted the air. Remarkably, amidst this sweltering temperature, a woman trained outside all day, glancing around as if in a state of self-inflicted torment. Fortunately, she continued to supply the ice blocks inside the house. De Zhuang yawned and rolled over, pressing its back against the ice, relishing the coolness until it almost melted into a puddle. The community gate had been fully repaired, separated by a long stretch of greenery. Thus, as long as they kept their voices down, they would not attract the zombies lurking outside. Occasionally, a few zombies would bump against the iron gate, producing clanging noises, but their interest quickly waned, and they would wander off elsewhere. At the entrance of the Thunder Squad's building, several survivors entered, marking the 16th wave of arrivals. Since entering the community, the Thunder Squad had promptly repaired the neglected gate, isolating the street zombies. They cleared the wandering undead within the compound, significantly enhancing the area's safety and unwittingly establishing themselves as the leaders of the region. Other teams began to show deference to them, frequently organizing large-scale zombie-clearing operations or resource searches led by the Thunder Squad. The captain of the Thunder Squad was a young man with striking red hair, appearing to be under 30 and notably tall. Jiang You remembered him not for his looks, but for the boldness of his vibrant hair amidst the apocalypse, making him conspicuously noticeable wherever he went. As she counted the survivors entering the building, she noted that over 200 had come in that morning alone. While nibbling on duck necks, she continued to observe through her binoculars. After enduring the sun's relentless rays all morning, she was drenched in sweat, her skin slightly reddened from the exposure. Turning her head, she spat out the remnants of her duck neck, which De Zhuang swiftly snatched up, chewing and swallowing it whole. Jiang You took another piece, savoring it while sipping on chilled, sparkling water, finding contentment in her day. The blazing sun warmed her skin, and despite a faint sting from the heat, it felt oddly pleasurable. She sipped her drink through a straw, her gaze fixed on the wilting mint in the flower bed. It seemed that these survivors were likely discussing the evacuation. After all, supplies in the city were dwindling, with much food spoiled from recent heavy rains. With so many survivors, they would inevitably seek a new path in life. However, she had no intention of leaving. She was quite comfortable where she was and reluctant to depart. Zhuang, do you wish to leave the city? She mused. The tabby cat glanced up, baring its teeth for bristling. Meow. It seemed to protest, as if to say, you want to abandon me? Why so fierce? If you keep this up, no female will ever fancy you. Are you planning to leave those two lychees idle forever? The zhuang shot her an exasperated look before retreating inside, resuming its position atop the ice. Jiang You pointed toward the fish tank, where a few mice were still alive and wriggling. Those are your duck necks. Go eat. She noted how the zhuang had grown cleverer. It would now catch several mice, tossing them into the empty fish tank for later consumption, replenishing its stock whenever the tank grew low. Jiang You had no qualms about it eating mice. After witnessing it gnawing on a zombie's brain, she felt accepting of its dietary choices, as long as it did not aim to devour her. By afternoon, as Jiang You descended the stairs, she observed many survivors packing their belongings. On her way down, she encountered Hao Hong, who had just returned from outside, her dirty backpack bulging with unknown items and a curved knife in hand, her body slick with sweat. Hao Hong paused upon seeing Jiang You, momentarily taken aback before asking, Jiang You, are you leaving? We plan to organize an evacuation at dawn. Many survivors nearby are teaming up to escape together. It's safer in numbers. Come with us. As she spoke, she wiped her face, smearing the dark, foul-smelling blood across her skin, yet she seemed unfazed by the mess. This blood was undoubtedly from the zombies, though perhaps some belonged to humans as well. Jiang Yu was surprised that she knew her name and approached her directly. Shaking her head, she replied, I am not leaving. Are you foolish? You must leave. The city is teeming with zombies, and humans are dwindling. Hao Hong pulled Jiang Yu aside, lowering her voice. Let me tell you a secret. Those with power and influence evacuated long ago. Although the announcement claimed this is the first evacuation, it is actually the second. This is our only chance as ordinary people. If you don't leave now, when you decide to, there will be no military escort. The nearest Bright base is over 100 kilometers away. How will you get there? You will have to outrun all the zombies by yourself. But if we all go together when we encounter a horde, you only need to outrun the person in front of you. If you don't leave now, you might not get the chance later. For reasons unknown, when she first met Jiang Yu, Hao Hong had not liked the seemingly overly beautiful girl, especially after realizing her brother was fond of her. However, since that day Jiang Yu had killed someone in front of her, Hao Hong had taken a curious interest in the young girl. Despite her youth, she was formidable. Hao Hong frequently saw her armed with a crossbow or a long knife, and had even witnessed her in combat. She was a delicate rose, blooming amidst thorns, needing no one to lean on. Hao Hong hoped this beautiful flower would continue to flourish in the apocalypse. Consequently, when planning the evacuation, she unconsciously thought of her. Now that they had met, Hao Hong urged, Don't be foolish. The world has fallen apart, and no one cares about us. If you do not seize this opportunity, you will either be devoured by zombies or become one yourself. Do you understand what I'm saying? Hao Hong looked anxiously at the girl before her. Come with us. The base is far safer than a city full of monsters. She gazed at the striking girl, who exuded an inexplicable charm, and suddenly felt like the proverbial anxious official while the emperor remained calm. She was frantic like a monkey, while Jiang Yu appeared composed and unflappable. After listening to such a lengthy discourse, Jiang Yu shook her head. Thank you for your kindness, but I do not wish to leave at this moment. Upon hearing this, Hao Hong felt an urge to knock her unconscious and carry her away. However, glancing at the gleaming blade in Jiang Yu's hand, she vividly recalled how effortlessly it had sliced through a zombie. In that instant of division, she had even discerned the internal structure of the creature. The knife was striking and swift. Thus, She swallowed hard and relinquished the thought of incapacitating Jiang You. All right, I've warned you. Whether you choose to leave is entirely up to you. We shall set off tomorrow, and perhaps we shall meet again in the world beyond. Yes, goodbye, Jiang You replied politely, waving her hand before departing. Hao Hong stared in disbelief at her retreating figure. She truly left, just like that? What are you staring at? Hong Hong. A man approached her, noticing her wide-eyed gaze fixed on the slender silhouette. He teasingly remarked, "Why are you admiring such a woman? Look at her, fair and delicate. With a waist so slim, she must be yet another woman relying on men for survival. Don't compare yourself to them. Not everyone is as beautiful and capable as you are." He accentuated the last word deliberately. Hao Hong felt a wave of disgust wash over her. The man's gaze drifted toward Jiang Yu's slim figure, her skin pale and tender, which reminded him of the woman he had exchanged for a moldy bun just the previous night. His expression wavered. Although he was fond of Hao Hong, her brother was no fool. Thus, he could only indulge in verbal flirtations, wary of overstepping boundaries. Yet, this woman appeared to be quite attractive. He considered the possibility of pursuing her, uncertain of her price. He stroked his chin with a smirk, his eyes narrowing like a rat lurking in the shadows. Hao Hong shot him a cold glare. "Get lost. If you have nothing to do, stay out of my way." Chapter 37. Equal disdain for every despicable man. Hong Hong, please do not hurry away. Let us converse for a moment, Hong Hong. Do not leave. Could you tell me where that woman resides? The man hastened to catch up, slapping his hand upon Hao Hong's shoulder, only to find himself kicked down the staircase in an instant, tumbling down several steps. Hao Hong regarded him with a frigid expression. "Warning, if you dare to lay your filthy hand upon me again, I shall sever your arm. Begone." Though the man initially harbored thoughts of retaliation, the memory of Hao Jun's numerous brothers in arms, coupled with Hong Hong's fierce temperament, dissuaded him, and he retreated, cursing under his breath. Hao Hong had no desire to engage with such a wretched creature, yet his incessant references to Jiang You, accompanied by his repugnant gaze and tone, provoked her ire. When he inquired about Jiang Yu's residence, she discerned his vile intentions, akin to swallowing a fly, nauseating and intolerable. Life for women is arduous, particularly in the apocalypse, where survival becomes an even greater challenge. She bore no contempt for those survivors who resorted to using their bodies as currency. All were merely striving to endure. Some traded their flesh, others their kin, and some abandoned their decency. Who among them could claim superiority? Yet, she equally loathed all men who could not control their baser instincts. Damn it, how despicable! Hao Hong spat vehemently at the retreating figure of that sneaky-eyed man. Since the onset of the apocalypse, the collapse of societal order within a mere month had exposed her to a lifetime's worth of repugnant experiences. Having lived over 20 years in a peaceful era, she could scarcely fathom how depraved humanity could become. The man she had just expelled was one she had known prior to the apocalypse, a seemingly mild-mannered fruit shop owner, always polite in their brief encounters. Yet, she would forever remember how, amidst the chaos of the outbreak, he had callously pushed his own wife and children into a horde of zombies to buy himself time, revealing his true nature once the law ceased to bind him. Were it not for Hao Jun's stern admonitions against provoking other survivors, particularly this rare ability wielder, a member of the Thunder Team, she would have relished the chance to eliminate him. Meanwhile, Jiang You approached the community wall, adeptly balancing along the edge of a flower bed before leaping down, grasping the wall to vault over. She found no desire to exit through the main gate, burdened by the need to unlock and secure it. Such trivialities vexed her. A few zombies meandered at the entrance, resembling fools, only able to groan mindlessly upon sighting a human. As Jiang You landed, a nearby zombie noticed her descent, exclaiming in excitement, thinking, "Is it delivery time?" Just as it lunged toward her, a glint flashed, and its jaw fell to the ground, twitching. Jiang Yu crushed its skull beneath her foot and continued on her way. The second-tier zombie she had dispatched yesterday had finally yielded her first crystal core, prompting her to venture out today in search of more. However, second-tier zombies were not as plentiful as cabbages. They were elusive. She moved with light, swift footsteps, her shoes barely making a sound upon the ground. In this desolate world, stomping was unwise. One must tread lightly and swiftly, navigating silently. Jiang You endeavored to avoid zombies unless they detected her and initiated an attack, for she was reluctant to engage unless absolutely necessary. She felt akin to a farmer awaiting the ripening of fruit. These first-tier zombies were merely unripe, inedible offerings. She awaited their maturation into second-tier zombies before harvesting. Regrettably, the elder zombie she had encountered yesterday seemed a rare find. After wandering for some time, she had yet to spot another second-tier zombie. In the early stages, both humans and zombies were weak. Nature had provided humanity with a chance to survive without overwhelming disparity in power that could lead to annihilation. A zombie approached, baring its teeth, and Jiang You swiftly severed its head before pushing the corpse aside, preparing to leave. Suddenly, she noticed movement on the third floor across the way, something darting quickly inside a window. Uncertain, she focused again. The entire floor-to-ceiling window was shattered, exposing the room within, clearly uninhabited by humans. Moments before, she had seen a shadow flit by the balcony. Judging by its size, it could not possibly be human. Could it be another form of second-tier zombie? Or perhaps a mutated animal? If it were a second-tier zombie, she could extract a crystal core. If it were a mutated creature, she could bring it back as a meal for Wang, who relished such fare. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu sprinted toward the neighboring building, previously a five-star hotel. Upon entering, she encountered two survivors emerging from within. One was a middle-aged man in his 40s, battered and bruised, bearing evident signs of a recent beating. Upon spotting Jiang Yu, he paused, disbelief in his eyes. "Jiang Yu? Is that you?" "I am Teacher Qin." Jiang Yu glanced at him briefly before turning away, resolutely ascending the stairs. "What are you doing?" His companion tugged at the middle-aged man. "Do you know that person?" The man shook his head, perplexed. Perhaps he had mistaken her for an old student. He recalled a thin, dark child from school, always dressed in tattered clothing, and compared that image with the fair, pristine woman before him, concluding he must have been mistaken. His companion gazed enviously at Jiang Yu's departing figure. "If I am not mistaken, that woman is an ability wielder, and a powerful one at that. Look at her, unaccompanied and still clean. One can tell. My previous leader was a fire ability wielder who could incinerate zombies with fireballs. He was formidable, yet he ultimately fell at the hands of his own brother. Alas, in these times, one cannot trust even blood relations. Enough of this chatter. Let us hurry. We must rendezvous with the others before nightfall. This may be our only chance to evacuate, and should we miss it, we may never escape again." Their voices receded into the distance. The man limped. Given his injuries, his survival seemed doubtful. Jiang Yu recognized the man who had greeted her earlier, her former mathematics teacher. She recalled witnessing him in the multimedia classroom one day after school, inappropriately touching a female student whose tear-streaked face indicated her distress. Understanding well the implications of such actions, Jiang Yu promptly reported him to the principal. Yet, the outcome was disheartening. The teacher accused her of slander, and even the girl testified that she had merely sought assistance with her studies. It was indeed Jiang Yu who misread the situation. She was aware that the other party was lying, for after the incident, she approached Jiang Yu and threatened her not to disclose what had transpired, warning that she would not let it go unpunished. In truth, she was uncertain about what had occurred after they entered the multimedia classroom, and she did not comprehend the entanglement that had arisen between them. She merely wished to take action based on her limited understanding of the scene she had witnessed. As a girl, she had always been more vulnerable to harm in boys. However, the complexities of the world often defy simple dichotomies of right and wrong. Since that time, the mathematics teacher had consistently targeted her. Despite her earnest participation in class, she was unjustly punished by being forced to run laps on the playground. Even when a paper ball was thrown at her, and the teacher witnessed the entire event, she still accused her of cheating. In front of her classmates, the teacher would ridicule her, calling her as foolish as a pig, and publicly proclaiming her supposed unjust grievances. She was subjected to a barrage of derogatory remarks. It was from that moment onward that she began to comprehend a valuable lesson: to refrain from meddling in others' affairs and to respect the fates of others. Time has passed, and for someone like her, who has lived two lives, Many of those she once resented in her youth have become mere shadows, akin to strangers, devoid of any emotional response. Chapter 38. The second stage zombie. As Jiang You ascended to the third floor, a series of anguished screams pierced the air. Peering out of the corridor window, she spotted Teacher Qin and another man who had barely ventured outside when they were swiftly encircled by a horde of zombies. Despite their valiant struggle, the two human beings appeared exceedingly feeble against the relentless onslaught of the undead, particularly with one of them injured. The man had a limb savagely torn off, the gruesome spectacle eliciting a frenzy among the surrounding zombies, who were intoxicated by the scent of blood. Suddenly, a zombie lunged from behind, wrapping its arms around Teacher Qin and aiming for his head with its gaping maw. In a moment of sheer despair, he beheld the overwhelming tide of zombies surging towards him, the pain in his scalp rendering him nearly senseless. In that fleeting instant, two more zombies seized his arms, their jaws snapping hungrily. Among them was a diminutive zombie, just at waist height, clawing at his abdomen and voraciously devouring his innards. As Teacher Qin felt his spirit begin to wane in the face of such horror, his peripheral vision caught sight of a figure staring at him from across the window. He focused intently, and there she was, Jiang You. It was undeniably her. She had stood countless times in the corner, expressionless, enduring the paper ball's chewed gum, and spit hurled at her without so much as a whimper. Like a wooden post, she refused to cry or plead for mercy. That gaze confirmed it. He had not mistaken her identity. Although he could not fathom the reason for her sudden transformation, he recognized her instantly. If it was indeed her, why did she not come to his aid? After all, he had once been her teacher. This wretched girl, always a troublemaker in school, had evidently retained her ruthless nature outside its walls. In the blink of an eye, a myriad of thoughts flashed through his mind. Regret washed over him for not treating every student fairly, coupled with a furious resentment towards this heartless girl. Help me, Jiang You. Save me. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please help me. The instinct for survival compelled him to struggle desperately. His companions had already succumbed to the horde, and he refused to join their ranks. He could not bear the thought of transforming into a loathsome monster. Kill me, Jiang You. Please just end my life. I beg you, kill me. His anguished cries echoed in Jiang Yu's ears as she emotionlessly observed him being devoured by the horde. Without a second thought, she turned and walked away, mirroring the countless times she had witnessed others being bullied, yet chose to remain indifferent. Upon reaching the sixth floor, Jiang Yu meticulously searched every nook and cranny but found no mutated beasts or any second-stage zombies. Second-stage zombies are born from the further evolution of first-stage zombies, which are largely uniform in their decayed state, driven solely by instinctual hunger. In contrast, many second-stage zombies possess unique abilities. For instance, the elderly zombie encountered yesterday excelled in climbing, its limbs elongated. Others might have enhanced speed or agility, while some could even expand their bodies to twice their original size, or more rarely awaken psychic abilities. Thus, when she glimpsed a peculiar shadow, Jiang Yu's first thought was of a second-stage zombie, yet it was evidently not the case. Sighing, she realized her venture had been in vain. After thoroughly searching the room, she prepared to leave when her gaze fell upon a vibrant green cactus nestled among a row of withered plants on the windowsill. Amidst the desolate foliage, this resilient cactus stood out remarkably. Remarkable. After all this time without water, this cactus is still alive, truly a desert plant. Jiang Yu crouched down to examine the palm-sized cactus closely. A sudden idea struck her as she recalled her barren terrace. Adhering to the principle of not leaving empty-handed, she reached out to take the potted plant. Perhaps it could serve as a scratching post for Tsuehua. However, as she touched it, she underestimated the sharpness of the cactus spines, feeling a sudden sting as a bead of crimson blood appeared. Had she pricked herself on the cactus? Wiping the blood from her finger nonchalantly, she cradled the cactus and continued on her way. Upon reaching the street below, she encountered several zombies, one of whom was a math teacher, reduced to dragging its half-eaten body along the ground. Upon noticing a living person, it struggled to crawl, its mangled upper body trailing behind, mouth agape and drooling. With a swift motion, Jiang You dispatched the nearby zombies before quickly slipping into a narrow alley. A nagging sensation crept over her, as if someone were watching her. Whirling around to the direction from which she had taken the cactus, she found nothing amiss. Was she merely being paranoid? Shaking her head, she hastened into a nearby alleyway, making her way home. As she distanced herself, a peculiar zombie emerged from the shadows, hanging upside down from the ceiling. This zombie was that of an infant, its head grotesquely shriveled into a triangular shape, its large, grayish-white eyes darting about. Its limbs were elongated, resembling spider legs with curved claws. This infant zombie scuttled swiftly across the ceiling. Had Jiang You been present, she would have recognized it as a second-stage zombie. This creature had once been a child from that household, remaining in the vicinity since its transformation, never straying far from the building. Earlier, sensing an intruder in its territory, it had intended to devour the human, but inexplicably felt an inkling of fear. Consequently, it hid within a crack in the wall, evading detection. The little spider-like zombie crawled onto the balcony, watching as the human took its potted plant. Baring its teeth and emitting a low growl, it quickly retreated into the shadows as the human unexpectedly glanced back. This human was somewhat terrifying. Upon returning to the community, the night had fully descended. She climbed over the surrounding wall, traversing the withered greenery, and unlocked the iron gate to enter the building. Ascending the stairs. Having repeated this routine daily, Jiang You had grown accustomed to the heights of the various floors and found no difficulty in her ascent. As she climbed, she encountered numerous survivors coming and going. Some were residents of the building, while the majority were outsiders. An elderly woman, upon spotting Jiang You returning alone from outside, rolled her eyes in disdain, huffing as she tidied her belongings. Previously, when she had asked Jiang You for food, the girl had not only refused, but had also physically assaulted her. Was it a crime to voice a few complaints? The woman had ample meat. How dare she lay hands on her? Clearly, she was a heartless individual, deserving of her solitary existence. Once inside the corridor, the cacophony of voices enveloped her. The power has gone out, yet fortunately, the moonlight is abundant tonight, and the hallway is not sealed. Every corner features expansive windows, illuminating each step clearly. No, we must take this pot with us. Without it, how shall we heat our food? This basin is essential as well. It will prove useful later. We must also bring the blanket. It is necessary. This item too, and certainly not this one. This cannot be discarded. Are you out of your mind? Carrying so many possessions. We are escaping, not embarking on a vacation. With such a load, should we encounter zombies, you will be the first to be devoured, unable to flee swiftly enough. I refuse to leave. Why should we? There are monsters everywhere. Who knows what awaits us outside? It may be even more terrifying. Aren't we quite safe here? The zombies in our community have been dealt with. We are far more secure than those outdoors. Why take such a risk? Not leaving? Are we to remain here and await our doom? Eventually, when everyone else has departed, it will just be us. Who among us possesses the capability to regularly eliminate the zombies within our community? You or I? Daddy, I wish to take my toys with me. Take what? If you refuse to listen, then keep your toys and stay here to await your fate. Chapter 39. I am also infuriated. Jiang You remained silent, carrying a crossbow on her back and gripping a long knife stained with blood in her hand. The dark, foul liquid on the blade was unmistakably of zombie origin, thus deterring anyone from approaching her, except for a few unfortunate souls. In the afternoon, Lu Ping, having been dealt with by Hao Hong, was dragging a woman by her hair into a room. Have you lost your mind? You think you can refuse me? I take a liking to you, so you should just comply and lie down. Instead, I have to come and force you. Just stay put. You are here to serve me, which is far simpler than risking your life outside, right? You can't even enjoy the privileges I offer. How despicable. You want to venture out for food on your own? Have you lost your senses? Let go of me. I don't want your food. I refuse. The woman struggled violently, her hair clutched tightly by Lu Ping as she clung to the banister in terror. I won't go in. You killed my sister, and now you seek to humiliate me. I will never forgive you. Aren't you afraid of retribution? You scoundrel. You will end up in hell. You beast. He tossed a piece of indistinguishable black food at her feet. You think a refusal will matter? Do you think I need your consent? If you don't let go, I'll sever your hand. This is your food. Hurry inside and appease me." Just as he finished speaking, Lu Ping's eyes caught a glimpse of a familiar figure, and his eyes gleamed. Isn't that the woman who spoke with Hao Hong this morning? She's far more appealing than the others. His thoughts became lustful, all focus shifting to Jiang Yu's face, entirely oblivious to the knife in her hand. He picked up the black food again and shoved the woman aside. "Get lost. I have no interest in you." He then extended his arm to block Jiang Yu's path. Seeing his new target, the woman clung desperately to the railing, eyeing Lu Ping warily. "Hey, what is your price?" Lu Ping tossed the food in his hand, leering at Jiang Yu. "I'm feeling a bit heated, and I have taken fancy to you. Why not help me cool off? There are dozens of women in this building, yet I have chosen you. I hope you appreciate this favor." Jiang Yu furrowed her brow, staring at the man obstructing her way. Heated? Having searched for a second-tier zombie for quite some time to no avail, she was already simmering with frustration, and now this fool had the audacity to confront her. She truly was infuriated. Calmly, she gazed at the lecherous man before her. "What if I refuse? You little wretch, don't be foolish. If you comply, I might even reward you with some food. If you defy me, well, it would be a wasted effort." Upon hearing her rejection, Lu Ping's demeanor shifted instantly. Flames erupted in his hand. "Have you seen this? I am an ability user. If you don't obey, in this world, no one cares if a woman dies. Little girl, today I shall teach you a lesson. Never resist a man stronger than you. A plain girl like you should be grateful for my attention." He wore a smug expression, recalling how those who had opposed him met grim fates. "Hurry up, don't dawdle. My patience is wearing thin. An ability user? How impressive." Jiang Yu's gaze sharpened. "Perfect, I'm also a bit heated. Let's see if you can help me cool off." Good. That's more like it." Hearing Jiang Yu's words, Lu Ping assumed she had acquiesced, his heart soaring with joy as he squinted and smiled lecherously, just as he was about to reach for her. However, the moment his hand extended, the seemingly innocent woman suddenly swung her knife. A flash of cold light appeared before him. Lu Ping barely registered the movement before feeling a sudden chill. His arm was cleanly severed and fell neatly onto the stairs. When one is lightly cut, the pain is acutely felt, but when truly injured, the brain's response can dull the sensation. In those few seconds before the pain surged, there is a numbing sensation. After the numbness, the pain rapidly engulfed him. "Ah, my hand! You little witch, I will kill you." Lu Ping's face contorted with agony as blood gushed from the stump of his severed arm. He never imagined this woman would retaliate so violently. This wretched girl. He had never considered her a threat. How infuriating. Lu Ping's face turned crimson with pain as he furiously conjured a ball of fire in his remaining hand, hurling it towards Jiang Yu. "You wretch, die." Lu Ping was notorious for his lewdness, often verbally harassing female survivors and sometimes even assaulting the vulnerable. Although good people were scarce now, he was still universally despised. Yet, despite this, he had managed to survive. Primarily due to his abilities, anyone who crossed him would be reduced to ashes. Moreover, he had joined the Thunder Team, a group that commanded respect and fear. Chapter 40. The Law of the Jungle at present. Witnessing him lose an arm, many felt a sense of vindication. Among the crowd, there were quite a few who had previously endured Lu Ping's covert oppression. This man had once shown some restraint, fearing the wrath of the masses. However, ever since joining the Thunder Squad, emboldened by their power, he became insufferably arrogant. Just previously, a survivor had accidentally brushed against him while walking, and in a fit of rage, he had set the unfortunate individual ablaze. Although he did not perish instantly, such extensive burns, in a setting devoid of any medical facilities and lacking even the most basic sanitation, were tantamount to a death sentence. Indeed, that survivor succumbed to agony that very night. No one had expected that Lu Ping, who appeared to be a rather honest man, could be so ruthless. He was not invincible, as there were those he could not overpower. Yet, when faced with someone superior, he would call upon the Thunder Squad for support. The formidable reputation of the Thunder Squad was well known among survivors, and no one wished to provoke them out of momentary anger. Consequently, while Lu Ping played the role of a submissive subordinate within the squad, it did not prevent him from flaunting his authority over ordinary survivors. As for whether Jiang Yu would face retribution from him or the Thunder Squad, no one truly cared. Did fire wielders possess such a fiery temperament? Jiang You observed the fireball hurtling toward her, making no attempt to evade. Without a trace of fear upon her countenance, she extended her hand, palm open, as wisps of gentle currents converged around her, ultimately entwining the flames, enveloping them entirely. The once rampaging fire, now encased in this delicate airflow, changed its trajectory effortlessly. It resembled a ferocious beast being gently caressed by a frail hand, subsequently lying down in submission. It was nothing short of astonishing. Lu Ping's triumphant smile faltered. Disbelief etched across his face as he beheld the scene before him. The once feared flames were now being controlled by an invisible force, dancing in accordance with Jiang Yu's hand movements. How could this be? You, too, are an ability wielder. A mere ordinary person could not command flames in such a manner unless they possessed abilities of their own, most likely superior to his. But how could that be? If she were an ability wielder, why had no news of her surfaced? In this era, those with abilities held a prestigious status, regardless of age or gender. Countless factions clamored for their allegiance. Unwilling to accept defeat, Lu Ping conjured several more fireballs to launch at Jiang You. Yet, without exception, those flames were ensnared by the same invisible force, hovering before her like ghostly embers from a horror film, oscillating without attacking. Jiang You offered a faint smile. If he was too fiery, she would simply fan the flames. She had recently been experimenting with new forms of attack, and Lu Ping presented himself as the perfect test subject. She recognized the woman before her as the sister of a fruit shop owner at the entrance of the community. Previously, she had seen her assisting in the shop and had even received an apple from her during a visit. What kind of death do you desire for him? The woman, noticing her gaze, inquired. Jiang You nodded in response. The woman hesitated for a moment before stumbling forward. Kill him. I want him to suffer 1,000 cuts. To die without a complete corpse. He murdered my sister and my little niece, pushing them into a horde of zombies with his own hands. Please, help me kill him. I would give my life for it. Tears stained her face, her expression wild. As she spoke, a 6- or 7-year-old girl cautiously descended the stairs, feeling her way along the railing, her eyes vacant. As she approached, she whispered, "Auntie, where are you? Auntie." Upon hearing the voice, the woman abruptly turned, embracing the girl tightly. Despite trembling all over, she immediately sought to comfort the child. "Abeo, I'm here. Your aunt is right here. Don't be afraid." She pressed Abeo's face against her chest, casting a vengeful glare at Lu Ping. "Lu Ping, you despicable beast. You shall not die a good death. I want you dead before this little wretch." Lu Ping glanced at the little girl, gritting his teeth, and without a care for the child, hurled several fireballs, intending to incinerate them both. Yet, just as before, the flames were intercepted, enveloped by an invisible wind before reaching the woman. Lu Ping could no longer contain his rage. Glaring at Jiang You, "You woman, do not overstep. This is my grievance with her. What business is it of yours? You may deflect the flames aimed at you, but you dare meddle in my intent to kill another? I advise you not to play the saint. Behind me stands the entire Thunder Squad. Even if you are formidable, I may not be able to defeat you, but my squad is filled with capable members. Where are you compared to them? There are countless grievances in this world. Can you manage them all? I see you are an ability wielder as well. Thus, let us put aside the matter of my severed arm for the moment. I can introduce you to the Thunder Squad. Together we can feast and revel, sharing in the spoils. As for this woman, she is but an ordinary person, and the lives of ordinary people hold little value. This is the apocalypse. Grievances blur the lines of right and wrong, determined solely by who possesses the greater strength. I am an ability wielder. I am powerful, and thus I wield the knife. If she is weak, she should accept her fate as prey upon the butcher's block. The law of the jungle is the most fundamental truth. Jiang You, upon hearing this, let out a cold laugh. The rights and wrongs of your grievances do not concern me. I am no judge. However, today, I simply cannot abide by your arrogance. What will you do about it? Chapter 41. The perverse control. A faint smile graced her lips, yet it did not reach her eyes. If memory serves me right, this little girl happens to be your daughter, doesn't she? It is often said that even a tiger does not consume its own offspring. It appears you are even lower than a beast. According to your logic, The weak ought to obediently embrace death. In our comparison, who do you believe occupies the role of the butcher, and who is the meat? Since you cannot defeat me, you should simply accept your fate. She extracted a blade from her bag, a slight smile playing on her lips. The beautiful young lady had just stated her desire to subject you to 1,000 cuts. I am a person who finds it exceedingly difficult to refuse others. Moreover, the technique of 1,000 cuts is something I have been practicing. You vile creature, what do you intend to do? I warn you, I am a member of the Thunder Squad. If you dare to kill me, my captain will not let you off easily. Lu Ping's gaze was glued to the blade in her hand, a sense of dread creeping over him. The double-edged razor blade she held, used for eyebrow shaping and shaving, was razor-sharp, and all the blades had been broken into a chaotic array of various lengths and sizes. Clutched in her palm, she seemed unconcerned about injuring herself. Uncertain of her intentions, Lu Ping was overtaken by a foreboding sense of danger. With a terrified look, she hurled a blade into the air and, with a gentle flourish of her hand, extinguished the flames hovering above. A small tornado materialized in the corridor, swiftly enveloping the blades within its grasp. How small was this tornado? Perhaps the size of a wash basin. Initially frightened, Lu Ping watched as the tiny tornado swiftly lost its intimidation factor, clutching his bleeding shoulder and erupting in laughter. Ha ha! I thought you were formidable. Was this all you've got? He envisioned tearing this wretched girl to shreds, killing her, and inviting all the men in the building to revel in her lifeless body. The pain from his severed arm ignited a cruel imagination of dismemberment and cooking. Others joined in mocking the sudden appearance of the tornado. Although this was hardly an appropriate moment for laughter, they could not help it. The tornado conjured by Jiang You appeared so minuscule, devoid of any real threat. It resembled a child's plaything. Oh my, this wind is truly terrifying. I wonder if it can blow my drying socks away. Ha ha ha. Little girl, did you let this tiny tornado out for a stroll before it turned 1 month old? Ha ha ha. What was the purpose of releasing such a trivial gust? Even the wind I conjure to burn paper money for my grandmother's grave is more substantial than this. Ha ha ha. Young lady, heed my advice. Kneel and apologize to Lu Ping. Serve him well, and perhaps he will forgive you. However, as they laughed, their amusement was abruptly extinguished. The tiny tornado suddenly surged toward Lu Ping's head. No matter how he shook his head, it clung to him like a transparent helmet. His hair whipped wildly in the wind, and all that remained was the sound of rushing air. While his vision was not entirely obstructed, the scene before him became exceedingly blurred. Particularly maddening was the fact that the wind carried tiny shards of the blades, scraping against his skin with a sensation akin to being pursued by a swarm of venomous ants. The pain was excruciating. What is this monstrous thing? It hurts. My face. My eyes. Get away, get away. If it were a tangible entity, perhaps he could remove it. But the wind was visible yet intangible. Lu Ping frantically tugged at his hair, shaking his head and running in every direction, desperate to escape the tornado's reach. Yet, the whirlwind remained firmly atop his head, like an unremovable hat, following him relentlessly. The wind intensified, and Lu Ping felt as though he could scarcely breathe. He disregarded the blood flowing from his severed arm, using his uninjured hand to claw at his throat, pleading for help from those around him. Yet at that moment, the onlookers were paralyzed by the bizarre spectacle, retreating at the sight of him. Help! I can't breathe. Help me. The tornado's vortex spun faster, Lu Ping's face turning an alarming shade of blue and his eyes bulging. Soon, his hair was torn from his scalp, swirling around his head. Then, his face seemed to be sliced by some unseen force. First one line, then 2, 3, 4. Lu Ping's visage was as if it were being carved by thousands of tiny blades, soon becoming a canvas for crimson trails, blood and flesh cascading from the wounds. Swept away by the wind, the torrent transformed into a vivid crimson hue. The onlookers could scarcely discern Lu Ping's head anymore. They were rendered mute, their attention fixated on the seemingly beautiful young woman. What kind of monster had emerged from this girl? It was utterly terrifying. They were relieved that they had not provoked her. This was far more agonizing than a mere bullet wound. Occasionally, flashes of silver glimmered amidst the wind, reflecting the shards of blades. Yet, the predominant sight was the crimson mist of blood that pervaded the corridor, filling the air with the metallic scent of iron, sending shivers down their spines. This scene left many spectators in stunned silence. A woman cradling her child knelt on the ground, staring blankly as Lu Ping dashed about like a madman. Yet there was no escape. A slow smile crept across her face, first a grin, then erupting into a maniacal laugh, tears streaming down her face. This beast was finished. He was doomed. The vengeance for her sister and niece had finally been exacted. This was retribution, pure and simple. "Annie, what's wrong?" Abeo reached out to wipe the tears from the woman's face. She and her sister were twins, but she had been born blind. Later, her sister and mother vanished. Her father abandoned her, and she lived with her aunt. Her aunt explained that the world had changed, filled with monsters, and that her mother and sister had been killed by one. Her father had also transformed into a monster. "Auntie, don't be afraid. Abeo will protect you." The little girl gently patted the woman's hair, comforting her as she trembled with laughter and tears. "The sun is about to rise. The monsters will retreat home. Auntie, don't be afraid. I will take you to find Mother." The innocent melody of the child's song echoed through the corridor, intertwining with Lu Ping's agonizing screams, creating an eerie juxtaposition reminiscent of hellish wails. Yet, the girl appeared oblivious to the cacophony, her vacant eyes fixed on Lu Ping, as if she could see him, though she was clearly blind. Abeo held her aunt tightly, repeating, "Auntie, don't be afraid. The sun is coming out. It won't rain anymore." The little ants have found their home, and the raindrops have returned home, too. An invisible barrier separated them from the other survivors. The blood mist erupting from Lu Ping was subtly obstructed from reaching them. But at that moment, everyone's attention was captivated by Lu Ping. Oblivious to the oddity of the two, Jiang Yu's gaze darkened as she quickly diverted her attention. Hao Hong, having heard that Lu Ping had been harassing his sister-in-law, could no longer tolerate it and intended to intervene. However, upon arrival, she was met with a sight that left her stunned. Lu Ping's head and shoulders appeared enveloped in a mass of crimson. No, it seemed to be a swirling vortex of blood. Hao Hong straightened her posture, her expression grave as she focused intently on the rapidly spinning whirlwind. This was a wind-based ability user. She shot a glance at Jiang You, who was no stranger to wind manipulators. However, the typical wind elementalists usually employ wind blades as their primary means of attack, which is the most common method among them. Yet, Jiang Yu possesses the extraordinary ability to not only manipulate the winds to encircle a fireball, but also to conjure such an uncanny little tornado. How is this even possible? Her mastery over her abilities is almost disturbingly precise. What kind of training has she undergone? Can wind elementalists truly achieve such feats? Hao Hong, of course, remains oblivious to the fact that Jiang Yu spent her days on the balcony luring flies with decaying meat and watermelon juice, using green-headed flies to practice her powers, extracting every last drop of her abilities. Compared to the rapid and diminutive flies, targeting a human is considerably simpler. Hao Hong feels as though she has glimpsed another facet of wind elementalists. Time seems to stretch. Perhaps only a few seconds have passed. Or maybe it has not even been a minute. Suddenly, the crowd hears a faint puff sound. Chapter 42. Why did you help us? The voice was neither loud nor soft, lacking the deafening sound of an explosion. It was akin to accidentally stepping on a rotten melon while walking along a rural path at night. Although the commotion was minor, it still sent a jolt through the heart. The flames extinguished and the wind stilled. A cloud of blood enveloped Lu Ping's head, splattering the nearby walls and the survivors close by with crimson. The corpse lay rigidly on the ground, and above the neck there was nothing but emptiness. Even the bones had vanished. Amidst the bloodshed, a bow felt a warmth in her grayish-white eyes as a drop of blood stained her pupil. In a daze, she raised her hand to touch her eye and then sniffed the blood on her fingers. She smiled. "Auntie, don't cry. The monster has gone back home." The woman tightly embraced a bow, her eyes wide with shock as she beheld Lu Ping's head, which had burst apart like a rotten watermelon. She had long awaited this day, yearning to witness such a scene. It was hard for her to believe that her wish had truly come to fruition. Thinking of her sister and niece, who had been devoured clean by zombies, she could no longer contain herself and began to wail, holding a bow close. After several seconds, Others finally regained their senses. A middle-aged man felt something splatter across his face, causing a twinge of pain. He reached up to touch it, only to discover it was a small piece of white bone fragment. Was this Lu Ping's skull? Oh no, Lu Ping's head has exploded. It was terrifying. There wasn't even a single intact bone left. Mom, it's so scary. That Annie is a monster, shouted a child, only to be swiftly silenced by his mother, who struggled to force a smile, her expression painfully stiff. I apologize. My child doesn't know any better. Please ignore him. As she spoke, her lips trembled. The boy, now aware of his mistake, nestled into his mother's embrace, tears welling in his eyes as he gazed at Jiang You. Silence enveloped the group, trembling in fear yet paralyzed. Too terrified to move. Who knew if this fearsome woman would, in the next moment, use her eerie abilities to crush their skulls? At that moment, the two men who had mocked Jiang Yu earlier were now pale as ghosts, fearing retribution for their derisive laughter. One of them, quick to react, clapped his hands sincerely, expressing gratitude to Jiang Yu. Lu Ping, this scourge has met his end. Thanks to you, he would have harmed countless more. Indeed, that wretch deserved his fate. You've done a service to the people. You've avenged me. From now on, I, Jiang Hu, owe you a favor. Just say the word, and I will do everything in my power to assist you. Yes, I, Jiang Shaojun, feel the same. You are now my benefactor. Their sincere smiles belied their earlier mockery. Other survivors either echoed their sentiments or remained silent, all fixated on the headless corpse, yearning to flee, yet their legs seemed to betray them, refusing to budge. Their gazes toward Jiang Yu were no longer laced with disdain, but imbued with profound fear. There were various ways to kill, slicing with knives, cleaving with axes, or shooting, but they had never witnessed such a horrifying method of death. The entire head had been reduced to nothing by a whirlwind. What kind of wind-based ability user was this? She was akin to a walking blender. When that woman vowed to dismember Lu Ping, she truly fulfilled that promise. No, this was far worse than mere dismemberment. This woman was an absolute monstrosity. Those around her instinctively took a few steps back, increasing the distance from Jiang Yu. Hao Hong bit her lip, silently observing Lu Ping's corpse, struggling to comprehend the extent of Jiang Yu's control over the winds. She had never encountered such a terrifying ability user. She pondered if Jiang Yu had enveloped Lu Ping entirely in that tempest. Would it have been his entire body reduced to mush rather than just his head? Hao Hong recalled the first time she had seen Jiang Yu, distinctly remembering the gun she wielded. She was unsure if Jiang Yu had awakened her powers then, but reflecting on that moment, it was evident that a girl could thrive in such dire circumstances, remaining immaculate. It was likely that Jiang Yu had already possessed her abilities, simply choosing not to reveal them. Most survivors, upon awakening their powers, longed for the world to know. After all, it was widely accepted among survivors that ability users were superior to ordinary ones. The advantages and conveniences of being an ability user were innumerable. If Jiang Yu had been angered and used her powers against them back then, perhaps she and her brother would have perished right then and there. Hao Hong felt a shiver of dread. She had initially perceived Jiang Yu as merely stronger than the average girl, even considering aiding her when Lu Ping attacked. But now, it was clear she required no assistance at all. No wonder she hesitated to evacuate. Given her strength, zombies posed no threat to her. It was indeed her own misguided sentiments that had led her to this moment. Excuse me, a voice jolted Hao Hong from her thoughts. She looked up to see Jiang Yu standing before her. You're an ability user? Is that surprising? Jiang Yu neither flaunted nor concealed her powers. In this apocalypse, appropriately showcasing one's abilities mitigated numerous troubles. She had never considered the notion of feigning weakness, as prolonged charades could lead one to become the very thing they pretended to be. Hao Hong swallowed, offering a faint smile as she stepped aside. The survivors behind her formed a line, blocking the path, but upon her yielding, they hastily followed suit, gazing at her with pale faces as she departed. As soon as she was gone, some couldn't suppress their nausea, bending over to vomit. The corridor was strewn with blood, viscera, and bone fragments, the visual impact too overwhelming. Earlier, with Jiang Yu present, fear had consumed them, but now, relaxed, the sight triggered their stomachs to churn. Seeing her leave, the The woman rushed to catch up with a bow. After traversing 2 flights of stairs, she finally reached her. Wait, please. Jiang You halted and turned to face the breathless woman. Is there something else? Thank you. Also, may I ask why you helped us? The woman appeared somewhat anxious. Chapter 43. Tenacious life. A bow gazed ahead with a tranquil expression, her pupils lost in thought as she extended a hand, seemingly sensing something in the air. Jiang You glanced at the two of them. I'm not intentionally helping you. It just so happens that Lu Ping has drawn my ire. I am not in the habit of playing the Good Samaritan, but if you insist on believing that I have aided you, then consider it a token of gratitude for the apple you once gifted me. You were right. That ugly apple was indeed delicious and sweet. With that, Jiang You turned and departed. Was it truly because of an ugly apple? She couldn't even recall when she had given Jiang You a fruit. While assisting at her sister's fruit shop, she had a habit of offering small favors to customers after their purchases, hoping they would return for more. She had given gifts to so many people that Jiang You had simply slipped her mind. Auntie, I remember that sister, about tugged at the woman's hand. The scent she carries is quite unique. Is it perfume? No, there's a fragrance about her, something indescribable, reminiscent of the scent we encounter while climbing mountains. The woman gently patted a Bao's head. Though a Bao was blind, she possessed a remarkable ability to remember those around her. She smiled wryly, surprised that a mere fruit she had given away would lead to her receiving assistance at a crucial moment. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Yu's help extended beyond mere gratitude for the ugly apple. On the other side, a group of individuals stared at Lu Ping's headless corpse on the ground. It was not until several minutes after Jiang Yu had vanished that someone dared to break the silence. Who was that woman? Her abilities are astonishing. Zhou Lu, you are also a wind element ability user. Could you achieve such control? The man being questioned shook his head, pale-faced, under the expectant gazes of those around him. I cannot. Not just me. I doubt any wind element user I have encountered could do so. To condense wind blades and strike with such precision is already remarkable. But her? The wind seems to shift at her command, transforming effortlessly. It's terrifying, truly terrifying. What kind of monster is she? Not necessarily. I feel she isn't merely a wind element user. Though they are formidable, none are this extreme. Didn't we have a powerful individual living in our building who went unnoticed? I know her. She seems to reside on the top floor. Every time I see her, she is alone, coming and going. I had no idea she was this impressive. No wonder she doesn't need allies. I wonder if she needs a leg pendant. It would be great to have someone like her backing me. I'm charming, capable, and require little sustenance. Shut up. That kind of pretty boy is out of fashion. And besides, the lady prefers muscular men, like me with my 8-pack abs. Amidst the chatter, Hao Hong stared intently in the direction Jiang You had disappeared for a long while. She hurried home and, upon entering, eagerly pulled her brother, Hao Jun, to share the scene she had just witnessed. I just saw it. Jiang You is an ability user, and a powerful one at that. Brother, you should give up. Truly, you have no chance with her. She believed her brother was unworthy of someone as exceptional as Jiang You, who was singularly remarkable. Hao Jun regarded her with an impassive expression. I have long known I had no chance. Do you think me foolish? In this world, it's fine to like someone, but to harass an exceptionally strong person is courting death. Setting her powers aside, Jiang Yu's skills and marksmanship are not to be underestimated. She merely appears harmless. She is anything but. Hao Hong nodded in agreement. Brother, when do you think I can become an ability user like her? Do you know? It's so exhilarating. Hao Hong's cold demeanor shifted as she animatedly gestured. Just like this swoosh, 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 and that scoundrel Lu Ping was dead. He had been acting arrogantly because of his abilities, and yet in less than a minute of confrontation, his head exploded into bits. I heard someone refer to Jiang You as the blender boss. How apt. Lu Ping's head truly resembled that of something pulverized in a blender, reduced to mere pulp. Previously, some had mocked her small tornado that hadn't even matured, but after witnessing Lu Ping's demise, they were nearly terrified to the point of wetting themselves. Seeing his sister so animated, her eyes sparkling brighter than when she had once idolized Jay Cho, Hao Jun quickly returned her earlier words. Don't get your hopes up. You have no chance. Hao Hong's orientation was normal, but she had a fatal flaw. She was captivated by beauty, regardless of gender. Anyone she deemed attractive was a treasure in her eyes. Her intense infatuation with appearances led her to believe that even the most nefarious individuals couldn't be too bad. If they truly were, it must be because they weren't attractive enough. Jiang You, with her fair complexion and striking features, radiated an inexplicable charm that resonated with Hao Hong's aesthetic preferences. Consequently, she was wholly focused on protecting Jiang You, even reminding her to evacuate together. Yet, she had not anticipated that Jiang You was, in fact, the boss herself, requiring no protection. What she did not realize was that Jiang You was not merely naive. Rather, having spent too long on the Forbidden Island among beings who were neither human nor ghost, she found it challenging to interact with others. Outside of battle, her reactions often appeared somewhat slow. However, she believed this to be a manifestation of her aloofness, unaware that to others, it sometimes came across as a hint of innocence. A naive yet formidable boss. What an intriguing concept. Hao Hong's expression grew agitated. Before the apocalypse, she had been a web novelist, colloquially known as a wordsmith. Her works had seen moderate success, with monthly royalties insufficient for living expenses, reliant instead on her brother's martial arts school for support. Yet this did not deter her from aspiring to be the next Dumas. Just as she began to gain traction with one of her stories, the apocalypse struck. What use was a keyboard now? To scrub clothes? She had no choice but to abandon her pen for martial prowess. Were it not for Hao Jun's martial arts skills and the camaraderie of several brothers skilled in combat, their survival until now would be uncertain. Returning home with her perceived aloofness, Jiang You washed up and brought her potted cactus from her space. Though the cactus itself still thrived, the soil in the pot had cracked from dryness. She submerged the potted cactus in water to soak it thoroughly before placing it on the table. Having never cared for plants before, those in her space were merely food. She had heard that cacti were notoriously difficult to kill. After all, this cactus had survived while other flora had perished, indicating a robust vitality. Jiang You cherished resilient life, whether it be a robust individual or this cactus. Chapter 44. Meow. A lithe figure leaped over the balcony, realizing that Jiang You had returned. It hurriedly grasped a plump white mouse in its mouth and placed it at her feet. Subsequently, Dazhuang proudly lifted his head. A striking white mouse, the finest within a 10-mile radius. What reason did she have to complain? Be grateful, foolish human. Observe how benevolent your king is. Upon entering her home, Jiang You initially felt a surge of joy upon seeing Dazhuang. However, her elation quickly dissipated when he approached her and deposited a mouse at her feet. Looking down, she met the gaze of the mouse, both pairs of eyes locking, one filled with bewilderment, the other with sheer terror. The mouse stared back in fear, its red eyes devoid of any fierceness, only trembling with fright. It was unclear what horrors it had endured before being captured, patches of its fur missing. The mouse stood frozen for a few seconds, then flicked its tail and attempted to flee. Yet, it barely took a couple steps before being pinned to the ground by a paw. Dazhuang nudged the mouse toward Jiang You, who resisted and was swatted down again. It lifted its chin in a gesture, urging Jiang You to commence the feast. The scene resembled a big brother presenting a prize to his frail younger sibling. Meow, what are you dawdling for? Eat. Meow. Why haven't you eaten yet? Meow. Do you look down on me? In an instant, Dazhuang's fierce expression morphed into one of anger, his temperament shifting with lightning speed, resembling a ferocious wild leopard rather than a mere cat. Jiang You sighed. How many times must I say it? I do not eat mice. Just place your food in the fish tank. Meow. Your refusal to eat is a sign of disdain. Dazhuang bared his teeth, displaying a fierce demeanor as he gnawed at Jiang Yu's shoe. This creature, with old wounds still healing, bore fresh injuries daily, never fully recovering. Nevertheless, he seemed exceedingly proud of his daily conquests, often flaunting his scars to Jiang Yu as if they were medals of honor. Jiang Yu inhaled sharply, observing the numerous holes in her shoes. As she wiggled her toes, her thumb was clearly visible through the torn fabric. Her feelings mirrored that of returning home after a long day at work, only to find chaos awaiting her. Mom, 7 + 7 = 1. Today at the company, they have a promotion on health supplements for $19.80 a bottle. Buy 10, get 1 free. I bought 10. What a deal. Honey, Why are you back so late? Everyone's waiting for you to cook. In an instant, her mood plummeted into the negatives. Jiang You inhaled deeply, realizing that to tame this creature, she would need to employ some clever tactics. Otherwise, he would never grasp who truly held dominion. With a stern expression, she grasped a hoe in one hand and extended a finger with the other, suppressing her emotions with the last remnants of her sanity. Meow. No sooner had she spoken than the cat flung the mouse into the fish tank, then leaped off the balcony, vanishing into the darkness. Fine, if you want to eat. I shall seek out a floral mouse and see if you can resist. No feline could refuse the allure of a floral mouse. Meanwhile, Jiang You, oblivious to Da Zhuang's intentions, found a larger flower pot and began to transplant a cactus along with its soil. After completing the transplant, she stared at the cactus, sensing something peculiar about it. This cactus had leaves on either side of the central body, but the left leaf bore a thorn that was noticeably longer than the others. A thought struck her, and she scrutinized her finger. She remembered that she had bled from this cactus, likely from that very thorn. Yet, she couldn't be sure if her blood had indeed accelerated the cactus's growth. Jiang You hesitated to delve deeper into that thought. The mad scientist's incessant musings about perfect stem cells and ultimate biological evolution echoed in her mind. She carefully plucked the notably elongated thorn with tweezers and observed it for a while. Then, using a pin, she pricked her fingertip and let her blood drip onto the opposite leaf of the cactus. The bright red blood did not absorb immediately. In fact, Jiang You kept her gaze fixed on it, watching until the blood dried up, yet no signs of absorption emerged. Was she merely overthinking this? Holding a cup of bubble tea, her cheeks stuffed with chewy pearls, she chewed while dismissing the dreadful notion. Surely, she was just overreacting. The scientist's perfect stem cell experiments were merely half-baked, destined for failure. She dared not consider the implications if the scientist's research succeeded. If her blood could indeed expedite plant evolution, then perhaps the scientist's hypothesis was not entirely flawed, although lacking the grotesque regenerative capabilities of planarians. His genetic experiments might have ventured into an altogether unattainable realm, evolution. What a remarkable stroke of luck that would be. Jiang You took a deep sip of the bubble tea, her cheeks bulging as she chewed, scarcely able to believe her improbable fortune. That night promised to be restless, as she dreamt of the monsters on the Forbidden Island. Envisioning herself on the operating table, in the later stages of the experiment, her recovery abilities had become formidable. They were utterly unafraid of her demise, leading to increasingly reckless experimentation. In a haze, she glimpsed the glaring surgical lights, surrounded by figures at the operating table, the cold scalpel slicing into her abdomen. Amidst the agonizing pain and the visceral sensations of her insides being stirred, she watched as they extracted her organs one by one, replacing them with bizarre, misshapen ones. In her despair, Jiang You found herself trapped in this nightmare. Even when she was aware it was merely a dream, she desperately wished to awaken. Yet her eyes would not open. Each time she managed to crack one eye open, she was instantly pulled back into the dream. In the end, she felt like a mere observer, numbly watching the disfigured body on the operating table. As dawn broke, Jiang You awoke, the sheets and pillow beneath her soaked with sweat. Frowning slightly, she murmured, "Another nightmare." Chapter 45. Another direction of biological evolution, she irritably ran her fingers through her hair and retrieved a bottle of water from her space, gulping it down in one breath before exhaling deeply, feeling revitalized. That night, as she prepared for sleep, Jiang You closed the door to her room and filled a bathtub with ice bricks to cool the space. The living room remained unoccupied, so she saw no need to waste ice there. Upon awakening the following morning, Jiang You glanced at the bathtub and noticed that a significant portion of the ice had melted, leaving behind a few floating cubes. She scooped some water into her basin and splashed her face, the icy water jolting her awake and banishing any lingering drowsiness. The chill made her shiver, tightening her skin. After washing her face, she dragged the ice-filled bathtub into the living room and closed the door behind her. During the day, the living room was kept cool, while her room remained warm and empty. Jiang You prided herself on her frugality, believing that one should save where possible and spend wisely. Once the solar-powered fan in the living room was turned on, It blew air over the ice, and soon the temperature dropped. Jiang You retrieved 5 crispy fried dough sticks, a steamer basket of pork soup dumplings, another of beef soup dumplings, a dish of stir-fried, minced meat with pickled green beans, and a bowl of plain congee to begin her breakfast. Time stood still in the space, ensuring that whatever was placed inside remained unchanged when taken out. The fried dough sticks were crisp and fragrant, while the dumplings were steaming hot and bursting with juice. The savory aroma of the stir-fried dish was irresistible, prompting her to indulge in 2 more bowls of congee. As a person with extraordinary abilities, her appetite was naturally larger than that of an average individual, compounded by the intensity of her daily training. After finishing her meal, she caressed her slightly rounded abdomen, smiling with satisfaction. Post-breakfast, she approached the balcony to inspect the cactus she had brought home the previous night. However, a fleeting glance caused her pupils to dilate in shock. What was happening? Jiang You hurriedly approached the cactus, which had appeared symmetrical just yesterday. To her astonishment, the right side had mutated significantly, creating a stark imbalance. Lifting the pot, she examined the area where she had dripped her blood, noting that the small spines had grown several times longer and the flesh of the plant had expanded considerably. Comparing her fingers to the cactus, she confirmed her blood was accelerating its growth. The doctor's experimental objectives were twofold. One was to achieve chaotic, serial division for regeneration akin to planarians, and the other was to explore avenues of biological evolution. It appeared that the goal of chaotic division had failed, with her perfect stem cells proving to be only a partial success. Although they could rapidly repair her own body, they could not regenerate individual organisms. However, the direction of biological evolution seemed promising. Her genetic sequence could facilitate plant evolution. To ascertain whether this effect extended to all organisms or was limited to plants, she quickly sought out several saplings from her space for experimentation. Unfortunately, the results were the same, leading to her unfortunate finger pricking. Yet, upon applying her blood, she witnessed the saplings grow exponentially, sprouting leaves, flowering, and subsequently wilting and decaying into a state of rot, akin to having died decades prior. The fruits on the ground decomposed at a visible pace. Jiang You tested various plants, and each one underwent a rapid cycle of growth followed by death within minutes. This phenomenon resembled an accelerated life cycle rather than true evolution, as if their life forces had been prematurely exhausted. Perhaps the plants within her space were not suitable? She then gathered several plants from the outside world, a nondescript grass, a creeping vine from a wall crevice, and a nearly dead evergreen, bringing them back to her room. She began with the small grass, and upon applying her blood, it stood tall and vibrant, only to quickly wither and die. The evergreen and vine, being larger plants, were taken to the space for testing to avoid creating a mess. In an instant, the evergreen flourished, only to wither and decay rapidly thereafter. The vine, upon contact with her blood, spread across the decaying evergreen and also perished within minutes. All the plants met the same fate. Undeterred, Jiang You took some of the food, mice, meant for her fish tank to test the effect on animals. The results mirrored those of the plants. The mice grew larger after consuming her blood, but soon aged rapidly, culminating in their demise. Even the once robust mice appeared aged at death, their whiskers turning white. These experiments led to a singular conclusion. The endpoint of evolution was death. The doctor's original hypothesis suggested that cellular evolution should occur. Yet, Jiang Yu's blood seemed to accelerate a unique evolutionary process in certain organisms. Despite her formidable self-repair capabilities, she did not demonstrate noticeable evolution herself. The plants and animals absorbing her blood completed the cycle from evolution to exhaustion and death in a remarkably short time. Jiang You stared at the cactus, perplexed as to why it had not succumbed to the same rapid evolution and subsequent demise as the other plants and mice. Why was it different? This question consumed her thoughts throughout her training that day, leaving her with no answers. In the afternoon, when De Zhuang returned, he discovered his fish tank empty. Circling around Jiang You, he detected the scent of his stored food on her. Realizing she must have been sneaking bites, he felt a mix of annoyance and understanding, having noticed the rapid depletion of his food supply. However, he resolved that as long as he was around, she would not go hungry. With a haughty meow, he leapt from the balcony, embarking on a quest that would result in the nearby mutated mice facing dire consequences. Jiang You watched him in confusion, pondering his incessant busyness. Ultimately, she decided to let him be, trusting he would return. Holding the cactus, she examined it closely, finding nothing particularly remarkable aside from its vibrant green hue. What set it apart? Unable to decipher the mystery, she resolved to nurture it further, adding a drop of blood to its water and pledging to continue this routine daily, eager to witness its growth. As for Zhuang, she noted his recent tendency to catch numerous mice to stock his tank, all while keeping a vigilant watch over her. Seemingly wary of her intentions, Jiang Yu had anticipated trouble from the Thunderbolt squad due to her actions against Liu Ping, only to discover that his death had created no ripples, vanishing like a drop of water in boiling water. Perhaps everyone is preoccupied with orchestrating their evacuation. At such a critical juncture, the demise of a member whose significance was already questionable holds little concern for anyone. Chapter 46. The Mutated Cactus when Zhuang returned. Jiang Yu was lost in thought on the balcony, cradling a potted cactus. Meow, Zhuang entered, proudly clutching a struggling flower rat in his mouth, and dropped it at Jiang Yu's feet. The rat was remarkably plump, easily weighing 2 pounds, adorned in a tricolor coat of black, white, and yellow, with sparkling red eyes akin to rubies. Jiang Yu, for once, discerned a certain elegance in the mouse. Seeing her gaze fixed on the creature, Zhuang proudly raised his tail. Indeed, no one could resist a luscious flower rat. In this world, the tricolor variety was considered the most exquisite. Thus, Zhuang believed the tricolor rat to be the most beautiful of all rodents. Jiang Yu stared at the rat for a few moments before averting her gaze. After all, it was merely a rat. No matter how striking, it remained a rodent. Although she appreciated Zhuang's earnestness in wanting to treat her, she felt it was entirely unnecessary. Shaking her head, she said, "I truly do not eat rats. You may indulge yourself." Meow. Zhuang huffed, clearly offended that she would deny him. He tossed the flower rat into the bathtub, anticipating that Jiang Yu might sneak a bite, then leaped on her lap, fixated on the cactus in her hands. What was this? It smelled delightful. After a moment's hesitation, he opened his mouth wide and took a bite. He yelped sharply as the cactus needles pricked him, yet he did not cease chewing. He gnawed the cactus and its thorns into a mushy pulp and swallowed it down. Then, he cast his eyes at the remaining cactus in Jiang Yu's grasp, clearly eager for more. As Jiang Yu observed the bite mark on the cactus, she suddenly noticed something. A substantial chunk of the cactus's thick flesh had been removed, revealing translucent inner flesh, and at its core lay a tiny, transparent crystal. The crystal was green, roughly the size of a sesame seed, and it stood out distinctly against the translucent flesh. Had Zhuang not bitten the cactus, she might never have discovered this peculiar object. She reached out, extracting the crystal and placing it in her palm. She offered the remaining cactus to Zhuang, urging him to eat it, for it was known to dispel heat. Zhuang devoured the rest without hesitation, despite the discomfort from the thorns, relishing the experience. Jiang Yu scrutinized the minuscule green crystal in her hand. Could this be a crystal nucleus? Thus, this cactus was indeed a mutated plant. Yet, it was so feeble that she had never associated it with mutation before. Jiang Yu felt as though she had uncovered a distinction between this cactus and other plants. As a mutated plant, it seemed her blood could aid its growth and evolution, unlike ordinary plants or animals. Perhaps only specific mutated plants possessed the genetic sequence capable of absorbing her blood. Suddenly, she recalled the moment she severed her pinky finger, watching as blood surged from the wound. Had she seen such bloodlines before? Yes, during a time when her doctor's experiments were too frequent, her body's healing capabilities faltered, leading to festering wounds. On the verge of death, with her decaying flesh prompting the laboratory to consider discarding her into the sea surrounding Forbidden Island. A mysterious research specimen was secretly delivered. It was said that this specimen had caused the annihilation of millions in a single night, with countless superpowered individuals perishing without a trace. The acquisition of this specimen had been paved with blood, as they had sacrificed innumerable survivors to lure it into dormancy. When Jiang You first encountered the specimen, it resembled a withered plant root. She did not know its origin. Later, the doctors divided the root into 10 parts for study on 10 experimental subjects, one of whom was Jiang You. She watched as the doctors extracted something from the specimen and injected it into the experimental subjects, confining them for observation. All 10 subjects were A3 level superpowered individuals. Yet only she survived. The remaining 9 perished. When one of the bodies was removed, she noticed red bloodlines emerging from beneath the skin. However, with so many strange occurrences on Forbidden Island, she had paid little mind to that incident. Eventually, she inexplicably recovered, assuming the experiment had failed. But now, reflecting on it, she realized that since then, her regenerative abilities had significantly improved. Her wounds often exhibited those fine bloodlines, which rolled and twisted as they hastened her recovery. She gazed at her palm, realizing her misjudgment. The doctor's perfect stem cell experiment had not succeeded. She had merely become a host for some unknown entity. As she regenerated, that entity had revived alongside her. One could even speculate that her rebirth was tied to that bloodline. It was not that she carried the bloodline into her rebirth, but rather that this entity, unwilling to perish, had taken her as its host to be reborn. Yet, what kind of formidable force could wield the power of temporal regression? The more she pondered, the more a chill crept down her spine, raising goosebumps across her back. She hastily leaped from the sofa and slapped herself twice. Stop overthinking. Regardless of the reason, at this moment, she was the one benefiting. Her remarkable regenerative abilities allowed her to recover swiftly from severe injuries, even regrowing severed limbs. Moreover, the advantage of regeneration enabled her to reclaim space and stockpile resources. She stood to gain in myriad ways. Why dwell on it further? Such contemplation was futile. Nevertheless, to ascertain whether her blood was effective solely on mutated plants, Jiang You resolved to seek out more mutated flora. However, given the intense heat, many plants had withered, making mutated specimens even more elusive. Chapter 47. The survivors evacuate the city, yet Jiang You remains unhurried. After all, she finds herself with ample time on her hands. As dawn breaks around 7 or 8 in the morning, the night's zombies exhibit a far greater level of activity than during the day. Visibility is poor, making escape impractical. It is particularly during the twilight hours that the undead are least active. Thus, a new wave of flight commences. Countless survivors emerge from the city's myriad corners, some traveling in groups, others venturing alone, yet all inexorably heading toward the evacuation point. They flow together like water, converging from all directions, their collective destination the same. Yet, among so many survivors, how many will truly manage to escape? In the initial outbreak of the zombie apocalypse, many had sensed the impending doom and fled the city recklessly. Now, spurred by the announcement on the radio, the second wave of exodus officially begins. With so many individuals, no matter how cautious, they inevitably attract the attention of the undead. Jiang Yu observes a group of people, armed and laden with backpacks, silently exiting through the community's gates. Leading the way are mostly young adults and those with special abilities, followed by the elderly, children, and the injured, each carrying their own makeshift weapons. More than half a month has passed since the apocalypse began, and those who have survived thus far have adapted to the new rules of the world. Everyone has matured rapidly, even the previously pampered children now exhibiting extraordinary resilience. However, in such perilous times, unexpected events are bound to occur. Suddenly, a young boy, no more than 7 or 8 years old, starts to wail, lamenting that he has left behind a toy. His cries swiftly attract the wandering zombies nearby. The boy's father attempts to stifle his son's pleas, covering his mouth. But the boy persists, seemingly accustomed to coercing adults into compliance. Yet, this is no longer a time for such indulgences. Those unable to discern reality shall not survive. With so many lives intertwined in their flight, any threat posed by either adult or child leads to only one outcome. A survivor swiftly plunges a knife into the boy's body, and the cries abruptly cease. A clean cut, a grim solution to the problem. The boy's father, eyes reddened with grief, nonetheless hastens to keep pace with his family, leaving the lifeless body behind to be devoured by the scavengers. Humanity no longer reigns at the pinnacle of the food chain. As throngs of survivors flee the city, Jiang You occupies herself with training on the terrace. The cacophony of zombie growls escalates, mingling with gunfire, explosions, cries, and shouts, creating a chaotic symphony. However, upon reaching the 25th floor, only muffled sounds remain, lacking the authenticity of the tumult below. The radio incessantly repeats the final assembly date and location, along with the numerous benefits promised by the base. As the sun rises higher, the temperature on the terrace approaches 50 degrees Celsius, with no breeze to alleviate the stifling heat. Jiang You feels as though she is ensconced within a vast oven. Sweat beads profusely on her skin, and her cheeks flush red with heat. Her bent legs visibly tremble. 506, 507, 508, she performs sit-ups on her yoga mat, counting as she goes. With her remarkable healing abilities, why should she not push herself to the limit? Previously, she adhered to a self-imposed training regimen, but now, her initial plan appears ill-suited for her current state. By around 10 o'clock, chaos reigns, punctuated by the sounds of gunfire and screams. Somewhere, a fire rages, fanned by the wind, sending thick smoke wafting toward her, carrying a pungent odor of burning plastic. The acrid scent interrupts her training. Jiang You rises, wiping the sweat from her brow, and gazes toward the source of the smoke. It is too distant to discern. Just then, a volley of gunfire erupts in the direction of the assembly point. Has the main force engaged in battle? Jiang You furrows her brow, sensing something amiss, yet she cannot pinpoint the issue. Realizing that extinguishing the fire will not be a swift endeavor, she decides to cease her training and change into her shoes to descend. As she makes her way down, the corridor is cluttered with abandoned supplies, yet no survivors are in sight. Those who could escape have done so. Even the zombies seem sparse, likely drawn away by the commotion. After approximately 20 minutes, Jiang You finally encounters a group of fleeing survivors, 10 or so men and women, some taking up the rear, others leading the charge, working in concert to slay the nearby zombies as they sprint toward the evacuation point. Among them is an earth-based ability user, dispatching the surrounding undead with earthen projectiles. Jiang You notices them, and they see her, yet they merely exchange glances before returning to their respective tasks. Jiang Yu's destination does not align with the evacuation point. Instead, she heads in another direction. The greater the number of survivors at the evacuation point, the more zombies are drawn there. Conversely, other areas are likely to harbor fewer undead, presenting an opportunity for exploration and perhaps unexpected discoveries. Her focus has shifted from merely gathering supplies to seeking out mutated plants or second-tier zombies. Crystals that aid in the advancement of abilities are of utmost value, and the one she obtained from the previous second-tier zombie barely suffices. Passing by a jewelry store, she notices that the glass remains intact and the door stands ajar. Glancing inside, she sees a disarray of gold, silver, and jade artifacts, much of which still remains. Considering the potential utility of gold in forging weapons, she enters to collect what she can. Within the store lurks a towering zombie, adorned with a red helmet and wearing a vest, its desiccated skin covered in tattoos. Most notably, its neck and arms are laden with an array of gold chains and diamond-encrusted jewelry, which impede its mobility, rendering it sluggish. Through the eye slots of its helmet, Jiang You can see the creature's mouth moving, drawn to the scent of the living. The zombie lumbers toward her, its body clanking with the sound of metal against metal. It opens its mouth to bite her, yet confined within the helmet. It gnashes at the air in frustration. Jiang You casts a disdainful glance at the ineffectual creature, her desire to slay it diminished. With a dismissive shove, she pushes its helmeted head aside. Undeterred, the zombie inches closer, rubbing its helmet against Jiang You, its teeth clattering in an irritating manner. Growing impatient, she swiftly brings her blade down upon its neck. A crisp snap resounds as its head rolls away, detaching from the helmet. The bald head thuds to the ground, its mouth continuing to open and close. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang You replaces the helmet atop the head. After collecting the gold from the display case, She glances at the remaining jade artifacts. Since there are not many and they occupy little space, she decides to take them as well. One can never tell when they might prove useful in the future. Chapter 48. The new training regimen. After gathering her belongings from the shop, she stepped outside, where the zombie continued to gnaw at the air within its helmet. A brief foray outside yielded little, prompting her return home. This time, she revised her training plan. Previously, she had taken a gradual approach, wary that excessive training could lead to muscle injuries or harm to her joints and ligaments. The body is one's greatest asset, and overtraining resulting in physical damage is akin to stunting growth, an endeavor fraught with losses. However, now, Jiang You sought to challenge herself. She wished to discover the extent to which she could train with the aid of her extraordinary recovery abilities. Those with special powers must not only hone their abilities, but also fortify their physical selves. A frail practitioner, no matter how potent their powers, could easily succumb to misfortune. The following day, gritting her teeth, she persevered. After counting to 1,000, Jiang You finally relaxed, collapsing to the ground, feeling utterly incapacitated, unable to move a single strand of hair. She lay there, gasping for breath. Though her body was exhausted to its limits, her spirit brimmed with satisfaction. Her clothes were drenched, sweat dripping from her forehead. The raccoon cat, observing her plight, deemed human reasoning questionable. Why inflict such torment upon oneself? Yet, sensing her vulnerability, it pranced around her with an air of arrogance. Originally, De Zhuang was a mutated creature. When Jiang You first encountered it, it had been tethered by a thick iron chain on the balcony. At that time, she observed that its size was slightly larger than ordinary, indicating a mutated species. As it had spent time hunting rats and feasting on zombie brains, supplemented by Jiang Yu's various fish snacks, its physique had burgeoned impressively, now weighing at least 40 pounds. The thick, soft pads of its paws trod upon her back, alternating between deep and shallow steps, akin to a massage. Feeling relaxed, Jiang You sighed in contentment. De Zhuang. A bit higher, yes, there's more pressure. And to the left, yes, a few more steps on my shoulder. Focus, focus. I'll reward you with extra fish snacks tonight. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's satisfied sighs, De Zhuang swelled with pride. Indeed, this household could not function without me. Following a massive evacuation, the remaining survivors in the city were scarce. Typically, when Jiang You descended, she found no other survivors in her building. Those who could escape had likely done so. The community's entrance had been breached, allowing zombies to roam freely within. Jiang You felt no inclination to engage with them. Why cleanse the area of zombies? They serve as natural soldiers. Not all survivors could have left, as some must have been compelled to stay for various reasons. The more zombies that wandered the community, the lesser the chance of other survivors entering. Previously, Jiang You often encountered fellow survivors scavenging for resources, but now, it was only zombies, an unending sea of them. Resources in the city had dwindled, and the few survivors remaining were desperately fleeing. The population of the living was rapidly diminishing. Yet, this very fact brought Jiang You a sense of ease. De Zhuang's size continued to rise, soon surpassing the 50-pound mark. Over the course of a month, Jiang Yu's demeanor had transformed significantly from the onset of the apocalypse. Thanks to the perfect stem cells, she harbored no concerns about overtraining. Even if injured, she healed swiftly. A month of rigorous training had revitalized her entirely. Her previously frail physique, once malnourished, had become balanced and robust, exuding vitality. Her body, devoid of prominent muscle groups, now radiated explosive energy with every movement. Standing at approximately 168 meters, Jiang You had been slender to the point of appearing like a reed. Now, she emanated strength, her presence sharp and commanding. Her hair had grown long enough to be trimmed to ear length, the dark, smooth strands accentuating her fair complexion with a cool elegance. Training was never an endeavor completed in a day. Her results after a month exceeded her expectations. Without the regenerative capabilities of the perfect stem cells, achieving such rapid physical transformation would have been impossible. After completing her morning training, Jiang You entered her space, where various saplings had flourished into towering trees laden with fruit. The livestock had long since been released. To prevent the animals from wandering into the yard, Jiang You had enclosed it with a fence. Upon entering, she was greeted by a vast expanse of blossoming peach trees, their fragrance intoxicating. Beneath the peach trees, a large hen followed a brood of chicks, while further away, the apple trees sagged under the weight of their crimson fruit, some apples having already fallen to the ground, where pigs and sheep were contentedly feasting. More animals thrived in the small forest before her. Jiang Yu had not fed the livestock, allowing them to roam freely and grow naturally. The space was a veritable woodland, its bounty sufficient to sustain them. The pigs, munching on apples, occasionally burrowed their snouts into the soft earth beneath the trees, seemingly searching for something. Suddenly, sensing they were being watched, they paused, then darted back into the thicket. In the fish pond, several ducks paddled about, occasionally surfacing to reveal darting fish. Jiang Yu even spotted an unfamiliar bird soaring overhead, clutching a small chick in its talons. She filled a basket with strawberries and cherry tomatoes, capturing a large hen as well. The strawberries and tomatoes were placed on the table as treats for the Zhuang, while the hen became Jiang Yu's training apparatus. Why was it deemed a training tool? Because this audacious individual devised a rather extreme method to hone her speed. She swiftly dispatched the hen, slinging it over her back. The scent of blood served to attract zombies, inciting them into a frenzied chase after her. This constituted her daily speed training. Only when faced with peril can one truly tap into their latent potential, much like a mother lifting a heavy truck to save her child in a moment of crisis. However, being chased by a dog could hardly compare to the thrill of evading zombies. Upon reaching the first floor, Jiang Yu locked the unit door, wielding a kitchen knife to swiftly sever the hen's neck. She then hung the bird upside down on her back and burst through the iron door into the outside world. The few zombies meandering nearby were instantly roused by the overwhelming scent of blood, charging toward its source in a frenzied rush. Roar! Jiang Yu, with the hen strapped to her back, sprinted ahead, pursued by a throng of zombies, their fervor eclipsing that of a fan chasing a celebrity. As she fled the confines of her neighborhood, the cacophony and bloodlust drew even more zombies into the chase. After more than half an hour, the number of zombies trailing her had swelled from a mere dozen to a veritable horde, easily numbering in the hundreds. With the blood drained from the hen, Jiang Yu returned it to her space, reserving it for a nourishing chicken soup later that evening. While others walked dogs, Jiang Yu took her zombies on a stroll, an entire pack at that. Chapter 49. Daily Training After Bringing the Chickens into Her Space. Jiang Yu ran for a while longer and noticed that the horde of zombies behind her was beginning to disperse. Some of them, after chasing for a time, simply stopped. After all, she was sprinting ahead with remarkable speed while the zombies behind her stumbled along in pursuit. However, now that they had become zombies, how many could even remember the simple act of wearing shoes? The barefoot zombies were particularly unfortunate, their soles scraping against the concrete as they chased her for several kilometers. Akin to running a marathon, their skin gradually wore away against the harsh surface, becoming raw and bloody, with some even exposing the bones of their feet. As she observed more and more zombies starting to spread out, wandering aimlessly like loose sand, Jiang Yu realized they lacked any semblance of cohesion. How could this be acceptable? To be a persistent zombie, one cannot simply give up halfway. If you wish to chase, then chase. If not, get lost. Wanting something means going after it, not turning your back. While sprinting, Jiang Yu took out a loudspeaker used for street vending from her space, flipped the switch, and quickly stashed it in her backpack. The moment she pressed the button, a powerful shout erupted, electrifying the surroundings. Jiang and Leather Factory is closing down. All leather goods at 58. Look here. Everything is just $2. On the last day, everything is 10 yuan. Don't miss out, or you'll regret it. As soon as the zombies behind her heard the announcement, their spirits soared, akin to elderly shoppers rushing into a supermarket for discounted eggs. Simultaneously, more and more zombies poured out from the alleys, all of them drooling and clawing their way toward Jiang Yu. Armed with a machete, she evaded whenever possible. But when cornered, she struck directly at their heads. One zombie burst forth from a side alley, the first to reach her, its gaping maw emitting a foul stench. With both hands gripping her blade, she raised it high and then brought it down forcefully. A soft thud echoed as the zombie was cleaved in two. its body collapsing to either side. Jiang You dashed through the gap and continued her frantic run. As the commotion intensified, the size of the zombie horde grew, their roars and growls reminiscent of fervent fans at a concert. Jiang Yu realized that the enthusiasm of this crowd surpassed that of any celebrity's fan base from the pre-apocalyptic world. She darted through the city's streets and alleys with agility, each narrow passage allowing the horde to trail behind her like an elongated shadow. After the loudspeaker blared for over 2 hours, it finally ran out of power, and the zombie army began to disperse once again. Jiang Yu skillfully switched to a smaller speaker, turned it on, and hoisted it on her shoulder, continuing her relentless pace. Initially, she could only manage to be chased by zombies for half an hour, but eventually she extended it to an hour, then 2, and even 4. Each return home left her legs feeling as though they belonged to someone else, her body aching from the exertion. Yet, these pains served to forge her physique, enhancing her strength and endurance. Who would have imagined that this peculiar method of training her speed and agility would involve leading an entire city's worth of zombies in pursuit? If she were to disclose this to anyone, surely they would deem it suicidal. Yet, to Jiang Yu, it was merely an appetizer. She firmly believed that human potential is akin to oil within sesame seeds. No matter how thoroughly one extracts it, a little more could always be squeezed out with effort. Moreover, with the assistance of perfect stem cells, she had no fear of her body succumbing to the strain of such rigorous training. The booming music from her speaker pounded in her ears, invigorating the pack of zombies behind her. The rhythm of the song surged through them, akin to a jolt of energy. The cacophony of zombie growls echoed. Nothing can stop my yearning for freedom. Blue Lotus, onward, onward. I tread the path of courage. I have crossed mountains and seas, traversed the depths of forests and crowds, once possessing everything, now drifting away like smoke. Jiang Yu felt as if the song was misaligned. Somehow, it compelled her feet to keep moving forward. An impulsive desire surged within her to charge ahead ceaselessly. Were she driving a car, she was certain the accelerator would be pressed to the floor. The horde of zombies, inexplicably excited, raced behind her with fervor, their cries resonating in the air. Perhaps this was the power of music transcending species. Though they could not comprehend it, they felt a connection. The survivors in the city could not all have fled. Some had certainly remained. Jiang Yu, with her thunderous speaker, created a stir wherever she went. Not only could the zombies hear it, but so could the remaining human survivors. One survivor, upon hearing the music, thought he was hallucinating, momentarily transported back to the days when elderly women danced in the square. Previously annoyed by their noise, he now found himself yearning for that clamor. On the 6th floor of an apartment building, a window quietly opened. A young man with freshly sprouted black roots in his blonde hair rubbed his eyes in disbelief at the sight below. No way, this must be an illusion. Absolutely a figment of my imagination. He pinched himself hard, only to be further astonished as he gazed downward, nearly dropping his jaw in shock. What kind of monster is this? A woman, shouldering a square black speaker, was sprinting for her life, the speaker blasting energetic music, while a dense throng of zombies filled the street below, sending chills down his spine. The sheer number of zombies led to chaotic trampling incidents, with some falling victim to the crush of their own kind. As the zombie horde surged onward, the man swallowed hard, gazing at the foul remnants strewn across the street. A true warrior dares to walk among zombies. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu remained oblivious to whether her noise attracted the attention of other survivors. Her daily 20-kilometer running regimen must not falter. Jiang Yu circled back, returning to her residential area as dusk fell. Upon nearing her home, she stowed away the loudspeaker and swiftly slipped into an alley to evade a portion of the pursuing zombies. With no target to chase, the remaining zombies disbanded on the spot. Earlier that day, they had been brimming with enthusiasm, yet now many were dragging themselves along the ground. Jiang Yu had achieved the unprecedented feat of exhausting the zombies. She was thoroughly satisfied with her training plan, having progressed beyond the confines of solitary practice at home. In the morning, Dazhuang carried a speaker and fresh meat to lure the zombies into an abandoned warehouse. Jiang Yu was tasked with closing the door and counting the number of zombies. Once their count exceeded 300, she could secure the warehouse door. She practiced close combat by confining a horde of zombies within the spacious warehouse, relying solely on cold weapons without the use of supernatural abilities, emphasizing speed above all else. In the realm of martial arts, swiftness is invincible. The finest defense is an aggressive offense. Only when all 300 zombies were decapitated could the training be deemed complete. Initially, it took an entire morning to slay 300 zombies, but this duration was subsequently condensed to 3 hours, then 2, and ultimately down to 1 hour and 5 minutes, which marked her limit. After all, without the aid of supernatural powers, she relied solely on her blade, executing each move with precision. This time had reached its peak and could not be surpassed. As the morning training concluded, Jiang You collected all the zombie corpses and transported them to the nearby sports arena. There, she piled the bodies in the open space of the stadium. The enormous swimming pool within the arena was now filled to the brim with corpses, and the tennis courts were also heaped with remains. The vast accumulation of zombie bodies attracted numerous small animals, and the foul stench permeated the air from a considerable distance. A multitude of insects and rodents congregated here. As for them, this place was akin to a buffet paradise. The moment Jiang You entered the stadium, she was greeted by the sight of rats, flies, cockroaches, and various unidentified insects feasting upon the mountain of corpses. Chapter 50. The insufficient zombie sparring partners. The rodents in this area have grown quite robust, completely unafraid of human presence. Upon noticing an intruder, they continue to devour their food, undeterred. The incessant buzzing of green-headed flies sends shivers down one's spine. Recently, Jiang You has observed that some zombies have begun to consume their own kind, a clear sign of their evolution. Initially, lower-tier zombies lack the awareness to feast upon their fellow beings. However, in the past few days, she has frequently spotted zombies gnawing on the corpses of their kin along the streets. The multitude of bodies in the stadium has naturally attracted a number of zombies. Jiang You swiftly dispatched several zombies that encroached upon her space and subsequently extracted their remains from her storage. She then made a hasty retreat, as the stench was unbearable, and she found herself at a loss for how to dispose of the zombie corpses. Should she leave them near the training warehouse? It would only take 2 days for that place to become uninhabitable. The moment fresh zombie corpses appeared, the first to react were the rats, chattering excitedly as they swarmed over the carcasses. They commenced a frenzied feast, some even burrowing into the flesh to consume the innards. In their competition for food, these rodents would also engage in violent skirmishes among themselves. The weaker ones would sustain grave injuries and subsequently be devoured by their more formidable counterparts. Jiang You furrowed her brow as she observed a few zombies in the distance, engrossed in their gruesome meal. She noted that these zombies prioritized consuming the heads of their kin, and only when they had exhausted that source did they turn to other parts of the body. This behavior was mirrored in the rats, who similarly favored the heads. Jiang You couldn't help but recall the Zhuang's penchant for feasting on mutated rats and zombie heads. Although these mutated creatures may lack significant intelligence, their instincts drive them to seek out the most beneficial sustenance. After disposing of the refuse, Jiang You returned home for lunch. Given the intensity of her training, she indulged in 3 large bowls of rice. Savoring every drop of the savory green pepper and shredded pork and the tomato and scrambled egg sauce, mixing it thoroughly with the rice. Following her meal, she enjoyed a substantial cup of herbal jelly before settling in for an afternoon nap. In the afternoon, Jiang You arrived at warehouse number 2. If warehouse no. 1 focused on combat training, then warehouse number 2 was dedicated to agility training. This underground facility housed 6 second-tier zombies, all of which were either speed or strength-oriented. They were specifically selected for combat practice, and since she was immune to the zombie virus, she had no qualms about training with them. Second-tier zombies are notoriously difficult to find, particularly those that meet her specific requirements for close combat training. Each of the zombies here had been meticulously chosen by her. De Zhuang scoured the area daily, reporting back whenever he located a second-tier zombie, which she would then capture as a sparring partner. The warehouse initially contained a single second-tier zombie, and after mastering one-on-one combat, she captured a second, progressing to 2-on-1 training. Gradually, she increased the number of opponents, and she could now handle 6 at once. Among the 6, the longest-serving sparring partner was a one-eyed zombie, captured a week prior. The remaining 5 were recent additions to her training roster. As sparring partners, zombies are essentially expendable, and injuries such as lost limbs are an inevitable part of training. When the damage to a second-tier zombie becomes severe enough to hinder effective training, it is time for it to retire. Once dismissed from their sparring duties, the only value left in these zombies lies in their core extraction. This unique arrangement, allowing for multiple sparring partners without the need for membership fees, is simply indispensable for anyone engaged in home training or travel. Warehouse number 2 is situated underground, with only a thick steel plate at the entrance, while the rest is encased in layers of concrete and earth, which prevents the zombies from escaping. Jiang You unlocked the steel plate at the entrance and quickly secured it before descending the stairs to the warehouse. As she opened the steel plate, the characteristic low growls of zombies resonated from below, accompanied by the sound of claws scraping against the walls. The first sparring partner, the one-eyed zombie, bore the most experience. Jiang You had stabbed one of its eyes, leaving her dagger lodged in the socket. The second sparring partner was a speed-oriented zombie, small and monkey-like, yet remarkably agile. The third was a strength-oriented zombie, towering at nearly 2 meters, its body a mass of bulging muscles, its grayish skin appearing as if it might rupture at any moment. The fourth partner was long-limbed, adept at climbing, moving with grace on both walls and floors. The fifth partner had transformed its hands and feet into sharp claws, having viciously torn another second-tier zombie in half before Jiang Yu's eyes. The sixth partner had only been captured the day prior, still adjusting to its new environment and already clashing with the veteran employees, having been reduced to little more than bones by the 5 others. Upon entering the underground warehouse, Jiang Yu quickly noticed the absence of one of her employees. The 5 second-tier zombies, recognizing their captor, instinctively revealed their sharp claws and lunged at her in unison. How dare this wretched human confine them here? The moment they laid eyes on her, their fury erupted. Did you consume the new employee? A new round of chaos ensued. Over an hour later, Jiang Yu emerged, drenched in blood, tilting her head as the crimson droplets dripped from her hair onto the floor. Though she bore some wounds, the exhilaration of the encounter was invigorating. De Zhuang rushed to her side, gesturing animatedly. Meow. Boss, I've discovered another second-tier zombie. With that, Jiang Yu promptly followed him to replenish her workforce in warehouse number 2. As evening fell, Jiang Yu, as before, shouldered a speaker to attract a horde of zombies, utilizing the chase as a means to practice her speed. Embarking on a 20-kilometer run, she sprinted while they pursued, with flies trailing behind. On sleepless nights, Jiang Yu would ascend to the 22nd floor to engage in mental training. Look at her, so proactive and driven. At times, she even admired her own discipline. The 22nd floor served as the mental training room, where a solitary psychic zombie awaited her. After an exhaustive search of the city, she had managed to find just one of its kind. How rare it was! To prevent any escape, she had bound it tightly. Training her mental prowess became significantly easier as she faced off against a psychic zombie. It was akin to a battle of endurance. The last one standing would emerge victorious. When this zombie first arrived, it exhibited rebellious tendencies, often attempting to ambush Jiang Yu with its psychic abilities. Initially, she had fallen prey to its attacks a few times, but as she grew accustomed, she began to retaliate. Now, she sensed that this psychic zombie had become somewhat deranged. The moment it spotted her, its eyes would bulge comically, tracking her every move with an unsettling intensity. Jiang Yu would gaze back at it, and it would tilt its head in response, its head bobbing erratically with saliva flying, evoking a rather neurotic demeanor. Jiang Yu sighed. As the sole employee of the psychic division, you bear the weight of the entire department. I understand your struggles, but do take care of yourself. If you can hold on a little longer, perhaps you'll soon have a colleague. You speak of a zombie that has rendered itself akin to a state of depression. What is the matter? Must you not aspire for greater achievements? Rise, and let us continue our practice, shall we? The zombie squints with its crossed eyes, its hair a disheveled mess resembling a bird's nest. Humph. It lowly growls, appearing somewhat dazed. Perhaps I have overburdened you with tasks of late. Thus, let's take a respite for a few days. I am not devoid of compassion as an employer. Rest well, and I shall return in a couple of days. After all, the other training regimens involve numerous zombies working in unison. Yet in the realm of mental fortitude, you alone bear the weight of the entire department. A certain degree of pressure is inevitable. A brief respite will suffice. Jiang You offered it a crystal core, gently patting its head before taking her leave. Each day, barring unforeseen circumstances, the training sessions are diligently scheduled morning, noon, and night without falter. Do you believe that merely hoarding supplies in the apocalypse suffices? No. She intends to outpace her competitors. While others languish with their amassed provisions, she strives silently, intent on surpassing other survivors. Her years on the Forbidden Island have imparted a profound truth. Lacking strength renders one susceptible to capture and experimentation. A person of insufficient power can never roam freely, regardless of their location. Jiang You immerses herself entirely in her training. Until she attains greater strength, she will not venture into human enclaves, especially in places like the base, where the greater the crowd, the more perilous it becomes. Under the rigorous training regimen, the zombies exhaust rapidly. She often dedicates considerable time to seeking sparring partners, sometimes feeling that the zombies are somewhat insufficient. Perhaps those zombies have become accustomed to her training. As time progressed, Jiang You observed that even when she paraded through the streets with a loudspeaker blasting dance music, or rode her motorcycle creating a cacophony, many zombies merely glanced in her direction before resuming their own pursuits. Only a select few would pursue her. Their enthusiasm had waned. Indeed, love can fade. Once, these little zombies were fervent, but as new faces became familiar, their passion dwindled. However, by then, her training plan was nearly complete, and Jiang You paid them little mind. Shortly thereafter, a group of survivors arrived in City A in search of supplies, only to find the zombies here rather peculiar. In other locales, zombies would eagerly lunge at any living being, but here, they seemed somewhat dull. Upon spotting humans, instead of instinctively charging forward, they would tentatively take a few steps before commencing their pursuit. Yet during that tentative moment, the survivors had long since fled. Word spread, and rumors circulated that the zombies in City A were of inexplicably low caliber, with no evolved zombies in sight. The zombies in City A became synonymous with mediocrity, a widely accepted conclusion. However, years later, when outsiders entered City A with the intent of witnessing the stupidest zombies, they discovered the rumors to be utterly unfounded. Who was the fool who claimed these zombies were dim-witted? While it is true that these zombies are slightly slower in identifying their targets than ordinary ones, once they have locked on, they bite with an unyielding grip, refusing to relent. Moreover, these zombies possess an astonishing speed. They dart about with such swiftness that their legs create afterimages, akin to whirling wheels of fire. They are nothing short of a horde of monstrous zombies. Chapter 51. De Zhuang strikes, leaving no trace. In recent days, apart from training and the daily collection of useful supplies, Jiang You had been on the lookout for mutated plants. Perhaps the apocalypse had only recently erupted, for aside from animals and humans, mutated flora was exceedingly rare. The last mutated plant she encountered was a cactus, but it had been devoured by De Zhuang. Since then, her search had yielded no further discoveries. Nevertheless, she remained undeterred, believing that persistence would eventually bear fruit. On yet another sun-drenched day, as Jiang You stepped out of her abode, the heat enveloped her like entering a furnace, causing her heart to race. The strawberries and mint she had planted on her balcony, despite her attempts to water them, were wilting in a pitiful state, barely clinging to life. They seemed as if they would perish at the slightest touch. Consequently, she decided to transfer them to her spatial realm, where they flourished once more in the rich soil. The clock on the wall indicated it was 7 in the morning, yet the sun was already ascending into the sky. In this post-apocalyptic world, the trend of long summer days and short nights had become increasingly pronounced. Daylight stretched longer and temperatures soared higher, although the nights offered slight relief. The temperature never dipped below 40 degrees Celsius. The survivors had adapted to the sweltering heat. While uncomfortable, it was not life-threatening. Jiang You stood on the balcony, stretching her arms and yawning deeply before commencing her dental hygiene routine. Zhuang sprawled on the ground, elongating his body and stretching lazily before munching on a handful of dried grass, which possessed a faint sweetness, an unconventional morning brush, so to speak. At the edge of the terrace stood a 1-meter-high safety wall, and the two of them occupied the precarious space while brushing their teeth. From their lofty perch on the 20-something floor, a nudge from behind could send one tumbling down without any hope of rescue. With her electric toothbrush in hand, Jiang You glanced downward. At this elevation, the street below was a blur. Her gaze was drawn to a distant lake, its waters a crystalline emerald, contrasting sharply with the desiccated plants nearby, which had succumbed to the harsh conditions. The greenery was strikingly vibrant from this angle, unobstructed by any visual barriers. The scenery was quite pleasing. She wondered if mutated plants thrived within those waters. After rinsing her mouth, she resolved to investigate the lake today, although it appeared close. The actual distance was likely 5 or 6 kilometers. After finishing her dental care, Jiang You prepared breakfast for herself and Zhuang before setting off for their destination. Zhuang meowed, "Are we not hunting zombies today?" Jiang You descended and retrieved an electric scooter from her spatial realm, mounting it and patting the back seat. "Today, we shall explore the park and admire the lake. No work for us." Zhuang replied skeptically, "I believe you when pigs fly." Yet he hopped on the back seat without hesitation. Over time, Jiang You had become intimately familiar with the nearby roads. Zombies were particularly sensitive to sound and scent, especially the former. She navigated the tranquil paths on her scooter, moving quietly. Only the occasional zombie might be startled by their presence, while those further away remained oblivious. Most zombies in the city seemed to have grown accustomed to her movements. Some merely tilted their heads in indecision, contemplating whether to pursue. As for the few that did attack, Jiang You hardly needed to intervene. Zhuang would swiftly dispatch them with a few powerful strikes, shattering their skulls with ease. Now, Zhuang had grown larger than when he first joined her, weighing nearly 70 pounds. Unlike canines, his species was known for explosive strength, and a 70-pound mutant could rival a human with enhanced abilities in combat. Just as Zhuang crushed a zombie's skull and returned to the back seat, another turn brought 2 more zombies lunging from the entrance of a clothing store. The creatures clawed and snarled as they charged towards Jiang You. Yet she did not reduce her speed. "Zhuang, go!" Zhuang let out an irritable meow, leaping high over Jiang Yu's head to land directly on one zombie's skull. Roar! The zombie thrashed its head violently, but in the next moment, half of its head was bitten off. The lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Zhuang spat out the skull fragment and leaped again, clawing off half the face of the second zombie, which then collapsed. He followed up with a powerful tail whip, sending the creature stumbling backward. As the zombie regained its footing and charged at Zhuang, the sharp claws barely grazed him, for he had already leaped onto its neck. With a swift bite, Zhuang severed the zombie's neck, leaving it with only a thin layer of skin holding its head in place. The lifeless gray eyes fixated on Zhuang, its mouth opening and closing in a futile attempt to bite. Zhuang's razor-sharp claws swiped through the remaining flesh, and the severed head tumbled to the ground, still gnashing its teeth. A zombie can survive as long as its brainstem remains intact, even if only a head remains. However, Zhuang paid it no mind, quickly resuming his pursuit of Jiang You. This series of actions, though intricate, transpired within a mere 20 seconds. Yet in that brief span, the woman had already distanced herself significantly. Zhuang looked up to see a few more zombies trailing behind the electric scooter. With an irritable growl, he swiftly hopped back onto the seat, landing with precision. Jiang You felt the back seat shift and knew Zhuang had rejoined her. Their partnership had become remarkably harmonious over time. The electric scooter was silent, lacking the loud roar of a motorcycle. Unless one deliberately honked or collided with an obstacle, it generally produced little noise, making it less likely to attract zombies. The compact and nimble scooter allowed them to navigate swiftly, soon leaving the pursuing zombies far behind. Zhuang lay on the back seat, grooming his paws, and whenever a zombie approached, he would leap up to dispatch it before effortlessly returning to Jiang Yu's vehicle. The duo skillfully maneuvered through the city, adeptly avoiding areas where zombies congregated. The electric scooter could deftly navigate around damaged vehicles or other obstacles. proving far more convenient than a car on these convoluted roads. As Jiang You ambled through the narrow alleyways, she hummed a tune softly to herself. Riding my beloved little scooter, it shall never be caught in traffic. 3 o'clock ahead, a zombie. De Zhuang Go. Chapter 52. The fish has mutated. Over an hour later, Jiang You arrived at the entrance of the park on her small electric scooter, surrounded by the shimmering Baibo Lake. The park stood as the sole verdant oasis in the city. The gentle breeze wafting from the lake carried a faint fishy aroma, yet it was not unpleasant. This location held the potential for mutated flora. The park featured 4 entrances, north, south, east, and west, and they found themselves at the eastern gate. Originally, the park's entrance was marked by a retractable gate barely half a person's height, but it now lay in ruins, rendered useless. Stowing her scooter away, Jiang You leaped over the toppled fence. De Zhuang followed closely behind. Upon entering through the main gate, they found themselves in a small plaza, which had once been a haven for dancing Annies. Just a short while ago, various dance troupes would gather here nightly, and rival factions of Annies had even made headlines for fighting over territory. However, the plaza was now devoid of dancers, occupied instead by a dozen wandering zombies. Upon noticing the presence of the living, the zombies stirred, awakening like famished beasts catching sight of their prey. Meow! De Zhuang charged forward, fiercely engaging the nearest zombie before it could reach them. Jiang You, wielding a machete, swiftly advanced, dispatching the creatures with mechanical precision. Compared to the hundreds of zombies in Warehouse Number 1, these few were merely an appetizer. At that moment, De Zhuang had also eliminated 3 zombies and returned to Jiang Yu's side, his demeanor akin to that of a triumphant general. After clearing the plaza, Jiang Yu's gaze swept the surroundings. Typically, parks like this would display a basic map at their entrance. Indeed, she soon spotted a plastic sign standing nearby, showcasing the layout of Baibo Park. Having seldom visited this park, mostly just passing by, it was imperative for her to study the map closely. The park was encircled by Baibo Lake, and thus named Baibo Garden. The only entrances to the park were the 4 grand gates, each adorned with an archway, leaving no other means of access. Additionally, the park housed numerous military bunkers and various botanical gardens. Jiang You took out her phone and captured a photo of the park's map. Although there was no internet access, photographing the map remained unaffected, with solar panels available. Charging her phone posed no challenge. After all, she did not possess an eidetic memory. While she was engrossed in studying the map, De Zhuang, having spotted something, dashed to the lake's edge, crouching by the stones to fish. The lake had once been home to many koi, but they seemed absent now. De Zhuang stirred the water with his paw, and soon a flash of red appeared in the distance. A carp. What creature does not enjoy fish? De Zhuang eagerly meowed a few times. Hearing the call, Jiang You hurried to the water's edge just as a red carp leapt from the water, clamping its jaws around De Zhuang's head. De Zhuang? Why is it suddenly dark? With its head completely ensnared in the carp's mouth, De Zhuang's frantic cries were muffled. Once he regained his composure, he began to flail wildly, scattering red scales across the ground. The fish appeared to weigh at least 30 pounds. Though resembling a koi, Jiang You caught sight of rows of sharp teeth as the fish opened its mouth. It seemed the fish in Baibo Lake had mutated. The fish attempted to drag De Zhuang into the water, while De Zhuang fought to pull it ashore. Neither was willing to yield. However, the fish was evidently no match for De Zhuang. Most of its scales had been stripped away, and one of its eyes was punctured, quite a sight to behold. Not far from the lake's surface, ripples stirred as a school of large red carp, drawn by the scent of blood, began to surface. Jiang You quickly seized De Zhuang's tail, pulling him and the fish onto the shore before retreating a few steps to distance themselves from the water's edge. With a decisive strike, she cleaved the fish in 2. De Zhuang's head abruptly popped free from the fish's jaws, leaving only his fur damp, without any serious injuries. He looked at Jiang You in alarm. De Zhuang, are you trying to kill me? Jiang You cast him a cool glance. Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. De Zhuang then lowered his head, voraciously devouring the fish head. Afterward, he gazed longingly at the school of fish still swimming in the lake. One fish was manageable, but a multitude posed a threat. Jiang You crouched down, prying open the carp's mouth, and indeed, she discovered a mouthful of sharp fangs. She glanced at Baibo Lake, where the school of fish had once again submerged. It was not unusual for 1 or 2 fish to mutate, but the group that had surfaced moments ago was uniformly robust, matching the size of the one Jiang had just caught. This indicated that nearly all of them were likely mutated. To validate her suspicions, she looked at Jiang. Would you still like to eat fish? Meow. Jiang nodded vigorously, still trying to comprehend how this human suddenly seemed so astute. The next moment, he felt something quickly fastened around his leg, and then he was lifted into the air. The surrounding scenery began to spin dizzyingly. Meow. Someone is trying to harm me. With a splash, he was unceremoniously tossed into the lake. Jiang thrashed about in the water, bewildered. Did this woman have a screw loose? Had she always viewed him with disdain, seeking to eliminate him? If she wanted to kill him, she should confront him openly, rather than resorting to such treachery. To be thrown into the lake filled with piranhas was a death sentence. The splashing water attracted yet another group of carp. Jiang's eyes widened in terror as he beheld a sea of red approaching. Were these fish as large as submarines? This woman truly intended to end his life. He spun around in a panic, paddling furiously with his forepaws. Yet in the next instant he felt a sharp pain on his tail and rear, followed by a sinking sensation. Damn it, one bit my egg. Jiang's fur bristled in outrage as he retaliated, crushing one fish's head with a swipe of his paw. Jiang You, sensing the situation was becoming dire, yanked the rope, pulling Jiang back toward the shore. Behind him trailed a horde of red, white, and yellow carp. If one were to overlook their mutated nature, they were rather beautiful creatures. Just as Jiang's paws grazed the ground, he scrambled onto the shore. Clinging to his tail and backside were several fish that refused to let go, and he dragged them along with him. The remaining fish in the lake crowded at the water's edge, their mouths opening and closing, revealing rows of white, menacing teeth. Jiang You observed closely, confirming that they were indeed all mutated fish. She assisted Jiang in removing the fish clinging to his rear and tail, 4 in total, each weighing no less than 20 pounds. Jiang glared at Jiang You, his claws scratching at the ground in agitation. Meow. You ambushed me. I'm furious. I will retaliate. I am truly on the verge of losing my temper. Jiang You. Jiang. Do you think these fish would be delicious if I took them back to prepare sweet and sour carp for you? Jiang. Meow. In truth, a clear broth would also be an acceptable alternative. Chapter 53. The old cat fishing. Do not be deceived by its initial frenzied state when it was first cast into the water. Upon hearing the prospect of braised fish, its eyes gleamed with excitement. Glancing at the fish on the ground, it felt there was still a shortage, and indeed, it could venture into the water once more. Thus, it circled its tail and, grasping the rope from the ground, indicated to Jiang You to bind it again and toss it back into the water. Meow. Come on, let us do it again. I am unafraid. Throw me in again to catch some fish. This meager catch is hardly sufficient for a meal. Although this creature cannot articulate human speech, for some inexplicable reason, Jiang You comprehended its intent. We will discuss this later. Let's explore elsewhere first. She struck down the flopping fish at her feet, storing it in her space. For reasons unknown, all mutated flora and fauna cannot enter the space alive. Only once deceased can they be placed within. Upon reflection, perhaps this is due to the exclusivity of the space's rules. After all, if mutated animals were to be stored, they would undoubtedly disrupt the original ecological balance of the space. In contrast, ordinary creatures can be easily managed. Having secured the last carp in her space, Jiang You turned to leave with Jiang. The koi in this Baibo Lake had all mutated. The thought alone sent shivers down her spine. Only Jiang's tough skin and robust physique gave her confidence. Should a human fall in, they might be devoured to the last bone. However, since she dared to bring Jiang to the lake, she was certain of his safety. After all, during this time, Jiang had often assisted her in dealing with second-tier zombies, undoubtedly consuming a fair amount of their brains, thus developing an ironclad resilience. Did you not see how the carp that had bitten his head left nothing but drool and no bite marks? Yet this mutated fish, one wonders what it has consumed to grow so large. Perhaps it has feasted on numerous zombies, as the rising waters would have compelled the fish to roam widely. It would be prudent to prepare a separate pot for stewing it, ensuring de Zhuang's meals remain distinct in the future. The entire park was verdant and lush. These trees had not withered, and for some reason, Jiang You felt these flowers and plants appeared more vibrant than ordinary flora. For instance, the pine tree adorned with red ribbons beside the square was one she had passed when stockpiling supplies before the apocalypse. At that time, it had not seemed as grand as it did now. Could it be a mutated plant? Jiang You approached the tree, extending her hand to touch its trunk, but sensed no energy. It should not be a mutated plant, for such entities emit distinct energy waves that can be felt upon careful observation. She glanced at de Zhuang. Do you think this tree resembles a mutated plant? The ability of mutated animals to identify certain aspects surpasses that of humans. De Zhuang swiftly climbed the tree, jumping about, sniffing here and scratching there, then descended, shaking his head at Jiang You. Upon his descent, he even plucked some pine needles to chew. Jiang Yu sighed in disappointment. Following a path deeper into the park, she found that the vegetation became less lush, with many plants having withered away. It seemed only those plants near the edge of Baibo Lake thrived. Using the map, Jiang Yu located the botanical garden. It was easily identifiable, following the signs. She soon spotted a vast expanse of glass reflecting sunlight, signaling her arrival. This garden was designed to mimic a tropical rainforest ecosystem. Yet many of the glass panels of the sunroom were shattered, leaving only the skeleton of the dome above. The ground was littered with shards of glass. Before she could approach, a foul odor wafted toward her, accompanied by waves of heat. The closer she got to the garden, the more pungent the stench became, even stinging her eyes. It resembled the ammonia released from decaying meat, mingled with the scent of rotting leaves and some unknown fragrance. Indescribable, yet utterly nauseating. Even Jiang You, accustomed to heaps of corpses, felt a wave of physical discomfort. You, de Zhuang feigned retching, pawing at the entrance and refusing to enter. You wait for me here. I will go take a look. Jiang Yu donned a pig-nose gas mask and stepped inside. Better to err on the side of caution than to overlook a potential mutated plant. Her footsteps crunched on the shattered glass, producing a series of crunching sounds. Within the botanical garden, the plants had not entirely perished. Some heat-resistant species had grown even taller than before the apocalypse. However, the pools inside had all turned foul, with the soil saturated with putrid water, each step sinking 1 to 2 centimeters deep. Various insects scurried about in the earth: centipedes, roly-polies, white grubs, and other unidentifiable soft-bodied insects. Jiang Yu advanced cautiously, vigilant against any venomous snakes that might emerge from the shadows. She recalled that this botanical garden had once housed pythons and venomous snakes, but now, the viewing glass containing the animals had all been shattered, leaving their whereabouts uncertain. They could be dead or hidden within the shadows of some plant. At any moment, one might leap out at her. As she passed by, her hand inadvertently brushed against a broad leaf, causing it to tremble, revealing a golden vertical pupil peeking from beneath. The chameleon merely shifted slightly, blending back into the hue of the leaf. A palm-sized black scorpion crawled across the decayed soil before her. Jiang Yu moved slightly, and it immediately changed direction, advancing toward her, its tail poised to strike, glinting ominously in the sunlight. Jiang Yu swiftly plunged her knife into the ground. Thud! The scorpion's body severed into two, its tail still twitching feebly. Jiang Yu bent down to collect the scorpion and placed it in her space. This creature would make a delightful snack for de Zhuang. Such a sizable scorpion is not easily found. After thoroughly surveying the botanical garden without spotting any mutated plants, she retreated, planning to search elsewhere in the park. She traversed nearly half of the park, encountering only the occasional zombie, yet not a single leaf of mutated flora. As she strolled along a narrow path, her way was suddenly obstructed. Several sightseeing vehicles lay across the road, evidently parked there intentionally. Just as Jiang Yu prepared to climb over a nearby rock formation, a man emerged from behind a vehicle. Halt! The path ahead is blocked. Friend, choose another direction. The man appeared to be in his 30s, of average build, clad in a tank top, wielding an old-fashioned hunting rifle. He bore an exceedingly ordinary appearance, the kind one might lose among a crowd. Yet his eyes were sharp as an eagle's, clearly indicating he was no ordinary person. After all, those who dared to remain in the city were far from typical. The barrel of his rifle was aimed directly at Jiang You. It seemed that should she take a single step forward, he would not hesitate to pull the trigger. As he spoke, two small figures emerged from the gaps between the vehicles, one male and one female, watching Jiang You with caution. If her memory served her correctly, further down this path lay two air raid shelters. These individuals had likely taken residence within the shelters. Surrounded by water, this park served as a natural barrier, making it rare for zombies to wander in. There is also a lake which can indeed address the issue of potable water, making it an ideal refuge. Just at that moment, another man emerged, parting two small turnips and brandishing a shotgun. Upon noticing that Jiang You was alone, he first exhaled in relief and then spoke. "My friend, the two air raid shelters ahead have already been occupied by us. If you seek sanctuary, you may head in that direction." The man gestured towards a certain way, indicating that there were several more air raid shelters in that vicinity. Chapter 54 Apologies. Was I speaking too loudly just now? Feng Mu scrutinized the woman standing before him, not daring to underestimate her. Despite the presence of zombies at all four entrances of the park, intended to deter any trespassers, he remained wary of the possibility that someone might have breached the initial barrier. Thus, the zombies along the pathways remained untouched. Typically, a survivor would not venture this deep without sustaining injury. These zombies served as a deterrent to other survivors, while simultaneously posing a threat to them. Every entry and exit from the park signified danger. However, this woman appeared remarkably unscathed, her attire pristine save for a few splatters of blood on her shoes. If one were to overlook the silver blade in her hand, she seemed as if she were merely on a leisurely outing in the park. Moreover, she exhibited no signs of panic in the face of Song Chang's firearm. Her presence here indicated that she must have cleared a path through the zombies at the entrance, encountering none that had harmed her along the way. And then there was that tabby cat. Feng Mu had never encountered anything so disquieting. Before the apocalypse, he had yet to graduate from the police academy, and while he had studied various murderers in class, he had never experienced the chilling sensation of being watched by such piercing eyes. He had never imagined that such malevolent ferocity could manifest in a mere animal. Previously, while assisting his mentor with a case involving a serial killer, he had realized that true psychopaths exhibited neither anger nor fear during their heinous acts. Rather, they reveled in excitement. To them, dismembered bodies were as trivial as cuts of meat at a butcher's stall. He recounted the details of his observations with unsettling ease, and though he bore a faint smile, it sent shivers down his spine. At that moment, the expression on the tabby's face mirrored that unsettling fear. Such a grotesque terror shouldn't be found on a creature of its kind. This must be a specter. Feng Mu and Song Cheng exchanged a knowing glance, both understanding that this seemingly innocent woman was anything but harmless. Song Cheng, the first middle-aged man to confront Jiang You, spoke gravely. "Young lady, the area ahead is our shelter. We kindly ask you to leave." Jiang You is not unreasonable. In this apocalypse, territory belonged to those who claimed it, and no one welcomed strangers encroaching upon their domain. Thus, when confronted, she felt no anger. Does Jiang You meow? Eliminate them? Jiang You pondered. Let us depart. There is little space within, and it is unlikely we will find what we seek. What are you looking for? Feng Mu's curiosity piqued at her words. What could one possibly seek within a park? He had witnessed numerous survivors fishing in the lake, some successfully acquiring food while others, unfortunately, became the prey themselves. Could these two also be here to fish? He glanced at Jiang Yu's companion, a fierce-looking creature that surely required ample sustenance. Fishing indeed? How peculiar. Yet it seemed this unsightly beast had found a compassionate owner. To risk traversing through zombies merely to fish in the lake. What a dedicated caretaker. She assured them, "Rest assured, I have no interest in your shelter and will not intrude." With that, she turned to leave. At that moment, Feng Mu spoke up. "There are indeed many fish in this lake, but if you intend to catch some, exercise caution. These fish have grown unusually large and are equipped with teeth akin to piranhas. A single misstep could lead to a grim fate." He continued, "Nonetheless, the fish here are palatable. While they may possess a strong odor, they will suffice to satiate one's hunger. Jiang You fixed her gaze on Feng Mu. He appeared to be in his 20s, yet his grip on the firearm was far more proficient than the middle-aged man's. Their interactions suggested that Feng Mu held the reins of authority in their duo. A thought flickered through Jiang Yu's mind. Her cursory search in the park might yield little, yet these residents would undoubtedly possess greater knowledge of the area. Perhaps they could assist her. We are not here to fish. If that were the case, we wouldn't have ventured so deep. I seek something specific. Feng Mu's eyes brightened as he introduced himself. I am Feng Mu, and this is Song Chung. We reside in the air raid shelter ahead. Song Chung shot him a quizzical glance. Unsure why Feng Mu was divulging so much information to the woman, yet he refrained from interrupting. I am Jiang You, and this is De Zhuang. She gestured to her companion. Meow. De Zhuang bared its teeth, displaying a fierce demeanor. Since you live here, have you encountered any peculiar plants in the park? Ones that appear distinctly different, as if mutated? Feng Mu remained silent, while Song Chung furrowed his brow in contemplation. Jiang Yu retrieved 2 packets of instant noodles from her backpack, stating, if you have any knowledge, I would be grateful if you could guide me. At the sight of the instant noodles in her hands, both men instinctively swallowed hard. Jiang Yu held 1 pack of spicy beef noodles and another of braised beef noodles. While these items were commonplace before the apocalypse, they had now become a rare treasure. Feng Mu's mouth watered at the thought of their flavor. After the zombie outbreak, they had searched extensively before finally finding refuge in the park's air raid shelter. Surrounded by water, the park served as a natural barrier, resulting in a considerably reduced number of zombies within its confines. Both Feng Mu and Song Chung were residents of a nearby community. Had it not been for their proximity, they might never have successfully sheltered their families here. Aside from themselves, 2 other groups inhabited the park. One group resided in another air raid shelter, while the other occupied a small building at the far end, originally the zoo's management office, which had suffered significant losses during the flooding. The few surviving animals had fled, leaving the management office abandoned until it was claimed by another group of survivors. In truth, the occupants of that building were the first survivors to enter the park, while Feng Mu and his companions had arrived later. Though the various groups had their grievances with one another, they maintained a delicate balance for the time being. The deep waters of the lake provided ample resources. When thirsty, they could boil lake water for distillation, and when hungry, they could catch fish. Each group tended to their own affairs, avoiding unnecessary conflict. However, should food become scarce, a struggle for resources could erupt into violence. Jiang Yu had not ventured further inside, and thus had yet to encounter the other 2 groups. The fish, while fearsome in appearance and prone to causing mild gastrointestinal distress, ensured that starvation was not an immediate threat. Yet, after consuming fish daily, the sudden sight of other food elicited an uncontrollable salivation, as if a hand were reaching from her throat. Song Chung, being the elder and more composed of the 2, discreetly eyed Jiang Yu's hands, specifically the instant noodles she held. Are you seeking mutated plants? He inquired. Jiang Yu nodded, indeed. What do you seek with these mutated plants? Feng Mu inquired, her curiosity piqued. Animals may consume them, but what purpose do the plants serve for you? Perhaps as mere potted decor? You seem to possess quite the aesthetic taste. That is none of your concern. I have my own purposes, Jiang Yu replied, unhurried yet resolute. Feng Mu fell silent, stung by the retort. Meanwhile, Song Cheng's temper was less forgiving. He promptly raised the hunting rifle in his hand, narrowing his eyes as the ominous barrel pointed directly at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu met his gaze. Their eyes locked in a fierce exchange, the air thick with tension, as if charged with gunpowder. Feng Mu glanced between Jiang Yu and Song Chung, sensing that a confrontation was imminent. De Zhuang bristled with agitation, his body coiling into an aggressive stance, his predatory glare fixed on Song Chung. The atmosphere crackled with the anticipation of conflict. Yet, with an expression devoid of emotion, Jiang Yu sheathed her machete. Seeing her hands empty, Feng Mu exhaled in relief, believing her to have capitulated. Thank goodness, she thought. She is not as obstinate as she seems. If she had provoked Song Chung, he would be uncontrollable. Just as a smile began to form on her lips, the scene shifted dramatically. The woman opposite her effortlessly produced a machine gun from thin air, resting it on her shoulder, its muzzle similarly aimed at Song Chung. Strapped with ammunition belts, she appeared to mock their aging hunting rifles. Both Fong Mu and Song Chung stood in stunned silence. What has transpired? How did she conjure a machine gun from nothingness? A thought flickered through Fong Mu's mind as she regarded the young woman beneath the shade of the trees. She appeared to be around 18 or 19, with a delicately radiant oval face that still bore traces of youthful innocence, a hint of baby fat lingering. Yet her physique exuded strength, particularly in those piercing eyes, dark as if they could draw one into an abyss. A machine gun drawn from thin air. Could she be an ability user? Jiang You paid no mind to their internal turmoil. Tilting her head slightly, she addressed Song Chung with utmost politeness. I apologize if my previous remarks were too loud and have caused you displeasure. Chapter 55. Are you a spatial ability user? Though her words were laced with courtesy, Fong Mu and Song Chung dared not to assume she was genuinely polite. The machine gun in her grasp spoke volumes. Song Cheng's expression grew somewhat awkward as he lowered the hunting rifle he held. After all, a single shot from him would allow her to empty her magazine in return. Are you a supernatural being? Fong Mu inquired, his gaze fixated on the machine gun, his eyes betraying a mix of fervor and trepidation. You just drew that gun from thin air. Are you, by any chance, the fabled spatial ability user? I have heard tales of such beings, but this is my first encounter with one in the flesh. Previously, Fong Mu had found the concept of spatial ability users to be quite remarkable. The only supernatural being in their team was Song Cheng's elder brother, a metal-type ability user whose skin transformed into metal when fear gripped him, making him impervious even to zombie bites. However, due to a childhood fever that impaired his intellect, he possessed merely the cognitive capacity of a 5- or 6-year-old child. While he could certainly protect himself, he was utterly incapable of undertaking missions, as taking him along for resource scavenging was akin to carrying a ticking time bomb. Yet, a spatial ability user, despite lacking formidable offensive or defensive capabilities, was essentially a mobile repository. Fong Mu had previously encountered a team with a spatial ability user who boasted a spatial capacity exceeding 20 cubic meters, an impressive feat indeed, capable of storing ample emergency supplies and weaponry. He pondered the extent of Jiang Yu's spatial capabilities, recognizing that such inquiries were best left unvoiced. In comparison, a hunting rifle against a machine gun was akin to confronting a foe wielding a kitchen knife with one bearing a firearm. It was not bravery, but rather a reckless disregard for life. Moreover, with firearms already present in her spatial realm, it was entirely plausible that other weapons lurked within as well. Should she produce a bomb and hurl it their way, it would spell disaster. The moment Jiang You revealed her weapon, Song Cheng's bravado diminished significantly. After laying down his hunting rifle, he averted his gaze from her, choosing instead to look elsewhere. Fong Mu, in contrast, shouldered his rifle, projecting an air of friendliness. When one displays a measure of strength, the majority around tend to exhibit amicable expressions, a lesson Jiang You had learned through experience. Fong Mu warmly extended an invitation to Jiang You to rest at their shelter. We are preparing dinner. Have you eaten? If not, would you care to join us for a bite this evening? Such an invitation to dine was regarded as the pinnacle of courtesy. Song Chung silently regarded Fong Mu with a glance, remaining reticent. He understood Fong Mu's intention to win over Jiang You. It was evident that such an endeavor would be in vain. The cleanliness of her person, accentuated by her neatly trimmed black hair, indicated that she lacked for neither water nor food. Her vibrant complexion suggested she was well fed, and her possession of weaponry implied that individuals of her ilk seldom joined any organization willingly. As anticipated, the next moment brought forth Jiang Yu's polite refusal. Fong Mu exchanged a few words with Song Chung, instructing him to remain in place before turning back to Jiang Yu. I know of a location where there may be the mutated plants you mentioned. I can guide you there. Jiang Yu smiled sincerely. I truly appreciate that. Fong Mu's lips twitched slightly, internally wishing she would first stow away her machine gun. Its dark muzzle aimed at him made him feel ever so uneasy, as if his head were on the verge of exploding. Are you truly a spatial ability user? He inquired once more, a smile gracing his face. Jiang You nodded affirmatively. I have encountered a water-type ability user who could condense water with her fingertips, producing drinkable water. I also met someone who could generate electricity. I witnessed him char a person with his powers. Your ability is remarkably convenient. You can carry anything with ease. If only I had possessed such powers before the apocalypse. Traveling would have required no burdensome luggage. What a delight that would have been. You tend to be quite talkative, he observed. Oh, I apologize. I tend to ramble when excited. My mentor always says I am ill-suited for the police academy because of this habit. By the way, your gun seems rather heavy. Shouldn't you stow for now? Fortunately, is not too heavy. Feng Mu. Chapter 56. The little cat without a name. Thus, the two walked through the park, one in front and the other behind. Dazhuang trailed closely beside Jiang You, warily eyeing Feng Mu. This human, who approached Jiang You, inspired in Dazhuang no semblance of fondness. It was not a personal vendetta against Feng Mu. Rather, it was an equal disdain for all humans. None could be deemed virtuous. Of course, Jiang You was an exception, especially this rather handsome male, who seemed far from virtuous. Dazhuang, though not comprehending human aesthetics, acknowledged that this man was akin to a fine specimen. Wait a moment. Did he harbor ulterior motives? A sudden, inexplicable sense of crisis surged within Dazhuang, prompting it to step forward and remain firmly by Jiang Yu's side. The human it had just begun to protect must not be taken away. Indeed, these cunning humans were nothing but trouble. Whenever Feng Mu drew near, Dazhuang would bare its teeth in a menacing display, as if prepared to devour him. Feng Mu looked at the tabby cat in bewilderment, feeling somewhat awkward. You have quite the personality, he remarked. Little cats without names are all like this, Jiang You replied without glancing back. What? Dazhuang immediately tightened its stance, using its tail to protect its two prized possessions. What is this mutated plant you speak of? Jiang You inquired as they walked. I am unsure if it is the mutated plant you seek, but it certainly appears peculiar, Feng Mu responded. He possessed a radiant, sunlit appearance, exuding an aura of comfort. Essentially, he was the embodiment of positivity. His clear eyes, untouched by the apocalyptic world, revealed a pristine spirit. Such a person clearly grew up in a nurturing family environment. Jiang You envied him, akin to a sunflower thriving under the sun, while she felt like the weeds by a drainage ditch. Feng Mu recalled, I stumbled upon it once while passing through a small bamboo grove in the park. As for what it is, one cannot easily articulate it in just a few sentences. You should see it for yourself. Perhaps it is indeed the mutated plant you seek. Upon mentioning it, a strange expression crossed Feng Mu's face, as if he found it hard to put into words. Noticing this, Jiang You asked, what is wrong? Feng Mu pursed his lips and reiterated, I don't know how to describe it. You'll understand once you see it. We're nearly there. As they conversed, they approached the bamboo grove. However, before they got too close, Jiang You caught a faint whiff of a foul odor. At that moment, a gust of wind blew through. Dazhuang retched, expelling the fish it had just consumed, undigested. Jiang You felt her head swell from the stench. Compared to the odor from the glass house, this was an entirely different level, utterly unbearable. Just then, Feng Mu swiftly handed over 2 leaves. Quick, plug your nostrils. This bamboo grove reeks terribly. When they first entered the park, this grove was the only area that didn't require clearing out zombies, for the stench was so repugnant that even the undead shunned it. The source of the odor was that strange, mutated plant. Jiang You turned to look. Feng Mu had already crumpled the leaves into balls and stuffed them into his nostrils, transforming his youthful visage into something rather foolish. He offered Jiang You the leaves, urging, hurry, cover your nostrils. Don't be stubborn. This stuff is unbearable. Worse than the latrine at my uncle's house in the countryside. Jiang You declined his leaves. Just as Feng Mu was about to mock her for her obstinacy, she produced a pig-nose gas mask and donned it. He glanced at Jiang Yu's gas mask, then at the leaves in his hands, suppressing a smirk. What I say gas mask compared to my leaves? They're abundant, capable of blocking nostrils, and even serve as eco-friendly toilet paper when necessary. Meanwhile, Dazhuang, having been overwhelmed by the stench, retreated to a tree, shaking its head in refusal to enter. Dazhuang, wait for me outside. Don't wander too far, Jiang You instructed. Meow, Dazhuang acknowledged, burying its head into its belly on the branch, entirely devoid of its usual bravado. This fearless creature, unafraid of anything, never imagined it would succumb to the power of odor. Feng Mu led Jiang Yu deeper into the bamboo grove, cautioning, "Follow me closely. I know this place well. Don't stray. The ground near the water's edge is soft and could easily lead you to fall in." Under Feng Mu's guidance, they soon located the so-called mutated plant, the source of the foul odor. He pointed to a mushroom taller than a human. "Look, that's it." The mushroom resembled a plump, rounded stick about a meter tall, entirely white, with a large, hollow umbrella on top. It looked somewhat like an oversized morel mushroom, though its cap was dark red. The closer one approached, the more pungent the smell became, an indescribable stench that seemed to penetrate the skull. Feng Mu, blocking his nostrils, found even breathing through his mouth challenging due to the odor. Jiang Yu glanced at him, offering, "I have a gas mask. Do you need it?" Feng Mu stubbornly shook his head. "No need. These leaves work just fine. I can't smell a thing." "Right, not a thing." This fellow was remarkably obstinate. He pointed at the mushroom. "Is this the mutated plant you're looking for? I recall seeing these in the bamboo grove behind my house as a child, though they were smaller and less odorous. We called them chicken dung mushrooms. Given this size and the intensity of the smell, it must surely be mutated. There are several of these chicken dung mushrooms in this grove. This odor is definitely emanating from them." Wearing her gas mask, Jiang Yu was oblivious to the stench. Yet, it was common knowledge that summer bamboo groves were teeming with mosquitoes. Strangely, this grove had not a single insect in sight. Feng Mu continued, "This place is suffused with foul air. Not even zombies would dare approach. Look, not a single mosquito to be found. This stench is a universal deterrent." Jiang Yu wholeheartedly agreed. She slowly approached the mushroom, poking it with a stick. A white, viscous liquid immediately oozed out, dripping down the branch. Jiang Yu intended to find a mutated plant to cultivate at home, curious about how her blood might aid in its evolution. However, this particular specimen, after a moment's hesitation, she severed a mushroom. The instant it was cut, Feng Mu felt the air grow even more foul. As he observed her rummaging through the slimy mushroom juice, he could only cover his mouth with his hand. Jiang Yu searched within, discovering that most of the plant's crystalline nuclei were located at the roots, though some could be found in the stem. After checking the stem without success, she began to dig around the base, and indeed, she found a crystal the size of a peanut, confirming it was the mutated plant she sought. However, perhaps it was worth a shot. She had gone to such lengths to find this mutated plant, and to abandon it over a mere odor seemed unreasonable. After a moment's hesitation, she removed her gas mask, determined to see if she could endure the stench. Since Feng Mu had been inside for quite some time without incident, it suggested that the odor, although somewhat unpleasant, was likely non-toxic. Observing her approach the chicken dung fungus to remove her mask, Feng Mu felt compelled to caution her against getting too close. It was quite perilous after all. He himself dared only to observe from a distance, refraining from approaching such a thing. However, Jiang Yu moved too swiftly for him to offer his warning in time, and before he could intervene, it was already too late. Upon removing her gas mask, Jiang Yu inhaled deeply. Chapter 57. A frightening encounter. A pungent stench rushed into her nostrils, causing tears to spring to her eyes almost instantaneously. Ugh! Even someone like her, accustomed to grand spectacles, could hardly withstand such an unbearable odor. Gagging, she quickly retreated, distancing herself from the mutated fungus. Jiang Yu wiped her tears and swallowed hard, fearing she might vomit. What kind of mushroom is this? It seemed likely that its foul smell served to repel potential predators. Steadying herself against a bamboo stalk, she endeavored to calm her tumultuous emotions. After donning her gas mask once more and taking several deep breaths, she finally began to feel some relief. Meanwhile, Feng Mu had already retreated far back, standing at the edge of the bamboo grove with a look of admiration plastered across his face. Goodness, this could easily be deemed a biological weapon. Jiang Yu mused that if she were to bring such a thing home, she would likely not survive beyond 3 days. Imagining an entire building engulfed in that noxious odor, she silently resolved to abandon this peculiar specimen. Though undeniably a mutated plant, its stench was simply intolerable. She felt unworthy of such a thing. Better to leave it for another fortunate soul. With that, Jiang You turned to walk away, relinquishing her claim to the extraordinary mutated plant. If she were to harbor it, she feared it would marinate her in its foul essence. As Feng Mu saw her emerging from the grove, he eagerly inquired, "So, is that fungus a mutated plant?" Jiang Yu nodded affirmatively. "Yes. Are you not keeping it?" Jiang Yu replied, "It's beyond my means." Feng Mu then reminded her of their prior agreement regarding the guide fee. "What about the fee for leading you here?" "I'll pay," she assured him. Jiang Yu was not one to renege on her word. They had agreed that if she found a mutated plant, she would compensate him for his guidance. The object had been located, and it was her decision to forego it, which did not affect anyone else. She retrieved 2 packets of instant noodles from her space and handed them to Feng Mu, saying, "Here you go." Feng Mu accepted the noodles with delight, pulling out the leaves he had stuffed in his nostrils. He then inhaled deeply from the packet, though he could not detect any scent. The sound of the crinkling wrapper brought him immense satisfaction. Saliva pooled in his mouth as he swallowed hard. Suddenly, he recalled that Jiang Yu had shown him a packet of braised beef noodles and one of spicy beef noodles. "What's the matter? Could I swap this for the original combination?" he asked hesitantly, offering her the pickled vegetable noodles. Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow. "Are you afraid of the smell of stinky feet? Surely, that is preferable to the mutated carp that feasts on human flesh and zombie meat in the lake." He quickly waved his hand, explaining, "One is beef-flavored, the other pickled vegetable. It would be hard to divide them later. However, 2 packets of beef flavor would be just fine." "Haha." He scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. "You certainly give this a lot of thought." Jiang Yu smiled and offered him another packet in exchange. Feng Mu grinned broadly and stowed the noodles in his backpack, feeling thoroughly satisfied. All he had to do was guide her, and he received 2 packets of noodles in return. He could do this every day. As he contemplated Jiang Yu returning empty-handed, he felt a twinge of guilt for the 2 packets of noodles. You shouldn't underestimate this foul thing. Its stench wards off insects and zombies alike. To be honest, if it weren't for the overwhelming aroma, we would have loved to stay in this bamboo grove. It feels quite secure here. Then why don't you stay? We tried. After spending too long inside, we become dizzy and overwhelmingly nauseous. You can even vomit up aisle. He shook his head regretfully. Noticing Jiang Yu's ability to carry numerous items effortlessly, he gazed at her with envy. "Jiang Yu, as a space-type ability user, would you consider joining us? This lake park is vast and abundant in water, and if we get hungry, we can always fish. If you join us, it would make scavenging for supplies much easier." He was candid, openly expressing his thoughts. "With you, it's akin to having a mobile warehouse. If you join us, I assure you the best treatment. Currently, our group is small, just my parents, my girlfriend, Song Chung, a few of the brothers, and some neighbors. Altogether, we are over 20 people, aside from a few children. Everyone pulls their weight, and no one is a freeloader. We also have several capable siblings. You'd surely benefit from joining us." He genuinely wished for Jiang Yu to join, as having a space ability user would greatly enhance their operations. Previously, they risked their lives to gather supplies, but could only bring back a limited amount. Carrying too much would hinder their movement and combat efficiency, while bringing back too little made their adventures feel futile. After all, each expedition was fraught with peril, and not every journey guaranteed a safe return. However, with a space ability user, they could transport far more supplies. Feng Mu's gaze was fervent. Jiang Yu shook her head, declining the invitation. "Thank you for the offer, but I prefer to go solo." Feng Mu sighed in disappointment, having anticipated her likely refusal. Yet, being turned down still left him feeling somewhat disheartened. However, upon reflection, he understood her perspective. She possessed weapons and space abilities. She could thrive on her own. Joining them might indeed feel like a burden. As they approached the tree where De Zhuang lay sprawled, Jiang Yu called out, "De Zhuang, we're leaving." Upon hearing her voice, the furry creature jolted awake. Spotting their return, De Zhuang leaped down from the tree, landing gracefully at Jiang Yu's feet, then obediently followed her, displaying remarkable obedience. Yet, when he turned to look at Feng Mu, his expression transformed into one of fierce hostility. Fong Mu couldn't help but wonder if the creature had taken a disliking to him. How could it change its demeanor so swiftly? Chapter 58. A ticket for viewing Meow. With a swift flick of his tail, Dazhuang pushed Fong Mu back 2 steps, effectively widening the gap between him and Jiang You, who cast a sullen, mocking glance in his direction. Indeed, it was a sneer. For the first time, Fong Mu perceived disdain and ridicule etched upon the creature's face. He couldn't fathom why Jiang Yu would keep such an ugly and fierce pet. It was scarcely adorable. If he were a pet, he would be far more endearing. Uncertain of what had provoked the creature's ire, Fong Mu decided it prudent to maintain his distance. Since the peculiar entity in the bamboo grove was not an option, and there was nothing of interest to be found here, Jiang Yu resolved to return. Yet, before departing, she intended to fish a little at the lakeside, as Dazhuang had seemed somewhat reluctant to leave earlier. Dazhuang, shall we go fishing? Meow. Off we go. Thus, a mere 10 minutes later, Fong Mu watched as Jiang Yu snapped a small tree branch, stripped it of its leaves, and fashioned it into a makeshift fishing rod. She affixed a nylon line, as thick as her thumb, to serve as fishing line. Just as he pondered what bait she would use, Dazhuang obediently lay on the ground, allowing Jiang Yu to tie him at the other end of the line. With a splash, he was tossed into the water. Is this truly how one fishes? Fong Mu was taken aback. Who taught them such wild methods? Is there a problem? Jiang Yu replied, her attention fixated on the lake. At the sound of Dazhuang's call, she instantly knew when a fish was biting. With a powerful tug, she lifted the rod high, hoisting Dazhuang out of the water, who triumphantly bore 2 plump red carp clamped in his jaws. She discarded the fish onto the grass, and Dazhuang eagerly leaped back into the lake. Before long, there were already 20 to 30 fish sprawled across the lawn. Jiang Yu fixed her gaze on Fong Mu, who stood nearby, seemingly entranced by the spectacle. Have you received your reward for leading the way? Why do you linger? Your fishing method seems quite effective. Might I borrow it? The latter half of his sentence remained unspoken, as articulating it would only invite ridicule. Nevertheless, he was taken aback by the efficacy of this method. He observed that although the tabby had been used as bait, it bore no wounds from the mutated fish that had transitioned from herbivores to carnivorous predators. He had witnessed their sharp, menacing teeth firsthand. The net they had tossed into the water had been utterly shredded, and retrieving the fish had proven to be a challenge. Yet, astonishingly, the tabby's fur remained unscathed. Suddenly, Fong Mu was struck by the realization that despite its unappealing and fearsome appearance, Jiang Yu's pet was far more practical than any adorable creature. After all, in this apocalyptic world, cuteness held little value. Moreover, the tabby, though robust, appeared even more muscular once its damp fur clung closely to its skin. Each leap revealed its well-defined muscles beneath its coat. If you could refrain from drooling over my pet, I would appreciate it. Such behavior may lead one to perceive you as peculiar, Jiang Yu remarked. Embarrassed, Fong Mu averted his gaze, intending to refocus on the fishing. However, he was interrupted once more. If you wish to continue observing this fishing spectacle, I must charge an admission fee. With a calm demeanor, Jiang Yu removed a fish from Dazhuang's mouth, which had clamped down quite firmly, leaving several of its teeth embedded in the tabby's rear, a rather comical sight. Dazhuang shook its backside disdainfully, casting an arrogant glance at the man who watched with an infatuated expression. Foolish human, you have succumbed to my charm, as it reveled in its triumph. The next moment, it was unceremoniously tossed back into the lake. Upon hearing the mention of a ticket, Fong Mu instinctively clutched the instant noodles in his backpack, muttering a hasty farewell before departing. In the air raid shelter, Song Chung stood guard near the barricade. The shelter's location was a one-way street, with a lake behind them, making this the sole entrance. Typically, he and other survivors took turns standing watch. A young girl, no more than 5 or 6 years old, cautiously peeked out from behind. Uncle Song, has my brother-in-law returned yet? Before he could respond, a concerned young woman approached, inquiring, Songgu, I'm worried. Why has Fong Mu been gone for so long? The woman, Chu Yu, was Fong Mu's girlfriend, and the little girl was her sister, hence her calling Fong Mu brother-in-law. Hearing her words, Song Chung, with a stoic expression, reassured her, do not fret. Fong Mu is clever and adaptable. He carries a firearm, so should he encounter danger, we would surely hear gunfire. The absence of news indicates he is likely safe. Worry not. Chu Yu nodded, embracing her sister. Look, sister, it's brother-in-law returning. The little girl exclaimed, pointing excitedly in a direction. Chu Yu sighed in relief, rushing to grasp Fong Mu's hand upon his arrival. I'm so glad you're back. I was worried sick. Seeing Fong Mu return unscathed, Song Cheng's demeanor softened considerably. Fong Mu patted his backpack, grinning. I brought back something good this time. With that, the bag emitted a rustling sound as plastic crinkled under pressure. Chu Yu's eyes lit up with anticipation. What is it? Song Cheng surmised it was likely 2 packs of instant noodles from a woman he had encountered, but refrained from voicing his thoughts. Sure enough, Fong Mu exclaimed, 2 packs of instant noodles. That woman is an ability user. She gave them to me as a fee for guiding her. His voice brimmed with excitement. Receiving 2 packs of noodles for a mere act of guidance was a far better deal than risking their lives to scavenge for supplies, especially since finding such clean food was nearly impossible amidst the post-flood chaos. After the city's deluge, streets and many shops were blanketed in thick layers of silt. The mud, as it rapidly warmed, encased the food tightly, creating an oxygen barrier that extended their shelf life, despite their unclean appearance. Previously, they had discovered a large clump of mud, only to find a fresh cabbage nestled within once they cracked it open. Imagining the taste of instant noodles for dinner brought a radiant smile to Fong Mu's face. While it was unlikely that everyone could enjoy a full serving, even a taste of the broth would be a welcome treat. In times of adversity, even the smallest joys could rejuvenate one's spirit. Having overheard Song Cheng and Fong Mu conversing, Chu Yu had initially thought they were speaking to an intruding survivor and had refrained from approaching. The little girl, hearing the mention of instant noodles, exclaimed, brother-in-law, really? I haven't had instant noodles in ages. I'm tired of fish every day. Please give me a pack. I want to eat it now. The little girl was utterly adorable. They resided in the park, feasting on fish from the lake. Regardless of the taste, they did not appear emaciated like survivors from other places. Chu Yu gently patted her sister's head and affectionately said, You little glutton, why are you in such a hurry? The supplies brought back by your brother-in-law will certainly be enough for you, even if we don't eat them ourselves. Brother-in-law is so wonderful, long live brother-in-law. The little girl exclaimed, her face blossoming with joy. Fong Mu, however, knelt down and spoke tenderly. I only brought back 2 packets of instant noodles. But we have so many people in our family. I made an arrangement with Uncle Song. One person will lead the way while the other stands guard, and the supplies brought back will be shared equally. Therefore, we only have 1 packet of noodles, and we should all enjoy it together. Uncle and Aunt might also want to taste it, right? In Fong Mu's household, both parents were present, along with Chu Yu and her sister, totaling 5 individuals. 1 packet of instant noodles was hardly sufficient to share, and it would be unfair to allocate it to just one person. The principle of family interactions is not about scarcity, but about equity. Consequently, he resolved to add the entire packet of noodles into the evening fish soup so that the whole family could savor the flavor together. Upon hearing this, the little girl became upset. No, I want to eat a whole packet by myself. I don't want to share with anyone. Chapter 59. The Armory. Chu Yu said, Xiao Yu, stop being mischievous. Fong Mu is right. We should share. You can't indulge yourself alone, especially since this was brought back by your brother-in-law. What about Uncle and Annie? After speaking, she turned to Fong Mu, her expression understanding. Fong Mu, don't mind Xiao Yu's nonsense. She's just a child acting out. You should give his packet of instant noodles to Uncle and Annie. They are older and need nourishment. We can't spoil Xiao Yu too much. In the past, this wound tea had been a rare item. It's just junk food. It's truly pitiful for this little girl to face the apocalypse. As she spoke, she wiped a tear from the corner of her eye, forcing a smile that exuded a fragile yet resilient beauty. Enough talk. I'll take Xiao Yu to cook. You should rest well. She took Xiao Yu's hand and turned to leave, her gentle demeanor suddenly turning cold as she glanced back. Neither Fong Mu nor Song Cheng noticed this moment. Upon hearing Chu Yu's words, Fong Mu felt a pang of guilt. After all, Xiao Yu is still a child. Song Gu, am I being a bit too strict? I don't mind. I'm a grown man, and I can forego this meal. But I can't bear to see my parents just watching. Yet, Xiao Yu is still a child. Fong Mu, I believe you, and Chu Yu should help Xiao Yu recognize the current situation. Although she is a child, overly shielding her is not beneficial, especially in these times. In the wilderness, only the clever and strong cubs can survive. I understand, but you mentioned that Xiao Yu is already quite pitiful, and I truly feel for her song. Cheng shook his head, disapproving of Fong Mu's approach. Yet he remained silent. Fong Mu sighed, handing another packet of noodles to Song Cheng before hastily catching up. Xiao Yu, don't be angry. During dinner, I'll let you have a bit more noodles, all right? I want to talk to you. Brother-in-law is annoying. Chu Yu, if you continue to be impolite, I will be angry. You, please don't be upset. Xiao Yu is still just a child. Xiao Yu, your brother-in-law is sharing his portion with you. Don't be mad. Didn't you say we're the best of friends? The voices of the few faded into the distance as Song Cheng tucked the noodles into his embrace. That night, the air in the air raid shelter was thick with the overpowering scent of industrial flavors. Instant noodles have this peculiar quality. They may not taste exceptional while eating, yet their aroma is undeniably delightful. Upon returning to her living quarters, Jiang You prepared to simmer a fish soup for Zhuang. The night sky was dotted with stars, and a portable stove was set up on the terrace, its coals glowing brightly, sparks flying. In a large iron pot, a big carp was being boiled. Jiang Yu had dug up a radish from her space to add to the soup, and the bubbling broth filled the terrace with a mouth-watering fragrance. Zhuang squatted nearby, occasionally tossing a piece of wood into the fire, saliva dripping from his mouth. Oh my, it smells so good. Droplets of saliva pooled on the ground beneath his chin. Jiang Yu sat at a table on the side, already beginning her meal. Observing Zhuang stuffing wood into the fire while drooling, she sensed that today's fish would not go to waste. This fellow only ever ate the head of whatever he was given. Hence, Jiang Yu tried using the radish from her space for the soup, knowing that he wouldn't waste even a leaf of the plants from there. Sure enough, the soup was a hit before Jiang Yu could even serve it. Zhuang had snatched the stainless steel bowl from his nest and plopped it down beside her with a clatter. His whole body bounced around like he had eaten too many Pop Rocks. Meow. It's time to eat. Hurry up. As days passed, the city became increasingly desolate. Jiang Yu's training mission had reached its preliminary conclusion. Her physical development had hit the first plateau, and further breakthroughs could only await her ability to advance. However, she had already captured numerous second-tier zombies in the city. The remaining ones were well hidden and nearly impossible to find. Ordinary zombies held little significance for her anymore, especially since she had already tamed them. She continuously searched for mutated plants, but had only found the pungent mutated chicken dung fungus in the bamboo forest. Jiang Yu felt a sense of absurdity, as if she had nearly exhausted all resources in City A. Days later, after finishing Zhuang's fish, they returned to the lake to catch more. However, upon entering, Jiang Yu noticed that the number of zombies in the park had significantly increased. The various obstacles on the roads were gone, and the park, once chaotic, now appeared more disorderly than ever. Yet upon closer inspection, one could discern a semblance of order. Clearly, someone had been maintaining it deliberately. But now, it was truly in disarray, as if wild beasts had ravaged it. While fishing, a zombie staggered out from a thicket, growling. It was none other than Fong Mu, whom she had encountered half a month ago. However, at this moment, he was limping, his left foot caught in a trap, his clothes riddled with bullet holes and bite marks. His grayish-white eyes were devoid of any luster, resembling a numbed beast. Upon seeing Jiang Yu, he immediately drooled and lunged at her. Jiang Yu frowned slightly and raised her gun to shoot. Bang! A hole appeared in Fong Mu's forehead, and his body collapsed with a thud, twitching a couple of times before falling still. Jiang Yu felt no particular attachment to this individual she had only met once. In this world, death was a common occurrence. Perhaps one day, she too would meet her end due to some unforeseen circumstance. She admired Fong Mu, a sunflower grown under the sun, but that didn't imply any special bond. Much like seeing a beautiful flower by the roadside, it was merely a fleeting glance. Even in rebirth, Jiang Yu only sought to live better and longer. However, there was no absolute certainty in achieving that. Life as events have always been about doing one's best and leaving the rest to fate. Zhuang circled Fong Mu's corpse, sniffed it, and then dove back into the lake to continue fishing. Jiang You dragged her catch ashore. The fish in the lake were beneficial for Jiang, who had noticeably grown in size over the past half-month, thriving at an accelerated rate. Most importantly, he had developed a preference for eating. Ever since tasting the radish fish soup from her space, he showed no interest in even the mice anymore. He consumed 2 large fish a day, leaving nothing behind. From behind a low thicket in the distance, Chu Yu heard the gunshot and expressed her concern. Song-gu, that sounded like a gunshot. Song Chung swiftly climbed up a nearby tree, scanning the area with binoculars until his gaze landed on the figure by the lake, who was fishing with a stick as thick as a wrist. She swung her arms forcefully, flinging the stick behind her. At the end of the nylon rope was a hefty carp, one biting her rear, another her belly, and yet another her head. The carp's tail continued to thrash. The stick traced a beautiful parabolic arc through the air before landing on shore. She pulled the fish off her cat, who eagerly jumped back into the water. It was Jiang You, the ability user who had visited half a month ago in search of mutated plants and had exchanged instant noodles with Feng Mu. Mentioning Feng Mu, Song Cheng's gaze dimmed slightly. Behind them, Chu Yu remained oblivious, but suddenly her eyes sparkled with realization. Is it the space manipulator you mentioned last time? She gazed up at Song Cheng, who stood atop a tree trunk, her excitement palpable. Song Cheng nodded. Chu Yu continued, Song-gu, do you think we could collaborate with her? Collaborate? Song Cheng was initially perplexed by Chu Yu's suggestion. You mean the weapons cache that you and Amu discovered in Nansheng? Amu mentioned there were numerous weapons, but we couldn't take much. With zombies and various obstacles filling the streets, transporting them by vehicle is impossible. We can only carry them on foot, and we dare not take too many at once, as it would hinder our mobility. Since that manipulator has a spatial ability, we could work with her to transport the weapons back, and we could share the spoils. It would be mutually beneficial. However, we must first ascertain the extent of her spatial capabilities. If it's too limited, it could pose a problem. Her tone shifted. If it weren't for that discovery, Amu wouldn't have been infected by a zombie. As she spoke, tears began to fall. The thought of Feng Mu's death weighed heavily on Song Cheng's heart as well. 5 days prior, while searching for supplies, they had stumbled upon a weapons cache in Nansheng. However, they could only carry a few firearms each, and they quickly departed. The location was hidden within a dilapidated building, difficult to locate, and most survivors would never venture there. By sheer coincidence, they had discovered the cache, and they had agreed to return for more weapons when the opportunity arose. Everyone understood that in a post-apocalyptic world, weapons equated to power, and power was everything. Now, faced with a city teeming with zombies, the concern was that carrying too much at once could result in their demise before they even reached the shelter. After returning that day, Feng Mu had been unusually agitated. An idealist at heart, he believed that equipping all the survivors with weapons would undoubtedly enhance their collective strength. However, Song Cheng disagreed, believing that simply empowering everyone wouldn't necessarily improve their overall combat effectiveness. It could easily lead to internal strife. Feng Mu, undeterred by counsel, returned days later with several more weapons. He envisioned distributing them among a few able-bodied individuals and then leading them to retrieve even more. It was a noble plan, yet that very night, tensions flared as some, feeling slighted for not receiving weapons, harbored resentment towards Feng Mu. A conflict erupted, culminating in a gunfight. The gunfire attracted a horde of zombies, and that night, many lives were lost. Feng Mu's parents perished, and he himself was injured, subsequently succumbing to the zombie virus and becoming one of them. Song Cheng and his brother survived. His brother, an intellectually challenged individual due to a childhood fever, had awakened a metallic ability that rendered him impervious to zombies when frightened. He was, in fact, the safest among them. Song Cheng could not bring himself to harm his former friend and allowed the zombie version of Feng Mu to wander near the park's perimeter. Observing the bodies around Jiang You, Song Cheng felt a surge of irritation. This naive soul, despite knowing he might not have long to live, had succumbed far too swiftly. He had often advised him to prioritize strengthening himself before considering others. Yet Feng Mu had always been selfless. Now, he had been bitten by the very dogs he sought to help, paying the ultimate price. Seeing Song Cheng's somber expression, Chu Yu assumed he was reluctant to share the weapon's cache. As Fong Mu's girlfriend, she understood that he was inherently good, even in a world where humanity had grown cruel. Good people are often easily influenced, and with softness and tears, one could compel him to sacrifice everything. Yet Song Chung was different. Nearly a decade older than Fong Mu, he was not one to show weakness. After Fong Mu's death, Chu Yu sought to find another protector. But despite her subtle hints, Song Chung, like a stoic figure, failed to grasp her intentions. Even when she fainted from grief over Fong Mu's death, he merely stepped back, allowing her to fall to the ground, leaving her with bruises. Finally, she realized why this man, in his 30s, had never had a girlfriend. With great caution, Chu Yu ventured, "Song-gu, how much should we offer her? We must discuss this. The weapon's cache is inherently unsafe. Our discovery could easily be replicated by others, and if other survivors arrive first." Chapter 60. Dazhuang is not a pet. Song Chung remained silent, fixated on Chu Yu, who was ardently trying to persuade him. Suddenly, he uttered, "Fong Mu is dead." Hadn't Fong Mu already perished? The zombie version of Fong Mu had just been slain. He was utterly gone. Chu Yu immediately grasped the implication, her eyes reddening as she sorrowfully replied, "Song-gu, Fong Mu has long been dead. That monster is not Fong Mu. He merely occupies Fong Mu's shell. It is a zombie, not Fong Mu." She seemed to be convincing Song Chung, but appeared to be more in the process of convincing herself. Song Chung nodded, instructing her to return to the bomb shelter and await his return while he sought out that individual. Fong Mu was dead. Now he was the only one privy to the location of the armory. Upon returning to the bomb shelter, Chu Yu sat absently at the entrance, pondering whether Song Chung had discovered something. Why did his inquiries today feel so peculiar? Following the previous chaotic skirmish, the number of people in the shelter had significantly dwindled. During the fray, Chu Yu had been swiftly tucked away in a large water tank by Chu Yu, thus escaping any serious injuries. Seeing her sister return, Chu Yu hurriedly approached her side and sat close. "Sister, when can we leave here? We have nothing to eat but fish every day, and the fish from the lake are so foul and unpalatable." She cradled her round little face, her brows furrowed adorably. Chu Yu snapped back to reality, pinching her sister's chubby cheek. "Although the fish from this lake are not delightful, at least they fill our stomachs. Just look at you. You haven't lost an ounce of weight here. However, many people outside are starving to death." Chu Yu pouted, dissatisfied, and dashed off to play with others. Chu Yu gazed at the serene surface of the lake, where a zombie staggered along the shore, tripping over something and falling into the water. Moments later, a swarm of fish hastened to devour the corpse. The lake quickly returned to calmness. Just days prior, the bodies of the fallen had also been discarded into this lake. Within a minute, they could be reduced to nothing but bone fragments. Chu Yu silently turned away, acutely aware that while they consumed the fish from the lake, they understood all too well what the fish had fed upon to grow so large. Yet, faced with survival or death, they chose to endure. After all, consuming fish might only lead to potential demise, whereas abstaining would guarantee starvation. As it stood, their decision proved to be correct. They had been consuming the fish for half a month. Aside from occasional bouts of diarrhea and vomiting, they had encountered no major issues. Her current concern was Song Chung. His demeanor towards her was unusually strange. Although he still answered her questions, he remained distant, exuding an inexplicable oddity. Meanwhile, Song Chung had found Jiang You, discussing the armory with her. He had no other hope at this moment. "You want me to accompany you to the armory as a laborer?" Jiang You replied without looking up, simultaneously pulling a fish from Dazhuang's rear. "No way. 3 to 7 split. You get 3, I get 7. The armory was discovered by Fong Mu and me. Without my guidance, you wouldn't find it. That is not acceptable. You must pay more. You discovered the armory, yet you can't retrieve the weapons. If you could transport all the weapons back, I wouldn't believe they'd still be there. I want help. No matter how many weapons you acquire, you can only watch them. Moreover, if you found it, others could too. If someone else gets there first, nothing will remain." Jiang You remarked dismissively, shrugging her shoulders. "I still have a few guns in my space. I picked up that machine gun last time after a group wiped each other out. Perhaps if I wait a bit longer, I might stumble upon the armory myself. If you want my assistance, then it's a 50-50 split. She extended 5 fingers, indicating her terms. She spent her days with Dazhuang searching for second-tier zombies or racing through streets with them, indeed uncovering a fair share of valuable items. Thus, while she was slightly intrigued by the armory Song Chung mentioned, it was not an absolute necessity for her. If Song Chung wanted her to be a laborer, he would have to offer a suitable price. 3 to 7? Huh, does he think my labor is cheap? Negotiation is like this. Either the east wind overwhelms the west, or vice versa. The one who falters first loses. After a moment of contemplation, Song Chung felt torn. Jiang You was correct. The armory housed many items, and on his own, he could not hope to transport much. He was also wary of disclosing such information to others. Although there were 2 groups of survivors in the park he could potentially ally with, the risks were significant, particularly the fear of deceit among allies. A considerable cache of weapons would tempt anyone. He only had a few trusted comrades. If things turned hostile, victory was not guaranteed. The reason he chose Jiang You was that after their last outing together, he realized she was relatively trustworthy. Even with a machine gun in her possession, she could have easily defaulted on her word, yet she still delivered 2 packs of instant noodles to Feng Mu. Moreover, should he enlist Jiang Yu's help, even if she were greedy, he would only have to contend with one adversary. In contrast, cooperating with other survivor groups would pit him against many foes. Thus, no matter how he calculated, partnering with Jiang You seemed the most advantageous. Jiang You remained unhurried, allowing him to ponder while she and Dazhuang continued fishing. After about half a minute, Song Chung made up his mind. All right, we'll go with your proposal, a 50-50 split. But can your space accommodate it? There are approximately 200 large boxes there. No problem. Then it's settled. When can we set out? Jiang You glanced at her watch. It was already afternoon, and if they traveled to the southern district, they would not return until nightfall. Let us meet here tomorrow morning and head out then. Song Chung nodded. Okay, we'll gather here at 8 tomorrow morning. The following day, Jiang You arrived punctually at the park. She spotted Song Chung at the same fishing spot from the previous day, accompanied by 2 men and a woman. These individuals appeared exceptionally capable. Song Chung introduced them. The tall man is Guan Jun. The younger-looking square-faced fellow is Zhang Tai, and the woman is Yang Jiao. Yang Jiao was muscular, yet not overly exaggerated in appearance, exuding strength. We 3 have grown up together. We previously operated a martial arts studio, so we each possess some martial skills, Song Chung explained to Jiang You. The trio cast curious glances at Jiang You, surprised to see that the spatial ability user Song Chung spoke was a young girl, one who was remarkably attractive. To add to the astonishment, she even had a pet with her, a ferocious-looking tabby cat. Guan Jun frowned and spoke with an air of authority. You brought a pet? If it makes noise along the way, it could endanger us. Why not leave it here and pick it up when we return? He turned to Song Chung. Old Song, didn't you discuss this with her? We're not going on a picnic. What is she thinking bringing a pet along? Whom does she intend to endanger? Indeed, let Jiang You and the others take care of themselves to avoid unnecessary risks. Zhang Tai expressed his thoughts more tactfully, yet he too disapproved of Jiang You bringing a pet along. In his view, having that creature was akin to carrying a ticking time bomb. Yang Jiao nodded towards her, refraining from further comments, but cast several glances at the Zhuang. Song Chung remained silent, evidently waiting for Jiang You to speak. With a cold smile, Jiang You retorted, have you mistaken the situation? You are the one seeking my assistance. Moreover, the Zhuang is not a pet. He is my companion. Guan Jun interjected, just one. How can it be anything but a pet? Meow. The Zhuang arched his back and bared his teeth at Guan Jun, exclaiming, I am your celestial board. As he prepared to pounce, Song Chung stepped in to quell the dispute. From this altercation, he discerned that despite her youth, Jiang You possessed an unwavering character. Under Song Cheng's guidance, the group set off towards South City. They had initially assumed that Jiang You, being a spatial ability user, would require protection in combat. However, within mere minutes, their perceptions dramatically shifted. Though she did not charge the front lines, any zombie that crossed her path was dispatched in less than 3 seconds. Jiang Yu's speed was astonishing. Her agility in both evasion and attack defied the capabilities of an ordinary human. It even led them to wonder if she had somehow anticipated the zombies' movements before they struck. Furthermore, her machete sliced through the undead with an ease reminiscent of cutting through vegetables. The creature known as the Jiang was not to be underestimated either. A single swipe from its paw could sever a zombie's neck, and it could effortlessly chew through half a skull. Its combat prowess surpassed that of the humans in the group. It was then they comprehended the true significance of Jiang Yu's term companion. This was no mere pet. This was a formidable combat machine. Chapter 61. Rounding up, I too am an emperor of luck, although they were armed. The group preferred to rely on melee weapons unless absolutely necessary. The sound of gunfire would inevitably attract hordes of zombies from nearby streets, leading to greater peril. In a city overrun by the undead, while firearms might appear glamorous, the fatalities they caused were far from appealing. Songcheng and Guanjun led the way, while Jiang You had no desire to rush forward to establish a safe zone for others. After all, she considered herself merely a porter, focused on self-preservation. De Zhuang returned to Jiang Yu's side, presenting her with half a zombie's head he had been gnawing on. Meow. Boss, this melon is ripe. Jiang Yu glanced down to see a crystal, no larger than a peanut, nestled within the bloodied remnants of the zombie's brain. Swiftly, she extracted the crystal and tucked it into her pocket, heedless of its filth. Zhang Tai, observing her actions, misinterpreted the scene, thinking she had merely grabbed a handful of brain matter, recoiling in disgust. Yang Jiao, look, that woman just stuffed a handful of brain matter in her pocket. She must have some psychological issues. She has gone mad. Yang Jiao silently dispatched the last of the zombies, turning to reply coldly, "Which of us here remains normal?" She cast her gaze over the fallen bodies, her eyes simmering with suppressed rage. Normalcy had long since fled. Anyone who survived this cursed world was far from unscathed. Zhang Tai's throat tightened. Yang Jiao had once been an exuberant girl, but the apocalypse had transformed her. She had witnessed her family turn into zombies and, in a desperate act of self-preservation, had killed them herself, leaving her a shadow of her former self. The group had not traveled far before they gathered together. They had once been accompanied by Fong Mu, a child who had grown up with them, but he too had perished. Zhang Tai felt a pang of sorrow at the thought of Fong Mu's death. A graduate of the police academy, quick-witted and skilled, he had never imagined falling victim to infighting. In truth, it was not infighting that had claimed him, but the treachery of human nature. He had overestimated the power of his own kindness, believing sincerity to be the ultimate weapon, and had foolishly sought to share weapons to protect everyone, proclaiming that humanity should support one another in adversity. Little did he realize that, stripped of civilization, humanity was but another link in the food chain, no different from beasts. In fact, humanity was often far more terrifying. This idealist had ultimately succumbed to the very goodness he had taken for granted. He glanced at Jiang Yu, scoffing inwardly at the thought. Indeed, who among us is truly normal? In this world, one must embrace a touch of madness to survive. The main thoroughfare of the city was littered with abandoned vehicles and other obstacles, making driving nearly impossible. Thus, they traversed the distance to South City on foot. What would typically be a 6 or 7 kilometer journey, taking less than half an hour, now took an eternity as they navigated carefully to avoid the undead. De Zhuang lagged behind Jiang Yu, yawning as he walked. Were they racing to see who could walk the slowest? But upon glancing back, he noticed his leader trailing behind at the same leisurely pace, prompting him to close his mouth. By 6 in the evening, a sprawling construction site of unfinished buildings came into view. One side of the structure was nearly complete, while the other had barely risen above a few stories. Tall, withered grass sprawled across the area, reaching nearly waist-high. Behind the buildings lay a vast expanse of unspoiled mountains. "Is this the place?" Jiang Yu inquired. Song Cheng nodded. "Yes, this is it. Previously, Fong Mu and I attracted the attention of a group of survivors while scavenging for supplies. They ambushed us, and in a stroke of luck, we discovered the weapons cache here." Before them, the tall grass swayed, revealing the occasional slow-moving figure, zombies. Just as they were about to step inside, the grass rustled violently. A zombie, seemingly alerted by the scent of the living, struggled to emerge. clad in a yellow construction vest. The creature was missing its lower half, dragging its torso across the ground, trailing dark, desiccated intestines. Upon spotting the living, it emitted a ghastly sound of excitement. Thud! With a swift strike, Song Chung dispatched the zombie and turned to the group. The weapons cache is located within a cave, with the entrance at the last unfinished building. Be cautious of venomous creatures and any lurking zombies. Boss, you all are truly impressive to have found such a remote location. Once we acquire those weapons, I doubt those bastards will dare to act so brazenly in front of us. Enough with the laughter. Let us be serious. With this thick underbrush, there could be venomous snakes lurking about. Yang Jiao's warning snapped Zhang Tai and Guan Jun out of their jovial mood, and they immediately adopted a more serious demeanor, carefully scanning their surroundings. Jiang You and De Zhuang walked at the rear, gently tapping the wild grass with their machetes. There's an old saying, stirring the grass may startle the snake. Most snakes do not attack unless they feel threatened, except for the mutated ones. While traversing the wilderness, making noise by striking the grass with sticks or similar objects could startle venomous creatures, prompting them to retreat, thus reducing the risk of unexpected encounters. De Zhuang's tail brushed the ground as he cautiously followed Jiang You, his golden vertical pupils scanning the area. A wild tabby, adept at survival, would never lower its guard at a critical moment. After several minutes of walking, they finally spotted the entrance. It was located on the first floor of a building built against the mountainside. Entering through a storeroom at the back of the kitchen, they traversed a long, dark tunnel before encountering a thick metal door. This door was formidable, constructed from steel plates at least a hand's width thick. Not even bullets, let alone ordinary explosives, could breach it. Yet, at this moment it stood ajar. My goodness, such a thick metal door. It rivals those grand vaults from the movies. Boss, you truly are remarkable. How did you manage to pry this open? Zhang Tai and Guan Jun marveled as they ventured further inside. Upon entering the metal door, they were greeted by the raw stone walls, indicating that this weapon's cache had been painstakingly carved from a mountain. It seemed to have been intended for illicit trade, only to be fortuitously discovered by Song Chung and his companions. Jiang You mused on their incredible luck. However, she quickly reminded herself that her fortune was equally fortuitous. After all, how else would a mere porter like herself find herself in such a position? Rounding up, I too am an emperor of luck. Hith. The entrance was long and shrouded in darkness. Song Chung produced a flashlight, illuminating the path as he addressed the inquiries of his companions. Had the door been closed, Fong Mu and I would have struggled to open it. The key detail is that when we discovered it, it was already ajar. Something must have transpired here. There were a dozen zombies inside, seemingly abandoned, likely victims of an internal conflict. After Fong Mu and I cleared them out, we took a few weapons and left. Initially, I intended to close the door upon my departure to prevent anyone from gaining an advantage. However, this metallic door is electronically controlled and exceedingly heavy. Despite our considerable efforts, it remained utterly immovable. Chapter 62. Please be a bit more courteous, Zhang Tao chuckled, exclaiming how fortunate they were. The group laughed together, the atmosphere remarkably relaxed. The mere thought of soon acquiring a substantial cache of weapons even brought a slight smile to the usually stoic Song Chung. As they traversed the narrow tunnel, Jiang You finally laid eyes on the armory Song Chung had mentioned. The circular cavern spanned at least 160 to 70 square meters, with its edges lined with boxes of all sizes, many of which were stacked several layers high. There were at least 200 crates in total. Who could possibly hoard such an arsenal in this place? Whoa, we struck gold. Boss, we hit the jackpot. So many weapons. Zhang Tai exclaimed, bursting with excitement. Ah, weapons. All weapons. Mom, I've made it. The trio raced toward the piles of boxes, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Zhang Tai, a military enthusiast, was more exhilarated by these treasures than he would be upon seeing his girlfriend. Whoa, is that an AK-47 and an M16, the AR series, and AG-36? There's even a shotgun, an M1911 pistol. He gasped, nearly beside himself. Goodness gracious! This is an M2 HB heavy machine gun. Seeing the gleam in his eyes, Guan Jun asked, What has got you so worked up? What is an M2HB? You don't know? The M2HB is the most versatile heavy machine gun in the world, a true heirloom. Designed by the legendary firearms master John Moses Browning, it uses 50 caliber ammunition. Its effective range exceeds 2,000 meters. Its kinetic energy is over 5 times that of a standard 30 caliber bullet. Isn't that incredible? He reverently caressed the barrel, exclaiming, "Look at that sleek muzzle. And the buttstock. It's perfection. This is my dream gun. It's mine now. Not even God can stop me." But just as he finished his sentence, his gaze wandered, and he abruptly tossed aside his dream gun to pounce on another open box, resembling a fickle lover. "My dear great-uncle, this is an M1897. Yang Jiao frowned. "Isn't 1897 the milk from that television commercial?" "What milk? This is a shotgun. It possesses extraordinary barrier-busting capabilities. Truly a trench broom." Zhang Tai was like a famished man stumbling into a land of plenty, captivated by everything he saw. One moment he declared his devotion to one weapon, and the next he was smitten with another, overwhelmed by the abundance. Thanks to him, Jiang You also learned a bit about weaponry. The more excited Zhang Tai became, the happier she felt, for a portion of these weapons belonged to her. The machine gun they had previously used to intimidate Song Cheng was a hard-won find, with limited ammunition and only one in her possession. Now a plethora awaited them. Da Zhuang, observing the humans drooling over cold metal, wagged his tail in disdain. "Honestly, these things can't be eaten. What is there to get excited about? They've clearly never seen the finest delicacies. If they had, they would realize how trivial their obsessions are." Humph. He wandered around the warehouse, exploring. The entire cavern felt like an inner sanctum, with the stone walls still bearing primitive chisel marks, crisscrossed with uneven crevices. Da Zhuang darted about the protrusions on the walls, navigating as though it were a smooth path. Song Cheng glanced at Jiang You, preparing to instruct her to gather the supplies. But he was taken aback by the radiant smile gracing her face. It struck him with a pang of admiration. Yet, he quickly composed himself and said to the group, "You all should roughly count the number of weapons, then quickly pack them up for transport. We don't want to linger too long." They nodded eagerly, dividing into 3 groups to begin the inventory. Counting the numbers? Is she worried about us pilfering? Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow, but she felt no anger. After all, her relationship with Song Cheng was merely one of mutual benefit. A little caution was hardly a fault. Moreover, counting would ensure that when the time came to distribute, they wouldn't accuse her of theft. She was merely an honest transporter, neither a thief nor a cheat. Seeing her raised brow, Song Cheng assumed she misunderstood his intentions. He clarified, "I just wanted them to count in advance to put us all at ease. That way, there will be no loose ends, avoiding unnecessary misunderstandings." Jiang Yu nodded in agreement. "Of course, we've only met twice. With so many weapons, it benefits both parties to keep an accurate count." She truly appeared unconcerned. Song Cheng let out a quiet sigh of relief. Throughout their journey, he had learned that this seemingly inexperienced girl, perhaps still in her teens, was formidable. When it came to dispatching the same zombie, she never used more than one strike, consistently delivering lethal blows. Just that alone was beyond the capabilities of him and his companions. Not only was she a spatial ability user, but her combat skills were also exceptionally rare. Song Cheng even suspected she had undergone special training, given her remarkable speed and agility. Her techniques were neither flashy nor particularly structured, but they were incredibly practical. Each move a guaranteed kill. Having previously run a martial arts school, he had encountered many skilled fighters, but truth be told, Jiang Yu's prowess was the deadliest he had ever witnessed. Her brutality was imbued with a certain aesthetic of violent beauty radiating explosive power. Despite her cheerful demeanor, there was an underlying intensity that belied her appearance. As the others continued to count the weapons, Jiang Yu found a stone to sit upon. Realizing they had been on the move since morning without a meal, she was beginning to feel hungry. So, she retrieved a self-heating rice meal from her spatial pocket, specifically fish-flavored shredded pork. Minutes later, the fragrant aroma filled the cavern. Jiang Yu savored her meal, while the others watched, drooling as they continued their inventory. She relished the food, consuming 3 bowls in one sitting. What kind of family was this? To boast 3 servings of self-heating rice at once. Zhang Tai stole glances while swallowing hard, the delicious scent overwhelming his senses. Jiang Yu's eating was so delightful that if given a camera, she could easily become an eating show star. However, for the others, it felt like torture. Even the typically aloof Song Chung tried to distract himself, avoiding the sight of Jiang Yu's indulgence. Finally, after finishing her 3rd bowl, the group sighed in relief, thinking the ordeal was over. But just then, Yang Jiao's lips twitched as she noticed Jiang Yu pulling out another bowl of self-heating rice to heat up. Zhang Tai, drooling, joked with Guanjun, "Hey, shall we guess what this dish will be?" Guanjun huffed, ignoring him. Yang Jiao sniffed, then spoke, "I guess it's mapo tofu. I can smell the Sichuan pepper." "I'm betting it's boiled pork slices," Zhang Tai grimaced. Jiang Yu picked up a piece of fish and corrected them while eating. "No, I'm having spicy fish slices." As she spoke, she slurped a sip of soup, exclaiming, "This soup is delicious. Would you like some?" Zhang Tai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at Jiang Yu. Rubbing his hands together, he asked somewhat awkwardly, "Really? But isn't this a bit too embarrassing?" "Oh, perhaps it would be better to let it go." Jiang Yu decisively retracted her words, admitting to herself that it indeed felt inappropriate, considering they shared no close ties. Thus, it seemed best to each enjoy their own company. Zhang Tai responded, "So straightforward. Aren't you going to be a bit more courteous? If you were, I could afford to be less so." The gazes of the others suddenly pierced Zhang Tai like daggers. If looks could kill, he would have been subjected to 1,000 brutal cuts. Chapter 63. Change. Yang Jiao fiercely stepped on Zhang Tai's foot and exclaimed, "You talk too much." Zhang Tai, with a pained expression, fell on the verge of tears. Yet, he could not weep. A man must endure. Reflecting on the few packets of self-heating rice, he wished to slap himself for his foolishness. Why must you be so pretentious? Song Chung observed his comrades, aware that they had not indulged in decent food for quite some time. Stale buns, moldy bread, and various inedible but non-lethal provisions had been their fare, along with the man-eating and zombie-infested koi from Bibbo Lake. In the beginning, consuming those fish made him nauseous as he contemplated what they had fed on. However, survival necessitated that he swallow his disgust. Gradually, he acclimated to the repulsive reality. The instant Jiang Yu gifted them a pack of instant noodles. He and Fong Mu added it to their fish soup, and by nightfall, they had devoured every drop. Although he couldn't fathom why Jiang Yu had suddenly been so generous, seizing the opportunity was now impossible. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Approaching Jiang Yu, he inquired, "May I trade some supplies for food?" After finishing the last spoonful of soup, Jiang Yu roughly wiped her mouth with the back of her hand and replied, "Sure. What do you wish to offer in exchange?" Song Chung suddenly grasped her earlier demeanor. She was evidently waiting for him to ask. This girl was adept at fishing for favors. However, this was a blatant maneuver, relying on the principle that only the willing would take the bait. Song Chung smirked inwardly, recognizing that she was the one presenting herself as the catch. Jiang Yu gestured toward the weapons being counted, stating, "I can only trade for these weapons. How about we split them 50-50? You already possess half." "Too much food will lead to indigestion," he replied. "Not a problem. I have a hearty appetite. Look, I can consume 4 portions without feeling full." With a sigh, Song Chung conceded, "Fine, take as much as you wish. The decision is yours." Jiang Yu was remarkably accommodating. "I want to trade for more of that." She pointed to a few boxes in the corner, which contained the sole crate of explosives. "1 for 1. Song Cheng's lips twitched. The little girl certainly knew how to choose. That's not a fair deal for me." "Then how would you prefer to negotiate?" Song Chung raised his fingers, suggesting, 1 crate in exchange for 1 bomb. Jiang Yu narrowed her eyes. "Do you take me for a fool? At most, 3 portions of rice for 1 bomb. Take it or leave it. If you all perish on your journey, these will be mine." Song Chung was taken aback. He anticipated her abrupt change in demeanor. Softening his tone, he questioned, "What do you need so many bombs for?" "What else? Bombs are meant to be thrown." At this, Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled with an unusual excitement. Song Chung felt pity for those who would cross her path in the future. Nevertheless, it was impossible to relinquish all the explosives to her. He shook his head. "Let us do it your way. I'll trade you 5 bombs. The rest we shall keep for ourselves. By the way, do you have any other supplies that can help satiate our hunger? 5. That's reasonable. Explosives are indeed quite useful. As for supplies, I have plenty in my space, enough to last 10 lifetimes, so parting with some doesn't trouble me. And it is worth this exchange. Jiang You nodded. I have compressed biscuits and instant noodles. I can trade those with you. 1 bomb for 5 packets. In truth, Jiang You possessed hundreds of boxes of those compressed biscuits in her space, far more than she could consume. However, there was no need to disclose that information. Upon hearing about the compressed biscuits, Song Cheng's eyes lit up. Let us exchange all the remaining supplies for compressed biscuits. Self-heating rice may merely satisfy cravings, but compressed biscuits are portable and could save lives in critical moments. The others had no objections to Song Cheng's decision. The thought of soon having instant noodles and compressed biscuits filled them with a sense of newfound wealth. Compressed biscuits were substantial, unlike the flimsy instant noodles that lacked real sustenance. Zhang Tai glanced at the box containing the explosives. Those were not ordinary grenades. They were the T3 model recently developed by the Bear Country, perfectly spherical and weighing 200 grams. With their larger size came an explosion radius and power unmatched by standard grenades. The T3 had a blast radius of 100 meters and a shockwave impact of 130 meters. Truly the king of small explosives. However, the size of such a device posed a danger. A typical person would likely meet their end if attempting to throw it. Additionally, being a new type of weapon, it had certain shortcomings. Chief among them was transportation. If jostled too much, the internal structure could become disordered, leading to an unintended detonation. Thus, despite its potency, Zhang Tai felt no regret in trading it to Jiang You. He leaned closer to Song Cheng and whispered, "Brother, we should avoid retaining too many of these bombs. Their internal structure is unstable, making them difficult to transport and prone to detonation. She has space, so she needn't worry about bumps. She can store them in the shelter. We should keep them in the bunker, limiting how far we can take them. Otherwise, if we stumble or collide, they could easily become rubble." Zhang Tai proceeded to elucidate the bomb's capabilities. Song Cheng furrowed his brow. Difficult to transport? Unstable structure? Prone to detonation? Is this not a half-finished product? Can it even be sold? He was not particularly knowledgeable about such matters. He merely recognized it as a bomb, without understanding the specifics. Calculating mentally, he noted that a crate contained 26 bombs, half for Jiang You, leaving 13. After trading 5, 8 would remain. After some contemplation, he ultimately decided that 3 would suffice. Given the bomb's power, 3 could obliterate half a park. Retaining more than that seemed unnecessary, while acquiring additional firearms was more prudent. Thus, he decided to keep 3 explosives and exchange the rest for food. Chapter 64. You truly dare to dream. After a few individuals completed their inventory, Jiang You promptly stowed away all the weapons into her spatial storage. Subsequently, the group made a hasty retreat. On the way there, Jiang You had trailed behind lazily, but on the return journey, she was filled with urgency, sprinting ahead with great vigor alongside Dejuan. The others, fearing she might abscond with all the weapons, hurriedly followed suit. The network surveillance had vanished at this point. If she were to hide, they would be utterly at a loss. Jiang Yu was remarkably swift, her explosive power evident as she dispatched approaching zombies with ease while running. The dual wielding of her machete in both hands was executed with exceptional skill. Initially, the others managed to keep pace, but as the number of zombies increased, they fell behind completely. Jiang Yu, with a tabby cat in pursuit, found herself chased by a throng of zombies, effectively isolating her from her companions. Song Cheng's expression darkened. This girl was surprisingly fast. What a shame she didn't take up sports. Guan Jun exclaimed, "Boss, does this girl intend to escape?" Zhang Tai replied incredulously, "What on earth? Is she a sprinter? She's not even stopping despite the horde of zombies behind her." Yang Jiao urged instead of talking, "We should hurry and catch up. If we lose her now, we will regret it deeply later." Zhang Tai lamented, "We can't even see her anymore. How are we supposed to keep up?" With gritted teeth, Song Cheng joined the fray. Those zombies are following her. Running with them is tantamount to following her. Zhang Tai interjected. You realize how absurd that sounds? We've only ever heard of zombies chasing humans. You want us to pursue zombies? Yet, Song Chung was not wrong. The distance between them and Jiang You was ever widening, with a sea of zombies between them. The only option left was to run alongside the undead. With a unified resolve, they pushed forward, determined to pursue her with all their might. After all, she was carrying their entire fortune. Initially, Jiang Yu was simply running and slashing at the zombies, but as the horde behind her grew, she instinctively shifted into training mode. Maximizing her stamina, she deftly maneuvered through the zombie crowd. However, amid her rapid pace, something felt amiss. She couldn't quite put her finger on it, but there was a lingering sense of something being absent. After navigating a few turns, realization struck her. Where were the four companions? Jiang Yu abruptly halted, scaling a nearby utility pole to survey the situation. Below her was a dark mass of zombies, and far behind, she spotted several individuals panting heavily. Goodness, she thought, with their stamina, they dared to carry all the weapons. If I were to escape, they would be left with nothing, likely dead before they could even find a proper burial. The zombies below clamored excitedly, as if they had spotted their idol. De Zhuang also climbed the pole, surveying the humans left behind with a proud tail held high. Jiang Yu produced a hen from her spatial storage, swiftly dispatching it before handing it over to De Zhuang. Here, take this and lead the zombies away. We'll regroup in the park, she commanded. Meow, De Zhuang responded, leaping from the pole with the bloodied hen in its mouth, drawing the zombies after it like a shepherd leading a flock. Jiang Yu perched on the pole, observing as the number of zombies diminished below her. After a couple of minutes, her companions finally arrived. I can't keep up any longer. One gasped. Did she install springs in her legs? Another exclaimed. We might truly be doomed. She fled. Not a chance. I don't believe she would abandon us. Came Guan Jun's defiant response, his eyes reddening with frustration at the thought of losing all those weapons. At that moment, a figure descended from above with a thud, landing beside them. Stop grinding your teeth. There are no dentists around, and if you break them, there'll be no fixing it. Jiang Yu, you didn't run away? Zhang Tai exclaimed, almost moved to tears upon seeing her. Of course I ran, but you lot were falling behind, she retorted, kicking aside a small zombie that lunged at her. Caught off guard for a moment, Guan Jun quickly regained his composure. Why were you running so fast? We couldn't keep up. Your struggles are not my concern. Jiang Yu replied nonchalantly. I was merely waiting for you. Only someone as virtuous as I could afford to wait for you lot. Had it been anyone else, they would have long fled with the loot. Song Chung chuckled. I knew you wouldn't abandon us. For some reason, I just feel you're not that type of person. In this life, aside from his girlfriend, Fong Mu had never misjudged anyone's character. Yang Jiao, gasping for breath against the pole, looked up at Jiang Yu and asked, You came down from the pole just now? Jiang Yu nodded in affirmation. Zhang Tai, incredulous, asked, How on earth did you climb that? Would you like to see me climb it again? She teased. Zhang Tai nodded eagerly. Jiang Yu smirked coldly. You truly dare to dream. Zhang Tai thought to himself, though this woman was unpredictable. He couldn't help but admire her ability to scale the pole so swiftly. He attempted to follow suit, but found himself incapable of replicating her feat. What about your companion? He inquired. She's off to play. She'll meet us in the park, Jiang Yu replied. Now let us get moving. I'm eager to return for a late-night snack. Dusk is approaching. It was already 8:30 in the evening, yet the sky still blazed with vibrant hues of sunset. Days were growing longer, and by the time they returned to the bomb shelter, night had just begun to fall. De Zhuang awaited them at the entrance. Perched on a tree, upon seeing Jiang Yu, it leaped down from the branches. It had been hiding among the leaves, unnoticed until now. As it landed, everyone took notice. Chu Yu and a child were playing with ants. Upon spotting De Zhuang, the child's eyes lit up. Meow. Sister, it's a cat. She sprinted over, reaching out to pet De Zhuang. De Zhuang growled fiercely, baring its teeth. Foolish human, what rank do you hold? You dare to touch me. Feeling slighted, Chu Yu pouted, tears welling in her eyes as she sought comfort beside her sister. Sister, the big cat scared me. I wanted to pet the big cat. At that moment, Jiang Yu entered their refuge, immediately noticing the 3 bomb shelters not far apart. The path leading to the shelters was dotted with several makeshift cooking stations, where pots, some iron, some stainless steel, and others ceramic, were bubbling with soup, releasing the strong odor of fish from a nearby lake. Jiang You had prepared that fish before, knowing well that only the radishes and ginger grown in her spatial storage could mask the potent fishy smell. Otherwise, it would be quite unpalatable. Chu Yu observed as Song Chung and the others returned, accompanied by an unfamiliar woman. Instantly recognizing her as the spatial abilities wielder, she approached with a smile. "Hello, I am Chu Yu. You must be Jiang You, the spatial abilities wielder that Fong Mu mentioned earlier. Am I correct? It is a pleasure to meet you." Chapter 65. The boyfriend of a brother Jiang You gazed at the outstretched hand, feeling averse to physical contact with strangers. She merely replied, "Hello." Chu Yu tugged at Chu Yu's sleeve, saying, "Sister, the big cat." Chu Yu immediately responded with a smile. "My sister once had a cat, but got lost. She adores your pet. May she touch it?" Her voice was exceedingly gentle, exuding the warmth of a caring older sister. Chu Yu's bright eyes sparkled with hope. "Sister, can I pet the big cat?" Jiang Yu glanced down at the Zhuang, who was bristling with fur, equally disliking the notion of being touched by others. Seeing the little girl's eager gaze, the Zhuang bared his teeth, as if to say, "Human child, do not even think about it." His resistance was palpable. Jiang Yu shook her head. "He is not my pet. He is my companion. If he consents to your touch, I have no objection. I cannot make decisions for him, except when it comes to forcing him to bathe." At her words, the Zhuang felt a wave of relief. This creature possesses a semblance of conscience. He truly is under my protection. Chu Yu, once again rebuffed, felt tears welling up in her eyes. Chu Yu said, "My sister doesn't have much strength. Letting her touch it wouldn't hurt, right? Miss Jiang, after all, it is just a creature that knows nothing. You are so magnanimous. Surely you won't deny a child's simple request?" Her tone was tinged with a hint of grievance. She was just a child who ought to live joyfully, yet now. This wretched world. Jiang Yu was taken aback, her almond-shaped eyes widening slightly. Where did this peculiar individual come from? Are you sulking over a trivial matter? Although your sister is still young, I believe you should teach her a valuable lesson. The first lesson in life is to accept rejection from others. After all, no one is obligated to accommodate you, even in the smallest of matters. Chu Yu opened her mouth to retort, but then addressed Song Chung. "If your family continues to interrupt our conversation, I will have to charge extra, calculated by the second, 1 minute at a time." Upon hearing this, Song Chung glanced at Chu Yu. "Go about your own business. Although Fong Mu has departed, I promised him I would look after you, and I intend to keep my word, provided you do not cause any trouble." Chu Yu's eyes reddened, a single tear teetering on the edge as she stared at Song Chung in disbelief. Those unaware would think him a heartless scoundrel. Yang Jiao rolled her eyes, having never gotten along with Chu Yu. Despite Chu Yu and Fong Mu's years-long relationship, during which they even discussed marriage, her social circle remained predominantly single, often posting ambiguous remarks. Yang Jiao had warned Fong Mu that he was likely just a backup for Chu Yu. After all, Chu Yu was exceptionally beautiful and had extravagant tastes, while Fong Mu's family, though not poor, was far from wealthy, merely an average household. It was Chu Yu's birthday. She demanded a designer bag, prompting Fong Mu to borrow money from his friends, leaving them to subsist on plain buns for half a month. When Chu Yu desired new clothes, Fong Mu worked 3 jobs, exhausting himself. Chu Yu insisted on using the finest skincare products, yet her own family was of modest means. So she turned to Fong Mu for funds. When Chu Yu's sister wished to visit Disneyland but lacked the funds, she sought out Fong Mu. Similarly, when Chu Yu traveled with classmates, she again approached him for money, the key detail being that one of those classmates was male. Chu Yu claimed that boy was merely a close friend, her confidant. Yet Yang Jiao remained skeptical, knowing all too well that friendships often blurred into romantic entanglements. Moreover, she had witnessed him passionately kissing a woman in a bar. Could a close friend truly engage in such behavior? Was he perhaps a two-way plug? That would be even more perilous. Yet Fong Mu, in his foolishness, remained oblivious, as if ensnared by a spell. He believed every word Chu Yu said, and with such a lack of discernment, one could only wonder how he gained admission to the police academy. Love it seemed, rendered one quite foolish. Even as Fong Mu's parents perished and he became infected with a zombie virus, his final words, uttered in a state of delirium, were a plea for Song Cheng to look after Chu Yu. Perhaps death had restored a modicum of wisdom, for he added a caveat, provided it did not endanger his own safety. At least this fellow retained a shred of conscience. Yang Jiao stepped forward, dragging Chu Yu aside. Old Song and the others have serious matters to attend to. You should not meddle. What is there to touch? Also, I think it best you make your sister aware of her surroundings. Look around. Several of us here are children, yet they understand the importance of assisting adults. Only little Yu spends her days either playing with ants or complaining about the food. This is no time for idle frivolity. No one will indulge her. If she remains oblivious to reality, the consequences will be dire for both her and you. Are you threatening me? Chu Yu exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief. She watched as Song Cheng and the others entered the air raid shelter. Her previously gentle demeanor shifted as she lowered her voice, whispering in Yang Jiao's ear. Song Cheng promised Fong Mu he would protect me. If you dare to harm me, he will not let you off easily. Do not presume I am unaware. You are envious of me because you have feelings for Song Cheng. He has always regarded you as a brother. Now that you see him treating me kindly, you cannot tolerate it. She cast a scrutinizing glance at Yang Jiao. Look at yourself, always embroiled in conflict. Hardly the demeanor of a lady. Just wait, Song Cheng is mine. You must be joking. Do you think Song Cheng is as easily deceived as Fong Mu, that love-stricken fool? Yang Jiao retorted with a smirk. Just wait and see. Men are visual creatures. Which do you think he would prefer, a fierce woman or a delicate beauty standing before him? She grinned triumphantly as she led Chu Yu away. Before departing, Chu Yu kicked Yang Jiao lightly, exclaiming, "Bah, you wicked woman!" Yang Jiao clenched her teeth, a cold smile gracing her lips. Men prefer delicate women? Huh. Then by all means, continue to be weak. Rely on others to protect you? Do you think there are many like Fong Mu in this world? Meanwhile, in the air raid shelter, Song Cheng arranged the weapons he had procured. He placed the instant noodles, self-heating rice, and compressed biscuits on the ground as agreed. One-hand grenade was exchanged for instant noodles and self-heating rice. The remainder was traded for compressed biscuits, leaving only 3 for himself. As the group regarded the meager supply of biscuits and noodles, their eyes gleamed with anticipation. Zhang Tai hugged a packet of instant noodles, tears of joy escaping from the corners of his eyes. "Boss, we've finally made it. No more eating fish every day." He stifled his sobs, fearful of being overheard. This air raid shelter had been secured by Song Cheng and his companions. Outsiders were unaware of what lay within. Though the shelter was deep and normal speech was inaudible outside, Song Cheng still whispered, "Everything we brought back is stored here, covered with a tarp. None of you are to speak of it." Guan Jun nodded in understanding. "I know, boss." Zhang Tai affirmed, "I understand too. I will never tell anyone." Just then, Yang Jiao returned, having overheard Song Cheng's words. She also nodded, saying, "We are aware. You can rest easy." Song Cheng continued, stating that while Chu Yu was aware we would bring back a cache of weapons, she had never truly witnessed it with her own eyes. The two sisters represented an element of uncertainty. Thus, they were prohibited from approaching the rear of the air raid shelter. Measures would be taken to separate the front from the back, designating the latter for storage purposes. His relationship with Chu Yu was confined to that of a brother's girlfriend, which bred a certain level of distrust, particularly due to the discomfort stemming from her previous romantic entanglements with Fong Mu. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tai remarked, "Boss, do you genuinely intend to keep Chu Yu and her sister with us indefinitely?" Chapter 66. You caught me. Guan Jun shot a glare at Zhang Tai. "Could you please remain silent?" That was Xiao Mu's dying wish. We were all present and heard his words. We must show some respect. Song Cheng's gaze deepened slightly as he recalled that foolish fellow, who, even in his final moments, could not set aside his concern for his beloved. It would suffice to take care of her. If she proved ungrateful, then let her fate be her own. Although Fong Mu was his brother, every person present was akin to a brother. He could not abandon everything for the sake of the Chu sisters. They were not his wives. Offering care was already more than sufficient. Moreover, when Fong Mu uttered his last words, He had not even waited for Song Chang's nod before he ran off. Clinging to his last shred of sanity, that fellow fled their residence with utmost haste, fearing that he might harm others should he succumb to zombification. Thus, Song Chang had no opportunity to refuse. Yang Jiao smirked slightly, finding amusement in the woman's resolute demeanor. What made her think everyone would risk their lives for her? Was it merely her audacity? After finishing her task, Jiang You exited the air raid shelter with the Zhuang. Just as she was about to leave, her ears perked up at the sound of someone speaking. "Mama, I'm starving. I can't endure this wretched place for another day. Is it really necessary to toss me into the world of the novel just because I criticized the author for her abrupt abandonment of the story? Oh heavens! Could you at least give me a hint as to where the plot stands? I'm utterly lost." Who was speaking? The voice sounded like that of a young girl. What was this about an abandoned story? She squinted, glancing around, only to find everyone engrossed in their own activities, indifferent to the voice. Had she imagined it? Meow. The Zhuang pawed at Jiang Yu's foot, questioning her inaction. "What are you looking at? We should move. That three-colored pretty boy has already met his end. Who else are you waiting for?" The Zhuang recalled how she had decisively severed Feng Mu's head when he had transformed into a zombie, not allowing even a moment's hesitation. Hadn't she previously expressed admiration for him? Women, it seemed, were indeed fickle. The Zhuang suspected that should he ever lose his mind, she would be just as swift and ruthless in her actions. This woman was undeniably the one he had chosen. Her heart was as fierce as her spirit. "The Zhuang, did you hear someone speaking? Hear someone? Who's talking?" The Zhuang shook his head, indicating he had not heard anything. Jiang You stepped away, but just then, the voice echoed again. "Why does everyone else get to be the protagonist in their adventures while I'm relegated to mere cannon fodder? Mama, I miss you. I promise I won't sleep in any more or go against you. I'll be a good child, so please save me. I long to taste your braised pork again. Those handsome boys with 8-pack abs are nothing but trouble." Jiang You frowned slightly, her steps halting before she turned towards the source of the voice. At the entrance of the last air raid shelter, she spotted several individuals, a mix of men and women, along with a young boy of about 8 or 9. However, the speaking voice had ceased. Yang Jiao emerged from the shelter, expecting Jiang You to have departed, only turn and find her heading towards shelter number 3. Did she know someone there? Quickly, she chased after her, calling, "Jiang You." Jiang You turned back, and the chattering voice abruptly fell silent. "Jiang You, did I just miss here?" Alas, the narrative depicted a stunningly beautiful yet heartless antagonist, the Dark Master. The Black Sauce. Wait, could that approaching figure be my beloved master? "Master, look at me, save me. I cannot let her know I'm from a different world." According to the Dark Master's first rule of the apocalypse, the highest etiquette for recognizing an anomaly is to empty the magazine. Oh, my master is truly breathtaking. Is that the Zhuang beside her? He certainly looks fearsome. The woman's voice resembled that of a chattering sparrow, causing a headache for Jiang You. Yet now, there was no one speaking. From where did the voice originate? Moreover, what was this talk of antagonists and black sauces? What nonsense was this? She glanced at the group. Oh no, she looked my way. Please don't let her discover me. Dear Lord, may Jesus and the Jade Emperor bless me. If I get the chance, I must share with the group that the master noticed me. Yang Jiao observed her peculiar expression and asked, "What's wrong? Did you hear someone speaking?" "No," Jiang You whispered, shaking her head. She pointed to a group gathered around a large pot, discussing their tasks. "Are you referring to them?" Jiang Yu shook her head, offering no further explanation. Instead, she inquired, "May I take a look around?" "Of course, I'll accompany you," Yang Jiao replied with a smile. Jiang Yu approached the group, scrutinizing them closely. There was a middle-aged woman in her 40s, a young boy of 7 or 8, a bald man, a square-faced middle-aged man, and 2 men and 3 women. From the voice, it seemed to belong to a girl, but nothing was absolute. What if it was a strong woman instead? Among the survivors not far away stood a petite, fair-skinned girl in her 20s, wearing thick glasses, nervously fiddling with her fingers. Heaven bear witness, Zhang Shui had always aspired to be a good person. From helping an elderly lady cross the street in elementary school to returning lost money to the police in middle school, she had never engaged in early romantic pursuits in high school and had never failed a course in university. The worst misdeed she had committed was perhaps asking for extra green onions when buying vegetables. Was Tia just criticizing the author for abandoning the story? Why was she the only one punished? She vowed never to write another essay again. She longed to escape this wretched place. Who could understand? She had crossed over into a novel she had once criticized. The key point was that she had encountered the ruthless antagonist upon her arrival. While she was a fan of the Dark Master, he was unaware of her admiration. If he discovered her true identity, he would undoubtedly eliminate her. All of this began a few days prior, at her 25th birthday party, when her best friend promised to deliver a mysterious gift that evening. Little did she know, her friend's idea of a gift would be 3 chiseled men with 8-pack abs. Each of the 3 stood over 185 centimeters tall, with striking looks that could captivate anyone. Her friend had even called to say she had spent a fortune to arrange for these top-tier companions, hoping to give her a taste of physical pleasure before she grew old without ever experiencing it. Oh, the heavens! Jiang You had never even touched a man. She had been averse to romantic entanglements her entire life. As she prepared for bed that night, she lifted the covers only to find 3 handsome men, all completely naked, lying on her bed. Who could possibly withstand such an overwhelming surprise? She was left with 2 streams of blood from her nose, trembling with excitement, and soon thereafter, darkness enveloped her. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in the midst of a post-apocalyptic narrative, having inexplicably transformed into an unnamed passerby, a character not even mentioned in the text. The critical issue was that this passerby, like herself, was afflicted with severe myopia of over 1,500 degrees, without her glasses. She could scarcely distinguish between friend and foe. To add to her dismay, this very book had been the subject of her derision just a fortnight ago. Was retribution so swift? Jiang You first offered a bag-marinated egg to a little boy, gently ruffling his hair as she kindly urged, "Go ahead and eat." "Thank you, sister." The boy's eyes sparkled as he clutched the egg and dashed away. "Not him." She dismissed the first candidate. Next, she handed a bag of biscuits to an elderly woman. Though the woman regarded the unexpected gift with bemusement, she accepted it graciously and quickly devoured the contents. Ruled out the second. Jiang You continued to distribute her offerings. Some were candies, some marinated eggs, and others biscuits. Then she heard that voice again. It appeared that the revered leader had a softer side. In the narrative, he was already a fearsome antagonist, consistently at odds with the heroine. Who would have imagined he possessed such tenderness? Maintain composure. I must not allow the leader to perceive my peculiarity. Steady now. Who would one choose between the leader and the heroine? Undoubtedly, the leader. Although the heroine was kind-hearted, her allies were too fragile to survive more than 3 chapters. The leader, on the other hand, while dark-hearted and ruthless, was fiercely protective of those he valued. Yet, it was clear the leader would not have her. Even his pets were formidable warriors, leaving no place for a seemingly useless individual like herself. The remaining 2 girls gazed at Jiang You with eager anticipation. She extended a marinated egg to the girl in front, who expressed her gratitude and swiftly consumed it. Then, she offered the last woman a biscuit. The woman appeared to be in her 20s, with a youthful face adorned with freckles and heavy bangs, exuding an air of innocence. She wore glasses with thick lenses that seemed even denser than the glasses of her English teacher, creating the impression of wearing beer bottle caps. "Thank you. You are truly kind." The girl nervously adjusted her greasy bangs as she spoke. After that, despite not uttering another word, Jiang You once again heard that voice. "Wow, she really gave me a biscuit. She is indeed a good person. Oh, how fitting for the leader. Such a kindness surely deserves endless repayment. Leader, would you like a girl? Just say the word, and I shall present myself at your doorstep." Jiang You fixed her gaze intently on the expressionless, bespectacled girl, a slight smirk forming at the corners of her mouth. She had pinpointed her target. It was you. Chapter 67. The Villain's Soy Sauce? Yang Jiao stood in bewilderment beside her, observing as she distributed food to others. What was she doing? Had she suddenly developed a kind heart, sharing food indiscriminately with everyone around her? Her actions attracted the attention of nearby survivors, who gathered eagerly, showering her with effusive thanks and praise as they awaited Jiang You to continue handing out provisions. However, at that moment, Jiang You ceased her distribution, showing no intent to continue. A man with a buzz cut, seeing her halt, couldn't contain his anxiety and exclaimed, "What about mine? You haven't given us anything yet." Others joined in, clamoring for their share. Such is the nature of humanity. It is not the scarcity that troubles them, but the inequality. While they all suffered hunger together, the moment a few received food, the rest felt an unsettling imbalance, stirring feelings of resentment and anger. No one cared to remember the intentions of the one who had shared. All they could think was, if sharing had begun, why not share with everyone? If everyone had received a portion, they would only demand more, questioning why they couldn't have a bit extra. Why not bring out the food sooner? This is human nature. Who are you to give them food and not us? If you wish to be seen as a good person, you must treat everyone equally. Hand over the supplies. Look at you, so well dressed. You must have plenty of resources. While we all struggle to eat, why do you hoard so much? Right? Hand it over and let us divide it equally. A woman with triangular eyes began to shout angrily, lunging toward Jiang You with hands outstretched, aiming for her face. But before her hands could make contact, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her abdomen, as if her insides were being crushed together. She was flung backward, landing with a splash into the lake. "Help! You wretched woman! Get away from me!" The elderly woman's face contorted in terror as she flailed in the water, quickly attracting a swarm of fish. With her anguished cries piercing the air, the lake turned crimson before settling into an eerie calm. The fish dispersed, and the woman vanished, leaving only tattered scraps of fabric floating on the surface. Jiang You, upon receiving a packet of biscuits, hurriedly found a spot to squat down and devour them, all the while keeping a cautious eye on Jiang You. Witnessing her kick the woman into the lake, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Unlike other girls who fancied the male protagonists or supporting characters, she found herself enchanted by the ruthless villain, while the protagonists were preoccupied with love. The villain was focused on her ambitions, unyielding in her pursuit of power. The heroine's madness was for love, while the villain's was for survival. The hero sacrificed everything for the heroine. The villain sacrificed everything merely to endure, waiting for the chance to reclaim what was lost. How could one not admire such a driven individual? After all, her mother had always taught her to avoid being a lovesick fool. Meanwhile, Jiang You retracted her foot. The elderly woman, weighing at least 140 pounds, had been propelled several meters away by her kick. An unsettling silence enveloped the surroundings. Jiang You smiled faintly, calmly surveying the crowd that had gathered around her. Anyone who dared to approach again would meet a similar fate. Did they think her merely a docile, good-natured person? Whispers circulated among the survivors. This is too much. She didn't even do anything serious before resorting to violence. Shoo, that woman looks formidable. Let us retreat. We still have fish to eat later. If she won to share, so be it. Why resort to murder? Old Zhao isn't that your wife? Why don't you confront her? If she is dead, she is dead. In this world, if you can't fend for yourself, what use is a wife? Surrounded by chatter, no one dared to advance any further, and they dispersed. Such is the nature of humanity. They prey on the weak and fear the strong. In the face of equal strength, they would bargain with the good, but hesitate before the wicked. Yang Jiao was perplexed by Jiang Yu's actions, but chose not to pry into others' affairs. Jiang Yu handed her a chocolate bar. "Here, this is for you. Thank you for protecting me earlier." When the mob had approached, Yang Jiao instinctively shielded Jiang Yu, and though her efforts had not been needed, she appreciated the gesture. A chocolate in exchange for her kindness seemed fair. Yang Jiao opened the wrapper and took a bite, savoring the smooth texture melting in her mouth. Meanwhile, Jiang Shui, clutching a bag of biscuits, devoured them ravenously. She choked slightly, pounding her chest, but continued to eat. When she had arrived in this body, the original owner had already perished, and her family had succumbed as well. The other survivors had looted everything her parents had left behind, leaving her with nothing. She had attempted to reclaim what was rightfully hers, but had been beaten badly, even breaking her glasses in the process. Now, they were held together with strips of cloth tied behind her head. Consequently, upon receiving the biscuits, she felt no inclination to save any. Her only thought was to consume them immediately. What was eaten was hers. If she saved them for later, they could easily be snatched away. These people were ruthless. having taken even lighters and pots. Previously, she had caught fish but had no fire to cook them, resulting in a night of agony as she endured severe stomach cramps. She would never allow herself to be in such a situation again, opting to starve instead. When hunger became unbearable, she resorted to eating leaves, though abundant here. They caused heartburn if consumed in excess. Now, having finally obtained a packet of biscuits, she devoured them with fervor, constantly scanning her surroundings in fear of being robbed. Her glasses slipped down her nose, and she adjusted them with one hand while continuing to eat, her cheeks puffed out like a little hamster. Jiang You, appearing casual, sat on a nearby rock, slowly retrieving a bag of salted chicken legs. She tore it open and began to pull off strips of meat. Here, have some. Indeed, she was offering it. De Zhuang, with a look of disdain, turned his head away, refusing to eat such technologically advanced sustenance, claiming it was inferior to zombie brains. Jiang Yu gazed at him with gentle eyes. What is wrong, De Zhuang? Aren't you hungry? Her gaze was as soothing as flowing water, causing De Zhuang to feel an involuntary shiver run through him, paralyzing him with fear. He opened his mouth stiffly, allowing her to feed him the chicken leg meat. Though he felt cowardly, he refused to admit it, rationalizing to himself that if he rejected her kindness, she would surely cry. Fine, I won't let her see me frightened. Jiang Shui, having finished her biscuits, was licking the remnant from the bag when suddenly her nostrils flared, catching the enticing aroma of meat. Following the scent, she turned to see a delicate, fair hand tearing meat from a golden chicken leg, gently feeding it to a large cat. She glanced at her empty bag, on the verge of tears. It was her favorite salted chicken leg, and it was endless. Come on, De Zhuang, eat more meat so you can grow quickly. The voice was soft and gentle, a melody that resonated with warmth. Jiang Shui swallowed hard, overwhelmed with envy. The key was that the well-fed creature displayed an air of disdain. Hey, what are you so proud of? That is a salted chicken leg. You could devour the bones. Jiang Shui couldn't help but open her mouth, thinking, my lord, please feed me. I am not picky. Not only she, but even Yang Jiao felt an unbearable jealousy towards the tabby cat, finding it ungrateful. Da Zhuang, caught in the crossfire of two women's resentful gazes, bore no psychological burden whatsoever. However, Jiang Yu's sudden tenderness was truly terrifying. What was wrong with this human? Why was she smiling so unnaturally? Be normal. Hit me. Pummel me. Unleash a storm upon me. Don't play mind games. Your gentleness frightens me. Da Zhuang tucked his tail, obediently chewing on the chicken leg. Yang Jiao and Jiang Shui looked on with envy and resentment, lamenting their own inadequacies. As Jiang Yu fed, she casually remarked, You bear a striking resemblance to a younger sister I know. What's your name? Noticing the girl's gaze fixated on the chicken leg, she smiled gently. Aren't you full yet? Here, have some. She offered her a bag of chicken legs. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, Da Zhuang abruptly raised his head, a fierce expression marred by confusion. Are you conjuring up siblings from thin air? Jiang Shui sniffled, a prickling sensation at the corner of her eyes. When she arrived, the family of her original self had already perished. The original had succumbed to poisoning from something she consumed, allowing Jiang Shui to take her place. From the outset, she had faced hunger, cold, and bullying, too fearful to sleep at night, dreading the thought of being dragged into the bushes for unspeakable acts. This chicken leg signified not merely sustenance, but her first experience of care in this world. Yet it came from a villain. A wave of bittersweet emotion washed over her, her eyes stinging. Recent experiences had awakened Jiang Shui to a profound realization. Although this world was a fictional realm, each inhabitant was not a mere flat character. They were genuine beings. Death was real, not just the pallid words found in books. She choked out, Thank you. My name is Jiang Shui. I truly appreciate it. I don't even know what to say. Tears streaming down her face, she tore open the bag and ravenously stuffed her mouth. Jiang, you heard that sound again. The Lord just tossed someone into the lake, yet she treats me to delicious food. She's so kind. But knowing that soy sauce will ultimately meet a tragic end fills me with sadness. Chapter 68. If I had known, I wouldn't have played with you. Forbidden Island. Jiang Yu was nearly certain of the source of that voice. Damn it, she could actually hear this guy's thoughts. What kind of bizarre skill was this? But why could she only hear her own? And why was her demise so tragic? How did she die? How did this woman come to know these things? A series of questions swirled chaotically in her mind, yet her expression remained impassive. She continued to converse with Jiang You while feeding the large man beside her. Minutes later, Jiang You could no longer bear it and turned to leave. The aroma of the chicken legs was simply too enticing to endure. Jiang You, tears streaming down her face, sobbed and munched on her food, her calves trembling as she spoke with Jiang You. The trembling stemmed partly from excitement at meeting her idol and partly from the fear of being harmed by her. As Jiang You engaged in conversation, she listened intently to Zhang Shuhui's thoughts. It didn't take long for her to unravel the truth. If Zhang Shuhui's thoughts were genuine, then according to her, this world was merely an evolution of a novel that Zhang Shui had once read. Jiang You was a villain in that story, perpetually opposing the female protagonist. Her existence served solely to provide the protagonist and her companions with experience points and treasure chests, aiding the heroine's ascent. She could hardly believe that her life was nothing more than a character in a book, and not just any character, but a tragic villain nicknamed Black-Hearted Soy Sauce by readers. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, this character had garnered a modest fanbase, affectionately referring to themselves as the Soy Sauce Party, with Zhang Shui being one of them. According to Zhang Shuhui's thoughts, she would eventually reconstruct the Forbidden Island for reasons yet unknown. Ultimately, her malevolence would provoke a backlash, leading to her capture and imprisonment, a fate far worse than in her previous life. Those captors would decipher the secrets of her genetic makeup, extracting something to benefit the heroine. Her existence was merely that of a formidable boss providing experience points and treasure for the protagonist, a stepping stone on her path to success. How could this be? Rebuild the Forbidden Island? Heaven knows how much she despised that cursed place. Why would she ever go mad enough to reconstruct it? The torment she endured on the Forbidden Island in her previous life was scarcely mentioned by the author in a few fleeting sentences. Jiang You felt an overwhelming urge to destroy everything. However, she restrained herself, expressionless as she tore off a piece of meat to feed the large man beside her. If this little bespectacled girl was not a lunatic, then she must truly be a transmigrator. Zhang Shui's thoughts came in fragmented bursts, disjointed and uncoordinated. Yet, Jiang You distinctly caught the mention of Forbidden Island. The mere fact that she could utter those words confirmed the authenticity of her thoughts. After all, until now, no one else was privy to the existence of the Forbidden Island. It had been established years after the apocalypse, and it did not exist in the present. If Zhang Shui had read that novel, she undoubtedly knew many things that Jiang You was unaware of. Jiang Yu's gaze fell upon the seemingly dazed girl beside her. This bespectacled creature, a character who should not exist in this world, was a perilous bomb. The best outcome would be to eliminate her. One reincarnator was sufficient for this world. There was no need for another transmigrator. However, before silencing her, she needed to extract as much information as possible. Once the oil was pressed from sesame seeds, the residue became unnecessary. As Jiang You fed the large man, she resolved to pursue a certain course of action. Meanwhile, just as Zhang Shui tore into a chicken leg and had taken only 2 bites, her entire body suddenly stiffened as if struck by lightning. Her eyes darted left and right, panic coursing through her. She sensed an intense aura of hostility. To her horror, this malevolent energy seemed to emanate from right beside her. As a member of the Soy Sauce Party, she was acutely aware of Jiang Yu's reputation as a ruthless and cunning antagonist, the antithesis of the virtuous heroine. Upon realizing that Jiang You harbored murderous intent towards her, she maintained a facade of calm, yet her eyes were nearly brimming with tears. She felt a lump in her throat, the chicken leg in her mouth suddenly difficult to swallow. Damn it, the leader's chicken leg was not so easily consumed. But would regurgitating it lead to a swifter demise? She cautiously cast a glance at Jiang You, contemplating whether she possessed any value to offer in exchange for her life. However, after a prolonged deliberation, it seemed she had no worth whatsoever. How tragic! Being too self-aware was indeed a curse. While she battled her internal turmoil, Jiang You had already turned her attention elsewhere. Jiang You discovered that whenever she was more than 100 or 200 meters away from Jiang Shui, she could no longer hear her thoughts, which relieved her greatly, granting her a much-needed respite from the mental noise. In the days that followed, Song Chung suddenly noticed an inexplicable improvement in his relationship with Jiang You. She frequently invited him to fish and would often visit the shelter to socialize. She seemed to click with one of the girls at the shelter, frequently seeking her out. Although Song Chung found it odd for Jiang You to form such bonds, he chose not to interfere as long as her actions did not affect him. Nonetheless, he discreetly assigned someone to keep a close watch on Jiang Shui. Jiang You regularly sought out Jiang Shui for casual conversations, always managing to glean valuable information from her inadvertent thoughts. She roamed the city, training amidst the zombies, diligently searching for second-tier zombies, believing she had left no stone unturned. Yet, after listening to Jiang Shui's thoughts, she realized that numerous opportunities remained untapped in the city. The stockpile of hundreds of tons of gasoline beneath the West District, the millions worth of food supplies in the untouched food processing factory atop South Mountain, and the abundant resources in dozens of warehouses at the Qingpa logistics hub. Each visit allowed her to ingeniously steer Jiang Shui's thoughts toward valuable insights, extracting useful information. The underground storage space was now overflowing, devoid of any gaps, and Jiang Yu gazed contentedly at the hinting figure of Jiang Shui, who was nibbling on bread. A hint of genuine smile graced her lips, evoking both surprise and trepidation in Jiang Shui. She could not fathom why Jiang Yu treated her so uniquely, for she was acutely aware that she possessed no remarkable charm or allure. As night descended, Jiang Yu reclined on a lounge chair on the terrace, relishing the evening breeze, cradling a cup of mango sago while a bucket of crispy fried chicken sat on the small table before her. The large man lay beside her, presenting his backside to her. During this time, Jiang Yu's kindness toward Jiang Shui had not gone unnoticed by the large man, who felt neglected, believing that this detestable human had shifted her affections elsewhere. Despite his sulking demeanor, Jiang Yu called out to him, "Da Zhuang." Yet, he paid her no heed. With a puff of breath on her fingertips, she flicked 2 lychees beneath him. Meow. Da Zhuang immediately bristled, spinning around to show his teeth in protest. "What are you doing? Go seek your human mother, you trickster. Had I known your fickle nature, I would have refrained from engaging with you from the very beginning." Chapter 69. I want to be a beacon in the villain-s world. You actually fed her. You promised you would only feed me. You've changed, you great deceiver. It screeched, its fur bristling like a large hedgehog. Jiang Yu gently patted its head. "Don't be jealous, you little rascal. Why be so petty?" Yet, Jiang Shui is indeed an intriguing character. I wonder how I should deal with her once I have thoroughly extracted the information I need. Should I toss her to the zombies, or simply sever her head? Meanwhile, Jiang Shui, who was sleeping in the air raid shelter, let out several harsh sneezes and clutched her backpack tightly. A faint smile graced Jiang Yu's lips, yet her eyes betrayed no hint of mirth. Isn't it absurd? Everything I endured in my previous life on Forbidden Island is merely a few simplistic lines penned by someone. And this world, astonishingly enough, is nothing but a book. Every individual's fate is already predetermined. However, I refuse to succumb to destiny. The heroine's stepping stone? She likely has never tread upon a red-hot iron plate. With a cold laugh, she unconsciously clenched her fists, her nails digging deeply into her flesh, sharp pain coursing through her as crimson blood seeped between her fingers. Da Zhuang let out a low meow, licking her hand gently. Jiang Yu snapped back to reality, releasing her grip to reveal a palm now marred and bloody. The more she learned from Jiang Shui, the more her anger swelled. She once thought her rebirth was a stroke of luck, only to discover it was merely an author's design. She was a character who had undergone inhumane experiments in her previous life and was reborn. Yet, the tale often concludes with the dragon slayer becoming the dragon. In her past life, she had destroyed Forbidden Island, and now, driven by selfish desires, she would recreate it only to be slain by the righteous heroine. Ultimately, she was nothing but a stepping stone for the heroine's ascendance. Since I am to be a mere stepping stone, I shall become that red-hot iron plate and see who dares to tread upon it. As for Jiang Shui, Knowing so much could lead to troublesome complications if she gets too close to the so-called heroine. Thus, Jiang Yu's best fate is to simply perish quietly. If you're my fan and call me master, then it would be quite normal for you to die for the cause, wouldn't it? Jiang Yu smiled coldly, a smile filled with determination. Achoo! She sniffed, murmuring with a tinge of guilt. Why am I sneezing so much? Could it be that my mother misses me? Yes, it must be. Without me, who will eat the braised pork she makes? It will only go to the family dog. After all, my father doesn't enjoy it. Jiang Shui, at 25, was petite and wore thick glasses, making her appear younger than her actual age. Her life was simple, revolving around school, her dormitory, and a library before graduation, and later, her office, dormitory, and the library after starting work. She had only a couple of friends and limited interactions, resulting in her maintaining the appearance of a university student even after years of employment. Her friends occasionally teased her about being a graduate school landmine. The body she now inhabited closely resembled her original form, even sharing the same faint freckles on her face. Jiang Shui believed she would not survive more than a month. Yet unexpectedly, she encountered Jiang You. Reflecting on the story, Jiang Yu's character was destined to perish at the hands of the heroine at the tender age of 19. Thus, Jiang Yu was merely 17 or 18 now, in the bloom of youth. During a recent conversation, Jiang Yu had mentioned finishing her college entrance exams just before the apocalypse. The infamous black soy sauce master seemed far less ruthless than depicted in the book. Jiang Shui clutched the strawberry-flavored candy Jiang Yu had given her, recalling how Jiang Yu had playfully remarked that her thick glasses resembled cute little bottle caps. She felt her cheeks warm. When she praised someone, her expression was so sincere, as if she genuinely found their eyes adorable. Suddenly, she shook her head, waking herself from a reverie, and slapped her cheeks vigorously. No, the master is not so amiable. I must not lose myself in illusions, for such folly leads to dire consequences. Yet, after a few minutes of hesitation, she glanced at the candy in her palm. How could a girl who loves strawberry candy turn out to be so wicked? After much deliberation, Jiang Shui finally popped the strawberry candy in her mouth, cheeks puffed out. That night, Jiang Shui dreamed of Jiang Yu remaining untainted, perpetually kind. However, in the end, she still met a tragic fate, with Jiang Yu standing resolutely in front of her, bloodied yet unyielding. Little bottle cap, don't be afraid, I'll protect you. She lay curled in a corner of the air raid shelter. Upon waking, tears streamed from her eyes, tracing down her nose and pooling in the other eye. Others in the shelter remained asleep, and she dared not cry aloud. Yet, the thought of Jiang Yu's demise in her dream made her bite her lip tightly. In the book, Jiang Yu's character was fated for death from the moment of her introduction. Every word and phrase foreshadowed her end. Yet now, this was not merely a story. This was a tangible reality. How could such a wonderful person meet such a tragic end? For the first time, Jiang Shui felt a desire to alter the course of events. However, unbeknownst to her, the wicked master she idolized had already meticulously planned her demise. Chapter 70, Pray the gentle little rabbit in her eyes, was but a wolf clad in sheep's clothing. Jiang Yu had never succumbed to darkness. She had always been shrouded in it. Song Chung had secretly observed Jiang Shui for some time. The girl was rather fair of face. Day in and day out, she wore thick glasses, her petite stature complemented by a slightly flattened nose and a sprinkling of freckles. She exuded an endearing, naive charm, reminiscent of the foolish road deer from his hometown's woods, easily deceived. Yet, what could be achieved by deceiving her? Just then, the naive Jiang Shui turned her head and caught Song Chung staring. Brother Song, is there something you need? Nothing. I merely noticed your nearsightedness appears quite severe. It's all right. I have my glasses. No sooner had Jiang Shui spoken than she stumbled and fell, her face meeting the ground. The fabric holding her glasses slipped, and they clattered onto the stones, producing a clear, sharp sound. Without her glasses, her vision immediately blurred, and she squinted, frantically searching around her while propping herself up. Ah, my glasses. Brother Song, could you help me find them? Song Chung glanced at the glasses that had landed a step away on the cobblestones. Their thickness was comparable to that of a bottle cap. The arms of the glasses were gone, replaced by two worn-out fabric strips. However, The right lens was cracked, resembling a spider's web. He picked them up, blew off the debris, and handed them to Jiang You. Thank you, Brother Song. Jiang You cautiously touched the broken lens, but the fragmented pieces crumbled away, leaving only an empty black circular frame. She brushed away the shards of glass, carefully placed the frame on her nose, and deftly tied the fabric strips behind her head, revealing a smile of relief. Thank goodness I still have one eye to see. Brother Song, I truly appreciate your help. Her optimism was infectious. Song Chung shook his head, about to say something, when Jiang Shui abruptly turned and ran away, as if pursued by some fearsome creature. Song Chung frowned. Was he truly so frightening? Why was she fleeing? Jiang Shui raced back to her sleeping quarters, leaning against the wall as she gasped for breath. Fortunately, I run fast. Brother Song is one of the male supporting characters in the book, though he doesn't appear often. Thankfully, I remember. According to the laws of the novel, relationships with male supporting characters often ended poorly. What if he took a liking to me? The fates of those whom the male supporting character favored, besides the female lead, were invariably dire. I must keep my distance. Half a month later, Jiang You returned to the park to fish, accompanied by Zhuang. After they finished, before reaching the air raid shelter, she spotted two figures peering around a large rock by the path. Jiang Shui stood on tiptoe, one finger poking through the empty glass's frame, pressing it against her right, while squinting her left eye into a narrow line. Yet 100 meters away, everything was obscured. Tai, I just heard the lady say that the fisher has returned. Do you think it's Jiang You? Hurry, I'm so anxious. Zhang Tai scoffed. I know you're anxious, but hold on a moment. I'm looking. Yes, it is her, and she yes with the Zhuang. I won't mistake that fierce one. Upon hearing Zhang Tai's assurance, Jiang Shui immediately pushed him aside and dashed towards Jiang Yu. Zhang Tai rolled his eyes. Used and discarded, typical woman. Previously, Jiang Yu visited every couple of days, but this time, she had been absent for half a month. Jiang Shui had thought Jiang Yu had changed her haunts. Although she wished to follow Jiang Yu, she understood that, with her disposition, Jiang Yu would not keep useless little followers around. During this time, she had been catching fish daily, enough to last her 2 days, albeit unseasoned and fishy. Yet, she felt quite satisfied, especially when many survivors had nothing to eat. Furthermore, vegetables in the countryside were fertilized with organic manure, providing a different taste, whereas those grown with chemical fertilizers were even tastier. What did it matter how the fish were raised as long as the flesh was edible? However, halfway there, she suddenly found herself at a loss for words. After all, her relationship with Jiang Yu was not particularly close. If she acted too strangely, might it raise Jiang Yu's suspicions? Jiang Shui fiddled with her fingers, feeling conflicted. Jiang Yu glanced at the empty side of her glass's frame and waved her hand. Jiang Shui's mood brightened instantly, and she hurried over. Why is one of your lenses missing? Has someone bullied you? Jiang Yu inquired. Her brow furrowed as she tied a piece of twine to a stick, the rope clearly having been used multiple times, with several sections gnawed by fish and reknotted. Jiang Shui quickly shook her head. No, I fell myself. Really, after you greeted Brother Song, no one dared to bully me anymore. Thank you so much. Jiang Yu smiled faintly. That's good. Are you hungry? Let me treat you to a chicken leg. After all, this character from the book had provided her with valuable information, aiding her in gathering supplies. It would be nothing to treat her to some delicacies before her demise. However, unexpectedly, Jiang Shui shook her head repeatedly, declining the offer. No, I've been eating fish from the lake, and it's perfectly fine. You've already given me a lighter, a pot, and salt. I'm very grateful. Though she longed to accept, she knew she must refrain. The gifts from the revered master required equal exchange, lest she devour her way to an early end. Hearing Jiang Shui's thoughts, Jiang Yu did not press further. Jiang Shui sat quietly beside her, watching the Zhuang leap into the lake, emerging with wriggling carp hanging from him and skillfully assisting in removing them, tossing them into a low grassy nook nearby. At times, when pulling too hard, the Zhuang would glance at her, prompting her to quickly release her grip, then struggle to pry open the fish's mouth, gently freeing them. The Zhuang would then meow proudly, casting a smug look at Jiang Yu, as if to say, take note and observe how to serve me. Chapter 71. The man-eating tree, however, upon making eye contact with Jiang You, it immediately shrank back in fear. With a low growl, it leaped into the lake, thrashing about to catch carp. As the task neared completion, Jiang You collected the fish into her space. Zhang Shui could not help but inquire, "What have you been occupied with these past few days? It has been a while since you last came to catch fish for Lord Dazhuang." Her respectful title made Lord Dazhuang feel quite pleased, believing this human possessed considerable potential. Jiang Yu nodded, then casually remarked, "Indeed, I have been searching for a suitable mutated plant for myself, but I have yet to find one despite my lengthy search. Thus, I am here to catch some fish for Dazhuang before I continue my search." In reality, she had upgraded her training regimen, undergoing intense training for half a month, which was why she had not visited. During her secluded training, that psychic zombie had finally been exhausted, acting erratically throughout the day. However, she had not found a second psychic zombie and had to make do with the one she had. Her agility training had progressed from a 1-to-6 ratio to an impressive 1-to-9. Now, facing 9 second-tier zombies simultaneously, she remained utterly unperturbed. As for her daily close-quarters combat, she no longer used the warehouse as a training ground. Instead, she ventured wherever zombies were plentiful, employing sound and blood to attract nearby zombies, then engaging them directly with cold weapons alongside Dazhuang. It was only through raw, unrefined, close combat that one could fully unleash the potential of the human body. To an observer, Jiang Yu's physique seemed largely unchanged from half a month prior, yet she radiated an aura reminiscent of a sharp sword. Even when standing still, she instilled fear. If she had once been a wolf, brimming with raw energy, now she exuded an indefinable quality akin to a lion lurking in the grasslands. Even in repose, there was an implicit sense of danger. Upon hearing her mention the search for mutated plants, Zhang Shuhui paused momentarily. Dazhuang, who was licking a carp, heard Jiang Yu's words and failed to comprehend why she would share this information with the seemingly ineffectual human before her, who exhibited no combat capability whatsoever. That small head of hers was hardly worth the effort of a single swipe. Was she truly expecting assistance in finding mutated plants? May I ask why you were searching for mutated plants? Zhang Shui hesitated to voice her question. Oh no, could it be that she would soon encounter the female protagonist? The protagonist was a plant-based evolver, and if she recalled correctly, her first plant crystal nucleus was obtained in City A. Surely they would not cross paths? Jiang You observed her alarmed, yet feigned calm demeanor, catching whispers of her thoughts. I have scoured nearly all of City A, but have yet to discover a suitable mutated plant. I did find a mutated fungus once, but it reeked unbearably and was utterly unusable. Zhang Shui glanced at Jiang Yu's slightly furrowed brow, nervously clutching the large white rabbit milk candy that Jiang Yu had given her, feeling conflicted. Thoughts burst forth one after another, yet none bore any significance. Jiang Yu suppressed the impulse to twist the head off this incessantly chattering girl. Do you think I overlooked something? Upon hearing this, Zhang Shui instantly felt a surge of anxiety, adjusting her glasses in a flurry. Haha, how would I know? She stammered awkwardly. Her overly emphatic denial only served to confirm Jiang Yu's suspicion. It seemed she was indeed aware of something. If I truly cannot find it, then so be it. Such matters often boil down to luck. Perhaps someday fortune will lead me to it, Jiang Yu mused. What do you think? What luck? Lord, you must be missing something. It is undoubtedly in the basement of the Central Museum in City A. The protagonist's first plant crystal nucleus was found there. However, I cannot reveal this information to you. Doing so would be tantamount to sending you to your doom. After all, the protagonist barely survived the encounter with that mutated plant. Venturing there alone would be equivalent to delivering oneself as a meal. Zhang Shui smiled awkwardly. I don't know, truly I don't. If I had any inkling, I would surely inform you. However, perhaps you might consider. Just as Zhang Shui intended to subtly hint at the museum's location, she suddenly felt a searing pain in her head. It was as if her skull were about to burst. A warmth spread across her nose, and she sensed something trickling out. Jiang Yu fixed her gaze on her. You have a nosebleed. Oh, haha. I have been eating too much fish lately. It may have caused some heat. She struggled to explain through her headache, continuing, Have you checked the city's central area? As she spoke, A piercing pain surged through her head, and the world around her turned crimson, her eyes stinging, and her face felt flushed. I apologize. It seems my conjunctivitis has flared up. She was about to wipe her eyes when Jiang You offered her a packet of tissue, stating calmly, "No, your eyes are bleeding." "What?" Zhang Shuhui wiped her face with the back of her hand, only to discover it smeared with blood. "What is happening? Is this a spoiler? Why does it happen whenever I try to say something?" Zhang Shuhui felt a wave of frustration wash over her. At that moment, with blood streaming from her nose and tears staining her face, coupled with her thick bangs, she appeared quite terrifying, reminiscent of a ghost from a horror film. Yet, this very predicament ignited a fierce determination within her. What kind of cursed limitation was this? As the protagonist once said, "My fate is governed by me, not by heaven." The more they tried to silence her, the more she felt compelled to speak. If worst came to worst, she could always return to find her mother. "You gulped." Before she could finish her sentence, a mouthful of blood spewed forth. Had Jiang You not dodged quickly, she would have been splattered. Seeing that she intended to persist, Jiang You hastily intervened to prevent her from continuing her reckless behavior, for Zhang Shuhui still held some usefulness. "All right, you should return and rest properly. I have matters to attend to. By the way, I recall the Central Museum has a vast fossil garden. It is likely to contain numerous rare plants. You might find something there." She left behind a packet of brown sugar before departing briskly. Zhang Shuhui stood rooted in place, speechless. Dazhuang lay sprawled on the ground, licking its paws, the scorching sun bathing its thick fur, making it feel as though it had been tossed into boiling water. Yet, it could scarcely muster the energy to move. Though the heat was intense, it had grown accustomed to such temperatures. Eventually, it was dragged away by its tail. As it left, it overheard Zhang Shuhui's frantic thoughts. "No way. How could it be such a coincidence? Of all the places, why must it be that one? There lies a monstrous man-eating tree." As the protagonist's first plant crystal nucleus, the book describes that tree in vivid detail. Prior to mutation, it was already notorious as a man-eating tree. After mutation, it ensnares nearby creatures with its vines, strangling them before secreting corrosive liquid to aid in digestion. It is absolutely untouchable. One must not approach it. "I'm feeling dizzy. I think I see my great-grandmother." Jiang Yu's mind began to race. A man-eating tree? Vines? Corrosive liquid? She recalled the tree spirits she had encountered in Cthulhu-themed literature. It sounded rather intriguing. As for whether the protagonist's fortune is indeed hers, that remains a topic open to debate. Fortune is a curious entity. Whoever seizes it claims it as their own. The protagonist's encounter is her fortune, and now that she is aware of it, it naturally belongs to her. Before departing, Jiang You entrusted Yang Jiao with a packet of instant noodles, requesting her to escort Zhang Shuhui back to prevent her from falling into the lake and being devoured by fish. On the way to the museum, Jiang You gazed at the sky, lost in thought, her eyes fixed on the horizon. It is unutterable. Does the heavens impose limitations? Is it that this world is but a book, thus Zhang Shuhui cannot freely divulge the plot? She merely wishes to live her life, indifferent to the identity of the protagonist. The grand ambitions of the protagonist are of no concern to her. Realizing that her existence is merely a puppet on the pages of another's narrative is already disheartening enough. At this moment, she walked against the light, the golden sunlight casting a gilded sheen upon her hair, as if she were destined to ride the winds back home. Zhang Shuhui observed her retreating figure, blood staining her face in 4 streaks, rendering her somewhat dazed. The entire narrative of the book revolves around the protagonist, while Jiang You is merely one of the antagonists. In essence, her existence equates to that of a formidable boss in a game, whose ultimate fate is death. The protagonist accumulates various extraordinary treasures, and with each acquisition, an antagonist is nearly certain to perish. When treasures change hands, the previous owner is destined to meet their end. Jiang You departed, fading into the sunset. Zhang Shuhui sat upon a stone, clutching a chicken leg, her expression vacant, the blood on her face smeared haphazardly with the back of her hand. If I cannot discuss any plot, what purpose does my golden finger serve? Initially, she had hoped to leverage her knowledge to become Jiang Yu's loyal follower, merely striving to survive. Alas, little Kalami, it seems, is doomed. When Yang Jiao approached, she found Jiang You sitting on the stone, cradling her head, with a packet of cube-shaped brown sugar tucked into her waistband, eliciting a fresh wave of envy. To be candid, she envied Jiang Yu's fortuitous circumstances. How could she be so fortunate? Resembling Jiang Yu's younger sister. Every time Jiang Yu visited, she brought a morsel of food and specifically instructed Song Cheng to protect her. Were it not for Jiang Yu's intervention, this girl would have likely perished long ago. Though the lakeside offers fish to eat, starvation is not the immediate threat. However, among the survivors in this park-like setting, a significant portion have fallen victim to their own kind. Yang Jiao is not one to meddle in others' affairs, but since Jiang Yu holds this girl in high regard, fostering a relationship with her may not be a disadvantage. After all, Jiang Yu is not one to easily warm to just anyone. Chapter 72. A sense of peril, what is troubling you? Jiang Hui, lost in thought, was suddenly jolted by a gentle tap on her shoulder. It was Yang Jiao, who effortlessly settled beside her. Oh, it's you, Sister Yang. Zhang adjusted her glasses, perched on her nose, a hint of foolishness in her expression. It's nothing. Just feeling a bit down. Down? Yang Jiao chuckled softly, perceiving that Shu Hui was merely idle. Surviving in these dire times was a blessing. Who had the luxury to dwell on sorrow? Stop sitting here. I'll take you back. Your eyes and nose are bleeding. It's quite ghastly to behold in broad daylight. One might think you just escaped from haunted house. At her words, Zhang Shui pressed her lips together, summoning the courage to speak. Sister Yang, if you were to find yourself in an unfamiliar place where no one is known to you, and then encounter a person fated to die, especially if that person is your friend, what would you do? The character Jiang You seemed to foreshadow her tragic fate from the very first line. Zhang felt a sinking dread that she too would eventually perish among the hordes of the undead, her demise unnoticed by anyone. Yet, she was unwilling to accept such an end. She yearned to survive. What if she died without ever returning to the real world? The moment of stubbornness she had just experienced faded, leaving her trembling with fear. Friend? Yang Jiao glanced at her, squinting against the breeze, carrying a faint scent from the lake. A friend who stabs you in the back, or one who assists you in times of need? The latter, Zhang Shui replied, plucking 2 leaves and expertly crumpling them to staunch the flow of blood from her nose. She had done this before when struck and found it effective. Jiang Yu had indeed been a true ally, as without her care, Zhang might have already met her end. She recalled the survivors who had shared the shelter with her just a day prior, now vanished without a trace. They were all weaker souls, much like herself. If it were me, it would be simple. The first step is to survive, and the second is to ensure my friends also endure, even if death is inevitable. It need not come just yet. After all, every life is destined to end eventually, through accidents, illness, or the ravages of time. No one can escape the finality of death. What we can determine is what to do while we still breathe. Yang Jiao offered a few words of comfort, though she was not particularly skilled in soothing others. With a pat on Zhang's shoulder, she helped her to her feet and guided her back to the shelter. Then, she departed, busy with her own survival in a world where each outing was a brush with death. Her only concern was what to eat next. Who had time to wallow in sorrow? Emotions, after all, only emerged from idleness. Zhang Shui adopted a more laid-back attitude. As long as there were fish in the lake, she would fish. When that failed, she would nibble on foliage. She never ventured far from the shelter, fully aware that stepping beyond the park's confines meant certain death at the hands of the undead. She felt fortunate that her arrival in this world had not landed her in a perilous place. Otherwise, she would have surely met her demise. What we can do is determine how to live. After Yang Jiao left, Zhang Shui murmured the last thought to herself, and behind her thick lenses, something flickered in her eyes. Yes, we can decide what to do while we are alive. She resolved to follow Jiang You, determined not to remain a useless burden, but to become a valuable asset. Everyone is born with purpose. Even a rotten wooden log can serve as firewood. She would not be a worthless waste. As long as Jiang You and the female protagonist remained 2 divergent paths, the tragic events scripted could be avoided. Jiang You would survive, and she too had a chance to cling to life. Since I have arrived, It implies that the narrative is not entirely immutable. Otherwise, how could I have suddenly appeared in this realm? The power of the plot is not absolute. Yes, that essay, as someone with profound self-awareness, Jiang You believed it wiser to cling to the formidable figure of Jiang You rather than rely on her own courage to navigate this apocalypse. Jiang Yu's survival into the later stages indicated her strength. Aligning with her was preferable to wandering aimlessly alone. Moreover, she would endeavor to assist Jiang You in rewriting her fate, ensuring she steered clear of the protagonist. If she remained distant from her, death could be avoided. Yes, that is settled. With newfound resolve, Jiang You radiated vitality. She would protect her golden ally. Her new goal was to become a useful follower of the esteemed leader. That night, Jiang You nestled in a corner of the shelter, clutching her meager belongings. Two men approached her cautiously. One whispered. Song Chung said we should look after this girl. Do you think we'll face his wrath for this? What of it? He can mind his own brothers. Why should he control us? We haven't taken anything from him. I tell you, this girl has caught the eye of an ability user. Today, I saw that user give her something, most likely food. Who knows what treasures might be hidden in her backpack? We could just grab it and run. There are several survivor enclaves in this park. We don't have to stay here. Besides, this girl is quite the character. Last time, I lured her out of Song Cheng's territory with roasted rat meat, but she just stood there, sniffing the air like a dog, while munching on the greenery. Who knew someone could be so tenacious? What a peculiar creature. The two men conversed in hushed tones, inching closer to Jiang You. One brandished a dagger, ready to strike her neck, when suddenly, a ringing sound pierced the air. The blade halted, as if held back by an unseen force. What the hell is going on? Something's stopping it. The noise stirred Jiang You from her slumber. She opened her eyes to see a man poised with a dagger, straining to push it forward. But unable to do so, while others could not perceive it, she distinctly felt a transparent ripple enveloping her, forming a protective barrier. Its shape resembled a pot lid or perhaps a turtle shell. Undeterred, the man thrust the knife several more times, yet each attempt was thwarted by the ethereal shield. Jiang You stared in bewilderment at this transparent barrier. What is this? A novice protection circle? But why did it only appear now? Or is it when I was being brutally beaten? What in the world is happening? Didn't you say this girl was just an ordinary person? By now, others in the shelter had been roused by the commotion. In this apocalyptic world, sleep was shallow. Any disturbance would awaken the weary. Though they stirred, none showed an inclination to intervene. What did it matter who died, as long as they themselves survived? Yet, faced with so many pairs of eyes, the two men panicked. One individual was the first to react, seizing a dagger and fleeing, followed closely by another. The two swiftly exited the air raid shelter, vanishing into the night. Jiang You stared blankly at their retreating figures, recalling that these two men had been quite cordial with her just days prior. It was unfathomable that they harbored intentions to end her life. The others, witnessing the confrontation directed at Jiang You and seeing the assailants had already escaped, muttered a few words and clustered together in small groups to resume their rest. Only Jiang You felt like an outlier, unable to integrate into any of the small factions. She clutched her tattered denim backpack tightly to her chest, leaning against the wall, too frightened to sleep. As she leaned against the stone wall, she warily observed everyone around her, convinced that they all wished her harm. The protective barrier that had enveloped her moments earlier had gone unnoticed by the other survivors who had just awakened. Yet, one individual who had been attentively watching her had perceived everything. That figure, unable to find rest, stealthily exited the air raid shelter and approached Song Chung. Brother Song, Brother Song. Song Chung was asleep when a panicked figure rushed in. This person had been stationed along the perimeter of the third air raid shelter to keep an eye on Jiang You. He had long suspected that Jiang You would not extend unusual care to someone merely because she bore a resemblance to a deceased acquaintance. Even her frequent visits under the guise of fishing for Dazhuang seemed to be veiled intentions directed at Jiang You. After all, each time she came, she would engage in conversation with Jiang You and bestow supplies upon her. Such public displays of generosity in front of the other survivors were akin to placing her on a spit over a fire. Originally, Jiang You had opportunities to integrate into other survivor groups, but Jiang Yu's actions had rendered her distinctively singular among the crowd. The others felt a mix of envy and resentment, but refrained from inviting her into their circles, perceiving her as someone under the protection of another. Yet, the crux of the matter was that while Jiang You conveyed such a message to the outside world, she had not genuinely shielded Zhang Shuhui under her wings. Nor had she made a concerted effort to safeguard Zhang Shuhui's life at critical moments. The phrase critical moments was indeed worthy of scrutiny. The individual spoke in a flurry. "Brother Song, guess what I just witnessed?" "Speak quickly." Song Chung tossed a piece of bread to him. The individual caught it and continued hastily. "Zhang Shuhui, the woman with the thick glasses. She seems to possess supernatural abilities." Chapter 73. The Museum Ability User? Song Chung felt a tightening in his throat, momentarily taken aback, before bursting into laughter. I knew it. How could Jiang Yu become so familiar with someone else? She is not that easygoing of a person. But how did she discern that Zhang Shuhui is an ability user? Could it be that she had seen her inadvertently before? Moreover, this Zhang Shuhui has hidden herself quite well, revealing her true nature only now. As the man voraciously devoured his bread, he recounted what he had witnessed. Stirring Yang Jiao from her slumber. Upon hearing the man's description, Yang Jiao murmured, "Doesn't it feel like Zhang Shuhui has just awakened her abilities?" She probably didn't even know before this, right? If she had known, she wouldn't have been bullied so badly. That is unlikely. Song Chung shook his head. If Zhang Shuhui had just awakened, how could Jiang Yu have known she was an ability user and approached her? Is she some sort of oracle? Yang Jiao pondered. Perhaps Jiang Yu was unaware that Zhang Shuhui would awaken her abilities as well. However, even she found it hard to believe her own words. Observing that the others had begun to strategize, she kept her silence. Well, it is what it is. Speaking further would be futile. But judging by Song Cheng's demeanor, it seems he intends to court Zhang Shuhui. However, considering this plan has only arisen now, it may be too late. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu rode her modified electric scooter at maximum speed, with Dazhuang perched on the back, a horde of zombies trailing behind them, screaming in a frenzy. She swaggered through the forsaken city. The number of survivors in this abandoned metropolis had dwindled significantly, yet the zombies remained in vast numbers. As she approached her destination, Jiang Yu halted before a wall, swiftly stowing her scooter away and nimbly scaling a small vehicle to leap over the wall, with Dazhuang closely following. In the blink of an eye, the two vanished from sight, leaving the horde of zombies momentarily aimless, causing them to erupt in chaotic roars before dispersing like scattered sand. After vaulting over several walls, Jiang Yu entered another district. Crossing a winding avenue, a vintage building loomed before her, the Central Museum, an expansion built upon the foundation of an ancient city tower. Jiang Yu recalled visiting the museum during a school-organized trip in her elementary years, her memories hazy yet present. The museum comprised 3 floors above ground and 1 subterranean level. The upper 3 floors displayed antiques from various eras, while the basement housed a vast garden of living fossils, showcasing an array of ancient and rare plants and fossils. Perched on a wall across the street, Jiang Yu furrowed her brow as she surveyed the museum. A large gathering of zombies congregated at the entrance. Just 2 days prior, during her routine training, she had passed by the area. The museum was typically deserted, and the outbreak had resulted in even fewer zombies. Yet now, the throng of zombies desperately pushing inside signified one thing. Someone had entered, and those individuals had inexplicably drawn a multitude of zombies in their wake. The zombies, akin to frenzied elders scrambling for eggs, howled and surged towards the museum, completely devoid of rational thought. Some even tore at the flesh of their fellow zombies while pushing forward, oblivious to the presence of Jiang Yu and Dazhuang nearby. The grand entrance, originally several antique wooden doors, succumbed to the relentless onslaught of zombies, swinging wide open. As the initial wave entered, the subsequent zombies continued to press forward, some tumbling into the lotus ponds flanking the stairs, which were devoid of water. Only muddy remnants remained. The zombies that fell in resembled battered, sticky fried chicken, though this chicken could still move. Jiang Yu frowned slightly, gazing at the grand building ahead. Dazhuang, it seems we are not the first to arrive. Meow. Without hesitation, Dazhuang declared, "Let us do this." With a flick of his tongue, revealing sharp claws and a bloodthirsty grin, he leapt from the wall, sprawling his forepaws and dashing into the horde of zombies, eliciting low growls from the surrounding creatures. Seeing this, Jiang You smiled knowingly, flicking her wrist to summon a machete that materialized in her grip. She too jumped down. Indeed, let us just do it. Though she could devise a method to divert the horde and stealthily return, that would consume too much time. Many situations change with delay. The sharp machete gleamed ominously under the moonlight, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper's scythe harvesting lives among the zombies. Upon noticing the new human presence, the zombies shifted their focus, lunging towards her with outstretched claws, their putrid stench overwhelming even in the night air. Jiang You wielded her machete deftly, severing several zombies before they could even approach, carving a bloody path through the horde. Meanwhile, within a hidden chamber on the third floor of the museum, a group of individuals rested. The chamber's door was firmly shut from the inside, secured by a massive display case. Within the case lay a millennia-old female corpse. It was said that when unearthed, her visage was rosy and lifelike, as if she were merely asleep. However, the moment the coffin was opened, her features aged rapidly, transforming into a desiccated body, which the museum later preserved. Now, the mummified remains were unrecognizable, embedded in dried yellow clay, revealing only a vague outline. Among the 8 individuals present, 2 women, for young men, and 2 middle-aged men. The short-haired man exuded an air of leadership. These individuals, survivors from the nearby Bailong base, had ventured into the city on a mission to gather supplies and weapons. However, they had not anticipated that from the 25 who set out, only 8 remained alive. The others were either lost to fate or had perished along the way. All of this upheaval stemmed from their decision to rescue an elderly woman. The short-haired man's gaze fell upon the 2 distraught women, one particularly striking, her eyes red-rimmed with tears of guilt. "It's all my fault. If I hadn't insisted on saving that old lady, none of this would have happened. I brought calamity upon everyone." Her tear-streaked face evoked sympathy among the group. Yet they could not bring themselves to blame her. Bai Qingwei bit her lip, her eyes filled with regret. Suddenly, she seemed to resolve something, lifting her gaze to the short-haired man. "Captain, it's all my fault. I will go out and draw away the zombies, giving everyone a chance to survive." She attempted to stand, but the short-haired man pressed her shoulder down firmly, his voice low and steady. "Qingwei, don't act rashly. This is not your fault. In this world, death lurks at every corner. It is fate." Beside them, a round-faced girl subtly rolled her eyes, wishing to speak, but a red-haired man gently gestured for her to remain silent, causing her to swallow her words. If Jiang You were present, he would likely recognize the man with the fiery red hair as Lei Xing, the renowned captain of the Thunder Squad from the neighborhood. However, he now sports a greater amount of dark stubble at the roots of his hair, and the once arrogant and haughty demeanor on his face has considerably diminished. His physique appears leaner than before, and a menacing scar stretches from the outer edge of his right eyebrow to the left contour of his jawline. The stitching of the wound appears rather crude, and from a distance, the sutures resemble centipedes crawling across his visage, imparting an unsettling aura. He interrupted the doll-faced girl, attempting to prevent her from speaking further for fear of her becoming a target. Yet he himself was unable to restrain his own feelings. Chapter 74. Do you hate me, a Xing? Captain Su, that is not how the matter stands. If not for Bai Qingwei's reckless decision to bring that elderly woman to our base, we would not have lost over 20 lives, Lei Xing stated, his tone laced with bitterness. Su Bin, the captain of their group and the one who had comforted Bai Qingwei, merely scoffed at Lei Xing's words. At that moment, no one had anticipated that the elderly woman harbored malicious intent against them. It was unjust to place the blame solely on Bai Qingwei. Her intention was merely to save a life. If, in this apocalyptic world, we were to forsake even the most fundamental aspects of humanity, what meaning would our existence hold? Moreover, if everyone possessed the foresight to predict the future, then the Thunder Squad would not have been reduced to just you. By that logic, are you not also culpable? Lei Xing's eyes widened in shock. The calamity that befell the Thunder Squad was a wound that would never heal. His most trusted brothers, his dearest friends, perished in that battle. Su Bin's words struck a nerve, yet Lei Xing did not refute the accusation. He understood that he must shoulder his share of the blame. I admit it. I bear a significant portion of the responsibility for what happened to the Thunder Squad. I accept that burden. But Bai Qingwei, do you dare acknowledge your responsibility today? Lei Xing's gaze bore into Bai Qingwei. When you insisted on bringing that elderly woman along, did no one warn you that every ordinary person who has survived in this city has done so by being cautious? Did you listen? Did you believe? You gambled with your comrades' lives to showcase your benevolence. Even knowing that your actions could lead to death, you still feigned kindness and sheltered that old woman. If you truly were compassionate, why did you not consider the potential crisis your actions could provoke? Her life may be pitiable, but must our team pay the price with our lives? Every word he uttered was a direct attack on Bai Qingwei, revealing a deep-seated animosity between them. Su Bin was displeased with Lei Xing's aggressive demeanor, but now was not the time for infighting. If they were at the base, he would have dealt with this arrogant young man. Bai Qingwei stood there, her mouth slightly agape, disbelief etched on her face, tears shimmering at the corners of her eyes. She had never imagined that her moment of compassion could lead to such devastation. She had merely seen the elderly woman, reminded of her own elders, and could not bear to watch her kneel in despair. Yet, Lei Xing's accusations pierced her heart with every syllable. As she recalled the familiar faces of those who had shared laughter with her, now either devoured or transformed into monstrous zombies, all due to her obstinacy. She felt herself slipping into a daze. I just wanted to save her. Seeing her in such despair, Su Bin could no longer restrain himself. He stepped in to pull Lei Xing away. Lei Xing, this is not your Thunder Squad. Here, I am a captain. If you wish to remain, it would be wise to learn to keep your mouth shut. In this world where everyone is consumed by fear and self-preservation, Bai Qingwei's qualities are precious. I do not favor her. I simply wish to protect our last remnants of humanity. Keep quiet? Am I wrong in what I say? This is not the first time. And you say you're not partial to her? Those who favor one side always claim to be fair. Lei Xing shouted, his forehead veins bulging, accentuating the scar that ran across his face. Every time she attempted to do good, calamity followed, yet she remained unscathed, while her comrades paid with their lives. You always claim she has learned her lesson and will change, but each time she promises, she forgets in an instant. And why must we pay with our lives to help her remember this lesson? You are the captain of us all, not merely her captain. You must be responsible for all your team members. This sentiment seemed to resonate with Su Bin, yet it echoed in the recesses of his own mind. Once, the siblings Hao Jun and Hao Hong had advised him similarly, but he had been unable to heed their words. Everyone knew that Bai Qingwei was inherently kind-hearted. Although the current peril stemmed from her unilateral decision to bring the elderly woman to their temporary refuge, she had not faced excessive blame until now. Yet, Lei Xing's words struck a chord, stirring discomfort among the group. Indeed, so many lives had been lost this time, and she had engaged in similar reckless acts before. Each time she tried to help, others bore the risks. Why must they suffer for her? Why should they risk their lives to aid her growth? As the saying goes, experience is the best teacher. Yet, Bai Qingwei, time and again, acted out of kindness, only to bring about disaster, while she remained untouched by the consequences. Her companions paid the price in blood, and she never seemed to learn from those lessons. She continued to act on her own whims, heedless of the repercussions, instilling fear among the others. Moreover, her uncanny luck allowed her to emerge unscathed, while those around her faced dire fates. This time, it was others who perished. Perhaps next time, it would be themselves. The gathering felt a collective sense of realization, their gazes towards Bai Qingwei tinged with reproach. After Lei Xing's tirade, he exhaled deeply. His eyes red as he spoke hoarsely. Captain Su, did you not ask me why only I survived from the Thunder Squad? What? Su Bin was momentarily taken aback, surprised by the abrupt shift in topic. They were aware of the Thunder Squad's demise, but knew nothing of the underlying reasons, as Lei Xing had never shared them before. With a bitter smile, Lei Xing pointed at Bai Qingwei. It was because of her. In the past, I was as arrogant and overconfident as you are now, believing I could control everything. We encountered Bai Qingwei and rescued her. She was so beautiful and kind, Unlike the ruthless survivors around me who were driven by self-preservation, I was drawn to her, convinced I could protect her. But then she sheltered a child who had been bitten by a zombie, despite knowing I was responsible for examining him, and chose to hide the truth because she felt pity. Later that night, the child turned into a zombie and attacked 2 of our teammates, while Bai Qingwei escaped unscathed to relieve herself. Bai Qingwei shook her head, tears streaming down her face. I didn't mean to. I regretted it so much. I never thought it would escalate to such severity. I thought, what if he had been bitten by a wild animal? Then she concealed from us that she had given supplies to a nearby group of survivors, inadvertently revealing our resources to them. Like wolves that have tasted blood, they relentlessly pursued us, leading to another wave of zombies, and many more lives were lost. Bai Qingwei, no. I truly did not intend for this to happen. I just thought that since we had so many supplies, why not help others? Before she could finish, Lei Xing roared in fury. Shut up. Extra supplies? You fool. What do you see extra supplies? Each of us barely eats enough to fill our stomachs. Do you think we're on a diet? Bai Qingwei covered her face, weeping, nearly gasping for breath. Her face was as pale as a ghost, as if she might faint at any moment. Yet, Lei Xing did not pause for a moment, recounting the tragedies that had befallen due to her reckless kindness. Finally, for the last time, as she uttered these words, tears streamed down Lei Xing's face, a mixture of laughter and sorrow, her mind wandering back to past events. She found the woman before her to be both pitiful and absurd, as well as contemptible. We could never have imagined, never fathom, that she would show compassion for a zombie. With tears in his eyes, he gazed at the woman, who was striking even in her sorrow, bitterly expressing his thoughts. She had deemed a zombie worthy of pity, releasing it from its iron cage, allowing it to roam free. Simply because the zombie's decayed body bore traces of its former handsomeness, its pale skin hinting at a time when it was human. She believed it might regain its consciousness and revert to humanity. Yet, that zombie was a third-tier creature, an unprecedented existence. In that instance, all perished, everyone was lost. The scar on my face is a reminder of my own folly, a self-inflicted mark to ensure I never forget the foolishness of my past. I should never have saved her, nor should I have entangled myself with her. Bai Qingwei lifted her head, clear tears cascading down her cheeks as she looked at Lei Xing, weeping. But it was I who saved you. If I hadn't rescued you, you too would have fallen victim to the zombie king. I dragged you from the pile of corpses, carrying you for what felt like an eternity. I sacrificed my last provisions for you, subsisting on leaves while my feet were blistered, yet I bore you until I reached safety, only then daring to collapse. I treated you as my own kin. So is Xing. Do you truly hate me? Yes, then why did you save me? Had you not intervened, I could have killed you without a second thought, without the weight of guilt. Hao Hong and Hao Jun are dead. Huang Mao is dead, and so is Hans. Everyone is gone. Why are you the only one left unscathed? Why is it that you, the architect of this tragedy, remain alive? Why did you choose to save me? Why did you not let me perish there? Lei Xing covered his face, weeping bitterly. He loathed Bai Qingwei for the demise of everyone. He despised himself, too, for being the catalyst of this calamity. Without his indulgence, Bai Qingwei would never have caused so much devastation. Chapter 75. The Cat That Seeks Vengeance. Su Bin suddenly recalled the first moment he laid eyes on Bai Qingwei. At that time, they were setting up camp outside the White Dragon base. According to the regulations of the base, newly arrived survivors were required to register in the safe zone outside and remain there for 24 hours to confirm they were free of infection before entering the base. It was during this period that a bloodied figure emerged from the woods, her body marked with numerous small wounds, her clothing torn by thorns. Despite her diminutive stature, she carried a companion on her back who was taller than herself. She stepped out of the forest, each movement painstakingly slow, yet resolutely firm. Even with her feet in a state of disarray, she did not relinquish her seemingly lifeless friend. In that moment, her crystalline gaze pierced Su Bin's heart. Thus, after Lei Xing awoke, he had not treated Bai Qingwei kindly, often raising his voice at her. Su Bin felt a sense of betrayal, believing he had wronged Bai Qingwei. Little did he know, they shared a past marked by such memories. After weeping sufficiently, Lei Xing, with reddened eyes, addressed Su Bin, saying, If you wish for a hero to protect a beauty, it depends on whether your fate is strong enough. If I survive this ordeal, let's part ways. Bai Qingwei pleaded, Xing, I never wished for this to happen. I truly did not foresee such dire consequences. Must you leave? You are my only friend. Huh? Aren't you surrounded by friends? Even a zombie can forge interspecies friendships. What difference does it make if one more or one less is added to your circle? If my fate is not strong enough, you might as well find someone else to play with. You. During their quarrel, the girl with a doll-like face approached the window, preparing to see if the zombies had dispersed below. However, upon glancing down, she spotted a lithe figure diving headlong into the horde of zombies, followed by a cacophony of growls accompanied by piercing shrieks. It was a large specimen. Another figure trailed behind. Stop arguing. Someone is coming. Could it be another team from the White Dragon base? I remember there were several teams that had returned to the city seeking supplies. Regardless, someone is coming, be it friend or foe. It would certainly alleviate some of our pressure. Otherwise, being pursued by that horde of zombies is simply untenable. The others hurried to the window to observe below. Once they ascertained that it was just one person, discontent began to murmur among them. Just one person? Isn't that akin to delivering a meal? They had hoped for reinforcements to divert the zombies' attention. But what use was one solitary figure? Goodness, this woman and her beast are formidable. What breed is that? I must have one when we return. While the others babbled, Lei Xing's gaze remained fixated on the lone figure below. He would not mistake her. It was the woman who resided on the top floor, accompanied by that ferocious creature. Even if one could misidentify a human, it was impossible to misidentify such a savage being. He had never encountered anything so fierce, even more so than a zombie. Previously, he had attempted to capture this creature, hoping to tame it as his battle companion. Yet, its agility and ferocity were daunting. During his attempts to seize it, he nearly lost an eye. After finally capturing it, the creature tore through the net and escaped. After evading the snares, it somehow sneaked back in and tampered with the gas canister they used for cooking. That night, when he awoke in a panic from a pressing need, he found himself unsteady, the air thick with a noxious odor. Realizing the danger, he urgently roused the others, leading them outside to safety. Otherwise, it was likely that many of their team would have succumbed to gas poisoning. Even with their timely escape, many suffered from incontinence. Initially, they thought it was an accident, but upon inspecting the gas canister, they discovered a tuft of fur caught in the valve. The fur was mottled, identical to that of the escaped tabby. Recognizing the creature's vindictiveness and untamable nature, he felt a pang of fear and relinquished any thoughts of capturing it. Yet, in the following days, mutated rats appeared in their small building, and 2 team members were gnawed upon while they slept. Though they survived, they bore unsightly scars. They had maintained strict defenses against intruding rodents, but he could not shake the feeling that it was the vengeful tabby who had orchestrated this chaos. The mutated rats seemed to secrete a paralyzing toxin in their saliva, rendering their victims numb and devoid of pain. In other locations, they had even witnessed survivors reduced to mere skeletons after being devoured in their slumber. Some awoke to sharp pains only to discover that rats had gnawed a hole through their bodies, feasting on their innards. Thus, Lei Xing was certain he would not mistake that tabby. When they had evacuated, he was unsure if the woman had escaped with them. However, it appeared she might have remained in the city all along. Below, Jiang You carved a bloody path through the horde of zombies with a machete. While the Zhuang was no less impressive, his claws caked in zombie flesh. His black, gray, and white fur was nearly saturated with blood. Clinging to his body as he moved, droplets of dark blood dripping from his fur with each step. Meow. He bared his teeth, spitting out a murky eyeball, strands of unknown flesh hanging from his sharp teeth, looking more fearsome than the zombies themselves. Jiang You kicked aside a zombie blocking their path, scanning the surroundings. The Zhuang. Hurry up. There are other survivors here. If we're beaten to it, our efforts will be in vain. The Zhuang sneered, revealing bloodied fangs. His gaze fixed on a window on the 3rd floor. Under the moonlight, his fierce visage sent shivers down the spines of the survivors hiding on the 3rd floor. Lei Xing thought, damn, this creature is even more terrifying. The girl with the doll-like face cautiously inched closer to Lei Xing, asking Xing, is that a zombie? Subin furrowed his brow, tightening his grip on his weapon. That is not a zombie. Zombies do not exhibit such rational behavior. Bai Qingwei, her eyes still red from weeping, glanced at the tabby and the human engaged in battle. This duo was akin to a meat grinder, leaving a trail of severed limbs and blood-soaked bodies in their wake. Although aware they were fighting, the violent scene was profoundly unsettling. Must they engage in such grotesque combat with zombies? Bai Qingwei pursed her lips, anxiously watching Jiang You and Zhuang below. Would they safely navigate through the horde? Lei Xing scoffed. What? Do you wish to play the benevolent hero and assist in diverting the zombies? Or do you want us to help? I do not, Bai Qingwei retorted. Huh. Lei Xing chuckled dryly, though he did not insult her. The sound alone made Bai Qingwei feel humiliated. The others, seeing Lei Xing antagonizing her once more, were too engrossed in the scene below to intervene. That figure was drawing ever closer to the entrance of the museum. The pace of advancement could hardly be deemed slow. As the largest museum in City A, its construction is truly magnificent. The steps of the forecourt alone stretch for several hundred meters, not including the expansive gardens. The gunfire and the scent of blood from earlier had drawn a considerable number of zombies to the museum, rendering it nearly impossible to traverse the horde single-handedly. Yet, the woman below had accomplished just that. A flicker of intrigue passed through Su Bin's eyes. If she could indeed succeed in clearing a portion of the zombies, they would gain an opportunity to break free. As if sensing his gaze, Su Bin suddenly noticed that the woman also lifted her head to glance in his direction. Under the pure, white moonlight, her face possessed an unusual beauty, reminiscent of a forest spirit emerging from the woods. Su Bin instinctively averted his eyes, and when he looked again, he saw a tail vanish around the corner. Then T entered the main hall. Chapter 76. I saw my great-grandmother. Jiang You did not enter the grand hall as she had anticipated. Her plan to reap the benefits of others' efforts seemed futile. Su Bin calculated the number of zombies below and turned to his team members. Let us seize this opportunity to retreat. Bai Qingwei suggested. What about the two whose fates hang in the balance? Shouldn't we wait for them? She continued. We have been here for several hours. If they could come, they would have by now. We cannot risk the lives of everyone just to wait for a few. Su Bin decisively instructed the remaining members. Bai Qingwei opened her mouth, hesitating to speak. She wished to express her concern for the individuals below, but considering their precarious situation, she chose silence. After the earlier dispute, Lei Xing and the girl stood apart, clearly isolated from the others. Su Bin glanced at him and said, If you wish to leave the team, I want to stop you, but it is unsafe to venture alone with zombies everywhere. We should wait until we return to the White Dragon base. After a moment of contemplation, Lei Xing nodded. Meanwhile, Jiang You discovered the fire escape of the museum and descended directly to the basement. A group of individuals remained trapped on the third floor, possibly the protagonists mentioned by Zhang Shui. She needed to hasten her search for the mutated plant. She and Dazhuang dashed toward the side hall, but the zombies behind them surged, blocking the entrance. Dazhuang, with his explosive temper, was ready to clear the area. But Jiang Yu restrained him. We can simply block the entrance with the door. We have already cleared many zombies. We may even benefit others. Meow. Dazhuang ceased his aggression and followed Jiang Yu as they secured the fire escape door and proceeded down the staircase. The moment the door closed, the already dimly lit staircase plunged into complete darkness. Suddenly, a bright light illuminated the space. Jiang Yu released her hand from the switch of her headlamp. As her vision adjusted, several zombies lunged at her, yet she remained unfazed. Dazhuang pounced, swiftly dismembering the approaching zombies. He led the way, attacking any zombie he encountered with powerful swipes of his claws. His sharp talons served as his finest weapon, even before his mutation. He could overpower dogs several times his size with sheer skill and explosive strength. After mutating, his combat prowess had only intensified, especially as he was already a creature of formidable stature. Indeed, this household faltered without its master. The beam of the flashlight pierced the darkness of the lengthy, descending staircase, resembling a path stretching from the depths of hell, seemingly endless. After descending over 20 steps, the surroundings began to change. Moss appeared on the blue stone steps and walls, increasing in density as they ventured deeper. Eventually, Jiang You found her foot submerged in damp moss. Since entering the basement, Dazhuang had assumed a defensive stance, his back arched and emitting low growls. At the staircase's end, a dense thicket of vegetation unfolded before her. However, the interior was shrouded in darkness, and her flashlight could only illuminate a small portion ahead, leaving the rest obscured. Dazhuang attempted to advance further, but Jiang You pulled him back by his tail. Meow? He turned, puzzled by Jiang Yu's actions. Why are you stopping me? Wait a moment. We need to assess the situation inside. Jiang Yu retrieved several incendiary devices from her spatial storage, rewards earned from her previous labor for Song Chung. Dazhuang understood her intent and promptly stepped aside. Jiang Yu gauged her surroundings. Moments later, she hurled 3 incendiary devices in different directions, accompanied by hissing sounds, illuminating the basement as bright as day. She quickly scanned for the silhouette of the dendrocalamus. Since it was a carnivorous tree, it could not be small and would surely be conspicuous. The incendiary devices had a duration of 25 to 35 seconds, within which she needed to ascertain the general direction of the dendrocalamus. The entire basement formed a fan-shaped corridor, approximately 30 meters wide, with an unknown depth. Before her lay 3 paths. The leftmost venue was the smallest and easily surveyed. The right path revealed an array of fossils and ancient artifacts. Only the central botanical exhibition, due to its vastness, was obscured by several large broadleaf banyan trees, blocking most of her view, allowing her to see only a fraction ahead. This must be the place. Having confirmed her direction, Jiang Yu stepped forward. As the illumination time elapsed, darkness engulfed her once more, save for the beams still shining above her. Dazhuang, a nocturnal creature, thrived in the dark, moving silently ahead to clear the way. The floor of the basement was now completely disrupted by plant roots, with tangled roots sprawling across the ground. Occasionally, she stumbled upon a skull or remnants of an animal carcass. Jiang Yu parted a dense cluster of Dieffenbachia leaves, and before her, a vast oval exhibition hall opened up. Originally, a colossal dinosaur fossil occupied the center, but now a tree-like plant, resembling both a banyan and a willow, dominated the right side, its trunk resembling a giant umbrella, overshadowing half of the hall's ceiling. The roof of the basement had begun to crack under the pressure of the plant's growth, and if it continued, it would soon shatter entirely. Yet, the most unsettling aspect was the multitude of tendrils hanging down from the canopy, some suspended in midair, others trailing to the ground. Reminiscent of severed power lines, they swayed slightly in the darkness, and although the movement was subtle, it was indeed a motion. On the ground, she might have mistaken them for wind-blown foliage, but there was no wind in the basement. Thus, the only conclusion was that these tendrils moved of their own accord, like appendages seeking prey. Scanning the scene, she noticed that the tendrils were adorned with desiccated human corpses, zombies, animals, and various fragmented remains. These bodies hung from the tree like trophies. Dazhuang advanced a few paces, inadvertently brushing against a coiled tendril on the ground. Dazhuang, do not move. These tendrils are likely the hunting mechanism of the carnivorous tree. Jiang Yu warned, her tone grave. But why does this creature possess 9 lives? Because 8 of them were lost to curiosity. He flicked his tail, skeptically extending a claw. The moment his claw made contact with the tendril, it sprang to life, as if awakened from slumber. The surrounding tendrils also seemed to come alive, writhing furiously and lunging toward Dazhuang. Meow! Dazhuang's fur bristled as he retreated at lightning speed, narrowly evading the advancing tendrils. However, like a line of dominoes, touching one caused the rest to spring into action. The undulating tendrils spread outwards like ripples, and the entire tree suddenly came to life. No matter how swift Dazhuang was, with only 4 legs, he could not possibly outpace the countless tendrils of the tree. A robust vine rapidly extended its body, lunging towards the tabby cat. Initially, it instinctively sought to evade capture, but after dodging the vine on its left, another swung towards it with unerring accuracy from the right. Meow! Dazhuang was taken aback, realizing he had indeed been ensnared. The moment the vine made contact, it swiftly coiled around him like a constricting python, tightening its grip relentlessly. Twisting like a serpent, It appeared exceedingly menacing. Bound by the vine, Zhuang cried out, desperately clawing and biting at anything within reach. As the tendrils constricted further, he felt as though he could scarcely breathe, akin to a grape being crushed, forcing its pulp outward against the skin. Meow! Help! Someone save me! His anguished cries echoed throughout the subterranean level. In a moment of disorientation, he seemed to glimpse his great-grandmother basking in the sunlight when a gust of wind swept past him. Crack! A series of soft sounds resonated, and suddenly, his entire body felt weightless before he plummeted to the ground with a thud. The vines that had bound him were severed by the wind's blade. The severed segments, varying in length, lay on the ground, writhing incessantly. Zhuang, come here. Chapter 77. The juniper Zhuang swiftly ascended everything within reach, hastening back to Jiang Yu's feet. Meow. Is this the object you are seeking? If you bring this creature home, I might as well lose my position altogether. Zhuang glared at the eerie tree with a mixture of ferocity and fear. It would dare to disturb even the fiercest of rodent nests. Yet this entity instilled a genuine sense of dread. Those vines resembled hands, and the moment they ensnared him, Zhuang felt as if his very soul were being squeezed out. The memory still sent shivers down his spine. Before Zhuang could regain his composure, the vines redirected their assault towards them. He felt a tightening around his tail, lifting his entire body off the ground. Jiang You grasped Zhuang's tail and flung him far away. This tree uses sound to locate its prey. Zhuang, lure the zombies in, and take advantage of the chaos. Meow. Acknowledged. Without hesitation, Zhuang dashed away, disappearing at the staircase's edge. Once Zhuang was gone, the vines targeted Jiang You, with countless tendrils converging upon her like venomous serpents. With no avenue for evasion, Jiang You seized the moment, charging forward, her machete slicing through the encroaching vines. The severed tendrils seemed to enrage the juniper, which retaliated with even more ferocity. Jiang You found herself cornered against the wall. These mutated plants, at their core, were merely wood, and wood is inherently fearful of fire. With hundreds of tons of gasoline at her disposal, incinerating it into charcoal would be a trivial task. Yet, her goal was not to slay the juniper for its crystal core. She sought the tree's maternal entity. As long as the mother remained intact, this carnivorous tree would be rendered powerless. Every large mutated plant possesses a maternal core. There's a saying, wildfires cannot consume everything. The spring winds will bring forth new life, which speaks to the roots that remain unextirpated. For these aberrant plants, the mother is their essence. As long as it survives, they will continue to regenerate. Even if deprived of their crystal core, they could eventually reconstitute a new one in years to come. Initially, when crystal cores emerged, many survivors believed they were the source of extraordinary abilities. However, it was later revealed that the powers existed first, allowing such unique energies to crystallize. As Jiang You battled the relentless vines, she maneuvered closer to the trunk of the juniper. Despite her speed, it paled in comparison to the multitude of attacking tendrils. Her clothing was tattered, with deep gashes adorning her body, some almost piercing to the bone. The assault of the vines was one threat, but more terrifying was the corrosive liquid secreted by the juniper. Each time the caustic fluid contacted her skin, it felt as though she had been doused in acid, rapidly eroding her flesh. New wounds sprang forth even as old ones healed. Blood flowed from her thigh, yet her body worked tirelessly to mend itself. The juniper's speed of attack was matched only by her body's capacity for recovery. It was a relentless contest of endurance. Rather than cower in fear, Jiang You felt exhilarated. The scars adorning her body were testament to the juniper being the very mutated plant she sought. Only such a formidable and terrifying entity could offer the potential for greater evolution. Her eyes sparkled with determination. Suddenly, a sharp pain erupted from behind as a vine, thick as a wrist, breached her defenses. The vine ensnared her waist, coiling around her like a constrictor, tightening until it enveloped her neck. Where the vine met her skin, a faintly green, fragrant liquid began to seep forth. The sizzling sound of her flesh melting filled the air. Jiang You could feel her skin dissolving, A fiery pain coursed through her body. Yet, her eyes glistened with a peculiar thrill. Excellent, this is the weapon I seek. With her hands bound, her machete was rendered ineffective. As the vine constricted tighter, Jiang You sensed her chest being compressed, the sounds of cracking bones echoing ominously. Struggling, she maneuvered her hands to grasp the vine's ends. Gritting her teeth, she summoned all her strength, pulling at the vine with ferocious determination. Her delicate arms strained as veins pulsated violently beneath her skin, fingers digging into the vine with brute force. The veins on her forehead bulged, bloodshot eyes glaring as the muscles in her arms screamed with pain from the exertion. The strain reached a breaking point, and with a sharp crack, the vine tore apart. The bark split open, revealing a moist, sap-filled core, which too began to fray like an overstretched rubber band. The juniper, seemingly unaccustomed to such a tenacious adversary, lashed out in fury, its vines lunging toward her only to be shredded. Jiang Yu's hands and body were quickly corroded by the splattered sap, yet they healed just as swiftly. This raw, primal struggle exuded a certain aesthetic beauty, the beauty of sheer power. In that moment, every other vine released its hold on the cadavers, converging upon Jiang Yu like a vast net, tightening around her form. When Dazhuang arrived, he beheld a grotesque, writhing cocoon spun of vines, while the ground lay littered with severed tendrils, wriggling like dismembered worms, still clinging to life. Meow! Dazhuang cried out in desperation, pouncing forward with claws bared. Meow! How dare you touch the human I protect? You vile creature! As Dazhuang lunged, a throng of zombies surged up the staircase, eager to enter the lower floor. Yet upon entry, they discovered that the insufferable creature was scaling a writhing, carnivorous tree. The horde of zombies roared in confusion. Are we requesting outside assistance? Chapter 78. Acquiring the root of the man-eating tree. Just as Dazhuang lunged forward, he had yet to touch the enormous cocoon. In the next instant, a bloodied hand suddenly emerged from within the cocoon, followed by another bloody hand. The two hands grasped a vine and tore it apart with a series of cracking sounds. Ripping the cocoon open, and a blood-soaked figure emerged. Meow! Dazhuang hurriedly pounced. Jiang Yu, unaware of its return, felt a shadow dart before her eyes and instinctively kicked out, thinking it was the man-eating tree attacking. Bang! Meow! Dazhuang yelped as he was slammed against the wall. Meow! Are you unable to distinguish between friend and foe? I am an ally. He jumped down, furiously sharpening his claws. At that moment, Jiang Yu was covered in the corrosive sap of the man-eating tree, her exposed skin a gruesome sight. Even her hair was gone, and her scalp was drenched in blood. She stood there, laughing maniacally. I got it. I've got it. Meow. Got what? Dazhuang, momentarily forgetting his indignation over being injured, rushed over to see. Jiang Yu's right hand was clenched tightly, and a tender green shoot sprouted between her fingers, resembling a newly sprouted bean sprout. The little sprout was quite nimble, darting from her fingers and swiftly disappearing amid the leaves of the man-eating tree. Jiang Yu focused intensely on where the sprout had vanished. The main body could not stray too far. It could not escape. Meanwhile, the zombies behind her were approaching, drawn by the scent of her blood, which seemed to act as an intoxicating stimulant, awakening the horde. Meow! Dazhuang wondered if he had acted too slowly. Was the horde he had attracted still of any use? Yet Jiang Yu, undeterred, was barefooted on the ground, running in circles around the man-eating tree with the throng of zombies. She quickly climbed up into the canopy. As she ascended, the zombies clawed their way up the trunk, forcing the man-eating tree to divert some of its vines to fend them off. However, as the number of zombies increased, the more vines are dispatched, leaving fewer to pursue Jiang Yu and Dazhuang. With little time to clothe herself, Jiang Yu moved swiftly like a nimble monkey among the branches, searching for the main body of the man-eating tree. The main body was a small sapling, about the thickness of a thumb and roughly 10 inches long, with tender, bean sprout-like leaves on either side. Its trunk branched into 2 limbs, and its roots resembled translucent, white tendrils, scuttling like octopus arms in flight, seemingly terrified of being captured by the humans behind it. Since its inception, the man-eating tree had feasted on all creatures within its reach, humans being among its prey. Until now, human survivors had always fled in terror upon seeing it. This was the first time it was being pursued. Just as it squeezed into a hollow of a tree, a bloodied hand suddenly thrust inside, grasping wildly. The main body of the man-eating tree managed to escape through a gap. After a narrow escape, and rounding a corner, meow, a horrifying face lunged at it, nearly biting it. The main body executed a swift maneuver, changing direction and continuing its frantic flight. One human and one creature relentlessly pursued it, splitting their efforts to flank it. The vines of the man-eating tree diverted to fend off the zombies, leaving insufficient vines to chase after Jiang You and Dazhuang. Especially that wretched human, as slippery as an eel. Was she not in pain with her skin so torn? Little did it know, Jiang You had instructed Dazhuang to lure the horde in precisely to distract the vines, making it easier to locate it. Just a moment of distraction. Whoosh! A bloodied hand swooped down, seizing the main body of the man-eating tree. You think you can escape? Meow. Two grinning faces loomed, their smiles chilling. Having learned from the previous encounter, Jiang You tightened her grip, allowing the main body to struggle desperately in her grasp, like a hopeless bean sprout. She swiftly retreated to the periphery, clutching the little sprout. At that moment, the man-eating tree was already besieged by struggling zombies, with more pouring in from the entrance. During the earlier conflict, the canopy had twisted, breaking through the ceiling of the first basement level. Jiang You gazed at the large crack exposing the steel framework above and said solemnly, Dazhuang, let us escape from above. Meow. Dazhuang immediately complied, swiftly climbing the trunk and vanishing into the gaping ceiling. Now devoid of its main body, the man-eating tree descended into madness, discarding the zombies it had ensnared and directing all its strength toward Jiang You. However, it was already too late. By the time it freed its vines, Jiang You had already ascended the trunk like a monkey, following Dazhuang through the crack in the ceiling and climbing upstairs. Before departing, she even twisted open 2 gas canisters and discarded them on the ground, drenching it in gasoline. After reaching the first floor, Jiang Yu retrieved a specially crafted stainless steel flask, stuffing the main body of the man-eating tree inside, tightening the lid, and slinging it over her shoulder. She then stepped back to a safe distance, drew a crossbow, wrapped a strip of cloth around the arrowhead, soaked it in gasoline, and ignited it. With precision, she shot the flaming arrow into the crack. Boom! The instant the arrow penetrated the fissure, a blaze erupted below, accompanied by a violent explosion. The man-eating tree went berserk, attacking everything around it. The walls and ceiling trembled and fell, creating a gaping hole in the center of the first floor. The area below instantly transformed into a sea of flames, as the man-eating tree thrashed its branches, and the low growls of the zombies echoed incessantly. Not only the basement, but the entire ground floor seemed to quake. Dazhuang fixated on the basement. After the fire subsides, let us go in and excavate the crystal cores. We can't let others take the spoils. She wished to take this opportunity to wash up and change clothes. Running around naked was not a viable option. Meow. I'll keep watch. You need not worry. Dazhuang licked her paw, exuding confidence. Although she still bore traces of blood, her wounds had all healed, albeit imperfectly, leaving faint pink scars that would soon vanish completely. Yet, the thought of leaving the mutated plant outside made her hesitate. What if something went awry? After all, it was a rare find. After some contemplation, Jiang Yu decided to find a secluded corner nearby, conjuring several buckets of water from her space and bathing outside. After all, there was no one else around. Even while bathing, the stainless steel flask remained hanging around her neck, her attention unwavering. The blood was washed away, and within 5 minutes, she had completed her bath and dressed. However, after donning her clothes, Jiang Yu wiped her smooth scalp with a towel, feeling an odd sensation. She pulled out a mirror to inspect her reflection. Her scalp glowed pale, as smooth as a boiled egg. No worries, her hair would grow back soon. For the first time, she found washing her hair so effortless. A mere lather and rinse left it spotless. How convenient! As Dazhuang heard the footsteps behind him, he turned to see Jiang Yu emerging, a military canteen slung across her waist. His gaze shifted upward. Ding! What was that glowing object resembling a light bulb? He stared in horror at Jiang Yu's bald head, momentarily stunned. Then his entire body recoiled, collapsing onto the ground with his limbs flailing wildly, letting out a series of frantic cries. Dazhuang laughed mercilessly at the woman before him. A minute later, he found himself squatting on the ground, a sizable bump on his forehead resembling a chicken egg, while Jiang Yu sported a new baseball cap atop her head. Chapter 79, Mine, All Mine. The flames from the basement scorched the ground of the first floor to a blistering heat. Standing there, Jiang Yu caught the acrid scent of burning. She glanced down, realizing her shoes were starting to melt against the searing surface. Silently, she retreated to the doorway, noticing Dazhuang still seated calmly on the ground, furrowing her brow. The gaping hole in the first floor roared with flames, and the smell of charred flesh wafted up from the zombies being incinerated below. She focused her gaze on Dazhuang's paw pads and rear, inquiring, "Dazhuang, isn't your backside burning?" "Burning? What burning?" Dazhuang scoffed. Yet, moments later, his nose twitched, catching a whiff of singed feathers, and he belatedly realized his rear was indeed hot. His claws began to ache, and with a yelp, he darted outside. Seeing Jiang Yu perched on the steps, now wearing a fresh pair of shoes and licking an old popsicle, he exclaimed, "Meow! I want some too." Jiang Yu glanced at his scorched paw, estimating it was about medium rare. She retrieved a block of ice from her space and placed it on the ground, prompting Dazhuang to flop onto it, instantly feeling a wave of coolness wash over him. He quickly pressed his paws against the ice, his entire body melting into a puddle of relaxation. The two of them sat on the steps, while behind them, the house trembled under the relentless assault of the carnivorous tree, bricks and plaster occasionally tumbling down. The stone floor of the first level cracked under the intense heat. Boom! Another thunderous crash resonated as a thick vine erupted from the gaping hole, wildly sweeping through the surroundings. Jiang Yu looked up to see the sign above, swaying precariously. Grabbing Dazhuang's tail, she tugged him aside a few steps to avoid the impending debris. Dazhuang's sharp claws dug deep into the ice, refusing to let go, which resulted in the ice being dragged along. As the chaos in the basement escalated, the zombies outside clamored to rush inside, while Jiang Yu sat high on the steps, completely unnoticed. They flocked towards the fire escape stairs in a frenzy. This cannot continue. The incessant influx of zombies would thwart my charcoal-making plan. She bit down on the last bit of her popsicle and instructed Zhuang, "Go distract the zombies. I will close the fire escape door. If the charcoal isn't sealed properly, it will be rendered useless." "Meow? No, I want to rest." Zhuang protested, but his objections fell on deaf ears. A small square speaker had already been strapped to his back. Zhuang sighed, "This is inhumane." However, the situation quickly escalated as Jiang Yu procured a live hen from her space, swiftly severing its neck and hanging it onto Zhuang's back before pressing the activation switch. The deafening sound of a square dance tune erupted into the air. The group, including Su Bin, paused in confusion at the unexpected music. "What the hell? Where's that sound coming from?" Someone exclaimed. "Who the hell is playing Little Apple at a time like this?" "Look, the zombies are retreating." Bai Qingwei pointed at the zombies dispersing in the distance, only to spot a tabby cat with a rectangular black box and a bloodied chicken on its back appearing around the bend. The blaring music emanated from the box on its back. The zombies, now redirected, chased after it with fervor, but the cat moved with remarkable speed, weaving effortlessly and leading them away. It resembled a shepherd dog, guiding the horde in another direction. The girl with the doll-like face suddenly recalled. "Isn't that the same cat that appeared with a woman before? What kind of bizarre tactic is this? Using a tabby as a zombie herder?" Bai Qingwei frowned, troubled by the implications. So, the girl must have encountered danger and deliberately led the zombies away to aid her escape. Yet, this meant the cat was now in peril. Although it wasn't human, it was still a comrade in arms. She clearly misjudged the situation. To her, Dazhuang's silhouette appeared as that of a noble warrior, imbued with a tragic aura. Lei Xing smirked coldly. "If your eyesight is poor, perhaps you should donate it. Can you not see that cat is in no danger? It moves with such ease, clearly accustomed to this. Rather than worry about one, perhaps you should be more concerned about our own predicament." As he spoke, he unleashed 2 bolts of lightning, incinerating the zombies that lunged at him. However, He had nearly exhausted his abilities and had no choice but to arm himself for defense like the others. The tabby had successfully drawn away most of the zombies. Yet a small group remained, seemingly unaffected by the music and blood, stubbornly guarding the entrance. The group quickly dispatched the nearby zombies and sprinted toward the exit, only to find thick smoke billowing from several open doors. The tabby's owner, wearing a pretentious baseball cap, sat on the steps, munching on a large pancake with a knife in hand, while the ground before her was littered with dismembered zombie corpses. Upon noticing their approach, the tabby's owner narrowed her eyes, revealing a glint of ferocity reminiscent of the cat itself. "This room is my spoils. You are not permitted to enter." Among the group were two women, and although it was uncertain if one was the protagonist, she was adamant about preventing anyone from approaching the fire escape. In this situation, it felt akin to cooking a meal only to have a horde of people encroach upon your pot. The crystal core was hers. The massive carnivorous tree, once burned, would yield charcoal perfect for roasting meat, perhaps with a unique flavor. Purely natural mutated charcoal was hers as well. Bai Qingwei frowned. "We won't intrude into your grand hall. It's on fire. What we do there? We are merely passing through. We intend to take a detour." Jiang You interjected before she could finish. "How domineering of you. This path is not solely yours." Jiang Yu's rigid demeanor irritated Su Bin and the others. They were not compelled to take this route, but now Su Bin genuinely wished to proceed. "Young lady, there are many roads to travel. Let us not hinder one another." "Exactly. This path does not belong to you alone. Why should we take a longer route?" A middle-aged man chimed in, tightening his grip on his firearm. Lei Xing, seeing the escalating tension, intended to advise Su Bin and the others. However, before he could speak, Jiang You, noticing someone aiming a gun at her, swiftly stuffed the remaining 2 bullets in her mouth and produced a machine gun from her space, resting it on her shoulder. With a frosty gaze, she addressed them, "Take a detour, or I will empty the magazine." Chapter 80. The mantis stalks the cicada. While the yellow bird lies in wait, Lei Xing felt that her words had a certain coolness to them. Had she not been chewing on something at the time, they might have carried even more weight. The 2 bullet belts draped over her shoulders glinted ominously, and the middle-aged man's movements faltered, akin to striking a durian shell with a fist. Though it was a punch that had been thrown, his face still stung. Bai Qingwei's expression stiffened as well. It was no wonder she was so audacious. She was a spatial ability user and wielded a machine gun as her weapon. Yet, did her prowess grant her the right to act so tyrannically? Bai Qingwei felt a surge of indignation, just as she was about to voice her thoughts. She caught a glimpse of Lei Xing leading the doll-faced girl away in another direction. "Lei Xing, where are you going? This is the shortest route, and it's free of zombies. Didn't you see all those zombies in the backyard?" Bai Qingwei shouted in frustration. The doll-faced girl did not turn back. Although this path was indeed devoid of zombies, it was only because most had been drawn away by other zombies, and the remainder had been cleared by her efforts. While it was an unintentional act, the tabby cat had also drawn off a portion of the zombies attacking them, lessening their resistance. Though she hadn't meant to help, one couldn't simply take advantage of kindness, could they? "A Xing, am I right?" With a swift motion, Lei Xing dispatched a zombie that lunged from the shadows, replying, "You are correct, but do keep your voice down. There are still numerous zombies lingering nearby." He then addressed Su Bin and the others. "Captain Su, let us move. If we don't hurry, it will be dawn soon. We still have unfinished tasks at the base, and failing to complete them is no trivial matter." Su Bin's expression darkened as he turned to follow suit. Seeing Su Bin depart, Bai Qingwei, though still resentful of Jiang Yu's overbearing demeanor, decided to leave as well. The middle-aged man, humiliated, spat in Jiang Yu's direction, anger boiling within him as he faced a mere girl. Though he couldn't reclaim his dignity, a small act of defiance was better than nothing. However, that spit only served to chill Jiang Yu's gaze. A single sneeze could release thousands of saliva droplets, dispersing at a speed of 35 meters per second, with visible large droplets traveling up to 2 to 3 meters, while invisible droplets could reach 8 meters. The distance between them was roughly 10 meters. "So, you intend to attack me with the bacteria in your saliva?" The man looked bewildered. "Are you out of your mind?" Without hesitation, Jiang Yu squeezed the trigger. The response was a cascade of spent bullet casings falling to the ground beside her. The gunfire prompted the others to swiftly seek cover, the sound of shots eventually dying down. Subin emerged, only to find the middle-aged man sprawled on the ground. Multiple bullet holes riddling his body, his face a grotesque sight. In disbelief, he turned to Jiang You. "We made way for him. Why did you kill him?" Hiding behind a pillar, Lei Xing and the doll-faced girl were oblivious to the earlier events, though the girl had witnessed it all. "He brought this upon himself." He spat at her. How disgusting. Her voice was loud enough for everyone to hear. Subin's face darkened as he absorbed the absurdity of his teammate's death being reduced to such a trivial matter. Bai Qingwei stood beside him, her complexion pale, glaring at Jiang You. He was just irritable. Spitting is harmless. It doesn't warrant death. "You gone too far." Jiang Yu remained silent, her finger tightening on the trigger as she aimed at Bai Qingwei and Subin. At that moment, a door panel fell from above, intercepting the bullet Jiang Yu had fired. Jiang Yu managed to evade, but Subin was not so fortunate, sustaining 2 gunshot wounds to his shoulder. Bai Qingwei was both shocked and terrified. "Are you intolerant of others speaking out for justice? You are truly malicious." Without a second thought, Subin grabbed her and ran. "Stop talking." Jiang Yu's attention was fixated on the fallen door panel. Zhang Shuhui had once mentioned that the protagonist possessed extraordinary luck. Doubt crept in. If she had doubts, they needed validating. Thus, she aimed again at Bai Qingwei, unleashing a torrent of gunfire. Yet each time, Bai Qingwei either stumbled to evade the bullets or was fortuitously shielded by Subin or fell beside cover. Once could be attributed to luck. What about twice? Thrice or 4 times? Subin, accompanying her, had been hit several times, while she emerged with nothing but a nosebleed. Jiang Yu realized with certainty that this girl was indeed the protagonist spoken of by Zhang Shuhui, the one blessed with extraordinary fortune. Despite emptying her magazine, Bai Qingwei managed to escape, her luck so remarkable that Jiang Yu mused she might as well buy a lottery ticket. However, Jiang Yu chose not to pursue her. The flames behind her had nearly extinguished. Once they were fully out and the temperature dropped, she would seek the crystal core of the carnivorous tree. Chasing after someone now risked allowing another to seize her spoils. She had witnessed enough instances of the mantis stalking the cicada while the yellow bird lay in wait. Jiang Yu's intuition proved correct. For behind a window across the street, a sniper had already set their sights on her. Noting her lack of pursuit, they expressed disappointment to their companion. "Captain," she didn't follow. "It seems we cannot play the yellow bird. Do we have confidence in a single shot?" The sniper questioned. "We've tried numerous methods to retrieve that carnivorous tree's crystal core, yet she managed to resolve it. The base leader specifically instructed it must be brought back. I'll give it a try, but that woman is peculiar. Her speed is astonishing. A single shot may not suffice." Suddenly, a series of gunshots rang out, prompting her to instinctively roll to evade. A bullet grazed her, embedding itself into the support column behind her. Had she not dodged swiftly, it would have struck her directly in the head. Even after narrowly escaping, she remained vigilant, quickly pulling out a thick stainless steel panel from her spatial storage to shield herself. The instant she positioned it, a barrage of bullets erupted from the opposite side, striking the panel and sending vibrations through her arms. "Captain, we missed." The sniper was disheartened. This woman is likely a dual ability user. Her speed is incredible. Failing to hit their target meant they had lost their opportunity, the following bullets unnecessary and wasted. A man emerged from the shadows, approaching the bed and slightly parting the curtains with a finger. His sharp eyes, akin to a hawk surveying the plains, focused intently on the woman behind the steel panel. A low chuckle escaping his lips. How cautious! A woman with such skill is indeed rare. His voice was deep and calm, as if he had anticipated the outcome. The sniper inquired, "Captain, what shall we do about the crystal core from the carnivorous tree?" "That is a direct order from the base leader. Do not fret. Instruct the others to assemble within 3 minutes. We shall have a word with that cunning girl. Her skills are impressive, and the base leader values talent. If she agrees to trade the crystal core for other supplies, perhaps we could even become allies. And if she refuses? Refusal? That would be quite regrettable." A bloodthirsty smile lingered on the man's lips. Chapter 81. My shooting skills are quite decent. On the other side, Jiang You swiftly sought refuge in the building behind her, shielded by a steel panel. Although there was still some smoke within, it had considerably dissipated. She quickly donned her mask and concealed herself behind a pillar, peering through the shattered window to observe the street outside, from whence the gunfire originated. To her surprise, there was indeed a hidden adversary lurking in the shadows. Timing was everything. They had chosen the perfect moment to strike. It seemed likely that they were also drawn by the allure of the man-eating tree. It was clear that she could no longer afford to wait for the heat to fully subside. In an instant, Jiang You made her decision and leaped through a large hole in the ground floor, landing directly in the basement. Upon entering, she was met with a wave of oppressive heat, akin to stepping into a steamer. The high temperature scorched her skin painfully. Without hesitation, she reached into her space and retrieved a hoe, brandishing it as she began to excavate the roots of the man-eating tree. The crystalline cores of mutated plants were predominantly found in their roots or trunks. As she dug along the roots, it wasn't long before she unearthed a green crystalline core the size of a quail egg. After promptly stashing the core into her space, her gaze shifted to the man-eating tree. At that moment, the tree had been reduced to a charred husk. A gentle tap caused it to splinter. With her hoe, she shattered the tree into varying lengths of charcoal, carefully organizing it within her space's kitchen, a place that had remained largely unused and was now perfect for storing charcoal. After excavating for a while longer and ensuring no remnants were overlooked, Jiang You secured her hat and swiftly exited the basement, taking a shortcut through the museum's back door to return home. She had instructed Dazhuang to divert the zombies. Once he had done so, he wouldn't return but would head straight home. This unspoken understanding had developed over time, requiring no explicit instructions. Upon arriving home, Jiang You first checked the kettle containing the mother plant of the man-eating tree. As soon as she opened the lid, the creature nearly made its escape. Rapidly, she stuffed the emerging sprouts back inside and tightened the lid. She then ventured into her space to gather a basket of mint for Dazhuang and a basket of strawberries for herself, dining while awaiting his return. However, this wait extended into the late hours of the night. While Dazhuang often stayed out late, sometimes for a day or two without a trace, he would always leave her a sign before departing. Yet this time, unease crept into Jiang Yu's heart. Meanwhile, the sounds of gunfire echoed as a dozen individuals pursued a tabby cat relentlessly. "Boss, do you think following this creature will lead us to that woman?" One of them lamented. "I was careless. I was stationed at the exit and completely missed where she slipped away. Remarkably adept, she had eluded them right under their noses. Nevertheless, it's merely her pet. If we follow it, we are bound to uncover her whereabouts. But what if she absorbs a core?" Another interjected. "Ordinary survivors are entirely unaware of the core's significance. She wouldn't do that." "No. Since she excavated the man-eating tree's core, it is evident she understands its value. Let's hope we find her soon." "What the hell is this? Why is it so difficult to catch?" This group was the very team that had previously attempted to snipe Jiang You. The leader, Siyuan, felt his temples twitching at the memory of what they had witnessed in the basement. That woman was practically a demolition crew. Not only did she abscond with the core, but she had also uprooted the entire tree. Upon their entry, they were met with a gruesome sight. Charred zombie remains littered the ground, with only a few remnants of charcoal where the man-eating tree had stood. It was evident that the tree had been incinerated, and that woman had even taken the charcoal. Dazhuang evaded bullets, dashing across the ground, slipping beneath vehicles, and even leaping from rooftops. Yet, the humans behind him clung to him like glue, refusing to be shaken off. As a few pursued him through an alleyway, Siyuan's brow furrowed. "This cunning tabby is leading us in circles." Indeed, they had traversed this alley before. The sniper spotted a zombie sprawled on the ground, adorned in leopard print shorts, a target he had taken down mere minutes earlier. Yet, after another round of chasing, Siyuan's expression darkened. The sniper, panting heavily, exclaimed, "Captain, we've circled back for the third time. Damn it, this wretched creature is deliberately toying with us." It seemed the tabby was aware of their intent, leading them on a merry chase like mice in a game. The agile creature darted about, making it difficult to target. and its stamina appeared boundless. They had been pursuing it for nearly an hour, and even the well-trained team of abilities was beginning to falter. Siyuan observed the direction in which the tabby fled and commanded a split in their formation to encircle it from all sides. Ahead, Dazhuang leaped over the roof of an SUV, his eyes filled with disdain. "Foolish humans, do you really believe I would lead you back?" he thought mockingly. Just as he evaded a bolt of lightning, a bullet struck the ground where he had just been. Fireballs, wind blades, earthen spikes, and bullets followed relentlessly in pursuit. Yet, he remained unperturbed, playfully toying with his human pursuers. Even as their stamina waned, he could easily shake them off, but he chose to continue leading them in circles instead. However, as the saying goes, one who frequently walks by the lake will inevitably get their shoes wet. Such perilous games, if played too often, are destined to backfire. Dazhuang never imagined he would falter. Emulating Jiang Yu's method of leading zombies, he maneuvered the group trailing behind him. To his shock, several figures suddenly emerged from behind a large truck ahead. Reacting instinctively, he executed a swift drift, claws scraping the ground and sending sparks flying as he narrowly avoided them. Behind him, Siyuan spotted Su Bin and barked quick, "Cut off that tabby. Capture it alive." As survivors from the White Dragon base, they were familiar with Siyuan, a well-known figure within the community. Su Bin, with his shoulder wrapped in a makeshift bandage, hesitated for a moment before charging towards Dazhuang. Bai Qingwei, observing their pursuit of the tabby, assumed they intended to capture it for taming, recalling how the woman had used the creature to divert zombies. She felt sympathy for the tabby, believing its original owner had not treated it well. If it were her pet, she would never allow it to suffer. "Are we going to?" asked the girl with a baby face, concerned that her inaction might provoke Siyuan's ire. Lei Xing shook his head. "What are we going for?" "That creature." "What?" The girl breathed a sigh of relief, shaking her head. "I didn't see anything." Lei Xing nodded in agreement. "Exactly. Our priority is to complete the base's mission, but since the captain has run off, we can't accomplish anything and will only return to the base in disgrace." "Zhou Lu, are you afraid of embarrassment?" "What is there to fear about embarrassment? As long as we don't lose our lives." The two exchanged a smile, and the scar on Lei Xing's face seemed to come alive with his grin, twisting like a writhing centipede. However, Zhou Lu felt no fear. What was there to be afraid of? A fierce appearance was indeed advantageous. Meanwhile, Dazhuang, who had been running smoothly, suddenly felt a wave of misfortune wash over him after the arrival of two other humans. Whether it was stepping on nails upon landing or tripping over a water pipe while fleeing the building's facade, calamity befell him. He stumbled over an air conditioning unit and fell, all while bricks and shards of glass occasionally rained down from either side of the street. In short, his bad luck was uniquely spectacular. He began to suspect that he had somehow offended the deity of fortune. Behind him, Siyuan and the others relentlessly pursued him. Noticing that the tabby cat seemed to be losing stamina, its speed significantly diminished. Moreover, it was beginning to encounter unfortunate events. Witnessing this scene, Siyuan and his companions felt a mix of surprise and delight. Su Bin, however, understood the reason behind it. Bai Qingwei, the very embodiment of determination, could accomplish anything she set her mind to. Her luck was almost otherworldly. Whatever she desired to eat, she would fortuitously encounter during missions. Those she cherished would also experience a turn of fortune. For instance, under normal circumstances, the dense barrage of bullets from Jiang You would surely have turned him into a sieve, yet he had only sustained wounds to his shoulder and arm, while she had not been hit at all. Conversely, those she despised often met inexplicable fates. Su Bin had long recognized this phenomenon. Protecting Bai Qingwei stemmed from both his affection for her and the sheer improbability of her luck. She was akin to the fabled chosen one, even in dire straits. A solution would invariably present itself. Just when they faced the daunting prospect of failing their mission, they chanced upon Siyuan, and, alongside him, they would undoubtedly return safely to the White Dragon base. As for Lei Xing and Zhou Lu, their survival seemed increasingly unlikely. Su Bin narrowed his eyes, contemplating how to distance Bai Qingwei from Siyuan and his cohort upon their return to the base, ensuring that her unique qualities remained concealed. Bai Qingwei, exuding an unexpected confidence, addressed Captain Siyuan directly. "Captain Siyuan, Could you grant me a firearm? My marksmanship is quite decent. Su Bin silently mused, recognizing that her luck was what truly served her well. Bai Qingwei's shooting skills were not particularly impressive, merely average at best. Yet, anything she aimed to hit, she invariably struck. Si Yuan glanced at Su Bin, his eyes questioning. Su Bin nodded. Although he wished to keep Bai Qingwei's uniqueness hidden, some truths. The more one tried to conceal them, the more they drew attention. Thus, he spoke with an impassive demeanor. Her marksmanship is indeed quite decent. Chapter 82. The tranquilizer dart. Upon noticing that Captain Si Yuan intended to consult Su Bin first, Bai Qingwei pouted in displeasure. Did he doubt my marksmanship? Si Yuan remained silent, handing her a tranquilizer gun. Disappointment washed over her as she received the tranquilizer gun. This only fueled her determination to impress the others. Surely that little kitty would be grateful to her. After all, a stronger and gentler master was preferable to facing life and death situations with the original owner. She aimed a gun, and the sniper beside her, upon observing her targeting, felt a flicker of hope extinguished in an instant. It seemed this woman was merely a fade. Si Yuan harbored little expectation for her as he relentlessly pursued the agile De Zhuang, continuing his attacks. Ahead, De Zhuang nimbly leapt onto a utility pole, even pausing to relieve himself with a showy demeanor. Huh, with such foolish humans, do you think you can capture me? There's not even a window for you to escape through. With an elegant leap, it sprang from the pole onto a large truck, deftly evading several attacks, and began to drift away. However, for reasons unknown, while it was running smoothly, a shard of glass fell from above, prompting a shrill scream as it swiftly dodged. Just as it landed, the sewer cover suddenly cracked open, nearly sending it tumbling into the depths below. At that moment, De Zhuang felt an ominous premonition and prepared to slip away from the humans. Yet, upon turning a corner, an air conditioning unit's exterior swiftly hurtled toward it. It darted aside, but that very movement allowed the previously misfired tranquilizer dart to strike true. Meow! A heart-wrenching cry pierced the heavens as a tranquilizer dart embedded itself into Zhuang's rear. It staggered, only to feel a sharp pain as yet another dart found its mark on its sensitive area. Damn those shameless humans. The onlookers were taken aback by the turn of events. The sniper, too, was astonished that Bai Qingwei had indeed hit her target. No, to be precise, it wasn't a matter of hitting. Rather, the tabby had darted in her line of fire in an attempt to evade the falling air conditioning unit. Nonetheless, she had truly struck it. A proud smile illuminated Bai Qingwei's face, her features aglow as she thought, Captain Si Yuan, I did not waste your weapon, did I? Si Yuan, reflecting on the recent events, smiled thoughtfully. The sniper quickly aimed again, intent on shooting De Zhuang's leg to incapacitate it. He could hardly believe that a creature with 3 legs could still run swiftly. However, as he fired, De Zhuang miraculously evaded the shot. Hadn't it been hit by the tranquilizer? How could it still run? Si Yuan turned to Bai Qingwei with a smile, asking, Can you shoot another tranquilizer dart? The creature's speed had evidently diminished, the drug beginning to take effect. Bai Qingwei beamed, absolutely. At that moment, De Zhuang sensed a tingling numbness in its hindquarters. Its limbs no longer obedient. The distance to its home felt far, yet the park was nearer. It immediately dashed towards Baibo Park. Behind it, the others hurried to keep up. 10 minutes later, De Zhuang thought, damn, my rear is so numb and my legs feel heavy. Though its speed had significantly decreased, it remained elusive. It skillfully navigated into Baibo Park, heading directly for the air raid shelter. Jiang You, enjoying a fish head, suddenly heard a piercing cry. Her hand trembled. That sound, could it be De Zhuang? She hastily discarded the fish head and sprinted towards the source of the noise, her severe myopia causing her to stumble as she ran. Moments later, a tabby cat came into view, its form unmistakably resembling De Zhuang. De Zhuang, is that you? Jiang You called out, rushing over. Upon getting a closer look, she was left dumbfounded. De Zhuang was riddled with at least a dozen tranquilizer darts on its rear, hind legs, and tail swelling from the impact. De Zhuang. Jiang You adjusted her glasses and hurried forward to scoop it up. But De Zhuang, upon seeing this defenseless girl with glasses, ignored her completely, executing a swift tail flick to evade her grasp and darting toward the shelter. There were weapons there. Perhaps they could assist it. If not, it would bring a whole entourage along. Humans were not meant to be led home. Jiang You, left empty-handed, stared as the Zhuang, laden with darts, sprinted toward the shelter. Just as she prepared to follow, a barrage of gunfire erupted outside. A dozen individuals burst in, some wielding firearms, while others clearly possessed supernatural abilities. Leading them was a tall and strikingly handsome man, accompanied by a woman aiming a tranquilizer gun. The darts in his Zhuang's rear were likely their doing. Realizing this group was intent on capturing the Zhuang, Jiang You felt as if she had consumed an abundance of candy and was now ready to repay the favor. With the Zhuang still within reach, she spread her arms, blocking their path. "Stop! You cannot go in." A lightning-wielding supernatural being hurled an electric strike toward her, and, just as it was about to hit, it was halted by an invisible barrier mere inches from Jiang You. The sniper remarked, "This little one is a supernatural being. You're the little one, and your whole family is little." Yuan shot her a glance before smoothly maneuvering around her. The others quickly followed suit, with Bai Qingwei casting a curious glance at Jiang You. It was her first encounter with such a power, reminiscent of an impenetrable shield. Jiang You, determined to block their path, had come to understand her powers. Though not offensive in nature, her ability was undeniably effective for self-defense. She was akin to a turtle shielded by a golden shell. Thus, she felt no fear. However, she did not anticipate that this group would resort to underhanded tactics. One of the supernatural beings hurled a massive earth spike at her, which collided forcefully with her barrier, sending her tumbling backward. With a resounding splash, she fell into the lake, where the koi fish rushed to nibble at her. Jiang You quickly enveloped herself in her power, but the mutated koi, with its serrated teeth, gnawed at her barrier relentlessly. The transparency of her shield made the sight of those sharp teeth all the more terrifying, triggering her fear of clusters. Don't come any closer. Chapter 83. De Zhuang is captured hearing the distant gunfire. Song Cheng and his companions had already assumed a state of alert. Someone noticed a tabby cat, its backside laden with needles, rushing in with a group. Startled, they immediately blew a whistle. Yang Jiao and her comrades, fully armed, positioned themselves at the entrance of the air raid shelter. Upon seeing De Zhuang, she instinctively wanted to assist, but was abruptly restrained by Song Cheng. The group behind them brandished modern weaponry, and several possessed extraordinary abilities. They were not to be trifled with. It was evident that they were the ones pursuing Jiang You. At best, they could prevent them from attacking within the confines of the shelter, but they could not safeguard De Zhuang, unless it managed to flee on its own. Yang Jiao felt a pang of anxiety, realizing that those who had seized De Zhuang harbored ill intentions. Did they not share a bond with Jiang You? Yes, but the lives of the brothers who had fought alongside them were far more precious than that fleeting connection. Yang Jiao, you must recognize the reality. Our relationship with Jiang You is predicated on the assurance of our own safety. Jiang You is well aware of this. Do you truly believe she would jeopardize herself for a mere acquaintance? Yang Jiao hesitated, so we simply watch? You can choose to shut your eyes, Song Cheng replied coldly. Yang Jiao scoffed, you're truly heartless. Yet, deep down, she understood that her brothers were evidently more significant than a relatively recent acquaintance. De Zhuang, I hope you fare well. Upon spotting them, De Zhuang initially felt a surge of joy, but quickly sensed a shift in the atmosphere. It veered sharply, darting into the air raid shelter where Song Cheng had hoarded weapons. It remembered that there were several explosive black spheres within. If they were to perish, they would do so together. It yearned to obliterate those who had dared to attack it. Realizing De Zhuang was headed for the shelter, Song Cheng's eyes widened in alarm, and he immediately redirected his path to obstruct it. Stop it! Do not let it enter! Quickly, intercept De Zhuang. The guards at the entrance swiftly shut the door. But it was too late. De Zhuang slipped through the crack. Song Cheng recognized its intelligence. It could comprehend human speech, but he had not anticipated such ferocity, charging directly toward the explosives. The group hastily pursued it inside. Upon entry, they found De Zhuang prying open the box containing the explosives, attempting to climb inside. The effects of the anesthetic rendered its movements sluggish. Otherwise, it would have already succeeded. Stop! Song Cheng bellowed. Those nearby rushed forward to intervene. At that moment, Si Yuan and his team burst in, and Song Chung shouted, "The box contains explosives. Quickly, prevent it. If it detonates, none shall survive." Bai Qingwei aimed her firearm at Zhuang, exclaiming, "You truly intend to sacrifice so many for your own escape. How wicked." As soon as the words left her mouth, she fired a shot. Zhuang, climbing the box, lost its footing, and a dart filled with anesthetic struck its neck with pinpoint accuracy. "Ah!" it shrieked, lunging furiously at Song Chung and Bai Qingwei, its eyes ablaze with reckless abandon. It was her, that accursed woman. Even in death, it would ensure she perished alongside it. At that moment, another dart struck its back with a soft thud. Zhuang, already on the brink of collapse, would have succumbed to the anesthetic had it not been for its mutated strength. Bai Qingwei, witnessing this, swiftly fired 2 more shots into its neck. With a heavy thud, Zhuang's body, propelled by inertia, flew a distance before crashing to the ground, landing at Bai Qingwei's feet. It had succumbed to unconsciousness, its mouth agape, a segment of its tongue dangling limply outside, devoid of its former ferocity. The hefty creature, weighing over 60 pounds, thudded against the ground. Seeing Zhuang's pitiful state, Yang Jiao clenched her fists, yet ultimately refrained from advancing. A sense of dread washed over her. This creature had not come seeking help. Rather, it intended to trigger the explosives. Perhaps it sought to obliterate those pursuing it. Yet, in doing so, it would also bring about their demise. But Zhuang was indifferent to this. Song Chung was right. Their connection with Jiang You was contingent upon the preservation of their own safety. Even Zhuang, in a moment of peril, could turn against them. In this apocalyptic scenario, allegiances were as fickle as the wind. At that moment, Bai Qingwei knelt beside Zhuang, her gaze filled with pity. How clever it is, yet it has been led astray by its master, becoming so ruthless. Si Yuan's gaze fell silently upon Bai Qingwei's back, akin to a lion observing an intriguing prey. He glanced at Bai Qingwei, then cast a sidelong look at Su Bin, who immediately felt a chill run down his spine. Song Chung addressed Si Yuan. "This is our sanctuary. If you have no business here, I kindly ask you to leave." The sniper glanced disdainfully at the shelter's surroundings, scoffing. "In this dilapidated place? Rest assured, we will capture this one and depart." The others were evidently well trained. In an instant, the gun in Song Chang's hand was manipulated by an extraordinary ability